Chapter 4852 Master Decimus Horst. The Davut University of Technology and ZUTA University were both based in the academic district of Kotor City. Despite their geographic proximity, they were pretty different in everything else. The DUT was a state-backed school that mainly hired the best mech designers with promises of huge research grants and the right to work on classified research projects. Another strong reason for mech designers to work for the DUT was to participate in the design and upgrade processes of the high-ranking mechs of the federal military. All of the expert pilots and ace pilots in the service of Davut needed to be assured that their mechs always kept up with the latest advancements in technology. Failing to do so would cause them to lose more battles against their Karlok counterparts than necessary. This was why the mech designers working for the DUT were so respected. They had been thoroughly vetted by the state and possessed all sorts of useful expertise that could help in the design of military mechs and high-ranking mechs. The students who enrolled in the DUT also found it easier to receive job offers from a state institution or a high-tech development company that was engaged in sensitive research. In contrast to the Davut University of Technology, ZUTA University possessed a completely different focus. The latter was a private for-profit technical university that mainly catered to the needs of the commercial market. Although its prestige and funding was not as extravagant as the DUT, it made up for it by hiring more free-spirited professors and allowing students to gain preferential treatment by paying lots of additional money. For example, a rather average mech design student who failed to pass the entry requirements of the DUT could easily get into ZUTA University and even receive light tutoring from one of its masters by paying thousands of MTA credits. Not a lot of students could pay this kind of money, though. Many families could afford to enroll their descendants into better and more exclusive universities. Nonetheless, ZUTA University managed to stand out as a gathering of free-spirited researchers as it collected a large variety of random and sometimes unconventional researchers. It generally did not impose too many demands on its professors, but the downside was that it could not offer too many government contracts and connections. However, ZUTA University managed to develop a lot of useful contacts in the private sector. Several of its most prominent master mech designers even brought over their connections with large trans-galactic enterprises. Master Decimus Horst was one of them. In fact, he possessed a connection that was incredibly valuable but also deeply concerning. As Madame Raina Kernst called up the intelligence reports that summarized the thorough background checks and investigations conducted by several Davutan spy agencies, her expression worsened. Master Horst is hardly the ideal selection that we have in mind for a collaboration with Patriarch Vase Larkinson. The woman steadily said, it is still a mystery why he has decided to come to Davut and take up a teaching position at ZUTA. He does not have any existing friends or contacts in our state, and what contacts he has made since he has arrived are not too intimate as far as we are aware of. He has no mech company under his name and has refused to establish one within our colonial state. He has not signed any extensive binding contracts with his current employer or our state, so he can easily abandon his current duties and leave this star system in an instant. The description of a fellow master did not faze Hergard Elroy. He already had a good idea of what his fellow master from another institution was like. Master Horst may be a more transient visitor to Davut, but this can always change in the future. It may be that he has yet to receive the right offer from your side. Regardless of whether he intends to commit to our colonial state or not, you can at least be certain that he will not disgrace the identity of a master mech designer. If he makes a promise, then he will abide by it. A master without principles does not exist. There are ways to get around promises. I do not believe that intelligent individuals such as yourself are unable to create loopholes. There is no need to resort to such measures if there is no coercion or undesirable elements at play. You do not understand masters such as ourselves as well as you think. I am willing to offer my guarantee that Master Decimus Horst will abide by a contract if you agree to let him collaborate with Patriarch Larkinson on a mech design commission. That was a heavy promise. The Chief of Staff might not have faith in the integrity of a transient master working for ZUTA University, but she put a lot more stock in the words of a cooperating master from the DUT. There was one more complication that held Raina Kernsk back, however. Our investigation in Master Horst's background has revealed that he possesses unknown but non-trivial ties to the New Rubarth Empire. At the very least, he has past business dealings with one of its trans-galactic corporations. She explained, the man is a second-class mech designer for the most part, but he differs from most of his peers in the same star system for mastering a greater amount of high technology than usual. He has also gained an understanding of phase water technology remarkably quickly. All of these data points paint a concerning picture. Do you understand? Are you suggesting that he is a disguised Rubarthan master mech designer, madam? I can assure you that he is not. His design philosophy is too narrow and his design style lacks the extravagance and excessive features that are more characteristic of first-class mech design. This is not enough to rule out the possibility that he may be a plant or at the very least an exile from the new Rubarth Empire. Reyna Kernsk said, "Do not forget that Davut falls within the umbrella of the Red Ocean Union. It is not preferable for us to maintain too many active ties with a first-rate superstate. We cannot afford to get embroiled in political conflicts at this level." Master Elroy deeply understood the need to maintain enough distance from the Terrans and Rubarthans. People who thought they could form connections with either of those two groups and uplift themselves to this level would often get in for a rude awakening. It was much more likely for these associations to turn gullible individuals into expendable assets. These unwitting cannon fodder would then be used to fight in all manner of shadow conflicts. If they managed to survive this gauntlet, then their Terran or Rubarthan patrons might like what they saw and extend the highest citizenship to an absolute talent. However, the more likely outcome was that they would eventually get chewed up and torn apart in the process of completing risky assignments. This was not a good way to become a first-rater as far as Master Hergard Elroy was concerned. He and many other intelligent master mech designers understood that they needed to complete at least one grand research project and attain massive progress in order to appeal to the most powerful states in human space. In addition to that, second-class master mech designers also had to develop design philosophies and applications that could substantially contribute to the strengthening of first-class multipurpose mechs. Master Elroy personally hated this classification, but the first-raters were exceedingly snobby about judging different design philosophies by their grades. Any mech designer with a rather boring design philosophy such as ablative armor or secure communications had no hope of getting accepted in the closed circle of first-class mech designers. This was why Master Elroy was convinced that Master Horst was not a Rubarthan in hiding. The latter's specialization was too mundane and low-grade to fit in with the snobby and elitist first-raters. Reyna Kernsk and Master Elroy continued to discuss Master Horst's possible background, but in the end the former just had to believe in the assurances of the latter. Our intelligence services are already strained with the need to spy on Karlach and engage in counterintelligence. She said, "We did not allocate as much resources into investigating his story as we could. That changes now that he has become the primary candidate to collaborate with Patriarch Larkinson first. Despite what I have said, his background may not be entirely clean." Master Elroy cautioned, "The Red Ocean attracts a greater proportion of problematic individuals than usual for obvious reasons. Your colonial state has explicitly marketed itself as a refuge where people of all kinds can gather and start anew without prejudice and persecution. Do not be surprised when this immigration strategy delivers the sort of people that are attracted to your message. We are not blind to this phenomenon. Let us pivot this conversation to another topic. How do you think Patriarch Vase Larkinson will fulfill his first mech design commission for us if he is able to gain the cooperation of Master Decimus Horst?" "That is an interesting question," Hergard Elroy answered with a bemused expression. "Let me think for several minutes." The two mech designers in question diverged greatly in age, rank, experiences, completed mech designs and more. They possessed different design philosophies and developed distinctly different design styles. Although the overlap between Patriarch Larkinson and Master Horst was not that great, they could still develop interesting heavy artillery mechs that could outperform other mechs of the same archetype. "Are you familiar with the selling points of Master Horst's works?" Reyna Kernsk nodded. "Our federal military employs several lines of heavy artillery mechs that bear his signature. His landbound heavy artillery mechs are well regarded for the range and precision of their indirect cannons. We expect them to play a major role in sieging enemy strongholds and preventing enemy forces from doing the same." Master Horsts tended to adopt a utilitarian approach towards designing heavy artillery mechs. The mech designs might not pack the greatest punch, but they tended to be more efficient and more affordable. Their precision and higher muzzle velocities allows the heavy artillery mechs to do their jobs without wasting as much ammunition. This enabled them to shell more targets and get more work done per deployment. Their downside was that they usually weren't as deadly at closer ranges. They only truly excelled when angling their guns upwards and firing their projectiles at distant targets at a high arc. One of the advantages of Master Horst's heavy artillery mechs is that they are capable of striking targets 100 kilometers away or further. Master Elroy explained, "It is exceptionally difficult to deal effective damage to mechs at such distances. Moving targets will not remain in the same place to make it easy for them to get targeted. This is especially the case when they have received advance warning of incoming artillery strikes, which is often the case. Furthermore, heavy jamming and other forms of interference prevent the effective use of guidance methods. It may not even be possible to confirm whether any of the shells or kinetic projectiles have struck the intended targets." Raina Kernsk already knew where this was going. Patriarch Vase Larkinson has designed special ranged mechs in the past that enabled their pilots to gain an unerring sense of accuracy. Their effective hit rates have always reached far outside the bounds of normality when put into action. Are you thinking about combining the traits of the Larkinson clan's famous Transcendent Punisher model with one of Master Horst's long-range heavy artillery mechs? That is correct, madam. I do not presume that this is the only viable option for the two mech designers. It may be the case that Patriarch Vase may have developed a better or more appropriate design solution as of late. Barring any of these exceptions, I do believe that designing an unusually accurate heavy artillery mech can become a substantial boon in any ground campaign. That attracted the president's confidant a lot. Chapter 4853. Extolling Vase was aware that a lot of people were talking behind his back. It came with the territory. He had chosen to become a high-profile mech designer. It should not be surprising for lots of people to question his design skills or whether he was cheating. The power of fame was a double-edged sword. It magnified all of his successes and enabled him to use it as leverage to make other parties agree to requests that they would normally not fulfill. However, the other side of fame was notoriety, which he also happened to possess in spades. An increasing number of people thought he was an upstart, a disruptor, or even a mass murderer. Vase knew that he could ignore the negative responses as long as he possessed enough strength and backing. He had enough successes along with support from the MTA to ignore low-level concerns that would have bothered him a lot in the past. Still, he didn't feel entirely comfortable with living a high-profile life. The downside to relying on fame and reputation to shield him from harm was that he needed to maintain his performance. The moment he stumbled was the moment where he lost a lot of protection. The knives would come out at that time. He inwardly shook his head. There was no point in thinking about these matters. His greatest priority was to design his competition mechs and ensure they possessed the strength and capabilities of making it all the way to the end. As a mech designer who already participated in numerous different mech design tournaments, he understood quite well what he needed to do in order to increase his chances of making it to the finals. There were 71 teams in contention. In a single elimination bracket, that meant that his competition mechs had to win 6 matches in a row to win the entire contest. A pair of well-designed mechs designed for the tournament shouldn't encounter too much challenge in winning a single match. The odds of making it through was quite high, as most of the competitors were probably not as good as Vase. The problem was trying to keep a winning record again and again without failing in between. If Vase wasn't lucky enough, then his competition mechs would be randomly matched against the other favorites of the twin weapons tournament. With the added variable of adding obvious weak points to the frontal armor of every mech, it only took one significant mistake for the mechs designed by Vase and Juliet to stumble. This damn single elimination bracket is truly brutal, he muttered under his breath. The lack of second chances meant that prudent mech designers couldn't afford to take too many chances. Every contestant had to make sure to shore up the weaknesses of their works, leaving them with less room to experiment and pursue more radical mech designs than in other circumstances. Vase did not agree with this mindset. Taking the safe and steady approach was not his style. He willingly made it a lot more difficult for himself because it aligned with his heart and because he knew he needed to go beyond the confines of what was safe in order to make it all the way to the end. The hybrid mech design that he had begun to shape reflected his stubborn and crazy mindset. He could feel from the increased stares directly towards his body that his performance dazzled the more knowledgeable members of the crowd once again. The skills he displayed along with the speed in which he filled up the draft design with concrete details did not match the standard of an ordinary journeyman. In fact, even the older and more experienced journeyman who had been in the business for many decades could not hope to match his speed. The panel of seniors who served as the commentators for the Twin Weapons tournament frequently emphasized how much better Vase performed in this regard. I have heard many praises about the design prowess of Patriarch Vase Larkinson. I do admit that he possesses a certain flair in his design style and work ethic when I studied his performance in past competitions. It has been around 6 years since he last took part in a series of mech design tournaments in Chance Bay. Despite the fact that he was a journeyman back then as well, the difference between his past self and his present self is enormous. I cannot believe that any other industry expert has predicted that Patriarch Larkinson has progressed to this extent. Oh, the female host, who happened to know little about technical matters, raised her eyebrow in curiosity. 6 years is a decent amount of time. It is more than long enough for high school graduates to complete an education in biotechnology and mech design. Is it not plausible that a famous mech designer such as Patriarch Larkinson has made a massive leap in progress? It is not unheard of, but to say it is common is wholly inaccurate. I believe I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of my fellow experts that there is no other journeyman in the Krakatoa Middle Zone that has made as much progress as him. His knowledge base has grown to a substantial extent, but that is not all. He displays an excellent mastery and deftness in utilizing the advanced knowledge that he has under his command. The only other mech designers in this tournament who can compare to Patriarch Larkinson's performance are the experienced veterans who are more than a century old. Wow, are you equating Patriarch Larkinson to journeymen who are twice or thrice his age? Another commentator shook his head. That is an unfair comparison to make, but not in the manner in which you expect. Patriarch Larkinson is in fact better than those veteran mech designers. He is still fairly young in his journey. He is also much more augmented than his peers. The rich rewards he has managed to earn from the MTA may have allowed him to acquire first-class implants and genetic treatments. Look at how much faster he is able to crunch the numbers and resolve complex technical problems. That is impressive, only in the right hands. Powerful augmentations alone are not enough. A pig with a first-class cranial implant is still a pig. What truly enables Patriarch Larkinson to make effective use of his expanded cognition is his combination of bravery, curiosity and imagination. His younger and more flexible mind allows him to explore changes and variations with considerably greater ease than the older ladies and gentlemen who are largely set in their ways. He is not afraid to try out new and untested ideas even though a mech design tournament is not the best venue for him to engage in experimental mech design. This is the brilliance of youth. He is 100 times a mech designer compared to the older and frankly more decrepit fossils in the hall. That is ageist. The mech industry does not discriminate on age. It discriminates on ability, as it rightfully should. There is a difference, young lady. What my fellow colleague is alluding to is a common fault among journeymen who have failed to advance after they reach their first century. There is no hard bottleneck that prevents journeymen from becoming seniors. I shall spare you the details, but it takes more than spending a great amount of time on studying and designing mechs. A journeyman mech designer must expand his horizons, conduct successful research and push the limits of what can be done in the field of mech design. It is this most of all that sets Patriarch Larkinson apart from his much older peers. I am not actually all that surprised that the good Patriarch stands out in this aspect. His proclivity for adventure and combat is well known. While it may seem foolhardy and illogical for him to accompany his soldiers to the front lines of thrilling battles against all manner of alien warships and phase whales, there is no doubt that he has most certainly expanded his horizons and obtained access to new forms of technology that present new possibilities for mechs. Even a mediocre journeyman who has graduated from a lesser university can outpace the geniuses who have never traveled outside of their home planets in their lives. That is not to say that we recommend journeymen to copy the dangerous lifestyle of the Larkinson Patriarch to a fault. The true lesson that other hopeful mech designers can learn from his example is that it is not enough for mech designers to stay within their comfort zones. One of my favorite phrases is that a static mech designer is a stagnant mech designer. Whether you are a novice who has recently completed your studies or the founder of a large and successful mech company, there is never a time where you have nothing more to learn or discover. It is not a coincidence that the word, journey, is included in journeyman. That said, traveling around is not enough. Otherwise, all of us who have taken the drastic step of relocating the Red Ocean would be seniors and masters by now. Any mech designer that seeks to progress his design philosophy must not only become exposed to new phenomena, but also take proactive action to master the new possibilities that come to mind. The panel of seniors clearly didn't spend all of this time fawning over Vase Larkinson as if they were fanboys. They clearly aimed to educate and enlighten the other mech designers that were watching the show. A lot of students of the Davut University of Technology as well as other educational institutions had visited Spencer Hall in person. Many of these future mech designers of Davut became inspired by the incredible skills and mastery displayed by Vase. The viewpoints and advice shared by the panel of seniors spurred these ambitious students and mech designers to go on their own adventures at the first possible opportunity. Meanwhile, the subject of all of this discussion remained ignorant of all of this talk. One of the reasons why the more knowledgeable mech insiders spoke so highly of his work was because the progress he has made was astonishing on multiple levels. His hybrid mech looked more complete than the other mech designs in progress, yet his work did not exhibit too many obvious signs of rushing. In fact, Vase had actually slowed down a bit as he couldn't help but spend more time on correcting small and fairly subtle imperfections. Years of working alongside his wife meant that Gloriana's tendencies had rubbed off on him. She had elevated his design style regardless of his own wishes. Vase wasn't complaining. He already took this factor into account when he made his initial design choices. The result was that what progress he made in the first hours actually looked a lot more refined than it should. While the incomplete mech design was still sloppy compared to his usual standards, the works of other mech designers including that of Juliet fared considerably worse in comparison. The only mech designers who managed to come close to the level of quality of his hybrid mech design were the older and more experienced journeymen who decided to rip off their old mech designs as best as possible. Their familiarity with the mechs they designed in the past allowed them to skip many design challenges and reduce their uncertainty to a minimum. They only needed to invest their time and effort into adapting their fairly modern designs to weaker and outdated tech and materials. This was not cheating. It was a valid strategy to employ in a mech design tournament. The older and more experienced the mech designer, the more they could draw from their prior work to quickly fill in the gaps of their competition mech designs. For Vase to not only match the pace and refinement of these veteran journeymen, but also exceed them in these aspects was absolutely astonishing. Even though the combat phase of the Twin Weapons tournament was still 2 days away, a lot of mech insiders already had an inkling that the team with Vase Larkinson would definitely be able to go far. Chapter 4854 Altered Weapons Chapter 4854 Altered Weapons There were a lot of possible explanations why Vase could work faster and more effectively than his fellow competitors. The most obvious factor that enabled him to work so effectively was that he had augmented himself far beyond the level of a second-class journeyman. The sublimation that transformed his entire being and elevated all of his cognitive capabilities improved his productivity to the point where his performance started to match that of a first-class mech designer. What a rich bastard. Did he have to rub his superiority in everyone's faces? Why can't he move to an upper zone and take on mech designers of his own size? There is no need for him to show off in front of plebs like ourselves. You're just being jealous. Didn't you read his profile? He used to be a third-rater. For a mech designer from a third-rate state to rise to this point in less than 2 decades is nothing less than a miracle. Whether he has received help or not, you have to see that no other third-class mech designer is able to make so much use out of the opportunities that he has won. He's the definition of a self-made mech designer. I wonder how many mechers he has seduced to obtain so many MTA merits to augment himself to this point. I bet he is called the Devil Tongue for more reasons than the obvious. A lot of people had the mistaken impression that Vase had stuffed his body with advanced first-class augmentations. He wouldn't blame them if he heard their remarks. It was his remarkably high productivity that his wife wanted to catch up to him by acquiring her coveted 120 million MTA credits cranial implant. Although 120 million MTA merits did not sound like an impossible figure to him anymore, in practice it was absolutely remarkable for any human to have that much MTA merits to spare. Let alone second-raters, many first-raters never had the capability to earn so much in their lifetimes. They would have to settle with lesser cranial implants that weren't able to amplify their cognitive functions to the same degree. It was rather ironic. Ves's cranial implant was originally an outdated CFA bio implant that mainly granted him an insanely high amount of memory space. Other than being able to dump a lot of digital junk inside its astonishing memory banks, it did not actually provide him with a lot of design-oriented conveniences during his work sessions. Much of that changed during his recent sublimation. During the time he got hit with lots of inexplicable lightning strikes, his entire brain along with the integrated Archimedes Rubel bio-implant transformed in a direction deliberately established by Vase. The Archimedes Rubel had evolved into a radically different product. It still retained its huge capacity to store a lot of data, but also received considerable enhancements to its processing power and other useful functions. On top of that, his brain as a whole also transcended to a higher level, allowing him to perform mental calculations and make inferences far beyond the level of a baseline human. Out of all of the mech designers taking part in this tournament, Vase was convinced that he was the furthest removed from normal humanity. He normally had mixed feelings about distancing himself from humanity, but at this moment he fully embraced his transhuman advantages. After going through much of the database of parts and materials, he had performed rapid comparisons and cost-benefit analyses before making the most optimal choices that best matched his vision. There was nothing particularly special about most of the components and mech systems that he selected for his work. The database did not include anything too remarkable or exotic in isolation. This was likely an attempt to force the participating journeymen to invest their time in building up their own custom solutions that could grant their competition mechs unique advantages that could not be duplicated by their rivals. Some mech designers invested their precious design time into formulating better alloy formulas for the armor systems of their mech designs. Other mech designers sought to increase the mobility of their works by enhancing their legs or mech engine. Vase spent much of his time on selecting multiple different weapon systems and upgrading them with the help of his considerable expertise. He did not start from scratch for the most part. There was nothing wrong with taking an existing weapon system and altering their design in order to quickly squeeze out extra power. The greater challenge was to integrate them into the frame of the hybrid mech as seamlessly as possible. That was absolutely not a simple task. He started with the easiest weapon module, which was the shoulder-mounted missile launchers. The extensive rulebook of the tournament heavily restricted the use of missiles and other explosive weapons. This made sense as the tournament organizers did not want the matches to devolve into a race of which side was able to saturate the enemy positions with as many explosive missiles as possible. A lot more competition mechs would look like missile launchers on legs if not for this rule. Vase still went through with adding a pair of small and relatively compact missile launchers because he had no intention of filling them up with explosive munitions. Instead, he borrowed a page out of some of his previous works and designed these missile launchers to carry a number of utility warheads. The database offered a selection of EMP missiles, smoke missiles, sensor-boosting missiles and more. They weren't as useful as they sounded. Vase scrunched his face as he read through the specifications of these utility missiles. Their performance was incredibly weak and could only mildly inconvenience opposing mechs at best. I'm not surprised. The tournament organizers did not want the entire arena to become filled with blinding smoke or for mechs to turn into crippled machines all of the time. If anyone wanted to make effective use of these utility missiles, they had to put in the work to upgrade their meager capabilities. Vase chose to do so. He had worked on mechs with comparable capabilities before. The Valkyrie Redeemer and his more recent Buzzy Bee both possessed functions that could blind the sensors or disrupt the electrical systems of opposing machines. He allocated much of his formidable design capabilities into altering the key working mechanisms of these utility missiles. There was no need for him to reinvent the entire wheel. The missiles themselves were fairly basic but serviceable. He just needed to modify the warheads themselves. For example, he improved the effectiveness of the EMP missiles by reducing its range, increasing its energy density and upgrade horribly basic and outdated components with more modern advancements. He did the same for the smoke missiles. He increased the volume of particles the missile could carry while also using the materials at his disposal to formulate an entirely new particle formula that was substantially more effective at its job. It took a lot of specialized knowledge in ECM systems and materials science in order to be able to accomplish the latter. Vase also had to rely heavily on his enhanced cognitive abilities and his intuition in order to solve these problems as quickly as possible. On top of everything else, he couldn't forget about modifying and upgrading the sensor systems of both the hybrid mech and the light skirmisher. It would be embarrassing if his own machines would get blinded by their own disruptive measures. Vase wasn't entirely pleased with his solutions. He knew extremely well that he could have improved the effectiveness of the utility missiles and the sensor system by 20 if not 40% if he spent a lot more time on exploring alternative solutions and optimizing their implementations. Unfortunately, Vase had chosen to add a lot more systems to his hybrid mech, so he reluctantly moved on to other modules. The next weapon system he decided to work upon was the wrist-mounted flamethrowers. He wanted his hybrid mech to possess the fighting power of a striker mech, as he expected a lot of enemies to take the speed route like his own team. Flamethrowers were excellent choices because they not only reduced the maneuvering space of light mechs, but also dealt fantastic damage to internal components if they could get past the exterior armor layers. Normally, this was difficult to achieve because the armor systems of modern mechs were great at insulating heat and energy. It took a lot of time for flames to melt through solid heat-resistant armor and expose the internal components that were much more susceptible to extremely hot flames. The introduction of an obvious frontal weak point had changed the equation. As long as the flames were able to breach the relatively flimsy material that covered this gap, they could deal all manner of ruinous damage to circuitry, power lines and delicate mechanical subcomponents. The damage potential of flames towards internal components exceeded that of a kinetic projectile or a laser beam in that sense. The flamethrowers that Vase decided to add to the wrists of his hybrid mech were relatively weak in order to save on capacity. In his opinion, the flamethrowers should solely be used to hinder light mechs and finish off vulnerable machines by targeting their frontal weak points. There was no need to add large propellant tanks to the hybrid mech so that it could light the entire arena on fire. Of course, Vase made a few focused adjustments to the flamethrowers. He added a setting that concentrated its output so that it could melt through light armor plating as long as the narrow jet of fire struck its mark. He also changed the propellant formula to increase its density and make it more potent. He had to reinforce the components of the flamethrower in order to prevent them from melting, but he did not need to make too many changes as the hybrid mech wouldn't be able to spray fires for long. While he would have liked to increase the longevity of the flamethrowers, he could not do so without compromising the mobility of his hybrid mech. Speed remained a priority for his hybrid mech. He wanted it to catch up to the light skirmisher as best as possible so that the two competition mechs could run circles around most of their adversaries. Once he completed the missile launchers, he moved on to adding two integrated luminaire crystal guns into the upper torso of the hybrid mech. A hybrid mech could not call itself a hybrid mech if it did not feature integrated weapons into its massive torso. While the addition of these integrated weapons added extra weak points to the hybrid mech, Vase believed that the trade-off was worth it. The hybrid mech already possessed a huge gap in its frontal defenses, so the addition of two more didn't seem to alter the fundamental equation. His hybrid mech just had to utilize its superior offensive capabilities to take the initiative and finish off its opponents before the enemy could do the same. Unlike the other modules that he had added to his mech design, Vase had to design the compact integrated luminaire crystal hardpoints from scratch. This was one of the instances where Vase truly showed what he was capable of. While he wasn't able to design a version of his latest generation of luminaire crystal weapons, he was still able to come up with a simplified variant in record time. The dumbed-down version of luminaire crystals weren't all that powerful, but any additional offense helped a lot in a fight. They were remarkably energy efficient and took up less space than conventional energy weapon systems. More importantly, Vase was able to fabricate the simplified luminaire crystals with the native capabilities of the superfab without relying on any confidential or proprietary technologies, so he wouldn't inadvertently break his deal with the MTA either. It will have to do, he sighed as he completed his integrated energy weapon designs in less time than anyone expected. Chapter 4855 Loaded with Weapons Chapter 4855 Loaded with Weapons None of the weapons integrated in his hybrid mech were particularly powerful so far, and that was a deliberate design choice on his part. Vase wanted his hybrid mech to leverage its versatility and massed firepower to overwhelm the opposition. The general idea was that his hybrid mech would throw everything it had at a target mech all at once and see what worked. Even if a particular weapon system proved ineffective against a specific enemy, using it still exerted a lot of pressure onto the target mech's defensive systems, so it was not completely useless. In no way should his hybrid mech ever be put in a situation where none of its weapon systems could harm the opposing machine. No matter whether it was a blazingly fast light skirmisher or an indomitable night mech, the versatile arsenal of his hybrid mech should always have an effective solution at hand. This was one of the defining strengths of the hybrid mech archetype. The mech type traded away the possibility to wield a singular powerful weapon in order to mount multiple smaller ones. Of course, this also highlighted its weaknesses. There was always a dilemma involved with configuring the weapon's loadout of a hybrid mech. The general rule was that the greater the quantity of weapon systems, the weaker and more constrained they became. No hybrid mech could completely escape this dilemma. This also applied to first-class multipurpose mechs, which many people equated to hybrid mechs on steroids. The reason why multipurpose mechs became mainstream at the first-class level was because relying on single-weapon systems did more harm than good at that level. Mech combat at this height operated by substantially different rules. The ordinary paradigms that were valid in third-class and second-class combat no longer applied anymore. Extreme miniaturization along with the abundant use of high-grade exotics and high technologies allowed many mech designers to avoid a lot of trade-offs and simply have it all as long as they could afford the exorbitant prices. Naturally, the hybrid mech that Vase was working on did not come close to matching the standards of first-class multipurpose mechs. This was physically impossible given the rather poor tech and relatively weak materials at his disposal. Vase even had to fall back to his dormant third-class mech design expertise in order to reduce the load that various design elements exerted onto his mech design. For example, the compact integrated chest-mounted luminaire crystal weapons were able to fire highly efficient laser beams without too much fuss because Vase fell back to outdated third-class luminaire crystal technology. Although it pained Vase a lot to go back in time and recreate luminaire crystals that looked more at home in the original iteration of the Crystal Lord rather than the upgraded second-class version of this mech line. It was as if he was a nouveau riche entrepreneur who lived in a mansion, only to go back to living in a rotten shack for whatever reason. Nonetheless, a mansion and a rotten shack both served their purposes. The latter made more sense in specific circumstances. In the case of the twin weapons tournament, Vase needed a variation of luminaire crystal guns that were compact, low-powered and easy to design and fabricate. It didn't matter that the luminaire crystals he designed for his hybrid mech used a mix of third-class and second-class elements. They were the right tool for the job and that was what mattered the most. Their burst damage was weak, but Vase believed that their sustained damage was not negligible. It could deal consistent and fairly precise damage onto slower mechs at longer ranges. Better yet, the luminaire crystal guns did not drain the energy reserves of his hybrid mech too much. This made it possible for his hybrid mech to kite slower melee mechs over time. Sure, winning a match by running circles around clumsy mechs that did not possess the capacity to retaliate was one of the more pathetic ways to win a mech match, but a win was still a win. What Vase found the most important was that the integrated luminaire crystal weapons possessed enough power and precision to deal serious internal damage to a mech as long as the laser beams struck the frontal weak points of enemy machines. If not for the existence of these weak points, Vase doubted whether he would have bothered to add these relatively lackluster integrated luminaire crystal weapons to his mech design. After completing this weapon module, he worked on the final weapon system. As a humanoid mech, the hybrid mech was able to wield one or several handheld weapons. Vase had considered many different possibilities, but eventually settled for a shotgun. He had to admit that he was partially inspired by the Mars when he determined the weapon configuration of his competition mech. There was no way to copy the full experience of piloting an absolute powerhouse ace mech like the Mars. It was packed full of so much advanced technologies and extremely valuable materials that its effective firepower could easily match that of a warship. Vase did not even see his current mech design as a derivative or a little brother to the Mars. That would be an insult to the masterwork ace mech and strip his current work of its own identity. The real reason why he opted to pair his hybrid mech with a shotgun was because it truly made the most sense under the circumstances. His mech design already covered closer ranges with its flamethrower and longer ranges with its integrated luminaire crystal weapons. A shotgun rounded out this weapon selection by offering a versatile and fairly powerful weapon that was most effective at medium ranges. Of course, Vase utilized the term medium range in the context of the arena space inside Spencer Hall. The internal space of this structure was not cramped, but it was hardly the largest mech arena on Davut 7. A shotgun configured in the right way should pose a decent threat towards light mechs as well as other mechs as long as they exposed their weak points. Just as with the other weapon systems, Vase dove into the design of the shotgun and altered it to fit his vision. Shotguns were fairly low-tech in nature as their basic working principles had roughly remained the same for many millennia. Certainly, human technology made a lot of different advances that Vase could apply to the weapon. From loading it with smart ammunition to making it so that it could fire a plasma spray, there were many different ways to spice up the weapon. Vase had neither the time nor the inclination to add all of those fancy functions to a simple weapon. A basic lightweight option will do the job. The hybrid mech already carried a lot of different stuff that weighed it down and reduced its available capacity. Equipping it with an oversized shotgun might allow it to blast through thicker armor, but its ability to maneuver quickly in the arena would take too much of a hit as a response. Vase constantly had to remind himself that he wanted to design an offensive shock unit, not a defensive bulwark. It was fine to sacrifice a bit of firepower in order to make his mech more flighty and nimble. As such, He first made the shotgun lighter and replaced sturdy and robust materials with more lightweight alternatives. He also removed a few redundant options to shrink it even further. Though the durability of the weapon took a substantial hit due to his design choices, it turned into a product of beauty. The ammunition is a little limited, but its firepower makes up for it. Vase determined. One of the downsides of a shotgun was that its shells were quite bulky and hefty. That was partially where it got its power from. If he wanted to be more frugal about it, he would have equipped his hybrid mech with a lightweight submachine gun, but that did not quite fit his vision for his hybrid mech. A submachine gun is an excellent complement to a harasser-style ranged mech, but it doesn't have the shock value of a shotgun. This was a concept that Vase found important for his competition mechs. He did not want them to win their matches by whittling down their targets in battles of attrition. Lighter and more offense-oriented mechs were too fragile and lacking in capacity to excel in this mode of combat. What he wanted to see instead was his competition mechs take over the offensive rhythm of the match from the start and keep overwhelming their targets with attack after attack. This was a risky approach, as his mechs would definitely fare much worse as long as they were put on the defensive, but this was a price that he was willing to pay. With this many weapons, the chances that my mech will be forced to go on the defensive is slim. A defensive pair of mechs could still outlast his own pair of machines, but the existence of those weak points should make a turtle strategy a lot less effective. No matter whether the opposing mechs defended from their front or rears, they should always have at least one vulnerable side. Should I add more weapons to my hybrid mech? Vase wondered. I actually have a bit of time to spare. He was just too fast compared to his previous self half a year ago. One of the main reasons why he was able to design his mech so quickly was because his artificial cyborg leg actually possessed a smaller copy of his own brain. This not only allowed him to process data faster, but also made it a lot easier for him to split his attention and work on separate problems at the same time. Vase tallied the current weapon loadout of his hybrid mech. Shoulder-mounted missile launchers, wrist-mounted flamethrowers, chest-mounted integrated. He decided to go all in on this crazy and unconventional idea. The throwing axes he designed were extremely simple and only featured basic alterations to make luminaire crystal guns. Handheld shotgun. Ha ha ha, there is so much. There shouldn't be another competition in the twin weapons tournament that could match the quantity of weapon systems of his mech design. If not for the restriction that the ranged mech was not allowed to wield a melee weapon that was greater than a knife, then Vase would have felt tempted to equip his mech with a simple axe. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, a throwing axe can also be classified as a ranged weapon. As long as it was obviously designed to the thrown, Vase should be able to get away with adding it to his design. Although the addition of one or more throwing axes would significantly weigh down his hybrid mech, Vase didn't care all that much. His machine just had to throw them all out at the start in order to unload its excess weight as quickly as possible. He quickly called up the rulebook and skimmed through the documents at a rapid pace. None of the rules explicitly prohibited the use of throwing weapons. His grin widened as he imagined his hybrid mech armed with a bandolier of throwing axes. Ha 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 ha, it's viable. He decided to go all in on this crazy and unconventional idea. The throwing axes he designed were extremely simple and only featured basic alterations to make them more aerodynamic and stable during flight. Vase wished that he could spend weeks on testing and optimizing the design of these handheld projectile weapons, but there was not much he could do in this regard. He deliberately made the axes fairly hefty and thick so that they could definitely inflict significant damage upon a solid hit. Their flight speeds weren't the best and they could easily be dodged by a fairly maneuverable opponent, but that was fine. The throwing axes could serve as distractions or a means to cut off the escape route of enemy mechs. In order to prevent the opposition from throwing the axes back, Vase designed a mechanism where the shaft automatically separated from the axe head several seconds after getting thrown. This was a fairly simple mechanical solution and did not take much time to integrate in the weapon design. This meant that only the axe heads should remain after they had been thrown. It was possible to throw them back, but doing so was so difficult and awkward that most enemies simply wouldn't bother. Chapter 4856 The Power of Family, There. That should do it. These axes are going to be fun. Vase grinned. He ultimately rigged up a temporary bandolier that enabled the hybrid mech to enter a match with up to 5 throwing axes. If the Davudan mech pilot did not want to start off a match with so much added weight, he or she could always opt to leave a few axes behind. The addition of the throwing weapons substantially threw off the original aesthetic of his hybrid mech. It gave his mech design a sloppy and haphazard pirate look. It's as if my mech is too poor to buy a proper weapon and instead chose to scavenge all of the available weapons that it could scrounge from a junkyard. His wife would absolutely hate his current hybrid mech if she could see it, but Vase absolutely loved the current evolution of his work. This hybrid mech began to personify mayhem, and that was exactly what he wanted to unleash upon its foes. Any pairs of competition mechs that expected to enter a match with a set plan in mind should definitely be in for an axie surprise. Ha ha ha. It took a while for Vase to rein in his enthusiasm for these axes. He recognized that their actual threat was probably not as great as he hoped once he became a little more sober. The main limitation was the low physical arm strength of his hybrid mech. He hadn't designed it with melee combat or throwing weapons in mind, so it was impossible for a thrown axe to cripple an entire upon a direct hit. It could still deal considerable damage to the rear or the obvious weak points of mechs at closer ranges, so the axes were not completely useless. After Vase was done with designing and configuring the weapons along with completing much of the work of integrating them into the mech design, he felt it was time to summon his design network. Juliet, are you ready? I suppose so, Vase. What do you have in mind, exactly? You told me your plan before, but I am not entirely clear what you want to accomplish. You'll find out when we establish the network, but in short, I want to design these two mechs as a set of two connected machines. You can consider them twins, or better yet two mechs that share the same soul, for a lack of a better word. Is that even possible? Juliet skeptically asked. Vase smirked and tapped the side of his skull. Some of us have companions in our heads, remember? That is what I am trying to accomplish with our mech designs. You might not notice it right away, but since the moment we started to design our mechs, I already made sure that your light skirmisher design is on the same page as my hybrid mech design. They are kindred and part of the same family. Once they are complete, I hope they will share a strong and unbreakable bond right from the start. That sounds fantastical, Vase. I believe in your vision. Thank you. That is all I ask from you. Let's share our minds and work as one. The bond we form through the network will partially mirror our desired results. The key concepts of paired mech designs are twin souls, speed and disruption. Our light skirmisher and our hybrid mech must share all three traits in order to make sure there is enough symmetry between the pair. I think that will help with strengthening their special bond. He quietly roused Blinky and commanded the cat to form an invisible spiritual bond. Murrow. Though nothing obvious happened in front of the spectators, the team of Vase and Juliet suddenly worked a lot more effectively than before. Previously, the two journeyman mech designers worked alongside each other but did not demonstrate higher than average coordination. They were mainly focusing their efforts into improving their own assigned mech designs. This time was different. Vase spent a lot more time and effort contributing the design of the light skirmisher while Juliet did the same for the hybrid mech. They did not do so sporadically, but wordlessly coordinated their efforts and made sure that none of their additions stood in the way of the work of their partners. This might not sound so special, but the degree of coordination between the two had improved so much that they matched or exceeded that of married couples and long-term partners. The more experienced mech designers who closely tracked the work of Vase and Juliet figured out that tacit cooperation and sharing of ideas was unnaturally high. While this could easily be explained by using their cranial implants to form a private communication network, there were many other pairs of mech designers who were doing just that, only to fail to reach this level. It is not that difficult to guess that the remarkable cooperation between the two is another application of Patriarch Larkinson's design philosophy. He has several lines of mechs under his name that are known to establish special communication lines that work on entirely different principles. I believe that he and his current partner are making use of similar tech but in a non-combat related capacity. Wait, if he is able to use his proprietary technology to communicate with others in private through means that cannot be jammed or intercepted, how are we able to know whether he isn't secretly working with a secret team of mech designers who are located in another design lab? Maybe this is why he is able to work through his design problems faster than any of his other rivals. Ha ha ha, do you think that the position of chief judge is symbolic? Master Hergard Elroy along with other master mech designers behind the scenes are constantly tracking the progress made by Patriarch Vase Larkinson as well as the other 141 participants of our tournament. They understand mechs so much better than anyone working in the hall. They can spot any abnormalities and investigate further if there are any doubts. Our judges would have notified us by now if a single mech designer has broken any of the rules that we have set. Since that did not happen, the team of Larkinsons are in the clear. I do not need to borrow the judgment of masters to see that Vase Larkinson is working earnestly on his projects. Do you not see how high his motivation has become after he invested himself in his mech designs? That is the mark of a mech designer who loves his work to a greater extent than many other professionals. An individual who loves mechs so much would never defile the sanctity of his work by breaking the rules. It would taint his effort and dishonor him in front of the entire mech community. Though the subject of cheating had sprung up among the critics and the skeptics in the audience, the Davut University of Technology enjoyed such a high prestige that most people accepted the judgment of its mech designers. Humanity has developed many forms of high technology. The more delicate but life-changing technologies are related to human augmentation. Many states and groups have developed their own proprietary tech that they rely upon to surpass the competition. What is not to say that the Larkinson clan has received a boon from his powerful patrons from the Mech Trade Association? As a favored friend of the Mechers, it is not unusual for Patriarch Larkinson to exchange powerful high technologies or receive them as gifts. Remember, mech designers, building up a relationship with the Mech Trade Association is also a skill. Many of my fellow colleagues think that the Mechers are so much better than us that it is impossible for us to open up a dialogue with them. Admittedly, their impression is not wrong. The Mechers are only willing to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to mech designers that are capable of contributing to the body of work related to mechs and any related tech. As long as you have conducted original research that no other mech designer in human space has touched upon before, you should be receiving an invitation from a member of the esteemed association any day. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. I hate you. You make it sound much easier. Though people mistook the effects of Ves's design network as another wondrous effect of MTA-approved tech, it conveniently settled the controversy related to this matter. Vase and Juliet did not care at all what people were saying about them, not that they could actually listen to all of their words due to the isolating barrier that supposedly cut off all outside communication. In practice, Vase could abuse the hell out of the Larkinson network to secretly work together with any other Larkinson mech designer. He would never do that. He outright ignored the Larkinson network and pretended that it didn't exist since the start of this design session. Vase was still committed to winning this tournament fair and square. He set the limit at intrinsic abilities and no further. Using Blinky's design network was a reflection of his own strength, while borrowing Goldie's vast spiritual network was clearly a form of cheating by using outside help. Regardless, Vase had become way too invested in designing the two mechs concurrently while doing everything he could to turn them into twins. Haha, it's working. This is really fun. It was not unusual for Vase to spontaneously burst in laughter or become impressed at his own work. The innovative and interesting vision that he created for these paired mech designs was slowly turning into a reality. Our work is going to amaze the judges and the crowd. Vase exuberant boasted, what we are making is a first for me and my clan. I don't dare to claim that no other mech designer has made anything comparable in the past, but this will definitely be a new and promising advancement for our clan as long as it works. Though Juliet did not share his abundant enthusiasm for their paired mech designs, his strong enthusiasm and boundless optimism infected her own mood. Even she started to get caught up in the excitement. She could already see how the twin-souled concept could become a boon for the Larkinson clan and more specifically the Penitent Sisters where she hailed from. Close Penitent Sister mech pilots could cover each other's backs to an even greater degree than before. It would be even better if these strong mech-induced bonds could encompass more than two mech pilots. Of course, Juliet recognized that Vase still needed to learn how to walk before he could run. He still needed to prove the most basic implementation of this new design application could work before he could expand its scope. Though Vase was already thinking about the future, he was pretty certain that the original twin-souled concept was the strongest possible iteration of this idea. The bond between an intimate couple was stronger than any other relationship. It was like the bond between husband and wife or mother and child. This is the power of family. Juliet Stamaros spoke out loud. Vase nodded in agreement. I agree. If humans have family, why not mechs? They can become siblings within the same model or even outside of it. The only material I need to forge their bonds is love. It was strange for him to say this, but it made a lot of sense as he continually poured his heart and passion into these competition mech designs. Despite their transient nature, their value to him was much greater because they would be the first machines to debut his provisionally named Twin Soul system in physical form. This is going to be awesome. Vase grinned. I only hope that the mech pilots assigned to our works are able to recognize and take advantage of this unique capability. He needed to remind himself to add this to an instruction manual. Better yet, he should probably spell it out in a loud and obvious tutorial message. Chapter 4857 Personal Life. Through the passionate and concerted efforts of Vase and his partner, the designs of the light skirmisher and the hybrid mech started to approach their final forms. Despite the many odd and unconventional design choices that Vase indulged in, he did not continue to go crazy with regards to the more basic and fundamental properties of his mech designs. He did not do anything too special or out of the ordinary with regards to the armor system, the energy management, the heat management, the control systems and many other aspects of the mech designs. Juliet naturally improved and optimized anything related to the mobility of the mech designs, but otherwise did the same with regards to everything else. Neither Vase nor Juliet had any special expertise when it came to tweaking the armor systems and so on. Rather than waste their time on improving anything critical and risk getting it all wrong, they would rather stick to the blueprints provided by the database. 2 days was not much time, and the pair of Larkinson mech designers had already invested a lot of time and effort on more critical parts and systems. We did work on the stuff that actually matters, Vase reiterated a few hours after Blinky's retracted his design network after getting exhausted. Our mechs are solely geared towards speed and offense. Everything will be fine as long as they remain on the attack. And what if they fail to maintain their offensive rhythm? Vase shrugged. They will just need to fight harder. There is only one maximum speed setting for our mechs, and that is maximum throttle. The moment they slow down is the moment they get torn apart. I really hope that doesn't happen. This was the high-risk, high-reward strategy they adopted by settling for this combination of mechs. Vase was confident that it would play out in his favor because he knew that he was better than any other journeyman in the competition. That was not to say that he could get away with underestimating the works of his rivals and peers. Their mech designs might not be as elaborate, detailed and packed with tech as his hybrid mech, but the right combination of competition mechs could easily pose a serious threat to his own works. What sort of mechs do you think our mechs will struggle against the most? Juliet quizzed. Vase furrowed his brows for a moment. That is a difficult question. A striker mech directly counters our light skirmisher, while a solid melee mech should be able to power through the attacks of my hybrid mech. The actual situation is a lot more complicated in practice. Since the matches are 2-on-2, factors such as teamwork and synergy play a major role in swinging the outcome. This was what he was banking on to make the difference, actually. I think that a defensive night mech may be difficult for our mechs to handle as well. Juliet explained her own views. Neither of our two mechs possess the raw firepower or penetration force to punch through the defenses of a defensive mech that easily. A slow and unwieldy night mech might be able to defend a small stretch of space, but that most certainly means that its companion is a light mech. Our machines should easily be able to gang up on or outmaneuver the latter despite the help of the former. It was a positioning game. The light skirmisher could circle around and threaten to attack from the rear, while the hybrid mech could use its overwhelming firepower to occupy the enemy at the front. Unless the night mech possessed a weird defensive system that could defend itself as well as its companion from attacks in a 360-degree circle, it was impossible to cope with a classic pincer movement. The reduced effectiveness of a defensive approach due to the special rules was the entire reason why Vase rejected it to begin with. He did not think highly of any mech designer teams that wanted to rely on defense to outlast the opposition during the combat phase. Still, Vase shouldn't underestimate the creativity and competence of his rivals. Perhaps certain mech designers who excel in defense such as Sarah Voikin managed to find a decent workaround to the additional challenges. He actually looked forward to testing his mettle against his fellow Larkinson mech designers. The odds that his team would get matched up against the Voikin siblings or the power pair was low, but he could still dream. He pitied them if they actually had to compare their works in the mech arena. His works had a high chance of ending their tournament run. You are being overconfident again, Vase. Please focus on the present. We still have to finalize our designs and fabricate our twin mechs. Oh, sorry. I tend to get a little off track. The remaining design work did not pose a challenge to the pair of Larkinson mech designers. They already settled all of the major design choices and did all of the hard work in the previous hours. What work they had left did not require the assistance of a design network. In fact, even if Blinky had already retracted this handy function, the lingering understanding and harmony between the two mech designers continued to propel them forward. Vase even had time to chat with Juliet about personal matters. So how is your life going these days? he idly asked as he optimized the energy feeds to the integrated luminaire crystal guns of his hybrid mech. The female mech designer directed a suspicious look in his direction. My personal life is not relevant to our projects. Oh, come on, it's fine. I haven't really talked to you on a personal basis for a long time. Our only interactions with each other entirely consist of work-related discussions. It is always this mech design project or that mech design project. Don't get me wrong, Juliet. I don't want to intrude in your personal life and poke around your private business, but I find it odd that I do not really know you that well outside of your professional persona. We have been working alongside each other for years, so it is high time I get to know the woman underneath your mech designer shell. Juliet pressed her lips. Your design network should have given you a decent impression of myself. I do not lead an active personal life outside of my work. I do keep in touch with the penitent sisters, but that is because they are my sisters. Have you made friends outside of that circle? Vase asked. What about dating? Have you ever looked into forming a deeper relationship with anybody? I am not looking for that kind of love, Vase. I am perfectly content with my current life. My work is my sustenance. What? You're missing out on a lot, Juliet. You are already at an age where many other women either have kids or are thinking about getting them. While you can rely on genetic treatments and other stuff to remain young and beautiful for a long time, I think it is better to get this stuff out of the way first. It will interfere with your design activities a lot more if you get married and have kids a lot later in your life. Juliet actually grew a little annoyed at his pushing. Drop it, sir. I have made my decisions in life. Please respect them. My work already occupies all of my time. Unlike you and your wife, my talent in mech design is not as good. I have to spend much more time on my studies in order to progress my design philosophy and find new methods to express my specialty. I do not begrudge the opportunity to work with and learn from excellent mech designers such as you, but please do not assume that my life is as carefree as yours. Her tone betrayed the struggles of her life. She was not a normal person to begin with. Not only did she start out life as a hexer, she also became involved in a cult that was too extreme for her former state. I never actually noticed it before, but you don't seem to be into the superior mother all that much. Vase cautiously spoke. The rest of your fellow penitent sisters still remain radically devoted to her, but you, I never saw you pray as much in front of her altar as my wife. The female mech designer's expression turned stony. This was clearly another touchy subject. It is hard to believe in a god when I am working alongside her son on a frequent basis. She quietly said, I used to be a strong believer in a strong interpretation of hexism, but after I joined your clan and came into touch with other viewpoints, it has become increasingly clearer that I have been lied to. Now that I have stepped away enough so that I can look into my past self without the bias I had before, I realize that the life of a penitent sister is rather sad, really. This topic started to become a little dangerous as it pertained to the cherished beliefs of many members of the penitent sister Mech Legion. Still, Vase had started this. He could not suppress his curiosity. I am not displeased that you have broadened and altered your mindset towards your life. Hexism is a poisonous and illogical ideology and does not deserve anyone's worship. That said, the other penitent sisters that I have spoken to in the past still sound as if they cling strongly to the principles of hexism and the superior mother who personifies them. Does that not make you feel awkward among your fellow sisters? No, Juliet strongly replied. We are friends regardless of how much we diverge from each other. I respect the beliefs of my sisters even if I disagree with them. This difference hardly stands in the way of all of the years I have been part of their group. That sounds great. I see you have this situation handled. If I didn't, I would have brought my problem to your attention. I did not inform you about this because I have no need for your intervention. That is fair enough. I apologize for asking a bit too many questions. I feel like I am compensating for years of focusing my attention on other matters. You do not need to say sorry. It is enough to rein in your curiosity when I am not in the mood to share anything further. Vase made the smart decision and pivoted to another topic. So what are you working on that is relevant to your design philosophy? Shouldn't it be obvious, sir? I have been pouring a lot of effort into learning and understanding phase water theory. I think my design philosophy can make a substantial leap if I am able to design transphasic flight systems for our future expert mechs and other high-end mechs. My products may not be as good as the products released by the likes of modern tech, but it will be completely in-house. This means that I can make far-reaching customizations that fit much closer to the needs of individual high-ranking mechs. That sounded fairly simple, but it was actually a lot more profound. Mastering phase water technologies was clearly the future of the mech industry in the new frontier. If Juliet was able to become proficient in this broad and difficult field, she could apply what she learned in her work and gain massive rewards in the process. Those rewards would subsequently fuel the progression of her design philosophy and bring her closer to advancing to senior. Now that he thought about it, it became a lot more reasonable for Juliet to put so much time in her work. She needed to do all of this extra work to keep up and never become a burden that could easily be cast aside. Vase quietly sighed. Juliet's challenges were much greater due to her lack of major recent progress. Chapter 4858 Fabrication Wizard Chapter 4858 Fabrication Wizard Though Vase stumbled a bit during his conversation with Juliet, the two did not compromise their ongoing collaboration. They were too mature and invested in their work to let their personal feelings interfere with their work. Both of them were professionals who strongly cared about finishing what they started to the best of their abilities. Besides, Vase made up for his mistakes in the following hours. He talked about all kinds of topics with her during their ongoing design session. None of the topics were all that sensitive. There was no harm in talking about simple matters such as Ves's children or what hobbies they were interested in. The sharing of information caused them to develop a closer friendship than before. This put them in an excellent position to start the fabrication process. Vase reiterated his plan to Juliet. Good work. Our designs truly encompass both of our strengths. Before we begin, I want to remind you that I prefer to fabricate our two competition mechs as concurrently as possible. I suspect that almost all of our rivals will decide to fabricate their mechs sequentially rather than in parallel. It is easier to keep track of stuff as they only have to concentrate on a single mech at a time. We won't have that luxury when we start our own fabrication run. Though Juliet understood his reasoning for taking this approach, she still felt it was necessary to express her doubts. I would be remiss in my duty if I do not warn you that we are making our jobs harder than is necessary. The more variables we have to take into account when we start to fabricate the parts and assemble our two mechs at the same time, the greater the probability of making mistakes. Are you sure you want to proceed with this risky plan? He took her warning seriously and went through his internal calculations once again. Ultimately, he believed that he possessed the competence to pull off this approach. It is worth it. This may be the first time we do anything like this, but I think it is truly essential to the twin soul system if we bring these two mechs to life at the same time. It is impossible to forge a strong and immediate bond between our hybrid mech and our light skirmisher if they are born hours apart from each other. The older of the two mechs would become a lot more accustomed to existing by itself rather than with a close sibling. His overall message that the payoff was worth the considerable risk and that he would have it under control. He also had another reason to be optimistic about his chances. Blinky has rested enough to be able to deploy the design network again. It might not last the entire way, but it should tide us over during the most challenging phases of the fabrication run. Shall we proceed? We might as well. Juliet looked resigned. I truly envy what you and your wife can do with your cats. Don't worry, Juliet, I haven't forgotten about your needs and that of the other journeymen. I should have done this sooner, but I will be granting each of you pets of your own. Vase reassured her. You all deserve it for contributing so much to our clan. Even if that isn't the case, I still expect you all to use the advantages I bestow to tackle greater projects and accomplish even more. That certainly perked her up. Juliet and many other Larkinsons in the know had become incredibly envious of companion spirits. However, considering that only the people that Vase favored the most possessed this rare and special advantage, Juliet had long assumed that the price was too great for the Larkinson clan to share the benefits on a wider scale. She was grateful that Vase did not leave her out much longer. This promise along with the reactivation of the design network had improved her mood to a massive extent. She did not need to borrow Ves's enthusiasm as much as before to pepper her up and invigorate herself after many hours of non-stop design work. Just like every other participant in the Twin Souls tournament, Vase and Juliet had opted to forego sleep and work all night in order to complete their competition mechs. The superfab began to activate under their joint manipulation. The pair of mech designers already explored the settings and the capabilities of the university-owned superfab before. They learned that it was possible to conduct multiple different processes at the same time as long as its users were fine with increased automation. Vase and Juliet jointly manipulated their own projected interfaces. They activated different fabrication orders and took greater control whenever it was possible and convenient. Despite the fact that there was a considerable chance that their fabrication orders might overlap with each other and subsequently get crossed somehow, their coordination remained so perfect that none of their fears came true. The audience once again had the privilege of witnessing another impressive performance. The team of Vase Larkinson and Juliet Stamaros is doing it again. Do you see how much in tune they are with each other? I can scarcely believe their superfab is producing so many different parts for two different mechs at the same time. The two mech designers hailing from the Larkinson clan most certainly disabled numerous safety measures in order to make this possible. Is it that special to fabricate parts of two different mechs in a single run? It is. You do not realize the magnitude of how much they are flexing in front of mech designers such as ourselves. They are showing that fabricating a single mech at a time is not a real challenge to them. I do not blame this pair of Larkinson mech designers, to be honest. Patriarch Vase Larkinson has 7 masterwork certificates under his name. Juliet Stamaros has 5 masterwork certificates, and she can largely thank her immediate superior for earning them in the first place. Even I am envious of their proven accomplishments in mech fabrication. I am a senior mech designer who has designed many more mechs than the Larkinson Patriarch, but I have yet to earn a single masterwork certificate myself. The ability to make not just one but several different masterworks at this stage of his career is an unquestionable mark of a genius. This most of all is hard proof that the renowned Patriarch is not a simple journeyman mech designer. Let me make a prediction. If any of you are lucky enough to be alive a century from now, then you will thank yourself for watching this mech design tournament live. This is because you have witnessed a small part of the ascension of humanity's latest star designer. That is absurd. I admire Vase Larkinson as well, but that does not mean that he is a future star designer candidate. Let us not get overboard, please. We are living in the present and not the distant future. The red ocean is still in flux and anything can happen in the future. We should return to detailing the fabrication work done by the participants of this tournament. If Vase heard that an expert panel of mech designers thought he had a high chance of reaching the top, he would feel flattered but also make an effort to diminish his heroics. He could not withstand the heat of being regarded as a star designer in the making. Fortunately, he did not pay any attention to what the public was thinking about his current performance. He became completely invested in fabricating the parts of his two mechs. With the help of the design network, Vase and Juliet melded their work-related thoughts and emotions on a deeper level than before. The two trusted each other a bit more and became a lot more willing to delve into each other's minds. They learned a bit more about their design philosophies and how they saw mechs from their own perspective. This sharing subsequently helped with fabricating mechs that not only carried their own signature, but also that of their partner. It was a profoundly strange and novel experience for Vase to meld with another mech designer during the process of fabricating two mechs at a time. The model and capabilities of the superfab helped a lot in this regard. The device was more user-friendly than normal and took away a lot of the finicky tedium that could prevent Vase from appreciating the beauty of his current workings. As the parts started to stack up more and more, the duo finally completed the most important fabrication work. Now, they just needed to assemble the parts into complete and functional mechs. This did not prove to be much of a challenge either. Special mechanical arms and sophisticated machinery popped up in their isolated area. These additions enabled the two mech designers to assemble the mechs that they had envisioned for more than a day. Anticipation welled up inside Vase and far beyond. Many more people than his clansmen began to wonder increasingly more if this remarkable pair of mech designers might be able to produce a miracle upon the two competition mechs. This is the ability of a sevenfold masterwork mech designer. Watch and learn, folks. What Patriarch Vase Larkinson is doing goes far beyond work. His actions and his decisions are expressing art in his own style. He is shaping life from metal and composites. He is elevating his mechs from crude and debased machines into vivid tapestries of craftsmanship. If nothing else, the Larkinson Patriarch can win many prizes if he takes up life as a professional artist. The good ones are always in high demand. You may admire Patriarch Vase Larkinson for his artistry and such, but do not follow his example too closely. His distinctive design style is radically different from everyone else's and there are many good reasons for that. Those same reasons do not apply to yourself. What you need to do is explore your own preferences and mech design style and apply proactive measures to form your own style. My colleague is correct. We do not broadcast this tournament in the hopes that many of you will become the next imitation of Vase Larkinson. We want to expand your horizons and give you a taste of what is possible. Not all of the talk was relevant to the design tasks related to Vase and Juliet. This was fine as they became hyper-focused towards their own work. None of them exchanged any words out loud, and it sometimes looked as if the two had turned into drones of the same hive mind. The two looked a bit eerie as a consequence, but it played well with the theme they had going. The two mechs started to look more complete and also feel more alive as a consequence. Vase felt gratified enough to exhibit a rare smile. That was how happy he had become after seeing a strong and fully active spiritual connection between the two works in progress. He should have been fabricating more mechs like this. The Twin Souls system was taking concrete shape and would be incredibly handy in his other mech design projects that relied a lot on teamwork. The two mech designers slowed down a bit as they approached the end of the fabrication phase. Vase meticulously inspected and evaluated his work. He did not make any significant mistakes as far as he could see, but he always wanted to make sure and double-check his efforts because a mistake could truly ruin his chances to win the finals. Now these are mechs fit for a pair of champions. The two competition mechs were complete and most probably fully functional. We did it, Juliet. I can see that, sir. These mechs have turned out to be better than I hoped. Whatever you have done to make them more inseparable to each other is truly giving me a special feeling about the two works. The two simply belong together. I can scarcely imagine a circumstance where they have to fight by themselves. This was a clear sign that Vase succeeded. Chapter 4859 Sensen. Fury. Chapter 4859 Sensen Fury. Impressive. 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 The panel of experts exploded with praises as soon as Vase and Juliet were finally done with putting the finishing touches on their pair of competition mechs. I almost cannot begin to describe how the mechs fabricated by Patriarch Vase Larkinson have reached an entirely different grade. They are not masterworks by any means, but they exhibit refinements in a level of finishing that is more commonly seen in well-designed production mechs. How the Larkinson duo is able to fabricate so many high-quality parts in so little time is a mystery. It is not a mystery in my opinion. There is a simple answer that can explain why these two mechs are qualitatively better. The answer is 7 Masterwork certificates. You are putting too much stock in Masterwork mechs. It is not essential for a mech designer to fabricate a Masterwork mech in order to progress much further. Granted, understanding the physical and tangible properties of mechs before improving them in many small ways can massively aid that individual's chances to advance to master and beyond. Let us briefly examine the physical appearances of the two completed mechs, shall we? The first comment I want to make is that they look harmonious together in a manner that I am missing in the other mechs completed thus far. Now that I am actively comparing this pair to the pairs of earlier completed mechs, the difference is truly too great to ignore. I cannot describe in exact or concrete terms why my judgment is skewed towards this conclusion, but looking at the mechs designed by Vase Larkinson and his partner Juliet Stamaros plants the suggestion that they cannot be separated from each other under any circumstances. That is an interesting opinion, because I happen to share the same thoughts. I as well. Oh, we have just received confirmation on the names that the two impressive mech designers have bestowed on their completed mechs. The light skirmisher that appears nimble enough to dance in the wind is called the xianxia. The hybrid mech that is armed with a multitude of weapon systems is called the furia. Together, they constitute the Twin Souls. Xianxia, Furia, Twin Souls. What is up with that, anyway? Names are merely labels. They do not grant any additional power to mechs. What truly earns them respect is how well they can fight against other machines. The so-called Twin Souls do not have the most obvious synergy between their mech archetypes. I have already mentioned previously that a light skirmisher paired with a hybrid mech on a diet can turn into a recipe for disaster. I do not presume to question the wisdom of the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, but I commend his courage in committing to an all-out offensive combination. I can see how the xianxia and the Furia can run roughshod over half of the competing combinations while holding their own against the rest. The Twin Souls will most likely struggle against a number of teams that are likely to make it far, however. Can this rare pairing of mechs continue to power through every match, or will a solid obstacle be able to stall their momentum before they reach their intended destination? Let us not be dramatic. Barring any unlucky early matchups, the Twin Souls shall definitely enter the top 18. It becomes more difficult after that as the wheat is separated from the chaff. The surviving combination of mechs have all been tested at least twice. Their assigned mech pilots have also been able to learn their characteristics and build up a better accord with each other. The same advantages apply to the Twin Souls as well, so these arguments are not necessarily decisive. Let us at least make it past the first round before we make any judgments. Regarding the learning curve and the potential that can yet be tapped from the competition entries, I have good reason to assume that the xianxia and the furia may rise in performance the hardest out of all of the other mech duos. That is a brave prediction. Are you willing to make a wager? Bring it on. Patriarch Vase Larkinson is a proven winner, and I have utmost confidence in his ability to add another victory to his name. As the panel of experts continued to exchange their opinions, Vase and Juliet finally received a chance to enjoy a welcome respite. Even though they could easily persist for many more hours, they did not resist the offer to retreat to a private suite where they could rest and recuperate. The design phase had reached its end. It would take less than 6 hours for the combat phase to commence. Many more casual viewers had already retreated after the design phase had ended. They either got what they came for or wanted to enjoy their own breaks before returning later. A surprising number of people showed great patience and continued to stay in Spencer Hall. Sure, they retreated to the restrooms in order to freshen up or visited one of the attached restaurants in order to fill their stomachs. Yet even the seniors and masters finished their meals quickly before returning to their seats. Their anticipation was palpable and their expectations built up with each passing minute. The twin souls had made a strong impression and pretty much outshone every other pair of mechs in the competition. Although there were definitely several competing combinations of mechs that could probably give the twin souls a hard time, these alternatives did not look as dominant as the mechs designed by Vase and Juliet. From a psychological standpoint alone, the xianxia and the furia already carried the air of champion machines. Hours went by as the tournament organizers prepared for the next phase of the twin weapons tournament. They not only shifted the layout of Spencer Hall in order to accommodate frequent high-intensity mech combat, but also inspected each and every submitted mech. That latter step was extremely important. Even though all of the competing mech designers had been working in sight of the public as well as the judges, who knew what these enterprising journeymen had slipped into their mech designs. The inspections behind the scenes were meant to prove once and for all that none of the competing mech designers had cheated in any fashion. What many people did not know was that a lot of the mech designers and other officials that had initially left their seats had quietly gathered in an underground chamber. They had all been invited to inspect the newly completed twin souls up close in advance. Having seen Vase Larkinson design and fabricate the two mechs over a span of 48 hours already granted them a good understanding of these works. However, their impressions of the xianxia and furia improved now that they were able to see and touch the living mechs up close. They are truly alive. The two mechs are twins. That is what they are conveying. The closer they are together, the more effectively they can bounce off each other. Of the notable collection of people that had gathered in front of the twin souls, Master Hergard Elroy and Madame Raina Kernsk were among the more important ones. Has your opinion on Patriarch Larkinson changed? The female chief of staff of the federal president asked. What I am able to detect from these mechs is similar to what I receive from studying other living mechs. There are a number of anomalies, but they do not pose a particular threat to us and our fellow human beings. What Vase Larkinson has made is strong in ways that I cannot replicate. I can rely on my own advantages to design a mech that exceeds the xianxia and the furia in performance, but it is difficult to say for certain with so many intangibles at play. Should we maintain our high priority on the Larkinson Patriarch? Raina Kernsk asked directly. Yes. Continue to arrange a meetup with Master Decimus Horst and the journeyman in question. What Vase Larkinson has just demonstrated is that he is ready to tackle the greater responsibilities of supplying strategically important mech designs to the military. This was high praise, but nobody felt like correcting it. The Furia especially provoked a lot of discussion due to being a rare hybrid mech in these parts. It may seem silly for a lot of important people to pay an excessive amount of attention to the properties of a competition mech. It was even more ridiculous for these folk to use their observations to make decisions of great import to an entire colonial state. A mech design tournament hardly showed the full capabilities of a mech designer, but it was one of the few instances where interested individuals could take the measure of a subject of interest. Certain individuals still found it important to track the initial experiences of the target subject. Their regard for the twin souls improved even further now that their impressions had become a lot more optimistic. As more time passed, the sleeping mech designers eventually woke up. They got ready for the day and stepped out of their suites so that they could cautiously hear what the others slipped from their own sneaky mouths. A lot of competitors paid close attention to Vase as he entered a communal hall. Fame came with the territory and it had the potential to grow into an even greater hassle. He needed to become accustomed to this sort of attention soon. The 6 participating Larkinson mech designers soon managed to gather together. Hey, everyone, how good do you think your chances are now that you have completed your works? Dulo Voikin haplessly shrugged. From the way that everyone is talking about your twin souls, I think it is safe to assume that my sister and I are the underdogs. Janissa Pellier smirked. Tiffy and I know your tricks, sir. Our beast mechs may be able to knock your light skirmisher and your hybrid mech out of the competition. Beast mechs could be difficult to handle as they traded away versatility for hard power. If Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone designed at least one Tiger mech as Vase anticipated, then it could pose a considerable threat to both the xianxia and the Furia as long as it was able to pounce on its target. It was at this time that numerous other mech designers on standby noticed the arrival of the most famous journeyman among them. They quickly converged onto his position. Patriarch Larkinson, may I have a moment of your time, please? Do you have any job openings in your clan? I have 40 years of design experience. Vase became irked but tried his best not to show his irritation on his face. He turned to the crowd of eager journeymen and immediately labeled them all as pathetic. There was no way he would take the initiative to invite any of these wannabe sycophants into his clan. He still had to go through the motions and talk politely to everyone. Are you planning to recruit us after this tournament has passed? Vase smiled. My clan has a number of openings in our design department. We are particularly interested in hiring ranged weapon specialists and defensive specialists, but we do not reject mech designers who excel in other areas. I have a comprehensive set of criteria that determines whether I am willing to hear you out or approach you. The better your competition mechs perform during the combat phase, the greater your chances of entering my clan. He did not mind inviting mech designers whose competition mechs got knocked out in the first round. The losers may have been unlucky enough to match up against Vase and Juliet or any of the other favorites. It all depended on the actual performance of the competition mechs along with the soundness of their designs. The matches are about to start soon. The military mech pilots have already acquainted themselves with our works. Each of them are about to bring out the competition mechs under their control and begin to test the recently completed machines in an actual fight. How exciting! Vase and the others couldn't wait. Chapter 4860 Team 1. It did not surprise Vase in the slightest that the Twin Weapons Tournament selected the team of Vase and Juliet to take part in the opening match of the combat phase. With one team receiving a bye due to uneven numbers, that left 35 teams matching up against 35 other teams. The xianxia and the Furia were already being brought to the main area of Spencer Hall. The place looked close to an actual mech arena now. A combination of strong energy defenses and physical defenses should do well to contain the damage that could threaten the spectators. What Vase noticed from the start was that the arena had been separated into 2 distinct arenas. The first round matches had to be held inside reduced areas that limited the maneuvering space and escape routes of any mechs placed inside. Cheapskates, Vase muttered under his breath. This change did not favor Vase and Juliet all that much because more mobile mechs tended to fare better when there was more room for them to maneuver around. The initial matchups have been set. As stated earlier, one team has the fortune of receiving a bye. All other teams are expected to fight each other's team. The announcers continued to chat about different stuff. None of it was reality important to Vase as the man mainly explained APL of the rules in a more accessible manner. Vase mainly wanted to know what sort of mech pilots the tournament organizers had stuck to his twin souls. The right pilots could make and break his duo of competition mech designs. Don't worry, sir. We designed our mechs with many familiar elements that anyone should be able to recognize and master in an instant. I hope so, Juliet. I hope so. The information on the matchup soon projected above the middle arena. Team Larkinson versus Team 1. Vase entered into business mode again. His expression turned impassive as he looked around to spot the right pair. Ah, so old. The man and woman both looked older than many other mech designers in the tournament. The two exuded a lot of harmony that was typical for married couples. The two had probably been together for many decades or perhaps even a century. This was truly a lifelong commitment, and from the vibe that Vase was able to pick up from them, their love still remained as strong as when they first dated over a century ago. The Larkinson mech designers steadily moved in the direction of Team 1. Ah, if it isn't the illustrious Patriarch Larkinson. Well met. I am Haza Ronan and this is my dearest wife Claire Ronan. The older man greeted Vase without showing any signs of nervousness at all. I am afraid that my participation in this tournament may come to an early end. Vase curled his lips. Don't sell yourself short, Mr. Ronan. You have been in the mech industry for such a long time. You should definitely have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. You and your wife look foreign to me. Are you visiting Davut for the duration of the founding ceremony, or are you thinking about settling down in this state? Claire Ronan spoke up at this time. We are travelers for the time being. We have no intention of ending our journey in Davut, especially in light of the massive security break that happened almost a week ago. You should know better than anyone how badly the colonial state has failed its people. Davut is still being built, one government institution at a time. He said, this place will become a lot more stable and secure, especially once the upcoming war against Karlach has died down. That is interesting to hear, but my husband and I shall no longer remain within the borders of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. We are still searching for a suitable home for us to settle in, but Davut is already off our list. I see. The two sides chatted a bit more about their travels and their vacation destinations. This shared interest successfully broke the ice and allowed Vase to become more acquainted with the elderly couple. So what are old fogies like you doing in a mech design tournament for journeymen? We need to keep our design skills fresh somehow. Haza Ronan replied, my wife and I are both fairly old, and we have not made enough progress to advance to senior mech designer. Tournaments are good places to receive enlightenment. Since the Davut University of Technology has not imposed an age limit, we felt free to sign up and take part in this special exercise. The elderly duo did not sound as if they cared too much about winning the top prize for this tournament. They instead treated the event as a party where they could let loose a bit. Oh well, their mechs would soon make an appearance. Look, Team Larkinson has entered the arena. Vase whipped his head towards one of the two arenas in Spencer Hall. There, standing like confident fighters that were ready to get dirty, were the twin souls. The reddish coating of the Furia caused the hybrid mech to look even more violent and explosive than before. Although its frame was packed with different weapon systems, it did not look bloated at all. It even looked a little more handsome with its light battle skirt. Vase had actually tried to add a more substantial version of the battle skirt system to the Furia, but couldn't fit a bigger one without exceeding the mass limit that he set for himself. He made do with a smaller and flimsier version of the battle skirt system that could still play a decent role in blocking initial damage. The xianxia looked a lot less attention-grabbing with its more subdued dark blue coating. It was too much to expect military mech pilots to fall for it, but Vase still hoped that enemies would dismiss the threat of the light skirmisher. Vase briefly grinned but quickly wiped it off in order to preserve his dignity. Soon enough, the mechs of Team 1 came into view. Oh, Juliet jerked as she stood by his side. You and your wife went for the classic knight and rifle combination. That is difficult to pull off in a competition such as this. They won't move around too much. A short moment passed by as the mechs of the opposing teams received their final checks. Their weapons warmed up while their power reactors switched to more intensive modes. Vase still hadn't learned much about the pilots assigned to his two living mechs, but he would soon find out what they were made of, he supposed. Start. The mechs of both sides exploded into action. Vase first focused on the mechs designed by Team 1. The Knight mech and the Rifleman mech both looked like they couldn't really run. They were so weighed down by armor and deployables that their only choice was to turtle in place. They did exactly that. The Knight mech slammed its thick tower shield onto the arena ground and activated a function that caused it to extend side panels. A strong metal wall had formed in the front. At the same time, the Rifleman mech's oddly armored back deployed as well, unveiling a thinner but fairly protective wall that covered its back to a reasonable degree. Then, the Rifleman mech started to get ready to open fire. It was not only armed with a kinetic rifle that looked like it could fire both powerful rounds in a rapid series of less powerful projectiles, but the machine also came equipped with a net launcher. In the meantime, the Knight mech revealed a lengthy flail which it could use to launch attacks beyond traditional sword fighting range. Too slow. Yet before the mechs of Team 1 could properly lay siege to their opponents, the xianxia and the Furia took action sooner. The xianxia had dashed to the side and started to circle around right from the start. The Furia on the other hand jogged forward at a moderate pace before opening fire with all of the weapons it could bring to bear at this range. A single smoke missile soared from its left launcher and struck the metal wall head-on, releasing a dense cloud of smoke and sensor-blocking particles. Although the smoke cloud wouldn't linger in the air for too long, the mechs of Team 1 still lost a lot of effective sensor coverage. We can't see them anymore. Amplify your sensor strength. The mechs were too slow. Before they could do anything to mitigate the blocking effect, a torrent of weapons struck the metal wall. A shotgun slug thudded against the front surface. A pair of laser beams struck the shield as well. A jet of hot flames started to strike the metal wall and heat up the surrounding temperature. Even though these attacks did not harm the mechs sheltering behind the wall, the Furia's attacks still exerted a lot of pressure on the turtling mechs. What was even more ridiculous was that the Furia kept extending one of its arms to fire its flamethrower while using its other hand to draw out a throwing axe from its bandolier. The hybrid mech took aim before throwing the spinning axe over the metal wall at a high arc before causing it to land on top of the head of the rifleman mech. Ah, the head of my rifleman mech is dented. Careful, another axe is on the way. The relatively static mechs could do little to evade the throwing axes being lobbed in its direction. Though it randomly landed on top of the heads or shoulders of the rifleman mech and the knight mech, they did not really deal that much damage. They were still extremely annoying. The cascade of attacks launched by just a single hybrid mech completely threw the mech pilots assigned to Team 1 off balance. Though the military mech pilots of Davut were not that easily distracted and eagerly wanted to retaliate, their own defensive posture did not leave them with many options to strike back. The hybrid mech is flanking us. Careful, the coverage of the deployed walls was not perfect. A flurry of attacks from a shotgun, a pair of integrated luminaire crystal guns and a flamethrower caused the turtling mechs to be thrown off balance yet again. If that wasn't enough, an EMP missile along with a fourth throwing axe struck the defending mechs as well. The Furia occupied the attention of the opposing mech pilots so much that they couldn't help but guard themselves more against the powerful hybrid mech. However, doing this was a mistake, because both the knight mech and the rifleman mech inadvertently opened up their rear. Just as a fifth throwing axe struck the chest of the knight mech and almost came close to striking its exposed weak point, the xianxia had finally struck. Turn around. The light skirmisher is launching its attack. The knight mech actually responded remarkably quickly. It did not need to turn around in order to swing its lengthy flail backwards. However, the defensive mech was too slow. Before it was halfway in its motion to swing its formidable flail, the light skirmisher had already snuck up to the rear of Team 1's rifleman mech and continually stabbed the latter's exposed rear with dozens of rapid dagger strikes. At the same time, the Furia raised its shotgun and fired a solid slug through the gap in the defenses that just so happened to strike the arm of the knight mech that held the flail. This caused the attempted attack onto the xianxia to go slightly off course. Wow, the Furia has actually helped its partner mech dodge a serious attack. By the time the xianxia evaded the flail attack and beat a quick retreat, the rifleman mech collapsed as the arena projected an emergency energy shield to protect the cockpit of the fallen machine. Team 1 is down a single mech within the first minute of the match. What an astounding result. The Furia has started off strong while the xianxia has picked the perfect time to assassinate the opposing rifleman mech. Chapter 4861. Bobby and Lizzie. Pretty much everyone knew that Team 1 was finished as soon as it lost a mech without damaging a single opposing machine in return. Team 1's surviving knight mech did not go down easily. Its flail might be able to do serious damage if it struck a mech, but the machine holding it was simply too slow to cope with Team Larkinson's fast mechs. The knight mech only lasted 2 more minutes. It was unable to defend itself against both the front and the rear. The mech pilot had opted to rely on the naturally thick armor plating of his defensive mech and tried to spin around and make random flail attacks in every direction in the hopes of dealing a crippling attack. Unfortunately for Team 1, neither the Furia nor the xianxia ever came close to getting struck by the obvious telegraphed attacks. The Furia continued to stay comfortably out of attacking range while utilizing its integrated luminaire crystal laser weapons and shotgun to steadily chip away at the thick armor of the knight mech from a comfortable distance. The xianxia meanwhile danced in and out of the edge of the knight mech's frontal attack arc. Its swift and agile movements took on a playful quality as its pilot clearly started to revel in the high mobility of his light skirmisher. Ultimately, the knight mech fell down as soon as its rear armor got breached and its internals started to suffer serious damage. It was a rather anticlimactic end to an explosive opening. The cheers and reactions from the crowd did not grow any lesser because of this fault. Wow, the Furia's weapons are a lot more powerful than I thought. Look at how smoothly and fluently the light skirmisher is able to move. That is not an ordinary rush job. Even if its design is not loaded with as many features as the Furia, the xianxia may very well be the fastest and most agile mech in the tournament. It turns out that the Larkinson mech designers are so strong. Their mechs really didn't give the machines of Team 1 a chance to show their own merits. The latter got beaten from beginning to end. The commentators and the laymen in the crowd all showered the Larkinson mechs with praises right away. Even if this was just the first match where the xianxia and the Furia made their debut, the strength and relatively excellent characteristics they demonstrated during the short but intense fight already showed a lot of promise. In fact, Vase himself lamented that Team 1's competition mechs hadn't been strong enough to draw out the full strength of the xianxia and the Furia. In the end, the mech pilots assigned to the two living mechs only utilized basic tactics and maneuvers to comfortably win this match. Vase deeply hoped the next round would make the twin souls break a sweat. The xianxia and the Furia could not truly shine in the arena unless there were strong enough dance partners that could put them through their paces. None of the others understood his plight. They patted his back and congratulated him for making it through the second round so easily. You truly managed to do it, you crazy mech designer. I shouldn't have expected less from you, sir. Dulo Voikin spoke with a hint of amazement. You managed to design a fully functional hybrid mech and not a perfunctory one either within the deadline. If I tried to do the same, I would have only completed a third of the design within 2 days. Vase responded with a mild and encouraging smile. Don't sell yourself short, Dulo. You are an authority on spearman mechs. I look forward to seeing your work in action. Hopefully your mechs will be up soon enough. Though he wanted to stick around and watch the other mechs fight their own matches, he and Juliet decided to retreat to an underground workshop where they saw their competition mechs resting besides a familiar superfab. This was the time where the mech designers could make use of the available time to repair significant battle damage, replenish spent ammunition and energy cells, make last-minute modifications to fix any flaws in the design and more. It was also an opportunity for the mech designers to meet with the pilots assigned to their competition mechs. Before Vase and Juliet had come close, the pilots had already shut down their machines and hopped out of their cockpits. Their piloting suits allowed their bodies to gracefully descend to the floor where they promptly straightened their backs and greeted the arriving mech designers of their current mechs. Pleased to meet you, the male mech pilot. I am Sergeant Bobby Orwell. It is an honor to pilot your Furia. Sergeant Lizzie Caddo, currently assigned to your xianxia. The woman standing next to the male military mech pilot spoke as well. Vase curtly nodded. Understood. The two of you should have already been briefed about us, so let us get into business. Before we talk about anything substantive, please share your first impressions of your respective mechs. I assume you have piloted the same mech types while serving in the federal military of Davut. Please use comparisons if possible. It took a few seconds for the military mech pilots to formulate their words. The xianxia is a decent light skirmisher, sir. Lizzie spoke. I cannot say it pilots better than the models that I am currently piloting in the service, but your work is better than what I have been told to expect. I have been limit testing your light mech during the entire first match and found that I can comfortably push its speed and maneuverability to its limit without straining its parts and frame too much. I am not sure how quickly the mech will wear out because of this. That is more your expertise than mine. Vase turned to Juliet, who fell into thought. The xianxia should be able to withstand the load at the highest intensity that you have displayed in the last match. The penitent sister mech designer said. I will not lie to you. The wear and tear on the mech is high. However, I will be able to mitigate the worst of it as long as I can perform emergency maintenance after every match. The xianxia should be able to last more than enough rounds to stay in one piece, provided you have not allowed your mech to incur damage. I will warn you in person if the equation has changed. Thank you, ma'am. What about you, Bobby? Vase asked in a friendly tone. What do you have to say about the Furia? I can say much about it. The male mech pilot responded in an uncertain tone. The Furia is the most exotic hybrid mech that I have ever piloted. I love its varied weapon loadout even if they are not individually powerful. A few of the weapon choices leaves me with questions. The throwing axes look intimidating, but the Furia does not have the strength to throw them with enough force to split through thicker armor or shields. I suppose they can serve as distractions, but that is not an effective use of this resource. Vase frowned and mimed the motion of throwing an axe. That is because you are not leveraging the full power of your mech when you throw those axes. Sure, it may be nice to quickly lob them over shields and have them fall on top of the heads of enemy mechs like a grenade, but the force of gravity alone isn't enough to make them strong. He tried to make his point by starting to run around the expansive workshop hall. He reared up his arm before he combined his forward motion and his throwing motion to propel an invisible axe at much greater speed and power than normal. Vase stopped and turned around. Do you understand, now? Bobby Orwell looked enlightened. I understand. I have not thrown any weapons since the earliest days of my Mech Academy days. The Furia needs to run forward so that it can add its speed and force to the axe. That isn't all, Sergeant. I haven't been able to reproduce it with my untrained throwing skills, but there are techniques to better leverage the mechanical structure of the human body or a humanoid mech to add more power and range to a thrown axe. You don't need to invest an unreasonable amount of time in learning this technique, but I think it will be helpful if you look it up on the galactic net. The Furia isn't technically designed to throw stuff at the enemy, but it should theoretically be able to turn those axes into deadly projectiles as long as it has a running start and employs a more optimal technique. I shall take that under advisement, sir. Sergeant Bobby Orwell did not see this study as a distraction or a wasted effort. The axes intrigued him as well, and he wanted to make the most out of the arsenal at his mech's disposal. Vase and Juliet received a bit more feedback about the xianxia and the Furia. Both competition mechs were well designed considering how quickly they designed them, but Bobby and Lizzie were both unique individuals who possessed their own piloting quirks, styles and preferences. The two Larkinson mech designers still had a lot of work to do to make the necessary adaptations to the mech designs. After a few minutes of fruitful talking, Vase finally brought up the matter that he cared about the most. As both of you are no doubt aware of, my design philosophy is centered around synergy and living mechs. I basically design my mechs in a way that allows them to forge more proactive relationships with their pilots. Did you experience that from the moment you interfaced with your living machines? The mech pilots did not look weirded out at all. They simply nodded as they recalled what it was like to pilot those living mechs. The xianxia is a pleasure to pilot, Lizzie Cato admitted. We have received warnings beforehand on what to expect, but the actual experience is better than I expected. I quickly fell in tune with the light skirmisher. Bobby Orwell also shared the same opinion. I can say the same for myself. It is a new way to handle my relationship with my mech and I do not necessarily dislike it. I was afraid that all of the extra variables would distract me from my main priorities, but I am pleasantly surprised it is the opposite. The living mech keeps an eye on everything and nudges me whenever I overlook anything important. Those living mechs are more than smart AI assistants. Vase explained. The reason why I call the two mechs the twin souls is because they connected to each other to a greater degree than is obvious on the surface. Did you notice a clear mental connection between yourself and your fellow mech pilot? I do not recall such a connection. No, sir. It looked as if Vase still had his work cut out for him. Bobby and Lizzie were probably too focused on all of the more obvious traits of their assigned mechs. They became so focused on the surface elements that they missed what was taking place on a deeper level. Fortunately, Vase was able to correct this fault. He encouraged the two mech pilots to hop back into their cockpits and proactively seek out the connection between the twin souls. I think I found it, sir. This is not unlike anything I have worked with before. I am not sure how to make use of it in combat. We can figure this all out in the time we have left. Vase replied. The twin soul system is the defining feature of your two mechs. It would be a disservice to your mechs if you do not take advantage of the possibilities of this unique bond. I think that you will find it much more useful once you are matched up against a tougher opponent. Chapter 4862. Double and triple 35 teams were eliminated during the first round. 35 teams defeated their opponents and managed to move on to the second round. An additional team was lucky enough to get a bye and reach the second round without needing to do anything. Now, 18 teams were about to square off against 18 other teams. The tournament employed a random mixer in order to determine the matchups in the fairest and most unbiased possible way. The mech designer duos started to learn whose mechs their own machines had to fight against next. It was pretty much a given that no one wanted to meet Team Larkinson so early. Even the more confident teams did not want to leave anything to chance and would rather beat up a weaker team in order to squeeze through the next round as effortlessly as possible. No offense, but your Furia is too scary, Dulo Voikin said as he did not hide his lack of confidence in his mech's ability to win. I mean, aside from a first-class mech designer, who is crazy enough to design a hybrid mech, and one that is oriented towards speed no less. The only pleasant surprise is that you did not employ the ferocious piranha's glow on any of your competition mechs. Did you leave out the glows because you thought the only way to obtain a proper challenge is to handicap yourself? Vase chuckled. My reasoning is not so exaggerated. The mech already has a glow. You just don't feel it because it isn't obvious and I haven't utilized it that much. I suspect that once my twin souls have proven the power of its innovative new concept, I will expand the glow and the special method to many more mech designs. First, I need my machines to get past the second round. All of the really terrible and useless teams had already been defeated. The average strength of the 36 teams that made it through the second round was considerably higher, though there was a small chance that relatively weaker teams lucked out and got through as well. Team Larkinson versus Team Hendricks. Numerous gasps sounded throughout the waiting room. It was clear that these people did not just react to the appearance of the Larkinson name, but also the Hendricks name. Team Hendricks. Team Hendricks is strong, Dulo Voikin said as he appeared to have studied the competition a lot more than Vase. Its star is Miss Beatrice Hendricks. She is the second-place winner of the Strange Lands tournament. She has teamed up with Kelly Mordaunt, who managed to end up at 8th place during the same tournament. They don't appear to know each other for a long time, but they decided to join forces in order to participate in the current contest. Ah, I see. Vase turned and stared at the two well-dressed women who were standing on the other side of the room. A beautiful woman who could only be Beatrice Hendricks possessed a confident air that could only come from a mech designer who truly knew her craft. It was impossible for a mech designer in a serious mech design tournament to rank second on a fluke. She truly earned her place as one of the best journeymen currently in Davut. Vase slightly clenched his fist. This was an absolutely strong opponent who probably relied on her own trump cards to get ahead of the competition. He did not prefer to meet such a powerful adversary so early in the combat phase. However, he did not reject an early meetup either. So long as Vase believed in the superiority of his competition mechs, he was confident that they would return from the arena in the end. At most, Vase and Juliet would need to do a lot of work to restore the heavily damaged mechs back to working condition. So what are the specialties of Beatrice Hendricks and Kelly Mordaunt? The former is a defensive specialist. Sarah Voikin answered this time as this topic overlapped with her own expertise. Her signature design applications are her modular armor systems. Not only are her mechs harder to take down than normal, but as they continue to incur damage, they shed more and more modular armor plating that has been spent. This is a strategy that is best suited for mechs that are expected to incur a great amount of damage and needs to shed excess weight over the course of a fight. Here, this is her double up in action. She activated a projection that showed the performance of the Night Mech during the previous round. Unlike the slow and largely useless Night Mech of Team 1, the one depicted in the projection was already faster and more nimble in its base form. This was despite all of the square plates of armor attached to it, as if the mech was wearing a fancier version of scale mail. As the footage of the match rapidly accelerated, Vase could see Beatrice's defensive mech undergoing a gradual evolution the more damage it resisted. Once the modular armor lost cohesion, the Night Mech transformed into a lighter and faster mech. This changed the damage of the fight. The Night Mech already soaked up a lot of damage and negated a lot of firepower. This allowed it to go on the offense in its more slimmed-down form. The key principle to making it all work was to equip the Night Mech with a modular armor system that preserved the deepest layers of internals as best as possible. It could absolutely not incur a blow that was so overwhelmingly powerful that it punched through all of the modular armor plating at once. Vase frowned. Just like Sarah Voikin, he realized that neither his xianxia nor his Furia possessed a powerful penetrating weapon system. The former mainly relied on a pair of knives while the latter was armed with an eclectic mix of weaker weapons. He wanted to smack his palm against his face. I sure outplayed myself this time. The double up would definitely become a difficult mech for the twin souls to take down. It was fairly tough at first but would steadily become faster and more difficult to shake off as it incurred more damage. The only hope of taking it down quickly was by targeting its weak point at the center of its chest. Neither the xianxia nor the Furia could waste so much of their attack power on whittling down the double up's modular armor system. This was the trap that Beatrice Hendricks set for her opposition. What of the mech designed by Kelly Mordaunt? Vase asked. That should be a light mech to start with. I don't believe the 8th place winner of a mech design tournament has designed a machine that is much weaker. That is up to you to judge, but here is her light harasser mech in action. It's called the Triple Spray. Dulo Voikin activated a projection that showed a light-ranged mech that stood out for several reasons. The light harasser mech was fairly light and fast, which was not that unusual, but carried a fairly oversized rifle. The weapon was a ballistic gun that was surprisingly low-tech but also seemed to compensate for that by boasting triple gun barrels. When the Triple Spray fired its main weapon at a target, its triple muzzles let loose a constant stream of rapid-fire projectiles. It went without saying that the Triple Spray's damage output was not that concerning. It might not even be worthwhile to chase after it considering that it was hard to chase. The true threat of this light harasser mech was that it could steadily keep up its fire onto a fairly vulnerable target and steadily whittle down the latter's defenses. Since every team was forced to include at least one light mech in their lineup, there was always a guarantee that the triple spray would be able to inflict effective damage during every match. Both Vase and Juliet frowned as they played out the upcoming match in their minds. The triple spray will bring its gun to bear against the xianxia right away. Vase guessed. The latter will come under fire and cannot completely block or evade the attacks because the opponent's triple-barreled gun makes it really easy to track a moving target. The xianxia must chase after the triple spray and end its threat, but the light harasser mech will take full advantage of its mobility to kite our light skirmisher. What about your Furia? It has the weapons of a striker mech. Its shotgun should make quick work of the triple spray. That is what the double up is for. As long as its modular armor is still intact, it should do everything possible to get in the Furia's way and soak up the attacks directed at the triple spray. No one could predict the outcome of all of this sparring. Vase recognized that Team Hendrix's mechs were all fairly well designed and well equipped to fight against his twin souls. However, there was still a decent chance that his xianxia and Furia could overcome these new challenges and come out on top in the end. Combat was always fluid and affected by a lot of variables. Vase hoped that the twin soul system that he devised for his two competition mechs would finally be able to play a useful role this time. Now that the second round had begun, the arena was no longer split up in two smaller fighting areas. Only 18 matches needed to be held to complete the second round, and that was easily doable. The rules and restrictions imposed onto the teams meant that it was rare for mechs to last for more than 10 minutes in the arena. The added space was not good news for Team Larkinson. The xianxia and the Furia clearly preferred to fight in tighter quarters. Team Hendrix gained a lot from this change as the triple spray needed a lot of space and distance in order to perform its job while staying alive throughout the match. 4 mechs entered the arena. The crowds all fell silent as they anticipated a much closer match than before. The two pairs of mechs possessed different vibes. The twin souls clearly carried an aggressive presence as they would always go on the attack no matter what opposition they faced. This time was no different as the xianxia and the Furia could not afford to get stalled by their opponents. Team Beatrix's mechs exuded an air of patience and tenacity. It was clear that they were in this fight for the long haul. Their only viable strategy to win this match was to turn it into a battle of attrition where they could outlast the initial outburst of the two enemy offensive mechs. Start. The two sides exploded into action right away. The Furia immediately fired its shotgun and its integrated luminaire crystal guns at the triple spray, but the enemy light harasser mech had already evaded to the side, allowing it to avoid all incoming attacks aside from a few loose pellets that dug into its relatively thin armor plating. Nonetheless, by the time the Furia was ready to fire again, the double up already broke its line of sight. "Get out of the way," Bobby aggressively spoke. The Furia ran forward while it loaded a solid slug in the chamber. It pulled the trigger as soon as it loaded, causing it to deliver a fairly powerful kinetic punch at the double up. However, the Night Mech already prepared to meet this incoming blow. Its strange modular arm bracers had morphed into a thick double shield that was thicker and more reinforced at the point of impact. When the slug finally struck this transformed shield, the top modular armor plating broke or deformed upon impact, but the strange way in which the modular shield absorbed the shock and spread out the incoming kinetic energy meant that the double-up successfully mitigated a considerable amount of damage. That's impossible. Chapter 4863 Adaptive Modular Armor Systems Chapter 4863 Adaptive Modular Armor Systems, what? Vase reacted with surprise at this highly sophisticated defensive response. This was an absolutely remarkable way to minimize the amount of modular plating that got destroyed after getting struck with a powerful kinetic attack. If the double-up could continually absorb and direct much of the incoming kinetic blows, then the Furia's shotgun wouldn't be able to penetrate the opposition's armor layers fast enough. The degree of sophistication and design work that Beatrice Hendrix put into designing this automatic reactive defense system is inconceivable. Sarah Voikin spoke with genuine respect and appreciation. Even if she is able to adapt one of her existing implementations, for her to be able to apply it to a competition mech in a matter of hours is truly amazing. The way in which the modular armor plates of the double-up morphed and adopted many different configurations was truly impressive. It put the battle skirt system that was originally designed for the Maiden of Adversity to shame. Against a strong offensive hybrid mech like the Furia, the double up had plenty of opportunities to demonstrate the defensive prowess bestowed by Beatrix Hendricks. For example, Bobby Orwell had clearly listened to Vess's suggestion and looked up how to best launch a throwing axe. The Furia ran forward and built up a lot of momentum, but still maintained a pace that was relatively controllable. The Furia fired its shotgun at the double up yet again before rearing up its other arm that already held a throwing axe. Fly, axe. After taking a special step that pivoted the entire frame of the hybrid mech and channeled a remarkable amount of force from foot to arm, the axe grasped in the Furia's other hand propelled forward as if it had been launched by a catapult. Clang! The automated modular defensive system already detected the incoming axe in advance and made the best possible response to stop the spinning projectile from dealing greater damage. When the axe finally struck a solid object, it happened to strike a transformed physical shield that was set at a strange angle. This angle was meticulously calculated so that when the sharp axe blade was just beginning to dig into the angled shield, its trajectory and angular momentum ultimately caused it to ricochet and bounce above the double-up's head. What? That's nonsense. Vase had never witnessed such an advanced and responsive application of modular mech armor. There were good reasons why modular armor systems never managed to catch on in the mech industry. They were considerably more expensive and introduced more points of failure in a mech. They also weren't able to cope against strong and penetrating attacks as well as plain old solid armor plating. However, from what Vase could observe from Beatrice Hendricks's work, she was able to utilize the fast response and wide adaptability of modular armor plating systems to form the right defensive shape at the right time. This was an excellent way to compensate for the inherent disadvantages of modular armor systems. Vase already guessed that Beatrice Hendricks was probably not the first defensive specialist to come up with such an automated defensive scheme. It was too slick and refined to match the work of a relatively young journeyman. It made a lot more sense if Beatrice Hendricks was the direct discipline of a master mech designer, thereby allowing her to inherit much of the accumulation of a predecessor. Even so, for Beatrice to be able to reproduce the effects of automated adaptive modular armor systems to such a degree during a mech design competition still demonstrated an incredible mastery in this tech. For a moment, Vase deeply desired to recruit this talented mech designer into his clan. Though he had never put that much thought into expanding the Larkinson clan's mech catalog with mechs that relied on adaptive modular armor systems as their primary form of defense, he did not have any objections to adjusting his plans and accommodating a greater variety of mech models. The addition of a second defensive specialist in the design department would also relieve Sarah Voikin from her excessive responsibilities. It was not easy for her to work on so many different mech designs as she was the only viable defensive specialist in the clan. He just needed to convince her to put her lot with the Larkinsons, which should be anything but easy as she was more than strong enough to go independent. He needed to investigate whether she was even eligible to recruit in the first place, but all of that could wait for later. The match between Team Larkinson and Team Hendricks had only just begun. "Come here, you rat. Stop running away," Lizzie Cato yelled as her xianxia struggled to catch up to the running triple spray. The light harasser mech was designed in such a way that it could turn its torso and fire its triple-barreled rifle at enemies pursuing from behind. With a stream of bullets raining in the xianxia's direction, Lizzie could do little else but perform a lot of evasive maneuvers. The xianxia even had to put its arms in front of its weak point on the chest in order to prevent it from getting struck by a bullet stream. These bullets are too unrelenting. The only way the xianxia was able to fight back was to holster one of its knives and pull out the weak backup pistol. The weapon fired a weak laser beam that struck the side armor of the triple spray. A small scorch mark appeared on the latter, but it continued to run and gun without any change. It would take forever for the xianxia to be able to wear down the triple spray this way. It was much more likely for the light mech with the bigger gun to cripple the light mech with the smaller gun. Lizzie Cato knew that continuing her pursuit of the triple spray was a losing proposition. She should ideally turn around and threaten to attack the rear of Double Up, but that would leave her xianxia wide open to the relentless bullet attacks of the triple spray. In other words, her xianxia was trapped in a chasing action. Lizzie was not the only one who was locked into an undesirable state. She could already feel from that weird new mental connection to the Furia that Bobby Orwell was having a lot of trouble dealing with the Double Up. The former was utilizing every weapon in its arsenal to overwhelm the latter, but the night mech simply did not fall and did everything it could to stop the hybrid mech from going anywhere else. "We can't keep this up. We are being grinded down by our opponents." The two mech pilots fighting on behalf of Team Larkinson had both fallen into the enemy's rhythm, and that was incredibly bad. Both of them therefore recognized that they needed to change the game sooner rather than later. Do you want to do it? Lizzie asked over a communication channel. It is not as if we have any other choice. Our mechs are being countered as we speak. We will have to get the timing right. Our actions won't work if we do not show a high degree of coordination. Then let us make use of that strange new connection that Larkinson has pointed out to us. I think I have a good understanding of how to use it now that we have been piloting our mechs for a while. Several seconds passed by as both Bobby and Lizzie made their respective preparations. They shifted their positioning and armed certain weapons. Now, the Furia's shoulder-mounted missile launchers began to fire their full payloads at the same time. The lack of warning completely caught the pilot of the double-up off guard. Although the modular armored night mech possessed a lot of different methods to defend against a variety of incoming attacks, the missiles launched by the Furia were all utility missiles that did not care about any fancy armor systems. If Beatrice Hendricks had been able to spend more time on designing the double-up, she would have been able to add a crucial missile interception system or even just a basic machine gun that could shoot down the relatively cheap and fragile missiles before they did their jobs. Unfortunately, the double-up was a pure melee mech that was already complex enough due to being a mech inside a mech. The only other mech that could have intercepted all of the utility missiles was the triple spray. Its triple-barreled rapid-fire rifle was well suited to taking down a lot of missiles in quick succession. However, the Furia fired all of its missiles at a time where the triple-up was running away while facing in the opposite direction of its companion mech. The light harasser mech needed to turn almost 180 degrees in the other direction in order to start intercepting any of the missiles. Too late. The range between the Furia and the double-up was not that great, so the missiles instantly reached their pre-programmed positions. Bang! 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 A flood of EMP waves struck the double-up from multiple directions. While the night mech's adaptive modular armor systems were too well designed and shielded to get affected by these EMP attacks, the relatively weakened basic communication and sensor systems of the double-up couldn't withstand the excessive electromagnetic discharges and quickly became blinded for a time. Only its basic optical and other short-ranged sensors managed to retain partial functionality. Communications were down as well, preventing the pilot of the double-up from coordinating his actions with the pilot of the triple spray. If this wasn't bad enough, the detonation of the smoke missiles threw the entire area surrounding the double-up into an obscuring fog where visibility became reduced even further. The pilot of the double-up knew that it had fallen into an awful position all of a sudden. He made the one decision that made the most sense. He turned the double-up around and ran straight in the last known direction of the triple spray. The night mech could not possibly afford to stay in the middle of this smoke area and continued to remain blind and cut off from help. It was at this time that the xianxia suddenly emerged in front of the double-up's path. The light skirmisher had completely abandoned its pursuit of the triple spray and readily allowed its rear to get struck by a lot of bullets in order to enter the smoke cloud as quickly as possible. This not only enabled Lizzie Cato's light mech to shake off the attacks of the triple spray, but also put it in a position to intercept the retreating double-up. The pilot of the night mech was not stupid, though. He already predicted this to happen and easily folded both of the arms of the double-up forward to form a thick anti-puncture shield out of lots of layered modular armor plating. Do you think I'm alone? Think again. The xianxia did not back off. Instead, it continued to run forward before unleashing a flurry of light knife attacks that forced the double-up to maintain its modular shields in a forward-facing position. This left the night mech completely undefended from the attacks coming from the rear. The Furia, which had just recently entered the smoke cloud, had become partially blinded by the smoke cloud as well. Its sensors may have been upgraded, but the overlapping effects of several smoke missiles was too strong to overcome. Nonetheless, it somehow knew exactly where the xianxia was positioned, and in turn also figured out the position and the orientation of the double-up. Bobby Orwell did not hesitate to fire a shotgun slug that struck the unreinforced rear armor of the enemy night mech. A considerable amount of armor cracked from this hefty blow. The integrated luminaire crystal guns fired next, causing them to inflict light but still significant damage to the rear of the double-up. The Furia quickly grasped two of its throwing axes at once and threw them onto the still exposed back of the enemy night mech. Since the double-up was still pinned down by the xianxia, those spinning axes struck the rear of the enemy machine without any hindrance, causing their blades to dig deeper into the rear armor plating. After doing all of this, the Furia finally lifted both of its arms and fired both of its wrist-mounted flamethrowers at full blast. While the double-up was too well armored to succumb to the flames in an instant, the concentrated fires directed towards its rear were wreaking havoc to its least defended side. The cracks in the armor created by the earlier attacks enabled the damaging flames to reach deeper and begin to melt the internal components that were situated close to these weak points. Chapter 4864 Low Margins. Chapter 4864 Low Margins. The xianxia continually slashed its knives against the modular shields of the double up from the front. Although the strikes dealt little damage, the light skirmisher designed by Team Larkinson could swing its knives at a frighteningly high pace, enabling Lizzie Cato to employ her knife-fighting skills without too many hindrances. The Furia burned the double-up's exposed rear armor by firing its wrist-mounted flamethrower at full blast. The concentration of damage was low, and none of the metal that came in contact with the flames melted in an instant. However, the transfer of thermal energy was so great that all of the modular armor situated in the rear of the double-up's frame began to glow as they continually absorbed more and more heat. Already, the modular armor plates that bore the brunt of flames had already begun to droop and deform. At a certain point, these plates abruptly seemed to lose all life in them and began to fall onto the ground as the double-up could no longer command them as before. It turned out that the excessive exposure to overwhelming heat had shorted out the circuitry and electrical systems that held them aloft. This normally wouldn't happen to the modular armor systems of properly designed mechs, but the lack of time put into the design along with the use of cheap, low-quality materials caused the components of the armor system to become far more vulnerable to these kinds of attacks than normal. What happened to the double-up was one of the reasons why modular armor systems had not broken through the mainstream. It was fine to use it as a supplement to a regularly constructed mech, like how the battle skirt system augmented the defensive properties of the Maiden of Adversity model, but to use it as the main source of defense for a knight mech was a risky choice. However, the double-up was not a regular knight mech. The pilot of the mech knew he was in trouble. The light skirmisher and the hybrid mech were wailing on the double-up from both sides. Meanwhile, the triple spray continued to linger outside of the smoke cloud, its sensor and communication systems unable to penetrate the interference produced by all of the particles in the air. The only way for the triple-up to relieve the double-up and make contact with it was by going inside. It would be a mistake for the light harasser mech to do so because it would only allow itself to get caught by the xianxia at close range. Since the triple-up could not come to the double-up just had to get out of this smoke cloud and link up with its partner mech again. The double-up did not have many options at its disposal. The xianxia at the front and the Furia at the rear tacitly worked together to pin the beleaguered knight mech in place. If the double-up made any careless movements, it would inadvertently expose its sensitive weak point at its front, thereby allowing either of the twin souls to attack its most vulnerable area and knock it out at an instant. There was only one option left for the double-up: purge armor. Inside the middle of the smoke cloud, the strained and modular armor plating that covered up the entire frame of the knight mech no longer tried to hold itself together anymore. Instead, the modular armor plating all separated from each other while exploding outwards. Though the force of all of those purged modular armor plates did not properly constitute as projectiles, they completely caught the xianxia and the Furia off guard. The latter did not endure that much disruption as the Furia maintained a healthy distance from the knight mech. The xianxia on the other hand became bombarded by lots of little armor plates at close range. As it was a light mech to begin with, getting hit by a lot of small metal projectiles was like getting blasted by a weak shotgun at point-blank range. While the xianxia wasn't fragile to the point where it could withstand this rain of metal plates, Lizzie Cato had been forced to command her light skirmisher to back off and cross its arms across its chest in order to protect its critical weak point. This was exactly what the pilot of the stripped knight mech wanted to accomplish. After purging its entire external layer, a much lighter and skinnier melee mech remained underneath. It held one straight short sword that had previously been buried along the length of its arm and held a small physical shield made of what little modular armor plating that hadn't been flung away like the rest. The smaller and nimbler knight mech successfully managed to slip away and run outside of the radius of the smoke cloud. So this is why Beatrice Hendricks called her work the double-up. Vase sounded impressed as he along with everyone else watched the knight mech reach its second stage. The arena had special optical tech that allowed observers to look through the obscuring smoke cloud and accurately witness what was happening underneath. Otherwise, any battles involving smoke would turn into an unwatchable mess. Vase closely studied the design of the mech underneath the mech. Despite having lost almost all of its modular armor plating through a sudden purge command, what was left did not look like an easy machine to take down. The second stage form of the double-up initially looked like a light skirmisher that tried really hard to pretend as if it was a night mech but failed. However, Vase and many other mech designers began to look impressed as this was not exactly the case. This was not a mere, cute, version of a night mech. The current form of the double-up was definitely a light mech, but it no longer fit into any neat categories. It possessed greater speed and agility than before, but it could not catch up to the likes of the xianxia and the triple spray. Its frame was actually a little thicker and more resilient than average light mechs, but it did not strictly reach the standard of a defensive mech anymore. It possessed a small-sized shield made out of modular armor plating that came with a bit of flexibility, but it could not resist nearly as many blows as a genuine defensive shield. Nobody could figure out the right word to categorize this mech. Is it a light night mech? Maybe we should call it a swashbuckler mech. It's a general melee mech. I bet it has not even reached its final form. Whatever it was called, the double-up did not take much time to demonstrate that it could still put up a mean fight even if it had shed much of its protection. The twin souls had moved out of the smoke cloud and taken stock of their adversaries. The first clash between the two sides came out in favor of Team Larkinson, but its advantage was not as overwhelming as it looked. The triple spray had not yet been hit and only depleted a portion of its energy and ammunition reserves. The double-up may have lost a considerable proportion of its previous combat power, but its downsized form was still in good condition as its modular armor plating had absorbed the vast majority of the attacks that landed on its frame. The xianxia did not look as fine as before. When it had turned around to attack the double-up, it had exposed its rear to the triple spray. All of the bullets that struck the rear of the light skirmisher had dented or cracked a lot of the thin and fragile armor that protected its internals. While the xianxia had been able to shake off the attacks of the triple spray fairly quickly, its rear armor could no longer endure any further attacks. The Furia had been spared of any damage so far. Its defenses were in the best condition out of the 4 mechs in the arena. Its ammunition reserves had dropped by over half. All of the shotgun shells took up a lot of capacity. The hybrid mech couldn't carry too much of them, so it was a grave concern that it could only fire its shotgun a bunch more times before it ran dry. The shoulder-mounted missile launchers had served their purpose after firing their only payloads. Bobby Orwell had already activated the purge command that caused them to detach from the Furia and reduce its encumbrance. The wrist-mounted flamethrowers also had a low capacity to begin with. After firing them at the rear of the double-up at its maximum possible rate, its propellant reserves had dwindled down to less than 20%. This was still enough to pose a threat against lightly armored mechs, but there was no doubt that the double-up and the triple spray would be wary against this threatening weapon system. The only weapons on the Furia that could still keep firing were its integrated Luminaire crystal guns. Their low power and high efficiency made it so that they did not burden the hybrid mech too much. After both sides regrouped and took stock of each other, they began the fight anew. All 4 mechs moved around in order to evade any incoming attacks and make it harder for their opponents to strike their crucial weak points. The xianxia circled around and attempted to approach the downsized double-up, making sure to never expose its weakened and damaged rear towards the triple-up, which was not as easy as it sounded. The reason why Lizzie Cato opted to target the double-up was because it wasn't fast enough to outrun a light skirmisher. Seeing that a confrontation could not be avoided, the double-up gave up its attempt to close in on the Furia and instead started to clash against the xianxia. Just like before, the xianxia struck the double-up with a flurry of light unending knife attacks. Slash after slash struck the modular buckler that the stripped mech utilized as its most solid remaining defensive tool. The double-up did not allow the xianxia to wail at it without any consequence. The night mech thrust its own short sword forward and forced the light skirmisher to back off in order to prevent it from getting impaled. The light skirmisher merely circled around a bit and forced the double-up to utilize its buckler to defend against the attacks. Throughout all of this time, Lizzie Cato made sure that her xianxia always put the double-up in the way of the triple spray's rifle. It didn't matter too much because the triple spray had its own fair share of problems. In order to prevent the triple spray from ganging up on the xianxia, the Furia attacked the light harasser mech with numerous attacks. Shotgun pellets struck a portion of the triple spray's side armor, causing its arm as well as numerous thin armor plating to suffer small but concerning puncture damage. Thin but bright laser beams continually pelted the triple spray's frame. The light harasser mech's evasive maneuvers had caused a portion of these attacks to miss, but enough of them struck the triple spray to inflict serious damage to whatever armor plating it managed to strike. The only consolation for Team Hendrix was that the laser beam attacks weren't accurate and precise enough to land on the same portions of armor. The spread damage caused by the laser beams weren't immediately concerning as they had yet to make any substantial breaches. The triple spray did not avoid the confrontation and continually fired its triple-barreled rifle at the furious frame. The latter's frontal armor began to endure a substantial amount of pressure. The bullets might not be able to punch through its armor plating quickly enough, but its integrated weapons began to suffer a lot of little blows that they weren't meant to withstand. Boom! Another spray of shotgun pellets struck the left half of the triple spray, causing its rifle and its armor to incur even further damage. Chapter 4865 Beatrice Hendrix Chapter 4865 Beatrice Hendrix The match between Team Larkinson and Team Hendrix remained surprisingly even after a brief first round of exchanges. So far, none of the mechs from either side had been downed, though the conditions of a few of them had deteriorated. Each of the four mechs possessed a lot of mobility, which caused all of them to dance around each other while remaining mindful of the positioning and facing of the other mechs. It looked as if the mech arena had turned into an intricate dance hall. There was a strange form of coordination between the maneuvers of the opposing mechs. Rules such as never exposing the rear sides of every mech to an enemy ranged mech forced the mech pilots to make strange movements that did not make sense at first. It was fortunate that all of the mech pilots who controlled the competition mechs on behalf of the individual teams were professional soldiers. They might not have received too much specialization on mech duels, but they were more than skilled and aware enough to minimize the chances that any of their adversaries could strike at their vulnerable rears. The only problem was that every mech was vulnerable from attacks targeting their frontal sides as well, but this could be partially mitigated by putting shields or more simply the arms of the mechs in the way. As the mechs continued to strike each other with all of the attacks they had at their disposal, it quickly became clear that none of them could be struck down so easily. This did not surprise too many spectators. Team Larkinson may be the favorite to win the tournament, but Team Hendrix also had a strong journeyman mech designer. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I just love it when four well-designed mechs make a good showing of their capabilities. The soldiers loaned to us from the federal military of Davut are doing a fantastic job at drawing out their potential. The twin souls designed and built by Vase Larkinson and Juliet Stameros demonstrate enough attack power to make life difficult for many of the mechs designed for this tournament, but the combination between the double up and the triple spray have turned out to be resilient enough to withstand the fire. Can the mechs designed by the talented young travelers defeat the efforts of the most prominent journeyman in Davut? Beatrice Hendrix's journey in this tournament may end sooner than she would have liked, but that is a part of the game that we call tournaments. Nothing is ever fair, and luck is also a part of one's strength. Nonetheless, I am certain that many of our esteemed viewers have taken notice of her competence. I would not be surprised if dozens of mech companies and government institutions have already taken the steps to invite her to join them. She is still a fairly young mech designer, but her potential is great. I agree. It is impressive to see what she has managed to develop in a span of just 2 days. Her double up is not a simple night mech like the others designed for this tournament. It started out as Hendrix is a talent who exposed her excellence early on. Master Relis Jovarn took a liking for Beatrice's genius and personally instructed her for over a decade. Miss Hendrix has also worked for a mech within a mech and possesses plenty of combat power in either of its forms. Where did she learn how to design all of this? Her design skills and design speed exceed that of many of her other peers. There are 100-year-old journeymen in this tournament that haven't been able to design a mech that is half as good as her double up. I wouldn't expect any less from a direct disciple of an established master mech designer. Beatrice Hendrix is a talent who exposed her excellence early on. Master Relis Jovarn took a liking for Beatrice's genius and personally instructed her for over a decade. Miss Hendrix has also worked for Master Jovarn's mech company for numerous years before she has decided to go independent. Just as with many other younger mech designers these days, Beatrice Hendrix decided to emigrate to the Red Ocean by herself. Her master, on the other hand, has opted to remain in the old galaxy as that is where her power base is rooted. The new frontier offers countless opportunities for young and enterprising journeymen. The mech markets here are in flux and there are many mech companies that are seeking to expand their operations. It is admittedly difficult to start an independent commercial enterprise due to the stiff and heavy competition in a busy market as the Davut system, but there are many gaps in the other star system in our newly founded colonial state. Many provinces and more isolated star systems offer valuable subsidies and government support to encourage the establishment of local mech companies that can eventually grow to support a planetary economy. I would recommend all capable mech designers to consider these offers, as the outlying colonies will not offer these benefit packages forever. Snap them up while they last. As the mechs from both sides continued to dance and tangle with each other, Vase had taken the bold step of approaching Team Hendrix directly. He could have waited for the match to end and follow a clever strategy in which he explored Beatrice Hendrix's circumstances before giving her a tailored offer, but that was far too slow and circumspect for his tastes. Vase was a big shot these days. He should make use of his higher status if that played in his favor. He could commit actions that were unacceptable to other people. He already tested that when he commanded his clansmen to violate the laws and instructions of the government. Since that was the case, Vase bet that he could also break the unwritten rules and the established conventions of the mech industry. Besides, it helped a lot that this wasn't the first time he invited other journeyman mech designers to become his subordinates. It was not common for journeymen to command other journeymen, but Vase could get away with it as long as the status gap was great enough. The only potential issue this time was that Beatrice Hendrix clearly did not possess the demeanor of an average journeyman. She was not only the direct disciple of a master mech designer, but clearly possessed a lot of confidence in herself. Beatrice did not run off to the Red Ocean in haste but made a careful decision to find more development space in the new frontier. Davut was probably not that important to her. While the port system may be a potential destination for her, there were still plenty of other human-occupied star systems where she could ply her trade. If Beatrice planned to leave the Krakatoa Middle Zone and continue her journey to another zone, then this may be the only window of opportunity for Vase to approach her in person. Vase always found it easier to convince difficult people to cooperate when he could talk to them in person. He hoped that his charm would clinch him another deal once again. Larkinson. Beatrice Hendrix spoke up first as she noticed his approach. "Have you come to invite me to join your clan?" Vase did not expect her to be so direct about this topic. Her strong opening threw him off guard, but he quickly rolled with it as there was no harm in exposing his true intentions. "Yes, I assume you have heard of our clan before. We are not like the other pioneering organizations in the Red Ocean. Our Larkinson clan is young but unfettered. We have grown faster and adapted a lot more effectively to the new frontier than other organizations. Due to our high growth, we have a constant need for talented mech designers to join our team and fulfill our growing demand for excellent mechs. Would you be interested in becoming a part of our family?" Beatrice Hendrix continued to maintain her stony demeanor. She calmly listened to Ves's opening pitch but shook her head as soon as he finished. "You have done well yourself, and your clan is an example to every pioneering organization in the Red Ocean. That said, I have studied you Larkinsons before and concluded that I would not be a good fit in your company." Vase frowned a bit. "How so, Miss Hendrix?" "For one, all of the stories I have heard and documentation that I have read about your clan emphasizes that becoming a Larkinson is permanent. That is not acceptable. I do not want to devote myself to your clan for the rest of my career. I would like to reserve the right to quit my job and either start my own mech company or join another one. Are you prepared to accommodate this demand?" Vase could have weaseled around the truth, but the permanence of joining the Larkinson clan was one of the most important reasons why every clansman became so intimate and trusting with each other. The clan would lose an important pillar if he made membership more transient. "Our clan is meant to be a tight-knit community where everyone treats each other as family," he responded. "So no, I cannot make an exception to this rule." "Then I do not see what else we can talk about. Your clan falls outside of the list of organizations that I would be happy to join," Beatrice said as she crossed her arms. That was a clear answer to Vase. While he could probably come up with other arguments that might cause Beatrice to take a second look at his clan, he could not really do anything about the requirement that everyone joining the clan would be a permanent member of it. He had too many secrets to allow his clansmen to run around free and without any supervision. Still, he did not give up yet. He still had a number of cards to play that might convince Beatrice to overlook a few problems. "What if I tell you that our clan is on track to being promoted to a first-class organization?" The female mech designer raised her eyebrow at Vase. "I have heard that before. Many mech designers and companies have tried to impress me with this claim, but none of them have ever succeeded. Our chances are better than theirs," Vase retorted. "For example, it is no secret that my expeditionary fleet has managed to find and rescue a missing first-class scion from an alien battleship. The story is a bit long, but what is important is that I successfully forged a connection with the Ural Tavik clan that is based in the Omtar Republic. So you have gained a few favors. That is far from being able to become a first-rater. Don't underestimate those favors. My clever children are all being primed to enroll into first-class virtual schools. They have already passed the demanding tests and are currently being tutored in various first-class subjects so they can keep up with their peers. Even if I myself cannot become a first-class mech designer so soon, one of my children should definitely be able to graduate as one with my support. That caused Beatrice to take a more serious look at him. Vase had proven that he wasn't making empty boasts, but that he pursued a concrete strategy to uplift himself and his clan. While Vase continued to convince Beatrice to take a serious look at his clan, the fight down below continued to escalate. As the light harasser mech and the hybrid mech continued to exchange blows with each other, both sides knew that this dance couldn't continue forever. Just after the Furia fired one of its last remaining shotgun shells, it abruptly pulled out the last throwing axe it carried on its bandolier and began to rush forward in preparation to throw it forward. The triple spray immediately backed off and prepped its legs to make a sudden evasive sidestep. However, just before the Furia threw its final throwing axe forward, it had abruptly pivoted its own direction towards another adversary and launched its throwing axe towards the rear of the double-up. The pilot of the stripped mech received an alert that prompted him to move his mech out of the way. Evade. Chapter 4866 Exhaustion Chapter 4866 Exhaustion The mechs couldn't fight much longer at this pace. Each of the mechs had been moving around a lot, which meant that they used their energy reserves at a much higher rate than was sustainable. Normal mechs could keep going like this for quite a while, but tournaments usually restricted the amount of energy that mechs could have in order to prevent them from stalling matches for hours at a time. The matches of the Twin Weapons tournament obviously weren't meant to last that long, so the rules had been rather heavy-handed about limiting their maximum energy reserves. The mech pilots participating in this tournament were all aware of these limitations. Even if they used their best possible means to reduce the amount of energy they were expending, their mechs were still moving closer to exhaustion with each exertion they made. When the Furia had thrown its final axe towards the back of the double-up, the latter had to use an extreme maneuver to get out of the way. Its abused frame groaned as plenty of components strained under the heavy force that it was trying to summon. The double-up succeeded at dodging the axe, but it paid a considerable price by moving out of the way. Two strikes from the Furia's integrated luminaire crystal laser guns accurately managed to add another pair of scorch marks onto the double-up's damaged armor. Despite the relatively thin layers that protected the stripped knight mech, its final layer of protection held up remarkably well against the attacks it had endured up to this point. Beatrice Hendricks might excel in designing modular armor systems, but that did not mean she was unable to design regular armor systems. The protective layers that wrapped up the lighter frame had performed admirably and highlighted their creator's talent and skills once again. Unfortunately, all of the abuses that the double-up had suffered caused it to be pushed closer to the brink. Lizzie and Bobby recognized this. They might not understand the technical side of mechs all that much, but their experience, intuition and observation abilities allowed them to know that the double-up was like a house on the verge of collapse. The two mech pilots took action without needing to exchange any words. They inherently understood each other's intentions on a subtle level. Even though neither of them had a good idea of what their partner had in mind, their shared training and understanding of each other's fighting methods enabled them to coordinate their actions on the fly. They're trying to finish off the double-up. The xianxia and the Furia threw aside all considerations in an effort to take down the toughest and most resilient mech they fought against so far. The double-up for its part could do little but to move away while raising its sword and modular buckler for a final stand. There was no way for the double-up to open up any distance to its current adversaries. It may have shed a lot of armor, but it was never really designed with speed in mind. Beatrice Hendricks possessed a lot of strengths as a mech designer, but she rarely focused on imparting her works with greater mobility. Aside from that, the forced dodging maneuver it performed just a few seconds ago had also caused permanent internal damage that caused it to move a little less smoothly than before. With two different mechs ganging up on the double-up, the latter mech ultimately decided to stop its flight. Instead, its pilot decided that if his mech was likely to go down, the least he could do was drag down an enemy mech while his machine could still fight. The xianxia is taking serious damage. While three of the mechs converged upon each other, the triple spray had not remained idle. It had previously been firing its triple-barreled rifle at the Furia, but its weapon did not seem to have much of an effect against the hybrid mech. Now that the Furia had stopped exerting pressure on the triple spray, the light harasser mech was completely free to turn its gun towards its original target, which was the xianxia. Lizzie Cato winced as the light skirmisher under her control started to sound alarms due to all of the bullets that sprayed against the side of the machine. Some of the bullets even managed to strike the damaged rear armor at an angle. This was particularly alarming because the xianxia truly couldn't afford to take much more damage from this side. However, finishing off the double up was more important, so Lizzie pushed through the danger and eventually managed to bring her light skirmisher close to its target. Fall. The pilot of the double up was happy to meet the xianxia in combat. Unlike the previous times where the double up focused on blocking incoming attacks while occasionally launching a counterattack whenever possible, the stripped mech abandoned almost every pretense at defense and committed to a full attack. Clang! One of the knives darting forward were deflected by the buckler that covered the frontal weak point. The other knife managed to sink into the damaged chest armor of the double up. No modular armor plating or other fancy defensive measures took effect, so the knife truly managed to penetrate through the thin protection. Unfortunately for Team Larkinson, the xianxia's success also opened it up for a devastating counterattack. The light skirmisher attempted to pull out and either parry the incoming blow or move out the way. The swift mech had a decent shot at doing so if not for the fact that the double up actually gripped the xianxia's stretched arm. The limb that held the knife that had just sunk into the chest of the stripped mech turned into a shackle that held the light skirmisher in place, if only for a moment. Let go. Lizzie Cato boomed as the light skirmisher's other knife swung and attempted to cut through half of the wrist of the double up. This did not work because the damaged but still functional modular buckler had changed its shape and orientation to block this attack. The xianxia's response to this was to stab at the double up's frontal weak point that had become exposed due to losing the protection of the buckler. This forced the double up to let go of its sword with its other limb and lock the xianxia into place. Danger. While all of this happened, the triple spray had circled around to get a better firing angle. It managed to do so before it dropped down to a knee and assume a stable firing posture. Its triple-barreled rifle soon began to spit out bullet after bullet in a straight trajectory towards the rear armor of the briefly immobilized xianxia. These attacks were different than before. The triple spray showed no concern with getting chased or getting attacked and focused completely on accurately landing its shots on one of the xianxia's vulnerable weak points in the rear. A remarkably low quantity of bullets went off course and struck anything irrelevant. The vast majority of bullets struck a specific section that had already incurred damage caused by previous attacks. These bullets cut through this specific section of armor like a plasma cutter. The stream of projectiles soon began to damage the internal components that became exposed due wrench its weight to a specific direction. To this failure. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. The xianxia seemed to groan in pain as its frame no longer performed as optimally as before. Nonetheless, Lizzie Cato never stopped her light skirmisher from freeing itself from this predicament. The xianxias whose arms were caught by the double up's own limbs tried to leverage its legs by kicking at the stripped mech. This did not work quite as well because the force of the kicks wasn't all that great. The xianxia actually bruised its legs just as much as that of the double up. Lizzie eventually came up with the idea of unbalancing her own mech. The xianxia tried to jump and wrench its weight to a specific direction. Both mechs started to lose their balance and fall as a response. Do it, Lizzie shouted. She did not need to make any further clarifications because she already knew what Bobby was planning to do next. The Furia had come close and pressed the muzzle of its shotgun on the weakest point of the rear armor of the double up. The powerful weapon fired a solid slug that pierced straight through this critical point and dealt a crippling blow to the internals of the stripped knight mech. Eventually, an emergency energy shield had to come to life in order to protect the cockpit and its occupant from any life-threatening danger. The double up has fallen. What an admirable mech for one that has only been designed and built in 2 days. Team Hendrix may have lost a unit, but Team Larkinson is also on the brink of getting reduced. The condition of the xianxia was awful. It had not yet shut down completely, but it might as well do so on account of all of the combat power it had lost. The precisely aimed bullets fired from the triple spray had damaged too many internals. Combined with the fact that the xianxia had fallen with the wreck of the double up pressing its weight on top of it, there was no effective way for the light skirmisher to contribute to the battle. There are only the ranged mechs left now. The Furia and the triple spray must finish the fight, one way or another. This could drag on for a bit as both of them were light mechs that did not possess the means to deliver any powerful blows. The triple spray only had its rifle to depend upon, while the Furia had exhausted the majority of its weapon options. Its shotgun had run empty. Its missile launchers had served their purpose several minutes ago. Its throwing axes had already been thrown out. Its flamethrowers had almost run out of propellant. Nonetheless, the Furia could still keep fighting by relying on its integrated luminaire crystal weapons. The two mechs began to circle around each other while firing their weapons at each other. It was a silly way to end a fight, but it was not as if they had any options left. The pilots from both sides targeted the frontal weak points of their opponents. There was not much the triple spray could do about this aside from performing evasive maneuvers and using one of its free arms to block any laser beams from striking this vulnerability. The Furia, on the other hand, possessed a clear advantage during this phase of combat. Not only did it boast relatively thicker armor, but it also had an emptied shotgun which it could use as an improvised shield. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! The triple-barreled rifle of the triple up continually struck the body of the shotgun, causing the damage-resident weapon to get dented. Its internal mechanisms eventually broke under the torrent of bullets. Meanwhile, the Furia was left free to fire both of its chest-mounted weapons at the triple spray. Even if the laser beams did not always manage to hit the mark, the constant shots steadily caused the light harasser mech to suffer more damage. With the attacks it had already endured, it could not withstand so many attacks at once. Fizz! Disaster struck the triple spray as its constant evasive maneuvers had drained its energy reserves. The mech forcibly slowed down in order to conserve what little energy it had left. This proved to be a devastating consequence as the hit rate and the accuracy of the Furia's luminaire crystal guns began to concentrate their output at the weakest exposed section of the light harasser mech's armor. Now that the triple spray had effectively turned into a stationary target, it couldn't stop the Furia from burning through the internals and causing the exhausted light mech to lose all of its power. As the triple spray collapsed, the Furia slowly halted in place. The match had actually been closer than many people realized, as the hybrid mech's energy reserves had dipped fairly low as well. Ultimately, only one team deserved to go through. Team Larkinson has won. Chapter 4867 Bountiful Resources. Chapter 4867 Bountiful Resources. Vase had to admit that he felt progressively more nervous as the match dragged on. The double up and the triple spray pressured his xianxia and Furia in ways that pushed their pilots to their limits. When the cheers finally started to erupt en masse and the announcement of his team's victory echoed throughout Spencer Hall, his nerves finally relaxed as he felt at ease again. Outwardly, Vase made sure to maintain an unceasingly confident and unflappable image. Inwardly, he looked like a nervous wreck near the end of the match. If not for the fact that the double up finally went down and the triple spray ultimately lost a battle of attrition, Vase might have ended up in a completely different state after the match had ended. It was always embarrassing for the clear favorite to win the tournament to get eliminated in the early rounds. The expectations placed upon him did not allow him to fail and falter so soon. He needed to make it to the end. Only then would he be able to live up to everyone's inflated image of himself. As the fallen and exhausted mechs were being moved off the arena field, Vase knew he couldn't stay in the waiting room any longer. Every team received a limited amount of time to conduct repairs and perform modifications on the competition mechs. Neither the xianxia nor the Furia had come out of this match unscathed and urgently needed repairs. Their torn and dented armor particularly needed to be renewed. He turned his attention back to Beatrice Hendricks. To her credit, the journeyman mech designer maintained her composure as the announcers declared that her team was finished in the tournament. There were no second chances in a single elimination bracket. One loss was all it took for the journeymen to lose their ticket to greater fame, prestige and prizes. Vase did not think that Beatrice Hendricks entirely lost out despite her early elimination. The expressions of respect from the mech designers around them said it all. Plenty of people respected her design ability and thought that she had been eliminated too early. This was good. Getting knocked out during the second round was embarrassing, but putting up a mean fight before barely losing to the eventual champion of the tournament did much to prop up her self-esteem. Not only was Beatrice Hendricks able to leave Spencer Hall with a somewhat satisfying memory of the event, she also gained a much better understanding of Ves's design ability. The way she looked at him when she learned that his twin souls defeated her own works had undergone a subtle shift. The need to head down to the workshop and fix up his mechs to prepare them for the third round compelled him to finish his talk with Beatrice quickly. He extended his hand. Good match. She stared at him for a second before she raised her arms so that they could shake hands. You are truly as impressive as they say. If this contest wasn't so unfavorable towards defensive mechs, then maybe the outcome of this match would have been different. He wasn't too sure about that, but he let her keep her rationalization. Your tournament participation may be over now, but my offer still stands. Think about what I have said, Miss Hendricks. Joining the Larkinson clan may require a heavier commitment than joining an ordinary mech company, but you will gain an entirely new family as a result. Our unity and mutual support is one of the greatest benefits to becoming a Larkinson. I am not looking for a new family, Bianca Hendricks said with a flash in her eye. The Red Ocean can be a dangerous place. You'll have to join a community eventually if you want to make it any further. You can establish your own organization and build up your influence by yourself, but take it from someone who has gone through all of this work, it is far harder to stand out than you think. There is no harm in joining an existing organization, especially one as successful as mine. You will have to play by our rules, but I can assure you that we are not interested in micromanaging your life. As a lead designer in our clan, you will have a wide variety of resources to pursue your own projects and take advantage of our rich resources. If I wanted access to greater resources, I can work for Davut. I have already received several offers from its institutions. The defensive specialist that Vase hoped to recruit did not look convinced. Whether it was because she understood too little about the Larkinson clan or because she remained unimpressed by his incentives, it was clear that she needed a lot more persuasion. The problem with larger organizations is that they already employ a lot of people already. Vase calmly responded. The Colonial Federation of Davut alone employs over a dozen master mech designers who knows how many more seniors and journeymen. Do you think that a single journeyman like yourself can gain any preferential treatment? The only concern that the colonial government is bothered with at the moment is the upcoming war against Karlach. This means that the only mech designers that Davut cares about are the ones that can make a meaningful difference in this conflict. That small group encompasses all of its masters, perhaps a handful of seniors and myself. Is that supposed to impress me, Patriarch? I am merely stating a truth, Miss Hendricks. Let me finish this by sharing another truth with you. We have access to resources that you can only dream of. We have hundreds of kilograms of phase water in our vaults that are just begging to be used in our mech design projects. Have you ever dreamt of designing and realizing a powerful transphasic mech? In our clan, you will have your chance without going through any cumbersome bureaucratic approval process. The mention of phase water triggered a burst of interest from Beatrice Hendricks. Vase almost forgot about it, but the supply of phase water in the new frontier was so tight that only a minority of mech designers could actually obtain the substance. Only government institutions and the most established mech companies could get their hands on enough phase water to actually do anything useful with it aside from conducting research. Other mech designers, especially small and independent players, had no chance of getting their hands on this coveted substance. Even a single drop of phase water eluded them as the demand for it was just too great. If any quantity of phase water happened to land on the open market, then so many buyers would emerge that the price would quickly become unaffordable to the vast majority of interested parties. This was the harsh reality of operating in the Red Ocean. Facewater featured so prominently in the new frontier that hardly any of the dreamers who emigrated to this dwarf galaxy realized how incredibly hard it was to start playing around with this hot exotic. One of the reasons why so many mech designers eagerly flocked to the Red Ocean was because they wanted to explore all of the possibilities that Facewater opened up. Vase guessed that Beatrice Hendricks was no different. Do you truly have so much phase water? She asked in a somewhat skeptical tone. Vase grinned. Just watch the recent news about our clan and you'll find out about all of the phase whales and alien warships that our expeditionary fleet has smashed. If there is one certainty in the Red Ocean, it's that the aliens always have phase water on hand. How easy is it for your mech designers to tap this valuable resource? Each mech designer in our clan has permission to draw from our stores as long as they know what they are doing with this exotic. Vase responded as he massively simplified this step. If we somehow run out of the hundreds of kilograms of phase water that we already plundered, then we'll just go out and hunt another alien warfleet. Others might be afraid of them, but after our Golden Skull Alliance departs from this star system, we will have 2 ace mechs and a heap of expert mechs at our disposal. That is more than enough to smash the weaker alien warfleets. The mention of ace mechs caused Beatrice to look at Vase with a lot more respect. Normal journeyman had no way of accessing them, so even a mech designer as snobby as her couldn't help but show a greater reaction. Facewater isn't everything, she responded as if to convince herself to resist the temptation of this powerful exotic. I have heard stories of all of the battles your fleet has fought. The dangers of taking part in your expeditions are not trivial. Vase shrugged. You are right, but the rewards are worth it. Plundering resources is the easiest way to get lots of valuable materials, and there are aliens abound in the Red Ocean that are valid targets for humans like us. Facewater is just one of the goods that we can accumulate through these lucrative expeditions. We also have containers filled with advanced alien technology and materials. Do you need inspiration from studying salvaged alien gadgets? You got it. Do you need salvaged first-class materials to build a super-strong mech? You got it. We have so much of this stuff that our clan has been forced to sell it off in order to free up the cargo holds of our starships. Do you think you can gain access to all of this rich tech and materials as a mere journeyman in any other mech company? The answer was most likely no. A journeyman was not a big deal in the big government research centers and large mech companies that had the clout and funding to gain access to these goodies. It would be the masters and the seniors who would claim all of this for themselves. Time was running out, so Vase could no longer continue his pitch. He started to turn around. Think about what I said. Do your research if you wish. I can guarantee you that no other organization is able to offer you terms that are nearly as generous as mine. Our clan is young but incredibly successful. There are no stuffy masters hanging over our heads, just fellow journeymen such as you and I. This is an unprecedented opportunity for you to ride the tide of the Red Ocean and start working with the phase water that is driving so many mech designers crazy. With that, he stepped away, leaving Beatrice Hendricks to stew over his words by herself. Vase had planted a seed in her mind. Whether it would gain sustenance and bloom into a beautiful flower remained to be seen, but he had done the best he could to push her thoughts in the right direction. His steps briefly halted as he swept his gaze towards the surrounding mech designers. I am sure you have all paid attention to what I said. If you are interested in what my clan has to offer, then you don't need to wait for me to extend a direct invitation. You are welcome to approach our recruitment office and show off your qualifications. We are looking for young but talented journeymen to expand our team, and if you think you have what it takes, then what are you waiting for? Glory and fame awaits those who are willing to make the jump. Did you travel all the way out to the Red Ocean because you wanted to change your life, or are you resigned to doing the exact same kind of boring design assignments that you were working on in the past, just in a different environment? The choice is in your hands. Fires lit up in the eyes of dozens of mech designers as they heard his pitch. Each journeyman possessed dreams, but the reality of the new frontier had forced them to bury most of their ambitions. Vase had managed to use his words to dig them up and reignite their hopes. He was sure that more than a couple of the journeymen would be applying to join his clan by the end of the week. Chapter 4868 Testing Skills Chapter 4868 Testing Skills Though the match between Team Larkinson and Team Hendricks had passed, a lot of people and commentators still discussed the thrilling battle. It was as if they had managed to watch the finals a few rounds in advance. What a thrilling match! Both of the lead designers of the two opposing teams have managed to showcase their strengths through this direct comparison. Vase Larkinson is clearly more advanced in his journey as a mech designer than any other mech designer in the field, while Beatrice Hendricks is a rising star who is quickly catching up to all of us old fogies. I am intrigued by the applications of modular armor systems. They may be more expensive and cannot resist as much damage, but the adaptive shape changes that the Double Up exhibited has given me a new appreciation of this neglected defensive system. You are looking at this tech with rose-tinted glasses. Do not forget that cost is not a factor in our tournament. The expense of utilizing modular armor systems is a major hindrance to its adoption. Not only that, but modular armor needs to be powered in order to reach their full potential, and that adds another significant burden to the mech in question. The logistics simply aren't worth the effort of fielding a large amount of mechs that rely on modular armor that regularly needs to be replaced. You may have a point if you are talking about the use of modular armor in the old galaxy, but have you forgotten where we are located these days? We live in the Red Ocean. As long as you are rich or well connected enough, you will be able to incorporate phase water into your better mech designs. Think of how much better modular armor systems will perform after they become transphasic. Compared to the cost of phase water, applying them in a more advanced defensive system is not that important anymore. I can see the merits of applying this armor system to our expert mechs and maybe our ace mechs, but the dangers are not light. Remote systems like these can always be subverted by the enemy. As long as the slightest chance exists, it is not worth the risk of employing this overly complicated toy. I would hardly call it a toy considering that the most famous journeyman in this zone has almost lost to it. I can foresee many possible iterations of fights where the double up with the support of the triple spray won the field. We all happen to live in a reality where Team Larkinson managed to gain the upper hand. I think this match is not centered around the Larkinson Patriarch at all. We have already seen much of what his xianxia and furia can do during its first round match. I am much more impressed by the mechs presented by Team Hendrix, to be honest. The tech and design employed by Beatrice Hendrix demonstrates a deep mastery of her own design applications. The sophistication of her modular armor system and the soundness of her mech within a mech design shows that she is a talent that stands above the mundane. It truly is a waste for her to roam around the stars as an independent. She can do so much more if she has access to greater resources. While the commentators continued to praise Beatrice Hendrix, a different discussion took place down below. As Vase and Juliet moved to the workshop where their beating competition mechs awaited repairs, the latter chuckled. "You certainly gave those mech designers food for thought." Juliet grinned at him. At least half a dozen of those journeymen in the room looked as if they had to force themselves to remain rooted on the spot. They would have swarmed you and begged to join your clan if they had less self-control. Vase snorted. The ones who beg the hardest are usually the most worthless mech designers in the crowd. My words are mainly directed to the mech designers who are still on the fence but who can still be attracted by the incentives that I just threw out. Whether they will bite is still a question. I find that most interested mech designers quickly turn away as soon as I mention that joining the Larkinson clan is a permanent decision. The inability to back out makes it sound as if I am tempting them to sell their souls to me. How stupid is it? Once anyone joins the clan, they turn into your property. You own us like you own your mech designs. You may care for us all, but in the end we are a means to an end. That is a highly inaccurate characterization. I don't treat you all like pawns. We're family. That is the core tenet of our Larkinson clan. Sure, there is definitely a utilitarian purpose to everything that we do, but a family is no different. The best way to take care of each other is to make sure that everyone is useful in one capacity or another. All of the journeymen that have joined our clan have progressed by leaps and bounds depending on how long they have been with us. You cannot deny this truth. Juliet crossed her arms. You frequently remind us all that everything has a price. Each of us who have come to join your clan have indeed received a lot of benefits from you, but is it true that you have taken even more from us? You are the ultimate beneficiary of this trade. Do not deny it. We are not that stupid. I never assumed you were. Just remember that only our clan has been able to provide you with benefits and opportunities that are far in excess to the alternatives. Barring the slim chance that you would have been able to build all of this yourself, there is no way you could have made it this far without the support of the clan that I have built. We are on track to attain greatness, and that is a dream that many other mech designers are missing out on. I really hope that Beatrice Hendrix accepts my offer. She is definitely intrigued. Juliet shared her views. She is resistant to giving up her independence, but the benefits you have mentioned make for compelling arguments. Vase smirked at her description. I applied a lesson I learned from President Unames Clive. That guy may be an insufferable smug bastard that has a penchant for constricting his prey, but he knows how to turn skeptics and doubters into solid collaborators. I have learned that as long as you overwhelm anyone with a sufficiently large bribe, you can buy anyone's cooperation. Almost anyone's loyalties could be bought. Even Vase had a price, he supposed. Principles and resentment all melted away in the face of greed and naked self-interest. The only humans who were truly incorruptible were high-ranking mech pilots and swordmasters, but these nutcases introduced their own fair share of problems. Vase sighed as he and his partner reached the damaged mechs that awaited repairs. Let's focus on preparing for the next round. We will need to fix up our mechs as best as we can, especially if we have another tough fight on the horizon. While he thought that it was unlikely that they would bump into another top seed during their third-round match, he could never know for certain. He could do little else than hope for the best but prepare for the worst. This was exactly what they did. Vase and Juliet hastily stripped off the ruined armor plating and pulled out the internals that had sustained too much damage. The mech designers rapidly fabricated the necessary replacement parts and slotted them right back in the gaps of the mechs. The Furia was clearly in a better shape as it possessed more buffers. The hybrid mech did not actually need that much work to get back in shape. The xianxia needed a little more work as its rear side took a beating from the triple spray. The torrent of bullets that shredded its thin armor and cut into the small of its back all left behind a field of devastation. The ruined landscape could be healed. All Vase had to do was to bring the right resources and make use of them with purpose in order to restore most of the combat effectiveness of the light skirmisher. I wish we had more time to conduct repairs. Juliet lamented in a rare display of frustration for her. The time allotted for our repairs will continue to shrink in the subsequent rounds. I know, Juliet, we should do what we must. The upside is that our competitors are working under the same circumstances. Our skills and design choices will make the difference. Since all of the matches needed to be held on a single day, the time it took for a team to go up again constantly dropped. After all, every round progression cut the amount of competing teams by half. The tournament partially compensated for this by lengthening the lead-up time between matches. The announcers and the panel of experts took more time to comment on the performance of the surviving competition mechs, allowing every spectator to gain a clearer understanding of what made the different mechs stronger and more successful than others. There was only so much they could do to stall for time, so mech designers such as Vase and Juliet had to work hard to get everything done by the next match. Vase understood that this was partially a test of how well they designed their mechs and how well they could restore the combat performance of damaged machines. The better a team designed their mechs, the less battle damage they would have once they won their matches. The further into a round, the greater the concentration of good designers. The more hands-on experience and proficiency with mechs a team possessed, the more repairs they could complete in a limited window of time. There were plenty of elitist mech designers who never fabricated a single mech in their lives after they had graduated from their universities, but they usually did not make it far in their careers. The truly passionate and skilled mech designers did not object to fabricating their mechs in person, even if it was only a prototype made for testing purposes. The most common limitation that prevented them from doing so was if they worked for a large mech company that did not allow their design teams to mess around in the workshops and factory floors. Vase smirked as he rapidly observed the damaged frames of his xianxia and furia. He did not think he was weak in either of these areas. He particularly felt that he possessed a great advantage in hands-on work considering that he had 7 masterwork certificates under his belt. His affinity with mechs was so strong that the twin souls already resonated with him in a way that he couldn't describe. The xianxia and the furia bared their spirits to him and whispered their faults, their demands and their suggestions. The two living mechs held no secrets towards their creator. Vase and Juliet comfortably fell into a rhythm again as they drafted up an efficient repair plan and executed it. The superfab provided by the Davut University of Technology churned out replacement parts like a machine gun. It actually took more time to strip down the mechs and put the new parts into place than to fabricate them all. As long as the mech designers were skilled in repair and assembly, they could complete a lot of work in very little time. Of course, there were also many points where Vase and Juliet had to cut corners and work a little sloppier than they would have liked. The two made judgment calls to determine whether they should skip a repair procedure because it was not worth it for them to put in the time it took to get it right. All of this required a lot of skill and judgment. The difference that this could make would definitely become clear as the combat phase of the tournament progressed. Chapter 4869 Javelin Thrower, Team Voikin is in trouble now. The pointed weapons of their mechs are doing their hardest to impale the mechs of Team Devos, but the works of the older pair of siblings are holding strong. On the arena field, 4 mechs clashed and maneuvered around each other. The team formed by Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin had managed to make it to the second round, which reflected their overall strength in mech design. They had improved a lot since they last competed in Chance Bay. Joining the Larkinson clan, gaining access to a lot of learning resources, receiving a lot of autonomy in their schedule and work tasks had done much to advance their design philosophies and expand their repertoire. However, Team Devos was no slouch as it consisted of a pair of brothers who were 2 generations older than the Voikins. Perhaps the Devos siblings might not be as brilliant as their current adversaries, but what they lacked in talent, they made up for it with experience and diligence. Their melee mech consisted of a swordsman mech that was armed with a shield. Although it looked like a knight mech on the surface, it was actually designed and built like an offensive mech. It could not absorb attacks as well as a more solid defensive mech, but it would be able to go on a tear as long as it got rid of its thick and heavy shield. The swordsman mech currently used its shield to form a defensive barrier. The mech constantly pivoted its facing as it tried its best to keep up with the circling of the opposing ranged mech. The light javelin mech designed by the Voikins was an odd machine to say the least. It was not the only mech that relied on a throwing weapon in the tournament, but unlike the Furia whose throwing axes were more of an afterthought, the javelins of the Voikin ranged mechs actually posed a serious threat. This was due to several reasons. The javelins were heavy, weighted and enhanced in different ways. The arms along with the rest of the mechanical frame of the ranged mech was optimized for throwing. Most importantly, the Voikin ranged mechs also incorporated a spear-throwing mechanism that enabled it to exert greater leverage and force onto every javelin it held in its right hand. The mech demonstrated this capacity by withdrawing one of the dozen javelins attached onto its back. The mech did not hold the javelin in the middle of its long shaft, because doing so was a relatively inefficient means of throwing a lengthy projectile forward. Instead, it held the javelin by its end, causing it to look as if it would tip over and fall to the floor. The firm grip of the javelin mech's right hand prevented this from happening. "I need an opening," the pilot of the javelin mech called. "I am working on it," the other pilot replied. Accompanying the javelin mech was a heavier and more solid shielded spearman mech that surged towards the two mechs of Team DeVos, heedless of the Gauss rounds fired by the opposing team's rifleman mech. Sarah Voikin might not be able to apply any fancy adaptive modular armor systems to her own mechs, but her alloy formulas and solid metal defensive constructions were superior enough on their own. Even if the advancing shielded spearman mech received plenty of dents in its armor and physical shield, it could keep taking them on without suffering any internal damage. Once the spearman mech came close enough, it attempted to circle around the shielded swordsman mech and poke its long spear at the enemy rifleman mech huddling behind its partner. Naturally, the swordsman mech could not let this happen and was forced to use its sword to deflect the incoming spear jab. The Voikin spearman mech did not let this failure suspend its attacks. Instead, it started to adopt a more aggressive posture. The unrelenting spear stabs continually struck the shield that the swordsman mech used as a barrier. The spear even came close to bypassing the shield. Eventually, the two melee mechs became embroiled in their own little world. They could not disentangle themselves from each other without creating a huge opening for their immediate opponents. This caused the initiative to shift to the ranged mechs. They could either choose to target the opposing melee mech or decide to eliminate their own counterparts first. The Voikin javelin mech sought to target the enemy rifleman mech right away. This was because it only had a limited amount of javelins before it could fall back onto its relatively weak submachine gun to deal further damage. The pilot of the javelin mech knew that it would take quite a decent amount of javelins to break past the defenses of the enemy swordsman mech. In contrast, the light rifleman mech designed by Team DeVos looked so fragile that it would probably take 3 or so javelins to deal crippling damage. As such, the javelin mech aggressively advanced towards the enemy ranged mech. Though it held a throwing projectile in its throwing arm, the pilot was not in a hurry to throw it out at this time. It was too easy for a small and agile light mech to evade the spears at longer distances. As the two ranged mechs circled around the arena, the rifleman mech did not simply try to run. It also brought its weapon to bear against the javelin mech and fired relatively powerful Gauss rounds that could deal a significant amount of damage onto other light mechs. The javelin mech had to evade as best it could, but it was weighed down by the spare javelins it carried onto its back. At this rate, the pilot of the javelin mech could only ensure that the incoming attacks missed the weak point at the center of its chest. It needed to lighten its load right away. The attack happened in an instant. The javelin mech had already kept its right arm in a throwing position for a time. When it finally decided to attack, its arm levered forward as if it was the arm of a catapult. As the arm swung forward and down, the hand extended into a surprisingly long mechanism that folded out of its entire wrist. The entire hand deformed and folded out as if it was the claw of a dinosaur. This was the atlatl-like mechanism that Dulo Voikin had designed in the throwing arm of the javelin mech. It was derived from a relatively ancient spear-throwing tool that enabled ancient hunters to throw their spears a lot further and harder. This time was no different. The leverage that pushed the butt of the spear forward was amazingly strong, causing the long and heavy projectile to launch forward with life-threatening power. The rifleman mech had to abandon its latest attempt to fire its gun in order to hastily jump out of the way of the powerful javelin. Even as the long projectile barely missed one of the arms of the ranged mech, the explosive charge integrated inside its hollow shaft exploded, causing the light mech to jerk aside while incurring light surface damage onto its thin armor. Dulo Voikin sighed as he watched this happen from the ready room. If the tournament gave us access to stronger explosives, the arm of that rifleman mech would have been crippled. His sister shrugged. It was your stupid idea to go back in time and base our ranged mech on a throwing weapon. I don't think we'll be able to get much further in the tournament with an unconventional mech. At least it is memorable, don't you think? A lot more people are paying attention to our Javelin mech than usual. He was right. Many mech designers loved the novelty of a Javelin mech even as they dismissed it for being impractical in a real battle situation. For example, it ran out of ammunition way faster than any decent rifle-wielding machine. This was pretty obvious as the Javelin mech had thrown 3 of its long projectiles without much to show for it. Aside from blackening the armor of the rifleman mech, the exploding javelins failed to produce any further results. The velocity of the javelins are too low. Any rifle can fire rounds at much higher muzzle velocities. There are good reasons why there are hardly any mechs in use that fall back to such an archaic method of combat. They make for great-looking mechs in the mech arenas. They are more common in public matches as it is an exotic mech that is truly challenging to master. Don't forget about stealth. Mechs armed with javelins are also fairly common in hunting parties operating in complex terrain. Rifles often tend to make loud noises that can attract scary predators, but a mech that is designed well enough can launch a javelin without producing too much noise. The projectiles themselves can also be built to penetrate through biological armor and inject anesthetics inside the body of a resilient exo-beast. There was a surprising amount of niche uses for javelin mechs, but none of that really mattered to the current contest. The javelin mech threw a 4th projectile which the opposing machine smoothly dodged. In turn, the enemy rifleman mech continually retaliated by firing back with its rifle. Some of the Gauss rounds missed the mark, but enough of them struck the javelin mech. For now, the Voikin ranged mech managed to hold on due to the surprising resilience of its light armor. Sarah Voikin may be able to do more to enhance the resilience of heavier mechs, but she was still able to optimize the defenses of lighter mechs as well. As the javelin mech withdrew a 5th javelin, it started to bend its arm backwards before it suddenly turned around and threw it straight at the back of the enemy swordsman mech. The pilot of the melee mech of Team DeVos wasn't stupid, though. He had made sure to maintain enough situational awareness to track the positioning of the Voikin javelin mech. The swordsman mech quickly let go of its shield in order to jump away at greater speed. Its shield had already been riddled with holes anyway, so it was only right for the swordsman to go on the offensive. The opposing Voikin spearman mech was caught off guard. It belatedly threw aside its own shield in order to pursue the swordsman mech, but its heavier armor weighed it down. Careful, the swordsman mech did not bother to spar against the Voikin spearman mech any further. Instead, it charged straight at the javelin mech, which happened to have circled a bit too far away from its supporting comrade. While the javelin mech tried to distance itself, it quickly retracted another javelin and threw it straight at the advancing swordsman mech at a lower angle. The pursuing machine could see the projectile coming well in advance and already dodged to the right. Yet before the javelin could pass by, it had actually changed its orientation mid-flight, causing it to extend as if it was made out of sections connected by chains. This chained javelin entangled one of the legs of the swordsman mech, wrapping around it as if it was trying to turn into a lock. This strange action did not seem to hinder the swordsman mech all that much, but the javelin mech quickly fired another javelin. This time, the swordsman mech hadn't been able to evade the next attack as well as before. Its other leg became entangled in chains as well. The 3rd javelin that flung forward seemed to home in on the legs as if they were attracted by magnetism. It ultimately formed a strong bar that connected to the 2 chains. This made it seem as if the advancing swordsman mech had suddenly been locked by a spreader bar. Though the strong mechanical strength of the legs quickly caused the hasty locking mechanisms to warp and tear apart, the damage had already been done. The swordsman mech lost its balance due to the interruption of its steps and tripped. It actually worked. Before the swordsman mech could push itself upright again, the Voikin spearman mech finally caught up and thrust its spear straight through the exposed rear of the fallen machine. Team DeVos has lost its melee mech. Chapter 4870 Repairability. As Vase and Juliet fixed up their mechs so that they could fight once again, Bobby Orwell and Lizzie Cato reviewed their performance in their past matches and figured out better ways to use the xianxia and furia in combat. All of their efforts produced great results. The twin souls possessed significant advantages over most of the other competition mechs. Their designs were more sound while the physical frames were well put together. At the level of competition in the twin weapons tournament, these technical advantages translated to slight advantages in speed, defense, shock absorption, reaction speed, range of motion, balancing, firepower, mechanical strength and more. Team Larkinson also had another advantage that became increasingly evident as it advanced into the later rounds. Its mechs were always in better shape than that of their opponents. The delay between the rounds had dropped considerably. Only 9 matches were held during the third round and only 4 fights took place during the fourth round. This mechanism rewarded teams whose mechs were stronger. After all, in theory, the greater the disparity in performance, the less damage the winning side incurred. Less damage meant that the mech designers needed less time to fix up their mechs. This became a lot more evident during the third round. When Team Larkinson matched up against Team Poulter, the mechs presented by the latter made for an unusual combination. It appeared that Team Poulter had spent all of their time on fixing up their striker mech, which was armed with a shotgun that was larger and more powerful than the one held by the Furia. The dedicated striker mech also carried a lot more shells, allowing it to fire its formidable weapon a lot more times without worrying about running dry. Team Poulter's light skirmisher on the other hand looked as if it had run through a battlefield and only received patches on its largest holes. The mech designers could have repaired their damaged light skirmisher to its peak condition, but they chose not to because they needed to ration their time. The results of their decisions became evident. Team Poulter's mech started out strong. The striker mech immediately managed to blast the xianxia, causing the light skirmisher to get struck by an uncomfortable amount of pellets. Bobby Orwell did not delay and immediately fired the Furia's complement of smoke and EM missiles. However, their effect was surprisingly small. It turned out that Team Poulter had made targeted modifications to their mechs to shield their sensor systems and other vulnerable systems from disruption. Aside from that, the striker mech that got caught in the middle of the smoke cloud had begun to move away as quickly as possible before anything else happened. This forced the Twin Souls to fight against the mechs of Team Poulter in a more straightforward clash. The striker mech was clearly the biggest threat to the Larkinson machines. The xianxia was especially vulnerable to its shotgun as it was a direct counter to all light mechs. However, neither Bobby nor Lizzie concerned themselves too much with the striker mech at first. Take out the light skirmisher first. While the enemy striker mech tried its best to blast the xianxia to pieces, the Furia unloaded all of its firepower towards the opposing light skirmisher. The Poulter light mech tried its best to evade the incoming laser beams and shotgun attacks. It also did its best to use the striker mech as cover, but with the xianxia circling around to pressure it from another direction, it became more difficult to maintain this strategy. Eventually, the Furia managed to strike the legs of the damaged enemy light skirmisher, causing it to fumble at a critical moment. Lizzie Cato immediately spotted an opening and dashed her xianxia forward. A single knife punched through the thin covering material on the center of the opposing light skirmisher's chest. It proceeded to cut through a number of key components, causing the faltering machine to lose a lot of power all of a sudden. The rest of the match did not last too long after that. Once Team Poulter's light skirmisher had been taken out of action before a minute had passed, the Twin Souls immediately utilized a classic pincer maneuver to terrorize the surviving striker mech. The well-armored but sluggish machine only managed to fire its shotgun at the Furia a few times before the daggers stabbing into its back finally caused it to shut down as well. Impressive yet again, as expected of Team Larkinson. The Patriarch is well on his way to winning the championship. His mechs have only incurred surface damage this time, so both the xianxia and the Furia will be as good as new once the mech designers have replaced their damaged armor plating. It ended too soon. Team Poulter had more potential than this. Its mechs faltered too soon. The fault does not lie in the mech pilots nor the mechs. It is the mech designers of Team Poulter that ultimately bear the responsibility of losing. The designs of their mechs are rather basic, but they are fairly solid and reliable given how little time the team spent on them. If the striker mech and the light skirmisher both entered the arena in their peak conditions, then the match should have become much more even than the farce that has just ended. I understand where you are going with this. Team Poulter's mechs have just gone through a tough match in the previous round, so they had to repair a large amount of broken parts. Team Larkinson mechs had just concluded a difficult fight against the double up and the triple spray designed by Team Hendrix. Yet once the third round commenced, the mechs of one side are in a considerably better shape than the mechs of the other side. What does this reveal? Practical skills matter. If you pull up the records of the mech designers of Team Poulter, you will discover that they started out their careers in a design studio. Even after they decided to go independent, they still spent too much time in their design labs and too little time in their workshops. That makes much more of a difference than you realize. Not only is Team Poulter slow to repair their damaged machines, its mech designers also do not fully understand how to design their mechs with repairability in mind. Both their striker mech and their light skirmisher take around 20% more time to repair than they should due to the inclusion of overly complicated components and the design choices that make the repair and replacement process more tedious and time-consuming than necessary. A mech should not only be judged by their performance when they are in their peak conditions, but also the ease in which an owner can restore its functionality when damaged. Never forget that mechs are machines of war. They are expected to operate in rough terrain and take damage from enemy attacks. Repairability is a particularly important criteria for military mechs. They must be built to operate under the most punishing circumstances. If they get knocked down, they must be able to get back up as soon as possible. No complaints. If a mech model is too much of a diva to endure regular punishment, then it should disappear and make way for superior products. The panel of experts did well to highlight the value of repairability and explain how relevant it was in a mech design tournament like this, but Vase did not believe the senior mech designers employed by the DUT understood the full picture. They're ignorant of living mech side of our works. He complained to Juliet. Can you blame them, Vase? Even our pilots don't really know what they are doing yet. Unlike the other Davutan mech pilots that only need to familiarize themselves with the quirks and properties of their competition mechs, Bobby and Lizzie must also learn how to cooperate with their living mechs. The mech pilots from the federal military of Davud may have encountered living mechs before, but they never piloted them in person as the Larkinson clan currently did not supply them with any of its products. Bobby and Lizzie had undergone the equivalent of a crash course in living mechs. While it helped a lot that Vase had taken the lack of familiarity of the Davutan mech pilots into account when he designed the Twin Souls, there was still a lot of depth to his works. No amount of simplification could rob his living mechs from their varied and comprehensive features, many of which were rather subtle and obtuse. The learning curve of living mechs was measured in years, not days. The earliest mech pilots to come into contact with living mechs such as Melkor, Janzi and the rest of the old gang occasionally experienced surprise as they discovered another useful function of their machines. This phenomenon illustrated a profound truth. It wasn't just the mech pilots that were learning to work with their machines. The living mechs also possessed the capacity to learn and adapt to their mech pilots. Whenever Vase inspected the spiritual foundations of his two machines, he saw that they had become more and more in tune with their assigned pilots. This was a normal process that happened every time a new living mech came into contact with a new pilot. What was different was that Vase had made targeted adjustments and changes to hasten the process of adaptation. After all, the combat phase of the Twin Weapons tournament only lasted for a single day. Team Larkinson only had to win a few more matches to win the entire competition, so Vase had to make sure that the Xenia and the Furia did their utmost to assist their pilots in action. Every period of downtime was another opportunity for Vase to covertly apply targeted adjustments to the spiritual foundations of his competition mechs. He had worked with living mechs for many years now and he understood more about their nuances than any other mech designer or spiritual engineer. The normal process of mech pilot adaptation was normally a gradual process that took months before it reached a threshold. At that point, the fixed mech pilots that utilized the same living mechs on a regular basis would finally feel their machines had become uniquely theirs. Regardless of the actual status of ownerships of the hardware in question, as far as the living mechs were concerned, they only had a single true battle partner. The mech pilot and the living mech trusted each other to such an extent that they could nudge each other and communicate wordlessly as if they were soulmates. This was a wonderful experience to the parties involved, and it was always painful to break up this wonderful partnership in order to reassign the pilot and the living mech to different units. When Juliet learned what Vase was doing, she looked thoughtful. I thought that living mechs were akin to dogs that slowly imprint themselves onto their new owners over time. That is a decent description of the adaptation process. Vase nodded as he worked to rip out a few broken parts from the damaged rear side of the xianxia. He also tweaked the spiritual foundation of the light mech while he was at it. Maybe I should call it an imprinting process instead, because the living mechs all start out as little puppies that latch on to the first mech pilot that treat them well. If that is the case, Vase, then aren't you interfering with the free will and sanctity of your living mechs? You are essentially brainwashing them into loving their mech pilots more. If you did this to a human, you would become branded as a war criminal. While I am not that well versed in living mechs, I thought that a man of your principles would have become more reticent about mistreating the machines that you have brought to life. Juliet brought up a heavy philosophical matter. Vase slowed down a bit as he tried his best to formulate a satisfying answer. Chapter 4871. Team Danilov. Vase often reminded himself of his principle that mechs should be treated with dignity. They should ideally be granted rights similar to those of humans, as they could be just as intelligent and lively as the people they served. While Vase recognized that mechs could never become fully equal to humans, they could still get close enough that the gap became irrelevant as far as everyone was concerned. The way he treated the xianxia and the furia at the moment violated his principles. He took a natural adaptation process and sped it up so that months' worth of familiarization took place in a matter of hours. This was akin to rapidly maturing the body of a human clone. It was already unethical to make a clone in the first place, but to have it rapidly age so that it skipped its entire childhood made it even worse. As Vase looked at the competition mechs he was working on, he recalled that he only really built them to last for this tournament and not much longer. They were expendable in his eyes, but that might be a fate too cruel to mechs that had just been born and had yet to enjoy the fullness of life. He sighed. "You're right to point this out. I think a subconscious part of me did not want to confront this discrepancy at all, so I haven't thought about this before. That is not how a smart and principled mech designer should handle a serious problem. Thinking about it now, our twin souls truly deserve better. They may be designed with a very narrow purpose in mind, but that doesn't mean they can enjoy a second life after they have fulfilled their jobs. Normally, the tournament organizers take possession of all of the competition mechs. They will either recycle them or preserve them in order to put the successful and most interesting machines on display. I think it should be easy enough to ask them to transfer the xianxia and the furia to our clan where they can serve other purposes. The mechs weren't even close to ready to fight on a modern battlefield. Vase would have to redesign them from the ground up, but that took way too much effort. He would rather spend his limited time on more productive activities. What he could do was hand the living mechs over to Michael and Xanthard to see what they could make out of the competition mechs. It would be a good test of their design skills for them to re-engineer an existing pair of Larkinson mechs. Vase also thought about making light modifications to them before handing them over to one of his mech academies. The living mechs should be able to have a fruitful time helping mech cadets explore the potential of living mechs and teamwork. He inwardly shook his head. He could think about the alternative uses of his twin souls later. It was enough to promise them that they would be able to have a good time in the Larkinson clan after this day was over. "Looks like you resolved at least one of your problems," Juliet said. "What about the accelerated adaptation that you are trying to pull off? Is it okay for you to treat living mechs this way?" He pressed his lips as he quickly deliberated on this specific matter. "From a utilitarian standpoint, I feel like I do not necessarily need to rely on this procedure to win the finals. However, I should never underestimate the competition. Team Hendrix almost managed to defeat us. There are other teams that are at least just as strong. I shouldn't let go of this advantage, and while it is not entirely ethical, there is no question that my mechs are made to win this contest. What I am doing will help them fulfill their purpose better. They were always meant to cooperate with Bobby and Lizzie. I think the best way to look at it is that I am designing customized pets for a pair of clients." Though Vase knew that this was not an entirely good answer, it was more than acceptable to him. It was at least sufficient enough to ease his troubled mood and soothe his conscience. After Vase and Juliet fixed up their machines once again, they awaited the start of the fourth round of matches. Not a lot of teams had managed to make it this far. With only 9 teams left in the competition, the dynamic in the waiting room had changed. The ones that made it this far regarded their other competitors with respect and wariness. There was a tension between them all that discouraged casual chatting. After all, who knew whether they would leak out any sensitive information about their works that could be used to target their weaknesses in the next round? As for the losing teams, half of their mech designers had already exited the venue. They were usually the individuals who made a poor showing in this event. Their mechs got crushed too quickly, while the panel of experts did not mince their words when they picked apart a lot of flaws. The ones that remained at least managed to earn enough respect to preserve their pride and hold their heads high. Team Larkinson versus Team Danilov. "Go get them, boss," Dulo Voikin said as he clapped his palm on Vess's back. "The mechs developed by Team Danilov aren't pushovers. My mechs would have been able to fight against yours if it wasn't for our defeat in the earlier round. Our Javelin mech and our Spearman mech did manage to poke a lot of holes in the enemy mechs. I hope that helps." Vase gazed over at Team Danilov. He wasn't familiar with them, but he understood their type. They were yet another pair of older and more experienced journeymen. In fact, The ones that managed to make it to the later rounds tended to be over 60 years old. There were geniuses among the younger generation of journeymen. Why couldn't there be geniuses among the older generations as well? Not every journeyman was able to advance to the rank of senior when they entered their 50s or 60s. Everyone progressed at vastly different rates. Their talent, their life experiences, their knowledge accumulation, their mech designs, their work ethic and the complexity of their design philosophies all played a major role in determining whether they were ready to take the next step. Early bloomers tended to be the exception rather than the rule. It took a lot of brilliant mech designers half a century to advance to senior despite all of their hard work and innovative efforts. They simply set the bar too high. Mech designers who sought to solve more difficult and complicated problems needed to conduct at least thrice if not 10 times as much research in order to progress their design philosophies to the next step. This was the impression that Vase gained from James Danilov and Lawrence Sukai. Both mech designers were in their 70s and managed to earn quite a decent number of awards and accomplishments since they entered the mech industry. Oh, I remember their mechs now. They're one of the few who decided to design beast mechs, right? Dulo Voikin nodded. The Lancernaut and the Killer Kitty. Don't be fooled by their silly names. Both mechs are strong and difficult to deal with. They both have excellent mobility despite the fact that their designs are substantially different. He activated a projection of the Lancernaut. Just as its name suggested, it was clearly a Lancer mech, but that was not all to it. Instead of possessing a pair of humanoid legs like any other normal Lancer mech, it featured double the amount of legs in a Centaur configuration. Centaur mechs are much better at charging forward than Lancer mechs. Vase remarked as he closely studied the design characteristics of this competition mech. Aside from the obvious advantages of having double the amount of legs to do most of the work, their mass can easily be twice or thrice as much as an equivalent humanoid mech, yet still be able to maintain comparable speeds. The formula for momentum is P equals m multiplied by v. The amount of force that a Centaur mech can channel through its lance is much greater than that of a smaller and lighter humanoid mech. That's right. This is also the main reason that the Spearman mech designed by my sister and I got knocked out so soon. It wasn't mobile enough to evade the charge while its defenses failed after getting impaled by lance propelled with the force of a crashing starship. Though Dulo exaggerated a bit with his description, Vase understood the sentiment after watching a brief clip of the collision between the Voikin Spearman mech and the Lancernaut. The Spearman mech designed by Sarah and Dulo Voikin may be a bit on the heavier side, but it was not as sluggish as a Knight mech. The Spearman mech actually managed to sidestep in time for the Lancernaut to miss the mark. What no one expected was for the Centaur mech holding both a lance as well as a shield to cover its weak point to correct its course and turn at an unrealistic angle. What? Vase almost shouted. That Centaur mech has turned over 60 degrees to the left in just a fraction of a second. How is that possible? It was as if a speeding shuttle managed to turn around the corner of a building. The amount of forces required to make this happen were immense, and the load on the mechanical components of the mechs was not low. The footage replayed and zoomed in on the legs of Centaur mech. Vase could see that they did not look like an average set of legs for this mech type. They had been reinforced and altered so that they could also push out to the sides with much greater strength than usual. James Danilov is a beast mech designer who is known to design mechs like this. He specializes in inertial redirection, so all of his beast mechs are known for being able to turn and shift direction a lot faster than usual. Dulo explained. In the previous 2 rounds, the Lancernaut already showed off the ability to turn faster while it had already built up a lot of linear momentum. However, it only turned 30 degrees at most. The Lancernaut even missed a few times because its targets managed to jump just outside of the way of the incoming lance. This spoke of strategy and forethought. The mech pilot of the Lancernaut deliberately undersold the full capabilities of the Centaur Lancer mech. It was only when Team Danilov matched against a fairly powerful opponent like Team Voikin that the Lancernaut exposed its true strength. Wait, Vase said, being able to turn 60 degrees in an instant might not be its limit. What is the record for all of his Centaur mechs? Dulo briefly looked up the information. 90 degrees, but that is an extreme case where James Danilov had been dared into making a single machine that could do this. The design of the experimental Centaur mech was so extreme that it would be obvious to everyone that it is an odd machine. When Vase carefully looked at the construction of the Centaur mech, he figured that it was already straining to turn 60 degrees at its charging speed at the time. It might be able to turn even more, but not to the extent of 90 degrees. The Lancernaut is not easy to handle, but we'll figure it out, I suppose. Vase shrugged. What about the Killer Kitty? Oh, it's an annoying light tiger gun mech. It is fairly fast but is difficult to damage because it is equipped with energized armor plating. That is the specialty of Lawrence Sukai. He made it so that as long as the armor of the Killer Kitty remains powered, it can resist stronger attacks than normal, so don't think it will fall down easily after getting struck a few times. That indeed sounded annoying to Vase. Any weaknesses? The Killer Kitty attack power is weak. It only has a pair of light laser guns mounted to its side. They are accurate enough to aim at the weak points of opposing mechs, but their ability to penetrate armor is too poor. Its main role is to assist the Lancernaut. Alright, I think I understand what my mechs are dealing with. Hopefully Bobby and Lizzie will have a plan to deal with those tricky charges. Chapter 4872 Lancernaut Vase truly started to experience the competitive pressure of this tournament at this time. There were no weak teams of journeymen in the running anymore. Even if a handful of them managed to luck out and face even weaker opponents on occasion, it was practically impossible for them to match up against 3 awful teams in a row. The 9 teams that managed to make it to the 4th round had all been tested in multiple ways and came out on top. Few mechs remained intact at this time as there simply wasn't enough time to repair every damaged section and component. This caused the surviving machines to look as if they had aged at different speeds. Surprisingly enough, even Team Danilov that managed to perform fairly well in the first 3 rounds did not present any pristine mechs. The Killer Kitty looked pristine because the mechs of Team Voikin did not bother to attack it at all during the previous round. Only the Lancernaut mech looked as if it had gone through a beating. The mech pilots assigned to my team weren't able to keep up their mechs for long, but they went down swinging. Dulo Voikin smirked. When the Lancernaut charged our spearman mech, it got impaled by a spear in turn. Our javelin mech meanwhile ignored the Killer Kitty and tried to launch as many javelins at the damaged centaur mech as possible. Quite a few managed to land on its large and formidable horse-like frame before it managed to run its lance through my baby. The mass and volume of the centaur mech was considerable, so the penetrating attacks hadn't come close enough to take it down. What the attacks did manage to accomplish was to inflict a lot of spread damage, some of which went a lot deeper than normal. The large size of the Lancernaut meant that it took a lot more time, resources and effort to repair its condition. Team Danilov obviously did not have the time to fix up all of its holes, so it entered the arena in less than stellar condition. Meanwhile, the Twin Souls returned to the arena in close to peak condition. The previous match against the mechs of Team Poulter ended faster than usual. This not only gave Vase and Juliet less work, but also enabled them to address issues that were not critical but should still be handled sooner or later. Team Danilov has turned out to become another favorite in this tournament, and for different reasons. The Lancernaut is an impressive lance-wielding centaur mech whose charges cannot be blocked. It is an impressive feat of mech engineering, and I have always wondered how it will fare against the other top mechs in the competition such as the Furia. Now we finally have an opportunity to find out and see which one can prevail over the other. Don't forget about their light mechs either. Even though many dismiss them as afterthoughts, they have played a crucial role in many matches time and time again. The xianxia has proven to be a deadly finisher if it is able to attack its targets from the rear, while the Killer Kitty has just as many lives as a real cat. Vase twitched at the mention of this name. He somehow felt as if Team Danilov had stolen what should rightfully belong to the Larkinsons. Cats symbolized his clan. How dare others try to defeat the Larkinsons by fielding cats of their own on the battlefield? It took a surprising amount of effort for Vase to suppress this silly thought. Tiger mechs were fairly common in the beast mech community. Just because they looked like big cats did not mean they were specifically employed to taunt the Larkinson clan. Mobility is key in this match. All 4 mechs that are about to fight against each other are fairly maneuverable in different ways. The worst of the lot of the Furia, but it is clearly a hybrid mech that has traded armor for additional mobility. I wonder whether the hybrid mech is able to evade the infamous charges of the Lancernaut. A highly inflexible centaur mech is not difficult to defeat if it is forced to a standstill, but the challenge is to survive the initial attack runs. Objectively speaking, Team Danilov has a greater chance of making it through than Team Larkinson. The Lancernaut is too suitable to fight in an arena that features flat and empty terrain. The area of the arena is also too small to give ranged mechs much time to cripple a melee mech from a comfortable distance. I wouldn't dismiss the mechs of Team Larkinson that quickly. The Killer Kitty deals negligible damage and cannot offer too much assistance. Meanwhile, the Furia has a diverse arsenal of weapons. If its pilot is skilled and lucky enough, one of its weapons might be able to deal crippling damage to the Lancernaut by exploiting the battle damage that Team Danilov has only hastily managed to patch over. As the commentators prattled on, the mechs all got in position and started to go over their attack plans. Both sides knew that they needed to take out the big brothers of the opposing team first. The xianxia and the Killer Kitty were not as impressive as the Furia and the Lancernaut. The former mechs complemented the latter ones. It would therefore be up to the hybrid mech and the Lancer mech to produce a breakthrough in this match. Start. Go Larkinson. Impale another mech, Lancernaut. Here, kitty kitty. Go meow them all to death, little tiger. The voices of the crowd turned louder as the fans who did not really care about maintaining their image got caught up in the moment. The fact that the mechs did not delay at all and immediately took action caused many people's blood to pump faster. The Lancernaut has directed its spear towards the Furia and burst into action. It seeks to end this confrontation in a single charge. It is not as if it has any other choice. The longer the Furia remains in the field, the more damage it can pump out with its myriad weapons. Bobby Orwell knew that his mech would get targeted by the charging Centaur mech from the beginning. He had been ready to respond to this situation. The first action he took was to command the Furia to detach its bandolier of throwing axes. There was no point in throwing them out because the Centaur mech was too tough to get taken down by a few axes. It was not worth it to carry around all of that additional mass. The Furia needed all of the mobility it could get. The second action taken by the Furia was to fire its full complement of missiles before detaching its cumbersome missile launchers in a hurry. What was strange was that they did not strike the Lancernaut or the immediate area around it. The Centaur mech moved around too much for the smoke to obscure its sight for longer than a second. Instead, the Furia directed its smoke missiles to detonate almost as soon as they launched in front of the hybrid mech. The immediate area around the machine became shrouded in smoke, making it a lot harder for the Lancernaut to pin down its target. At the same time the smoke cloud broke the Lancernaut's line of sight, the EMP missiles continued to fly forward and detonated as soon as they came into proximity of the beast mech. The Lancernaut slowed down for a moment as the EMP discharges affected the machine more than usual. If the mech was in peak condition, then the EMP attacks would have done nothing as it was fully isolated and shielded against such effects. However, the holes poked into its armor during the previous matches had left a considerable amount of weak points and damaged sections that could not easily be repaired in a short amount of time. The pilot of the Lancernaut adjusted to the changes fairly quickly, and the mech itself also possessed damage control functions that automatically prevented its condition from deteriorating even further. Ultimately, a confused Centaur mech plunged into the smoke cloud in the hopes that its sensors could detect the hiding Furia fast enough to impale it with a lance. Boom! Fizz! The Centaur mech suffered multiple attacks at an angle. The shotgun slug along with the laser beams had damaged the armor on its flanks and created a few new weak points, but that was all. It was the next attacks that became a lot more serious. Two gouts of flames started to engulf the Centaur mech as it continued to hone in on the source of the attacks. The flames not only blinded a lot of sensors, but also applied a small but steady amount of damage to the Centaur mech's front. The massive injury it suffered on its front during its previous match became aggravated as the hasty repairs conducted by Team Danilov proved insufficient to stop the flames from damaging the internals. However, the activation of the flamethrowers completely exposed the position of the Furia. Even through all of the interference, the Lancernaut clearly identified where it needed to go in order to impale the hybrid mech. It charged forward with renewed speed despite all of the damage it was taking. Its pilot trusted in the armor and the solid construction of the Centaur mech and concentrated solely on making its lance hit the mark. There, the Furia cut short its flames and jumped to the side at the most critical timing. Bobby Orwell had to pick his timing extremely well. Too soon and the Lancernaut would merely change its course in time. Too late and the Lancernaut merely had to go straight forward to ensure a devastating hit. What happened next caused many spectators to hold their breaths in excitement. At first, the Lancernaut changed its direction, only to stumble for a minor moment as it briefly lost its balance and its smooth trajectory. It turned out that its forelegs had inadvertently landed on the missile launchers that the Furia had just purged. This caused the mech to slow down just a bit while its pilot lost his concentration. Though the interruption was ultimately fairly minor, the delay bought the Furia enough time to evade the charge entirely. As the Centaur mech passed through without producing any results, the hybrid mech it passed by immediately opened fire with its shotgun and its integrated laser weapons. The Centaur mech incurred even more damage, this time on its sizable horse body. It was hard to miss such a large target, and the Lancernaut was capable of performing evasive maneuvers like a conventional humanoid mech. This was why the Centaur mech turned around and commenced another charge as soon as possible. The Furia came under threat once again. This time it did not have the benefit of the smoke cloud anymore, as its own flames had burned or blown away the majority of its concealment. As the Lancernaut closed in once again, the mech continually received hit after hit. The attacks targeting its main weak point were blocked by the shield held by the Centaur mech's other humanoid arm. However, this still left it unable to protect the hole that had been produced by previous attacks. Since the Centaur mech was unable to sway too much from side to side as it was building up momentum, quite a few attacks managed to exacerbate this damage. From laser beams to shotgun pellets, the Lancernaut endured abuse that would have caused a light mech to falter. However, the Centaur mech continued to go strong as its internals were far too robust to fall apart after getting hit by a few attacks. By the time Lancernaut had come close enough, the Furia failed to inflict enough damage. Evade. This time, the hybrid mech jumped to the right. Though the timing was good, the pilot of the Lancernaut activated the special feature of the machine. The legs of the Centaur mech stomped the floor at an angle and forcibly pushed itself to the right. Its steps thundered loud while its mechanical legs groaned under all of the powerful forces pressing onto their construction. The Centaur mech managed to turn by 53 degrees this time. While it was not as good as before, it was still enough for it to pierce its lance through the Furia, if only barely. The sudden redirection had caused the Lancernaut to lose a considerable amount of speed and momentum, but its remaining power was more than enough for its weapon to pierce through the frame. The Furia is struck. Wait. The attack did not manage to take out the Larkinson hybrid completely. It only took out its arm. The arm of the Furia shattered from its shoulder, causing the hybrid mech to lose a flamethrower, but fortunately nothing more. Bobby Orwell had commanded his mech to jump to the right for a purpose, because that would allow him to preserve the shotgun-wielding arm of his hybrid mech as best as possible. Just as the Centaur mech passed by, the hybrid mech took control of its spinning form and shot its weapon at the distancing beast mech. This time, the slug struck one of the Lancernaut's rear legs, causing it to slow down and falter. The abuse it suffered from trying to forcibly change its direction along with the damage it incurred over several matches had caused a few important components to break. Chapter 4873 Ideal Model of a Mech Designer. As the combat phase progressed through the rounds, many people became thrilled and surprised by the performance and the designs of the mechs fighting in the arena. It was amazing to see what mech designers managed to whip up in just 48 hours. The proportion of mech designers and mech design students within the live audience was great, so plenty of people possessed the technical background to understand how much skill, effort and vision it took to make those impressive machines. A lot of people came in expecting to see the mechs designed by Team Larkinson to dominate the competition without breaking any sweat. That did not happen. Instead, they witnessed a struggle as Team Larkinson matched up against at least two championship-level rivals in the second and the fourth round. More talents emerged who displayed enough strength and potential to challenge the infamous patriarch of the Larkinson clan. Miss Beatrice Hendricks and James Danilov managed to gain their own fair share of appreciation. Both of them were travelers who had arrived in the new frontier relatively recently and were obviously looking to find their footing in this new and exciting dwarf galaxy. Savvy recruiters had already flooded their virtual mailboxes with invitations while the envoys from different government institutions waited in line to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them in person. This was one of the true reasons why states were willing to hold mech design tournaments. Even if much of it was boring and relatively uninteresting to the general audience, they always managed to attract promising mech designers who promptly showcased their value and potential. As a young but growing colonial state, Davut needed all of the excellent mech designers it could get. It would be a travesty to allow journeymen with the potential to become masters in the future to leave Davut and move onwards to ply their trade in other zones. As the match between Team Larkinson and Team Danilov started off with a bang, the crowd became roused as they understood that the mechs from both sides wouldn't be going down without a fight. Inside one of the VIP booths, a lot of Larkinsons admired the strength of their mech designers while also opening their eyes to the strengths of others that existed outside of the clan. Wow, a lot of mechs are so strong, Marvane exclaimed as he leaned forward in his seat. Why are other mech designers so strong? I thought Papa was the strongest. Vase is the strongest for his age and circumstances, but that does not mean he is good at everything. Miles Tovar responded as he assumed the role of a teacher to the children. His foundation and technical skills are top-notch at the level of a journeyman. However, his specialty is living mechs, which can't easily be translated into direct combat power. The mech pilots who are controlling his works in the arena are also completely new to them, so that doesn't help either. Other mech designers don't have that disadvantage. They can easily design a defensive powerhouse like the Double Up or a simple but unstoppable charging machine like the Lancernaut. Compared to the likes of the Furia, those two mechs are much simpler but also much more easy to overpower their opponents. Oh, he means that our papa isn't good at fighting in tournaments. Andraste clarified for her younger brother. His mechs are much stronger when they fight for real, right? We wouldn't have beaten so many aliens if that wasn't the case. Miles Tovar nodded in agreement. You are correct, young miss. Mech design tournaments are hardly the perfect means to test the strength of mech designers. In fact, no single measure is truly accurate. Your mother, for example, has never participated in a mech design tournament in her life, but my colleagues and I respect her and look up to her due to her unceasing effort to pursue excellence in our shared craft. Who is stronger, our mama or our papa? Hee, I cannot truly answer that question, young man. Many people have formed their own answers, but I implore you not to take their word for it. It is likely that they do not have nearly enough information to form a proper judgment. Mech designers are engineers, and engineers are taught to never make careless assumptions without gathering enough solid proof. The lives of hundreds, thousands or even millions of people are affected by our decisions. In that sense alone, your father is unquestionably better than virtually every journeyman mech designer in this zone and perhaps this galaxy. His mech designs and his decisions have directly affected the lives of entire states and star sectors. No one in our clan has come close to your father in this aspect. Marvane frowned, causing his face to look much more adorable. Doesn't that mean our papa is stronger than mama? Many people think so, Miles admitted with a restrained smile. I have worked often enough with your mother back when I was still an apprentice. I think that many people are underestimating what she can do and what she is working on. She doesn't have the unusual advantages of her husband, so she tries her best to work harder in order to keep up with his progress. She does not gain inspiration as regularly as our patriarch, so she must spend more time in her laboratory and rely on trial and error to brute force her innovations. All three children looked at Miles Tovar with amazement. They never heard another mech designer give so much detailed praise for their mother. I'm confused. Me too. No mech designer is good at everything. Didn't I tell you that? Vase is a creative engine that comes up with all kinds of dazzling and counterintuitive ideas that often work out somehow, but he has his own shortcomings. His focus is scattered and his Larkinson tendencies are a bit too strong. In my opinion, Gloriana is a much more ideal model of a mech designer. She is more focused in her work and relies much more on hard work and traditional experimentation to reach her level at her young age. To put it in another way, only 1 out of 1,000,000 mech designers can become like your father, but 1 in 100 mech designers can become like your mother. That is why I admire her and try to emulate her best practices whenever possible. The children did not entirely understand Miles Tovar's argument, but that did not stop them from thinking a lot more highly about their mother. Meryl O'Brien decided to add her own opinion to the conversation. Gloriana Woden has advanced remarkably quickly as a journeyman mech designer, but it is your father who all of us have chosen to follow. He is the person who united us under his banner and he is the visionary that has led to a new galaxy and a new future. Even if Gloriana advances to senior or master first, we would still be more inclined to listen to your father. Why? Because he cares. Cormont Hempkamp said as he decided he shouldn't be the only journeyman in the VIP booth to remain silent. He has built the Larkinson clan from scratch and has continually sought to invite those of us who are lost to become a part of his growing family. Can you imagine your mother doing the same? I think not. Only your father has the right combination of ambition, passion and heart to lead the Larkinson clan. That explanation had a major impact on the children. Aurelia looked particularly interested as leadership had always been a special calling to her. She spent much of her time with her mother, but she couldn't help but look up to her father in the issues that mattered the most. What do I need to do to become a leader like my papa? She politely asked the journeyman. Do I need to learn how to design mechs as well? The three journeymen all exchanged glances with each other. Meryl shook her head. That is not necessary. In fact, it is better if you don't. Leadership is a separate discipline. There are many politicians and rulers in human space that spend all of their working hours on becoming better stewards to the people they are responsible for. Your parents are obviously preparing you to go down this path. If you choose to accept their arrangements, then I suggest you embrace your chosen vocation with the same passion and drive as your father. This is how you will be able to lead and inspire an entire group of people even better than him. Don't settle for becoming his equal. Aim to surpass him instead. You can do it as long as you dedicate yourself to this single role. The young female journeyman's words not only inspired Aurelia, but many other Larkinsons. They gained a greater admiration for Vase again due to his special qualities that were exceedingly rare in other people. They did not linger too long on this topic because a drastic development had taken place in the arena. Team Danilov's Lancernaut has suffered serious damage. One of its rear legs has been compromised. Look at how it is urgently trying to distance itself from the Furia. The weapons mounted on the hybrid mech have actually sent the frightening Centaur Lancer mech running. The Lancernaut is merely making a tactical retreat. It is vital to assess the damage to its rear leg and how extensively the changes impact the performance of the machine. From what I can observe, the Centaur mech has suffered its first serious blow in this round. The mech has lost a considerable amount of load-bearing capacity, and its responsiveness has also dropped. The good news is that quadruped mechs can still get by with a non-working mech, which is not the case for bipedal mech. The bad news is that it is carrying around a considerable amount of deadweight. The downside of Centaur mechs became more evident at this time. Though the damaged leg still retained at least partial functionality, the lack of support meant that the Lancernaut's formidable charging speed and fancy instant redirection mechanism had become heavily compromised. Speed and momentum was one of the greatest sources of strength for charge-based mechs. As the Lancernaut tested its speed and balance, its pilot found that it could only run up to 80% as fast as before. Going any faster was liable to cripple the damaged rear leg even further. This did not stop the battered Centaur mech from arcing around to commence another attack run. Just as it had suffered a major blow, the Furia had suffered just as bad if not worse. It had lost an entire arm. Not only that, but the lance also shattered a significant portion of the shoulder and the upper torso attached to the amputated limb. The impact it had on its balance and mobility was more severe than most people thought. The absence of a limb messed with its balance and made it considerably harder for the Furia to stay on its feet. As far as its weapon loadout was concerned, the hybrid mech had not only lost a flamethrower, but also one of its integrated luminaire crystal guns. Even though the weapon hardpoint still looked reasonably intact, the nearby damage had cut off its power feed and dealt enough structural damage to other nearby parts that the Furia could no longer utilize it in combat. This meant that the Furia was only down to a single flamethrower, integrated luminaire crystal weapon and shotgun. As the Lancernaut brought its lance to bear to finish the job that it had started, the Furia lifted its only intact arm and fired its shotgun as well as its integrated luminaire crystal gun against the closing threat. Though the match had only started a short time ago, it looked as if both mechs had already reached the decisive junction of this match. Only one of the two mechs would remain intact after they collided against each other for the final time. Chapter 4874 Missing Countermeasures. A shotgun slug impacted the damaged, burned and dented frontal armor of the Lancernaut. Compared to how it looked at the start of the match, the Centaur mech with a lance looked a lot worse than before. Its large frame and its inability to evade ranged attacks had forced it to resist attack after attack with its armor alone. Although the Centaur mech was able to endure a lot of punishment, the Furia's previous attacks had not been completely useless. Its frontal armor had weakened to the point where Bobby Orwell was able to inflict real damage onto the Lancernaut. As the Centaur mech swept forward with the intention of finishing off the most powerful mech fighting on behalf of Team Larkinson, its own mech pilot knew that there was no other choice but to take the attacks head-on and hope that the machine was sturdy enough to withstand the barrage. What a courageous mech pilot! That is exactly what we want to see from a Lancer mech pilot. Just as with light skirmishers, mech pilots who have chosen to pilot Lancer mechs must be ready and willing to gamble with their lives each time they deploy into battle. Their capacity to destroy the toughest and heaviest mechs is unrivaled, but the danger they incur is also formidable. The few that manage to survive the journey to godhood are all legends who can pose the greatest threat against their peers. Anyone who wants to reach this level of strength one day must possess the recklessness to pilot a machine as dangerous as a Lancer mech. Will the Lancernaut be able to last or not? I cannot say. It depends on the marksmanship and firepower of the Furia and its pilot. Both sides only have a single chance left to finish their opponents and advance to the next round. Let us see how this match shall end. The metal hooves of the Lancernaut thundered across the arena space of Spencer Hall. Many people in the audience had stood up and cheered for their favorite mechs and teams. The distinguished mech designers and officials who had come to observe Vase Larkinson in action paid close attention to how the Furia would handle this situation. Could the hybrid mech successfully fell its opponent when it had lost an entire arm and more? Boom! The shotgun of the Furia fired the last slug on hand. This crucial attack almost managed to slam into one of the damaged and exposed breaches in the Lancernaut's frontal armor. However, the pilot of the Centaur mech purposefully commanded the four-legged machine to interrupt its forward motion. The Lancernaut jerked and almost fell, only to pick itself up again before it was too late. This rapid move had altered the Centaur mech's trajectory just enough to prevent the shotgun slug from slamming deep into the machine's internals. Instead, it slammed against a thick but heavily damaged armor plate that ultimately broke under impact. Plenty of internal components soon broke as the kinetic forces unleashed by the impact continued to run their course. The Lancernaut slowed down to a small extent as the closest leg exhibited several problems due to this attack. However, the mech was still cantering forward with dogged persistence. Two of its legs no longer functioned as well as before, but that didn't seem to bother the Lancernaut all that much. The pilot had become completely obsessed with finishing the job. Those who were more sensitive could detect that the mech pilot had tried to channel his will and obsession onto his Lancer mech. A pale form of resonance had formed between the two that seemed to cut through the air in an attempt to drive the lance as fast and deep into the center of the Furia's torso as much as possible. "Bring it on," Bobby Orwell hissed as his blood burned with the heat of excitement. As its name suggested, the Furia was a hot and offensive mech. It was never content with staying on the defense. Though Bobby already formed a decent relationship with the Furia during the previous matches, now that the mech had lost an arm, the two had become more desperate to secure a win. They could not afford to disappoint the maker of the twin souls. Bobby started to roar for no reason aside from feeling that it would help him attune to the Furia. This had been the right move because he could feel the line between himself and his living mech blur. The Furia had been at the enemy as well. With shotgun pellets and laser beams, the hybrid mech continued to fulfill its role to the best of its abilities. The Lancernaut kept getting struck again and again to the point where parts visibly broke with every strike. Nonetheless, the Lancernaut still refused to be stopped. Its speed may have dropped to 70% of its peak and its ability to control its own mass and direction had worsened considerably, but as long as it could still grip a lance while running forward, the Centaur mech would always remain deadly. The Furia has failed to take down the Lancernaut fast enough. As the Centaur mech finally came close enough, the Furia made two surprising moves. First, it threw its shotgun in the direction of the charging mech. The weapon smacked almost uselessly against the charging mech, but the action itself had broken the strange state of concentration of its pilot. The disruption was not too significant, but the disrupted rhythm still caused the Lancernaut to slow down to a minute extent. Second, the Furia threw itself to the side with such desperation that it did not even bother to maintain its balance. Just like a goalkeeper of an ancient sport, the one-armed mech dove in the completely wrong direction to catch the ball, except this time intercepting it was suicide. Crack. Not all of the Furia managed to come out unscathed this time. One of the feet of the hybrid mech failed to get out of the way of the speeding machine. It cracked and broke after colliding against the front of the Lancernaut. However, even as the Furia lost one of its feet, the Centaur mech had incurred even more damage to internals due to getting kicked during its failed charge. The Lancernaut almost stumbled once again. As it continued to move forward in order to distance itself from the Furia, the Centaur Lancer mech lost even more mobility. It turned out that the accidental kick had caused a number of crucial parts supporting the other foreleg to malfunction. The Centaur mech was only down to a single healthy leg at this time. The impact of all of this accumulated battle damage on the Lancernaut was not light. Whether it was the load-bearing capacity of the energy channeled to the legs, the problems afflicting the different limbs were chaotic to the point where they could not entirely coordinate with each other anymore. As the pilot and the automated systems of the Centaur mech desperately tried to compensate for these changes, the Lancernaut had slowed down to the point where it could not build up another charge for the time being. The fallen Furia could no longer stand back up on its feet. The role played by the thick and sturdy feet of a mech was extremely crucial. The loss of one practically immobilized a mech. This time was no different. Bobby Orwell deeply understood the pain and loss of the Furia and became even more heated. He merely lifted the Furia to a kneeling position before opening fire with its single, intact integrated luminaire crystal gun. The laser beams it fired were weak and not that good at penetrating through armor. However, the stationary stance of the Furia along with the heavy focus that Bobby directed towards aiming the single intact weapon left at his disposal, the laser beams struck with remarkably high accuracy. Multiple exposed weak points at the flanks and rear got struck, causing the Lancernaut to deteriorate step by step. Naturally, the Centaur mech could not let the hybrid mech get away with shooting at its damaged frame. The pilot of the Lancernaut evaluated the condition of the machine and promptly judged that it still had enough strength left to finish off a single crippled and immobilized mech. The four-legged mech no longer advanced as quickly or as indubitably as before. Its damage was too great for that, yet the way in which the Centaur mech continually managed to resist so many attacks without getting crippled or shut down entirely was admirable. With only a single energy weapon left, the chances that the Furia could finish off the Lancernaut entirely was slim. Even so, neither Bobby Orwell nor the Furia wanted to give up. They continued to work together to strike one weak point after another. Just as the Lancernaut half ran and half dragged its heavy and damaged frame closer to the Furia, the pilot considered whether it was better to impale the hybrid mech with its spear or trample over it with its hooves. Yet before a decision could be made, a surprising element advanced towards the Centaur mech from the rear. The xianxia has abandoned its duel against the Killer Kitty and is seeking to finish off the Lancernaut. The Centaur mech is desperately trying to turn around to face the light skirmisher head-on, but the xianxia has already started to circle around. Look, the turning speeds of Centaur mechs are inherently bad. It is no trouble at all for the xianxia to gain an angle on its adversary's side and rear. The Killer Kitty is approaching as well. Its twin laser guns are continually trying to strike the xianxia, but its attacks are not threatening enough to take down a well-designed such as the xianxia in a short amount of time. Lizzie Cato had sparred against the Killer Kitty and largely dismissed the threat of the light Tiger gun mech. Its mobility was excellent and its energized armor had frustrated the xianxia's attempts to cut it open several times. However, its offensive ability was so abysmal that ignoring it was a valid strategy. The xianxia had been deliberately staying away from the confrontation between the larger and heavier mechs just so that it could make a sudden impact during the right time. A lot of spectators were skeptical on whether a light skirmisher could pin down the Centaur mech long enough to inflict serious damage. Lizzie never intended for her xianxia to buzz around the Lancernaut like an annoying fly. She had another idea in mind. Since you look like a horse, let me ride on your back. It was easy for the light mech to catch up to the partially crippled Centaur mech. It was also easy for Lizzie to take advantage of the xianxia's agile and well-designed frame to jump onto the empty back of the Lancernaut and secure its hold by using its legs to squeeze against the flank. What? This is improper. This was hardly the first time a humanoid mech attempted to ride a Centaur mech, but it was far harder to pull off in practice. Nonetheless, the surprising maneuver had been the best way for the xianxia to get close to its new target. The Lancernaut had no means to attack enemies mounted onto its rear. While real and properly designed Centaur mechs incorporated plenty of countermeasures to prevent this from happening, the competition mech did not include any of these safeguards. This left the xianxia completely free to cut and stab into the rear of the human upper half of the Lancernaut. The larger and heavier mech immediately faltered. Too many parts and systems malfunctioned in a short amount of time and even the arm that held the lance began to fail. Before the pilot of the Lancernaut could make any moves to dislodge its rider, he had already lost control over his machine. Once the Centaur mech finally collapsed, the xianxia hopped off its back in a single agile jump. The Lancernaut had fallen. Chapter 4875 Single Failure, the Lancernaut has fallen. Only the Killer Kitty is left, but how can this machine possibly win a confrontation against a light skirmisher? So far, its relatively weak laser attacks have only managed to scorch the armor of the xianxia. As long as Team Larkinson's light skirmisher catches up to Team Danilov's remaining intact machine, this match is over. Please do not forget the central theme of this tournament. The mechs that each team is instructed to design and build must complement each other in battle. Team Larkinson has made a sincere attempt at doing so by making both of its mechs effective enough in combat to land the killing blows. Team Danilov on the other hand has opted to allocate the majority of its time and resources into designing the Lancernaut. Although the Centaur mech has indeed lived up to its promises and crushed its opponents in the previous 3 rounds, it is too much to expect it to fight against two mechs at the same time. I agree. Teamwork is stronger than individual excellence. Barring outliers such as high-ranking mechs, it is always better to field several weaker mechs than a single stronger one. The former may suffer more losses, but the latter is unlikely to survive the confrontation. Mech combat is as much a numbers game as it is a quality game. Mech designers cannot rashly enter a mech design tournament that is centered around teamwork and duo combat and subsequently focus on designing just a single good mech. Team Danilov's strategy had its limits. James Danilov and his sidekick Lawrence Sukai had both spent an inordinate amount of time on designing and building the Lancernaut. The results of their efforts were obvious as the mech was tougher, heavier and more robust than many of the other mechs in the competition. However, everything had a price. The frame of a Centaur mech was several times larger than a medium mech, and that meant it took a lot more time to design and fabricate. The consequence was that the two mech designers barely had any time left to fabricate a relatively weak and basic Tiger gun mech. As the only mech of Team Danilov that remained in the field, the Killer Kitty did not give up despite the fall of its big brother. Seeing that it was too difficult for the Tiger mech to utilize its laser guns to land a solid hit on a fast and agile light skirmisher, the mech had decisively turned its weapons against the crippled and immobilized Furia. Team Danilov must at least down a single opposing mech in order to be able to leave this tournament with dignity. However, would the mech pilots fighting on behalf of Team Larkinson allow that to happen? Absolutely not. The Furia had already begun to fire its single remaining Luminaire crystal laser weapon at the distant Tiger mech. Unlike the Centaur mech that had already fallen, the Killer Kitty turned out to be quite a fast and agile beast mech. Its ability to perform lateral movements and just to the sides was much better owing to its much lighter frame. Its weapons loadout may be unimpressive, but that was also the main reason why the Killer Kitty had managed to stay out of the reach of the xianxia all of this time. Unfortunately, its attacks were ineffective. It might be able to finish off the Furia if there was no interference, but the xianxia did its utmost to interfere and get in the way. This time, another weakness of its relatively weak design became exposed. The Killer Kitty was only able to launch attacks at targets that were almost directly in front of its facing. Team Danilov had hastily mounted two laser guns onto the sides of its feline body in order to satisfy the ranged mech requirement and called it a day. If not for this weird tournament rule, James Danilov and Lawrence Sukai would have probably opted to settle for a more traditional Tiger melee mech. As it was, the Killer Kitty only managed to land attacks onto the Furia's kneeling frame for a short amount of time before the xianxia came close enough to force it away. I won't let you kill off the Furia. The xianxia continued to chase after the Killer Kitty while making sure that the Tiger mech could never turn its guns towards the Furia for long. While it was impossible to prevent the fast and agile Tiger mech from firing its energy weapons at the Furia entirely, the hybrid mech simply hunkered down and made sure to guard its weak points as best as possible. The match eventually came to an end after the Killer Kitty ran around and launched attacks until it had emptied its energy reserves. The xianxia hadn't even needed to sink a single dagger into the Tiger mech's frame. Team Larkinson has won again. As expected. What do you mean, as expected? The Lancernaut almost crushed the mechs of Team Larkinson. Just look at the state of the Furia. It is so badly damaged that it is doubtful whether Vase Larkinson and his partner are able to repair its leg and arm in time to fight in the next and most crucial round. That is an interesting question. The delay between the rounds has shrunk considerably now. I believe that Team Larkinson only has time to repair the foot and a portion of the damaged torso. They can forget about restoring the arm. There simply isn't enough time. I wonder whether the mechs of the other teams that have made it this far will be in a worse or better state. The commentators continued to exchange their views as the next matches of the fourth round unfolded one by one. More and more machines suffered serious damage as the design capabilities of the teams that made it this far were by no means weak. Meanwhile, Vase and Juliet quickly raced down to the workshop to do their utmost to fix up their mechs. They had already exchanged their plans and views in private and knew exactly how they wanted to proceed with this crucial repair job. Blinky, Moreau, the companion spirit had rested more than enough to support its design network again. Both Vase and Juliet entered into a familiar state of knowing and mutual understanding. Vase automatically approached the Furia and began to operate the bots and assembly machines to rip away the ruined or heavily damaged parts that needed to be replaced. Juliet on the other hand was closely operating the superfab in order to churn out all of the replacement parts that were necessary to restore the combat effectiveness of their hybrid mech. Neither of the two paused or slowed down in their work. Conversation was not necessary at all in order to communicate what they wanted from each other. This allowed them to work a lot more efficiently than normal. Tasks that normally took 10 minutes to complete could be done in 4 minutes or less due to removing so much friction. As the first batch of replacement parts arrived, Vase immediately went to work with fixing up the legs again. The footing of a landbound mech was the foundation of the entire machine. A bad foot could easily spell disaster, as the inability to reposition rapidly or maintain its balance under difficult conditions could easily cause the Furia to trip and fall. Vase and Juliet therefore decided to do their best to restore foot to its original form despite how much time it took to complete this job. Torso and arms next. This was a more serious and demanding job. The Lancernaut's charge had struck the shoulder that connected the arm to the torso. This caused a lot of damage onto the torso, which absolutely needed to be fixed. Vase first concentrated on restoring the functionality of the integrated luminaire crystal weapon in the chest area on the affected side. The core mechanisms of the weapon thankfully remained intact, but Vase had to rip out a lot of broken channels and circuitry and replace it with newer components. This took a lot of time. Vase was actually feeling a lot of pressure because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to complete his repair plan in time. Fortunately, no complications occurred. Vase not only managed to restore full functionality to the luminaire crystal weapon, but also fixed a lot of structural parts that prevented this damaged section from worsening the state of the hybrid mech. Replacement arm left. There was not a lot of time left anymore, so Vase and Juliet had already agreed to take the most expedient action. It was far too troublesome and time-consuming to restore the arm complete with a wrist-mounted flamethrower once again, so the pair of Larkinson mech designers didn't even bother with this solution. Instead, Juliet had fabricated a large ballistic rifle that could easily be attached against the empty shoulder of the Furia. I guess our hybrid mech has partially degenerated into a frontline mech. Vase quipped. This was the most efficient decision that they could make. Ballistic weapons were quite weak, but they were extremely simple and low-tech. Modifying it so that it could be mounted on the side like a replacement arm was also a trivial matter to a journeyman. Once Juliet completed all of the fabrication tasks, she joined Vase in assembling all of the loose parts. The final result was a Furia that had been reborn, if only reluctantly. "What do you think, Bobby?" Vase asked the pilot who had the pleasure of piloting this uneven mech. "I will try to make the best of its restored capabilities," Bobby said. "That is good to hear." Vase smiled as he patted the military mech pilot in the back. "Remember that the foot is fully restored. We put a lot of effort into ensuring that the Furia can take full advantage of its mobility. As for the new ballistic weapon hardpoint, it should allow your mech to pose a light to moderate threat towards other machines at greater distances. Try and maintain distance, as the Furia's ability to fend off melee attackers has weakened considerably. This is also one of the reasons why we did not decide to mount another flamethrower or shotgun in the empty shoulder socket. The shortcomings are too great." "Understood. Is there anything else I should know about the Furia, sir?" "Don't ignore the connection between you and Lizzie, who is piloting the xianxia. Both of you are piloting a pair of living mechs. There were moments in the previous fight where the two of you could have cooperated better with each other. Focus on that. The two of you have yet to discover the full potential of your living machines." That was rather vague advice. Bobby barely knew what he was dealing with, and he had no clear idea on how to foster a greater connection with Lizzie. Once the break time was over, the surviving few teams emerged once again. Vase immediately frowned when he observed the remaining competition. "Oh, I forgot that there was one by. This is awkward. Let me introduce the remaining teams that have preserved their chance to win the championship of the Twin Weapons Tournament. Team Larkinson needs no further introductions." Vase smirked and briefly bowed at his audience. "Team Clive is our ultimate hometown representative." A pair of mech designers who bore the emblem of the Clive Consortium on their suits greeted the public with PR-friendly smiles. Last but not least, Team Remus has come out of nowhere and defied many expectations. The mech designers of Team Remus were travelers who had no connection to Davut. Hardly anyone cheered for them, but plenty of people respected their accomplishments. Now, who among the top 3 shall be crowned the victors of this tournament? Since there were 3 teams left after a long day of running many different matches, there was only time to hold a single round to determine the final standings. How would the tournament structure the final round? Chapter 4876. Team Clive. After a long day, only 3 teams of mech designers had made it to the final round. Team Larkinson needed no introduction anymore. The twin weapons tournament had almost been hijacked by Vase alone, and though other talented and highly capable mech designers managed to shine brightly on this stage, there was no doubt that the Larkinson patriarch shone like the brightest star in the sky. Team Clive was much more interesting. As its name suggested, the team consisted of a pair of journeymen from the Clive Consortium, one of the founding organizations of Davut. Given that the current president of the newly founded Colonial Federation came from the same group, the name, Clive, was basically equivalent to royalty within its borders. Nobody knew how many members of the Clive lineage jumped galaxies and decided to take part in the construction of a state that was partially created according to their ideas. There were Clives in practically every industry and sector of Davut, ensuring that the mother organization always kept tabs on all of the developments that took place within its borders. The Clive Consortium was naturally large, old and powerful enough to have its own high-ranking mech designers. The pair of journeymen that decided to compete in this particular tournament did not appear to possess any special identities within their family group. They were typical lower to middle-ranked members among the Clives who had made a few accomplishments but had yet to merit greater attention. Vase knew that the woman known as Jocasta Clive is the one to watch. The woman possessed a vibe that partially reminded him of Gloriana. This was a woman who thought highly of herself and had great confidence in her design philosophy and ideals. The performance of the mechs she designed together with her partner Romulus Clive backed up her beliefs. Team Clive designed a highly unusual but powerful pair of mechs. The Doggin was their killer machine. While it was just a light marksman mech, its design was highly unusual for two reasons. First, the Doggin pursued a concept of extreme firepower. It sacrificed almost everything in order to maximize its firepower. The entire mech had essentially turned into a sniping platform as it was armed with a comically powerful and oversized Gauss rifle. In order to maximize its firepower and minimize any mechanical complications, it did not carry the Gauss rifle in its arms. Instead, Jocasta and Romulus Clive had integrated it into its shoulder like a mounted weapon. Rather than call it a marksman mech, it was more appropriate to label it as a frontline mech. Unlike traditional frontline mechs, the Doggin did not possess much fault tolerance. The only strengthening its frame had received was solely for the purpose of being able to carry and fire the formidable weapon without getting crushed in return. Its mobility was also rather poor as it was nowhere near as fast as actual light mechs. The Doggin also possessed one more quirk. Its huge integrated Gauss rifle could fire both forwards and backwards. It could easily switch its weapon orientation as it was mounted on a turret that could vertically rotate its muzzle by over 180 degrees. All of this sounded weird in isolation, and plenty of people in the audience had expressed their skepticism and ridicule when they initially saw it appear in the arena during the first round. That was until the other mech came into the picture. The Redan initially looked like a hefty knight mech, though one with an unusual design. It was shaped rather weird. It featured a strange depression on its back and its sides unfolded in an unusual manner. It wasn't until the Doggin pressed its back onto the Redan that people realized the role that the latter served. The Redan actually possessed the capability to integrate the Doggin onto its back. It's a combination mech. Vase was no stranger to this concept as he had witnessed it in the past. Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone had also introduced a pair of beast mechs in the past that could do the same, although they never caught on in the Larkinson army as there were other mechs that could fulfill their roles just as well. Nonetheless, combination mechs were not weak. They could produce a lot of synergy under the right circumstances, and that was exactly what happened whenever the mechs of Team Clive showcased their power. The Redan took care of movement and defense. It was a knight mech that completely focused on resisting ranged attacks and protecting its partner from any serious damage. It was also rather capable at fighting melee mechs at close range, though only in the right facing. The Doggin took care of the damage. Its powerful Gauss rifle was not only precise, but also extremely powerful relative to the size and mass of its frame. Each time it fired, it propelled a piercing projectile that was formulated out of special alloys that almost never failed to punch through armor plating. So long as the Doggin was able to land a hit on an opposing mech, the latter usually received crippling damage. It was not unusual for the Doggin to be able to take down mechs after landing its shots just once or twice. This was a scary combination of lethality and precision. No mech would be able to survive in the field with such a formidable sniping mech in action. This was why all of the opposing teams prioritized the takedown of the Doggin, but how could that be accomplished so easily when it had partially merged with the frame of the Redan? Any mech that did not possess a sufficient amount of mobility usually got struck down in a couple of shots regardless of the range. The only ones that stood a greater chance at surviving the deadly output of the Dogon were fast and agile light mechs. Even then, plenty of light mechs had fallen because they only had to fail a single time in order for the Dogon's Gauss rifle to amputate their limbs or destroy a quarter of their torsos. Vase and Juliet exchanged deep and troubling glances when they thought about how their twin souls might fare against the mechs of Team Clive. While Vase could already judge from the designs of the Dogon and the reading that neither of their two designers were as good as him, they were still extremely solid mech designers. Jocasta Clive was 51 years old while Romulus Clive was 43 years old. Both of them received solid educations, guidance from seniors and masters and designed mechs for various subsidiaries and divisions of the Clive Consortium. Their work experience surpassed that of the mech designers of Team Larkinson while their talents weren't bad. Even if they lacked an independent streak that could stimulate them into designing more radical and creative mechs, they could gain access to plenty of high-tech as well as alien tech due to their family names alone. You know, I think Jocasta Clive should be an attractive recruitment candidate for you. Juliet quietly said as the panel of commentators rehashed all of the highlights that took place during the previous rounds. She is a journeyman mech designer with high potential and a useful specialty. Haven't you always complained about lacking a dedicated ranged weapon expert that could help our clan enhance its ranged firepower? That is true, Juliet, but we're not that desperate. Jocasta Clive can complement our weapons loadout and reduce our dependence on luminaire crystal weapons. She has developed her own set of proprietary ballistic and Gauss tech that give her own kinetic firearms the ability to penetrate through armor. I can bet you that she also has a head start on working with transphasic kinetic weapon systems due to her family background. He threw a deep glance in the direction of the two Clive mech designers. He did not have a good feeling about attempting to bring them into his clan. No, the Clive Consortium probably wants them to stay and integrate into the local mech industry. The group has invested massively in Jocasta and Romulus. The Clives don't want to let them go so easily. Besides, if we recruit one or two of them into our clan, I will have to worry about their loyalties. They're not like the other journeymen we have recruited in the past. Their mentors have remained in the old galaxy and cannot exert that much influence. It will be different for Jocasta Clive as the presence of her original family organization is strong in the new frontier. Juliet did not accept this argument. You agreed to hire Miles Tovar along with a handful of his cousins. You even elevated him to a lead designer and allowed him to take charge of his own mech design projects. Vase dismissively waved his hand. That is a different case and you know it. The Tovar family of the Bright family used to be a big deal for me, but nowadays my clan easily crushed them if we wish. The power relationship between the Tovars and the Larkinsons has changed drastically over the years. I am certain I don't have to be afraid that Miles Tovar will ever turn his back on us and favor his old family. What about Sarah and Dulo Voikin? Both of them have an ideological conflict with Master Barnard Solas Voikin. This is not a trivial issue for them. Sarah and Dulo don't want to remain stuck in an overly rigid and conservative family structure. My clan has offered them much greater freedom, autonomy and responsibility than the Voikin family, so it would be foolish for them to risk all of that by violating their oaths. I see, it's all about interests, Juliet. Vase clarified to her. As long as Jocasta Clive is out of step with the Clive Consortium, I would be glad to give her an alternative. If the Larkinsons are a bigger deal than the Clives in the Red Ocean, then we can also trust Jocasta Clive to remain honest while she has joined our clan. Since Jocasta has met neither of these conditions, I do not think it is wise to invite her to work in our design department. What if she takes the initiative to join our clan, Vase? Have you ever thought about that? The Clive Consortium has a vested interest in our cooperation. It shouldn't be unusual if they attempt to send their own people to us, whether openly or overtly. It was not simply to reject such a gift from the Clive Consortium, but Vase did not care. I will turn her and any other member of the Clive Consortium away. Vase said as he crossed his arms. I have already explained to everyone that I don't intend to increase our entanglement with the Colonial Federation of Davut any further. If any group of Larkinsons want to play nice with Clives, then we can let our Davut branch manage this issue. It will be up to Ark and Raymond to decide whether they want to induct Jocasta Clive as a branch member of our clan. You would allow that to happen? Vase shrugged. I can't really be bothered to control the recruitment practices of our side branches. So long as the applicant is able to meet the requirements and pass the loyalty test, then there shouldn't be much harm. However, don't forget that the requirements to become a member of the main branch of our clan are much stricter. Someone like Jocasta Clive won't be able to get on board our fleet and work in our design department. She would have to sincerely distance herself from the Clive consortium, and I guess that is impossible for a mech designer with her life trajectory. He knew her type. Jocasta Clive did not look like a mech designer who was content to play second fiddle and subordinate herself to others. Oh well, there were plenty of other journeymen for him to recruit in Davut. He much preferred to work with travelers and tourists who did not possess any existing attachments. Chapter 4877 Team Remus. After the announcers finished their effort to recap the fights that led to this point, they finally went on to business and revealed their arrangements for the final match. Out of the 71 teams that have presented their mechs and allowed them to fight each other over the course of several rounds, only 3 remain standing. The works of Team Larkinson and Team Clive have both been tested over the course of 4 grueling rounds. Team Remus, on the other hand, has been fortunate enough to skip the 4th round due to lacking an opponent during the random matching process, though its mech designers did not receive as much time to repair their mechs as a consequence. Despite the fact that Team Remus was able to pass through the 4th round without a fight, it still had the capital to be strong. Eric Remus, a 71-year-old journeyman, clearly led the team. He was one of the many travelers who had come to Davut in order to make his name in the tournaments. His partner Izzard Holliston was less remarkable, but he was a longtime friend and collaborator of Eric Remus. The two worked well together as evidenced by the quality of their works. Both of them happened to be beast mech designers. The combination of their mechs was a little unusual, but seemed to work out well against the opponents they faced before. The simply named T1 was a light tiger mech that stood out for its light construction and high offensive power. The T1 was difficult to defend against due to the natural advantages afforded by its tiger form and its left paw that was able to deploy plasma claws. Although the T1 undoubtedly had low endurance due to its excessively high energy consumption, it could tear apart any mech with the help of its plasma claws. Eric Remus must have mastered melee plasma weapon technology to a high degree if he was able to reproduce a simplified version out of low-quality materials. It wasn't the T1 that caused the opponents of Team Remus a lot of grief. It was the S1 that was primarily designed by Izzard Holliston that generated a lot of alarm. The S1 was a heavy artillery spider mech that featured a simple but considerably massive design. As its name suggested, it featured 8 thick and sturdy legs that provided unparalleled stability and footing for the upper body. The S1 mounted multiple simple but powerful kinetic cannons that could fire a large amount of rounds in multiple different directions. It was clearly a ranged mech that was designed to stand in place and throw out as many projectiles in the vague direction of the enemy. Unlike the aforementioned Doggin, the S1's guns weren't particularly powerful or precise, but the heavy artillery spider mech made up for it with sheer volume of fire. Slower and more armored mechs could not withstand its firepower for long. No matter how much protection a defensive mech carried, it would never be able to resist the attacks forever. The S1 did not have to worry about running out of ammunition anytime soon. Its large frame provided plenty of capacity for reloads. The matches often ran out long before the heavy mech expended all of its rounds. The spider mech did have its shortcomings, though. Its defenses were not as tough as that of an actual doom crawler, and its movement speed was terrible. It had already taken a lot of time and effort to design the basic structure of the S1 and mount all of its formidable weapon systems onto its frame. If Team Remus had more time, then its mech designers would have definitely mounted it with thicker and stronger armor. In any case, it did not seem to matter all that much. No other mech in the competition fielded any mechs that possessed nearly as much ranged attack power as the S1. Even the Doggin designed by Team Clive would probably struggle to disable all of the weapon systems of the heavy artillery spider mech before it got blasted into pieces. The only viable way to disable the S1's weapons systems and eliminate it entirely was to send in a melee mech that could tear it down while evading its weapon arcs. Of course, the T1 always stood ready to punish those that tried to get close. All in all, Vase did not think that Team Remus reached the 5th and final round without merit. The T1 and the S1 had always been able to demolish their opponents in quick order due to their overwhelmingly high attack strength. Vase actually had a headache when he considered how well his twin souls could fight against these terrible beast mechs. The xianxia had managed to take out the Lancernaut after jumping onto its equine back, but that was when the latter did not have an effective helper by its side. The killer kitty was a joke of a light mech and played no role aside from annoying mechs with its weak laser weapons. The works of Team Remus were much more threatening because both mechs could effectively back each other up. No matter whether the twin souls focused on the T1 or the S1, one or the other would always do their best to prevent themselves from getting defeated in detail. However, before he thought about what sort of confrontation was about to ensue, he first needed to know the details of the final round. The rulebook had accounted for the possibility of uneven teams at this stage, but it was a big mess as far as he was concerned. Now let us get back to the main event. Only 3 teams stand tall at this time. Since we cannot resolve the winner of this tournament by holding a straightforward match between 2 teams, we must consider an alternative means to decide the championship. Team Larkinson, Team Clive and Team Remus are allowed to vote on a choice on how to structure the last round of the combat phase of this competition. This is a rare privilege and one that might add extra spice to the final match. Vase frowned for a moment. He did not like what he heard. As far as he was concerned, the tournament should have structured its admission process to ensure that only 2 teams would be left in the final round. Ending up with 3 teams instead of 2 made this process far more complicated than usual. Then again, that wouldn't be as fun. The rules of the tournaments were set up in a way to force the participating journeyman mech designers to contort their designs in order to meet unusual demands. All of this gave him the impression that a bunch of masters working for the Davut University of Technology got bored and wanted to break their monotony by setting up an unusual rule set. All 3 teams are allowed to vote on a favorite option. Allow us to present the methods in which they can determine the winner among themselves. First, is any team willing to withdraw at this stage and claim 3rd place without any suspense? Vase looked around for a moment before he realized he probably needed to provide an answer. He took a single step forward. No. Jocasta Clive did the same. No. Eric Remus looked just as combative as the rest. No. That is clear. Then I shall proceed with presenting the following options. The 3 teams can choose to resolve it by running a gauntlet. Their competition mechs must each fight against a continuous stream of automated battle bots that slowly seek to overwhelm them. The rankings will be determined by how long they have managed to survive. That was a rather destructive way to determine the winner of this tournament. It was a completely different experience and not every mech was designed to fight against a mob of battle bots. The next alternative is to hold a free-for-all where the competition mechs of all 3 teams are placed in the arena at once. There are no additional rules, so this match is bound to be chaotic. The rankings are determined by the times their mechs remain operational in the field. The last mech standing is the ultimate winner. This was the most straightforward means of determining the winner. From the reaction of the crowd, this was a particularly favored option for the audience. The last choice we can present to you is to hold a split round robin. What makes it special is that we shall split up the mechs from each team and have them fight separately against other single mechs. The final round will therefore be decided in 3 separate matches. The matching process will be completely randomized in order to ensure fairness. The rankings will be determined by the time it took for the mechs to win their matches. Vase did not like this one at all. His xianxia and Furia were designed to fight together. Their teamwork had been improving slightly with every passing round and it would be a shame for them to get pulled apart. Now, make your choice, teams. Announce your decision. Before Vase could step up, Jocasta Clive spoke up first. Team Clive chooses the free-for-all. That did not surprise Vase too much as Dogan and the Redan were not suited for mass destruction. They also wouldn't fare well in the split round robins as their dependence on teamwork was even greater. Team Remus chooses the gauntlet. A heavy artillery spider mech that almost matched the configuration of a doom crawler would definitely feel at home in a gauntlet. The S1 would probably be able to smash a large amount of battle bots for a long time as it was the most suited for mass destruction among the 6 surviving mechs. Everyone's attention turned towards Vase. He had the privilege of casting the deciding vote. None of the 3 options appealed to him that much, to be honest. If he wanted to generate more chaos, he could vote in favor of the split round robin. If that happened, the tournament organizers would decide the format by rolling a virtual dice. This was anything but desirable as Vase would lose complete control over the format of the final round. He decided to stop keeping everyone in suspense. I choose the free-for-all. Much of the crowd cheered as this option was bound to please the crowd. Free-for-all it is. All 6 mechs will be put in the arena at once. The fighting will not stop until 2 teams have been eliminated. Vase briefly looked in the direction of the other two teams. Jocasta Clive nodded at him with respect while Eric Remus did not look particularly pleased. Team Remus had too much of an advantage in the gauntlet. Why should Vase give his competitor a golden opportunity to win this tournament? Casting his vote for the free-for-all ensured that his own team would have a realistic shot at winning this contest. The only downside was that Vase probably had no chance of recruiting Eric Remus and Izzard Holliston anymore. This was not a big loss as Vase was not too keen in hiring beast mech designers at this stage. The power pair were already capable of designing most of the beast mechs that his clan would need in the short and medium term. A few minutes passed by as all 6 mechs entered the arena. The xianxia, the Furia, the Dogon, the Redan, the T1, the S1. Out of all of the mechs designed over the course of the previous 2 days, these ones had managed to defeat all of their opposition to this point. As the countdown started, all 6 mechs were already eyeing their opponents. Start. As soon as the starting signal had been triggered, the mechs of Team Larkinson and Team Clive immediately turned to the S1. The pilots of both teams did not have to communicate with each other to agree on a common goal. No matter what, the S1 had to be taken out as soon as possible. Chapter 4878 Free for All. When the free for all began, the mechs of Team Larkinson and Team Clive tacitly ignored each other. This was not to say they had become friends all of a sudden. The overarching reason why the twin souls and the mechs designed by the Clives chose to combine forces was because there was a greater threat in the arena. The mechs are off to an explosive start. It appears that Team Remus is in danger. This free-for-all has immediately turned into a 4-on-2 fight from the moment the match commenced. If this tentative cooperation holds, then the mechs designed by Mr. Eric Remus and Mr. Izzard Holliston will be the first ones to get knocked out of the competition. I can't blame the colluding teams. The S1 that belongs to Team Remus is too powerful for its own good. It is an artillery beast mech that possesses far too many guns and too little protection. It is the most high-priority target that needs to be eliminated with haste in order to limit the mass destruction it can inflict onto other mechs. The logic of targeting the S1 was clear. Team Larkinson and Team Clive did not gang up on Team Remus because the latter consisted of a pair of foreign mech designers who had no existing ties to Davut. Their identities played no role as the actual people piloting the competition mechs were all Davutan soldiers to begin with. These pilots were all professional enough to leave irrelevant matters aside and focus solely on representing the interests of the mech designers who entrusted their works to them. It would damage the credibility of the Davut University of Technology and the Colonial Federation as a whole if the insiders deliberately targeted the outsiders. In fact, the people involved in the Twin Weapons tournament did not particularly mind if a group of foreign tourists ended up winning the championship. Real mech designers only discriminated by ability, not their origins or other circumstances. Right now, the S1 was in a lot of trouble. At first, the ranged mechs of the opposing teams opened fire at the large and slow-moving target. The Furia unleashed a salvo of laser beams and shotgun slugs at the S1 as it zigzagged its way forward. The xianxia had already run ahead in order to circle around the S1 and approach it from another angle. The Dogon on the other hand opened fire with its powerful integrated Gauss rifle. Each shot unleashed by this powerful weapon pierced through the thick armor that protected the S1's structure with relative ease. The constant attacks immediately debilitated the S1 and prevented it from firing back as effectively as before. Oh, look at the S1. It is not going to allow itself to get beaten without a cost. It has turned all of its guns towards the mechs of Team Clive and has begun to pound the combination between the Dogon and the Redan. The S1 has no other choice. It can attempt to target the Furia and the xianxia designed by Team Larkinson, but the two machines are relatively fast and agile. It will take too much time for the S1's output to eliminate the hybrid mech and light skirmisher. On the other hand, the Dogon and the Redan are highly immobile once they have combined forces. There is nothing an artillery mech loves to attack more than a large and relatively slow-moving target. Jocasta Clive and Romulus Clive had chosen to base the strategy of their mechs on defense and firepower instead of mobility. This had worked out well for them in the previous rounds, but a mech like the S1 directly countered their approach. As such, the mech designers who wanted to knock out the S1 most of all was Team Clive. There was no way the combination between a knight mech and a marksman mech could withstand the bombardment for long. While the assault on the S1 continued, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the T1. The light tiger mech that possessed deadly plasma claws completely gave up any attempt to protect its fellow beast mech and ran all the way to the corner of the arena. It looked as if the little kitty had become scared of all of the explosions and loud noises and wanted to run as far away as possible. If it weren't for the fact that the energy shields that contained the fight within the arena were too strong, the T1 probably would have scratched its claws against the barrier in order to create even more distance between itself and the main fight. Of course, its pathetic move was not as cowardly as it seemed. The more discerning people among the crowd guessed that Team Remus might still have a chance of winning the tournament. Even if the S1 got knocked out early, so long as Team Larkinson and Team Clive turned their weapons against each other, the T1 still had a chance of having the last laugh. There was no way that the mech pilots of Team Larkinson and Team Clive were ignorant of this possibility. How could they fight against each other when they constantly had to watch their backs against the surprise offenses of the T1? This was why the xianxia stayed away from the S1 and instead pursued the T1 for the time being. The light skirmisher did not show any fear towards the light tiger mech. The former chased the latter around the entire periphery of the arena field. Meanwhile, the fight against the S1 turned a little weird after a few dozen or so seconds had passed. The marksman mech mounted on the back of the knight mech steadily dismantled the S1 from a comfortable distance. Each attack launched by its Gauss rifle knocked out a weapon system, a leg or other important internals. At the same time, the S1 displayed a remarkable degree of redundancy and resilience. Even if it wasn't able to resist the penetrating kinetic rounds as effectively as it wished, its constant kinetic bombardment exacted a huge toll on the Rhedan's defenses. The physical shield that the Rhedan relied upon to block the majority of incoming damage was looking increasingly more cracked, broken and deformed. Even if a single attack from the S1 was not that strong, the sheer volume of fire quickly pressured the Rhedan to the point where it would be forced to throw away the remnants of its physical shield in less than a minute. Even the Doggin couldn't fully escape all of the damage despite the fact that it was hiding most of its silhouette behind the Rhedan. A few lucky hits had almost managed to strike its extremely important Gauss rifle. Nothing could afford to happen to this weapon. It was pretty much the only reliable means for Team Clive to defeat its opponents and win the finals. As the S1 and the Doggin-Rhedan combination continued to destroy each other in a destructive firefight, the Furia gradually slowed down its attacks until it had silenced its weapons entirely. Bobby Orwell recognized that it may be better to let the mechs from the two sides dismantle each other. The S1 already looked in bad shape due to its inability to properly resist or evade the incoming attacks. Its downfall was already set in stone. In contrast, the Doggin and the Rhedan would still be difficult to deal with because the ranged mech was just too deadly against other mechs. The Furia therefore diverted from its original trajectory and conscientiously moved away while continuing to perform evasive maneuvers. Oh, what is this? The Furia has decided to allow Team Clive to finish off the S1 alone. Why should Team Larkinson do Team Clive a favor? The Furia's ammunition and energy reserves are limited. It is better off saving its firepower for later. So long as the Doggin and the Rhedan remain easy targets, the S1 will not turn its guns against the xianxia and the Furia. When Vase threw a glance towards the mech designers of Team Clive, he could see that Jocasta Clive had become a lot more upset. The Larkinson mechs had left the Clive mechs to fend for themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that the identities of Jocasta and Romulus Clive were a bit troublesome, Vase would have burst out in laughter by this time. Well, that's what you will get for going for a free-for-all, he smugly said. Even though the Doggin and the Rhedan were left to fend for themselves, they still possessed the upper hand in this ruinous firefight. The Rhedan lost its physical shield a while ago and had to rely on its armor alone to resist further attacks. Fortunately, the defensive mech's construction was impressively solid. Romulus Clive was an accomplished defensive specialist who was roughly on par with Sarah Voikin. With the cover of the Rhedan, the Doggin had managed to knock out another kinetic cannon, which meant that the S1 only had two more intact weapons left to pound its targets. Just as the Doggin-Rhedan combination was about to neutralize the S1 one way or another, its mech pilots received a sudden alert. What? The xianxia has stopped fighting against the T1. The two light mechs have circled towards the rear of the Doggin-Rhedan before they have subsequently changed their course to the combination mech. Team Clive is in trouble now. It appears that Team Larkinson has entered into a different tacit cooperation with Team Remus. How devious! Who could have seen this development coming? The Doggin and the Rhedan had been designed to fight against two opposing mechs at most. They had never been designed to fend off three mechs at once, especially when they were approaching from different directions. The combination mech was not completely helpless, though. The Dogon was able to pull out an additional submachine gun and use it to spray the approaching light mechs with a torrent of rounds. The Raiden also tried to turn around in order to use its sword to fend off at least one of the light mechs. However, the xianxia and the T1 seemingly turned into bosom buddies overnight and cleverly approached the combination mech with a pincer movement before pouncing at the same time. The xianxia angled itself away from the Raiden's sword and mercilessly utilized its twin daggers to strike anything sensitive within its attack range. The T1 meanwhile activated its incredibly draining plasma claws without hesitation and almost managed to eliminate the Dogon with a single searing strike. It only took 4 more plasma claw attacks for the T1 to destroy the Dogon's crucial Gauss rifle and take down the ranged mech entirely. The Raiden meanwhile succumbed from a combination of the S1's lessened artillery salvos and the xianxia's flanking attacks. Team Clive is out. The Dogon and the Raiden are the first 2 mechs in the arena to lose their combat effectiveness. The final rank of this team is 3rd place. Just when everyone thought that Team Remus would get knocked out of place first, it turned out that Team Clive got eliminated first. This was an absolutely shocking turn of events, especially since it happened to the mech designers of the Clive Consortium of all people. The final remaining teams in contention have already begun their final confrontation. With no more distractions left in the field, the mechs built by Team Larkinson and Team Remus have immediately ceased any tacit cooperation that existed between them. Only one side can remain standing. This was not an even confrontation. The T1 only incurred light damage so far after getting hit by the Dogon's submachine gun, but the S1 was in terrible shape. When the Furia approached the S1 from the rear, the latter was only down to 2 intact kinetic cannons, both of which were oriented in the wrong direction. The Larkinson hybrid mech only needed less than 30 seconds to finish off the defanged heavy artillery Spider mech. Team Remus was down to a single mech. The T1 needed to put up a heroic performance if it wanted to defeat the xianxia and the Furia. Chapter 4879 Foresight. Few people expected this to happen. Team Clive bowed out first. Only the mechs of Team Larkinson and Team Remus remained in the field, but the ones belonging to the latter were in a considerably worse shape. The S1 no longer looked like the large and proud heavy artillery Spider mech like before. The Dogon's piercing Gauss rifle had torn through most of its external structure and destroyed almost all of its cannons and much of its legs. It hardly took any effort for the Furia to finish the job and remove the S1 from the board. The only hope for Team Remus to win first place was for a miracle to occur. Unless the T1 was able to avoid the Furia's firepower and outfight the xianxia in melee combat, the Light Tiger mech was unlikely to attain an improbable victory. The events in the arena occurred exactly as predicted. Neither the Furia nor the xianxia had expended too much resources in the previous fight, so they were able to gang up on the T1 without any issue. The only variable that could ruin Team Larkinson's chances of winning the match was if the T1's incredibly powerful plasma claws somehow managed to cripple either of the twin souls in a single hit. Sergeant Bobby Orwell and Sergeant Lizzie Caddo of the Federal Military of Davut were both aware of this danger. It took no time at all for them to adopt the right strategy and try to focus on containing the T1. There was no need for the xianxia and the Furia to take excessive risks and fight the T1 up close where it was most effective. The xianxia cleverly circled around and constantly threatened to savage the T1's flanks and rear. Whenever the T1 turned around in order to chase after the annoying light skirmisher, the xianxia promptly avoided a confrontation and ran away. The Furia in the meantime tried its best to rely on its flamethrowers and its shotgun to wear down the T1's thin and relatively light armor. These striker mech armaments might experience difficulties in trying to take down a large and sturdy machine like the Lancernaut, but they were more than adequate enough to strip the armor of a light mech and inflict torture on its internals. The only real way the T1 could make up for its disadvantage in numbers was to charge at the Furia and savage the hybrid mech with its plasma claws. However, the T1 never got the chance to get close throughout the remainder of the free-for-all match. The Furia was not a slow mech by any means and could run away fast enough to give the xianxia time to catch up and attack the opposing light mech's rear. Aside from that, the Furia's armaments became a lot deadlier at close range. Its flamethrowers were no joke and had no trouble with cooking the T1 despite the latter's best efforts at evasion. As soon as the flames and shotgun pellets finally wore out the T1 to the point where it collapsed onto the floor, the first and second place winners had been decided. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Yay, we won!" Marvane clapped as he hopped in his seat. "I knew our papa would beat everyone." I just knew it, Andraste smirked as if she hadn't doubted for a single second. Meow, meow meow. The Larkinsons, who watched the twin weapons tournament from beginning to end, felt both elated and relieved that their patriarch managed to win first place. Aurelia looked happy as well, but she also grew confused at the numerous twists and turns that took place over the course of the free-for-all match. Why did Team Clive end up in third place? She asked. How did Team Remus manage to stay in the arena longer? Shouldn't Team Clive and Team Remus focus on eliminating their strongest competitor first? It is not that difficult to figure out, dear. Meryl O'Brien replied to the young lady. First, let us consider the mechs as a whole. The S1 Heavy Artillery Spider mech is the singular most powerful threat in the field. It possesses the greatest mass and the greatest firepower out of all of the other mechs. At the same time, its mobility is low and its ability to defend itself is not that great. The Dogon and the Raiden, whose combination is extremely susceptible against massed attacks, really have no choice but to eliminate it first. They could not afford to waste their time on attacking the mechs of your father's team from the start. Okay, I understand that. Team Remus also has no choice but to prioritize the Dogon first due to its superior firepower against slow-moving mechs. That is correct, Meryl affirmed. The xianxia and the Furia simply weren't threatening enough in comparison. It also wasn't worthwhile to attack them because they're too fast and elusive to go down quickly. This caused them to be ignored most of the time. This is actually the reason why Team Larkinson's chances of winning have doubled if not tripled. Everyone who is able to think far enough has already made this conclusion as soon as the exchange of fire began. Truly, Aurelia looked surprised. The recently promoted journeyman mech designer smiled. The mech pilots fighting on behalf of Team Remus and Team Clive are not short-sighted. They likely understood that focusing their attacks on each other would likely allow Team Larkinson to have the last laugh, but they had no other choice. The mech pilots of the S1 and the T1 figured out sooner that their chances of winning first place had dropped to almost zero. Rather than trying to win the ultimate bet, they stepped back and recognized that it was better to compete for second place. That was the maximum achievable result that they could aim for. This was why they wordlessly decided to do Team Larkinson a favor and eliminate the mechs of Team Clive. Oh, when the S1 was almost on the verge of getting destroyed, the mech pilots of Team Remus sided with Team Larkinson for a simple reason. The relatively sturdy but slow-moving Dogon Raiden combination is much easier to eliminate than the much more mobile Furia and xianxia. Again, the Remus mech pilots had made a cost-benefit analysis that told them that their chances of winning second place is much higher if they did not bother to waste their firepower on trying to take down the pair of mechs that are harder to target. Marvane paid attention to this conversation as well. He became fascinated by how the twin souls were able to escape being targeted by both sides for the same reason. Is it more important for mechs to be fast than to be tough? Not always, little cutie. Meryl smiled indulgently at him. It depends on the battlefield and the opposition. No single answer is always correct. The mech industry clearly produces both light mechs and heavy mechs. That means that both of them are useful. You just need to deploy them in situations where they can maximize their strengths and minimize their weaknesses. The larger and more massive mechs have performed well in this tournament. Team Clive and Team Remus wouldn't have made it to the top 3 otherwise. I do not think it is a coincidence that Team Larkinson has taken first place. The final match generated a lot of discussion, both among the Larkinsons and among a larger audience. There were plenty of people that thought that the mechs of Team Larkinson had slid into first place without putting as much effort into the fight. It was basically a case of Team Clive and Team Remus beating each other up first before the Larkinson mechs rolled in to mop up the remnants. The commentators had a different opinion, though. The mech designers of Team Clive and Team Remus have reaped the consequences of their design choices, for both good and ill. Both of them have decided to base their strategy on maximizing the firepower of their mechs at the cost of sacrificing their mobility. This has served them well in the previous rounds as they relied on brute force to defeat their opposition. It did not work out for them in the 5th and final round, though. Mechs that lack mobility are often targeted first. The teams should know this fundamental truth. The foresight displayed by these mech designers still has room for improvement. They knew that 71 teams of mech designers had entered this competition from the beginning. If anyone charts out the single elimination bracket, they would understand that they would finally end in a situation where only 3 teams are left. There are a number of possibilities on how the final match would be structured, and a free-for-all was a distinct possibility. It may be possible that Team Remus took this into account and voted on holding a gauntlet, but I truly expected better from Jocasta Clive and her partner. What did they expect to happen if the 6 surviving mechs entered the arena at once? The commentators continued to prattle on even as the closing ceremony commenced. Vase did not have much interest in what happened next. He tuned out the spectacle as he had been through this song and dance multiple times already. He didn't even care about the prize that he had managed to secure. Compared to the powerful MTA-affiliated organizations in Chance Bay, the Davut University of Technology was smaller and poorer. It was impossible for the educational institution to award Vase with a starship or a few kilograms of phase water. The only prize that mattered was to earn more bragging rights and enrich his record. Winning first place in any legitimate mech design tournament was rare. Many masters weren't even able to boast of winning any tournament when they were at this rank and age bracket. In short, winning the Twin Weapons tournament significantly raised their credibility among their peers. How could Vase be dissatisfied with this result? He would face a lot less doubts about his design ability in the future. All of those doubters that thought that he did not deserve to receive so much special treatment from the colonial government had much less ground to stand upon. In contrast, people such as President Unames Clive and other like-minded people had much more faith that Vase would be able to give Davut a substantial advantage in the upcoming war. It would be even better for his reputation if Vase was able to win a few more mech design tournaments, but they did not happen often enough. This was the final day of the founding ceremony. The Larkinson clan already participated in plenty of tournaments. While the Larkinsons managed to win a few of them and bring a lot of glory to the clan, the time for festivities had passed. Davut had already exhausted a lot of resources to hold all of these events and wouldn't be starting anything similar anytime soon. Vase actually had no interest in taking part in any public pageantries. He had already fulfilled his main objectives. He knew where he stood in his mech design career and he possessed a clear understanding of his strength relative to other colleagues in the industry. He even managed to meet plenty of interesting recruitment prospects, though he was not quite sure about their willingness to join their clan. Vase looked for Beatrice Hendricks but couldn't find her among the competitors who decided to stick around. Hopefully, he'd be able to meet her once again so that he could have another chance at luring her into his clan. He had a feeling that he managed to spark enough interest, but that alone wasn't enough to secure the allegiance of a proud and confident mech designer. The design department desperately needed another defensive specialist. There were few mech designers who were more suitable to plug this gap than Beatrice Hendricks. Her specialty in adaptive modular armor systems presented lots of new possibilities that would certainly complement a lot of Larkinson mechs. Chapter 4880 Not present as the Twin Weapons tournament started to wrap up, the mech designers of the top 3 team all received invitations to go on stage. They all made sure to maintain their decorum and bow in front of the crowd. The people who visited Spencer Hall in person all clapped in appreciation for the teams that made it all the way to the final round. Sure, Team Larkinson may have impressed many of them due to the convincing but also thrilling victories against other strong opponents, but Team Clive and Team Remus also managed to win a lot of hearts. There were a lot of impressive journeymen in Davut. Perhaps not all of them would stick around in the state, but those that did may eventually become the next generation of master mech designers that might lead the colonial state towards a better future. All in all, a lot of people felt good about the event. It truly brought a lot of Davutans together and gave them greater confidence in their state's ability to overcome future difficulties. In the end, Master Mergard Elroy appeared on the stage once again. He stood in front of the mech designers of the final 3 teams and held a closing speech. I sincerely hope that each of you have come away from the last 3 days with a new and different appreciation for mechs. The teacher at the DUT began. The works we make are often regarded in isolation. This is a mistake. We humans are far too numerous to deploy our mechs one by one and rely on individual supremacy to defeat our opponents. We are nothing like the phase whales who possess the size and strength to take on entire armies by themselves. We are forced to rely on making the most out of our numbers to win our battles, and I hope this tournament has taught you that this is a blessing, not a curse. He spoke these words towards the students of the DUT that occupied a significant proportion of the seats as well as the rest of his audience. Even in a festive event like this, Master Elroy couldn't get rid of his persona as a teacher and an educator. I hope that each of you, especially those who are deeply intertwined in the mech industry, come away from our tournament with a greater appreciation for the restrictions and limitations of mechs. The rules we have set may seem arbitrary and unfair to you all, but let me remind you that combat outside of competitive venues is never equitable. Your enemies will not wait until you are able to match their numbers, and they will not have any qualms about relying on superior tech and materials to increase their superiority on the battlefield. Each of you must take these differences into account when you design or pilot mechs, especially in the near future. The upcoming conflict between Davut and Karlach was set in stone. There was no way to prevent it from breaking out anymore. The bad blood had run too deep for that. Davut had no way of letting Karlach off, and Karlach could not rein in the ambitions of conquest of its own stakeholders. Neither side intended to pursue peace until they had gobbled up their most immediate regional rival. Master Elroy briefly turned around and swept his gaze towards the 6 mech designers of Team Larkinson, Team Remus and Team Clive. He showed genuine appreciation for them all. There was a clear expectation in his eyes as he looked forward to what the younger generation could accomplish in the future. Among our mech designer community, many people have different opinions of what journeyman mech designers actually are. Many veterans in our industry regard them as upgraded apprentice mech designers who still have a long way to go before they mature. Others look up to them and believe that they have already ascended the mundane and have become stars of their own. Neither of these descriptions are completely correct, but they are not completely inaccurate. As with many subjects, the truth lies in between. In these 3 eventual days, we have all seen journeymen who lean in one end of the spectrum or the other. Master Elroy turned towards the mech designers behind him once again and addressed them directly. All 6 of you have shown that you have already stepped beyond the basic principles of mech design and created your own. That is a crucial step in your professional journey and shows that you have already explored plenty of possible paths, either mentally or physically. However, no matter how far you have already gone, I hope that you will not lose your immaturity that allows you to gaze at mechs in our reality with fresh and curious eyes. A lack of wonder will spell the death of progress. Never stop exploring and never stop experimenting. Vase and all of the others nodded seriously at this piece of advice. To be honest, Vase already figured out these lessons on his own. Numerous people had already given him similar advice, but he appreciated these words nonetheless. They provided confirmation to the theory on what mech designers should do to advance further. He possessed a little more certainty on what he should do to finally become a senior mech designer. The older master mech designer continued to hold a speech that was half a lecture and half an inspirational speech. Regardless of whether he was speaking to a mech insider or a layman, both types of people gained a lot from Master Elroy's sage words and advice. Soon enough, the man clapped his palms one more time and spread his arms. Thank you for witnessing this wonderful show. The Davut University of Technology is happy to have provided a stage for talented and skilled mech designers such as Patriarch Vase Larkinson, Madam Jocasta Clive and Mr. Eric Remus to showcase their design ability to each of you. Please be assured that they have attained their respective rankings according to the rules and the standard conventions set by the Mech Trade Association. Our institution will most certainly organize further mech design tournaments in the future, and we will once again formulate different rule sets in order to encourage every mech designer to adapt their works according to the circumstances. For Davut, for DAVUTE, many people answered back. An after-party took place once Spencer Hall emptied out. The DUT invited the participating mech designers to a luxurious club that was situated within its campus. Not many mech designers accepted the invitation, but those that did most certainly had similar intentions in mind. This was the last time that their group would be able to meet and talk to each other without needing to make an appointment through their personal assistants. Vase held a glass of wine in his hand while he tried his best to look for Beatrice Hendricks. "She's not here," Juliet said as she took a sip of her own glass of wine. "I wouldn't be here either if I lost during the second round of a mech design tournament. This is a deeply embarrassing result no matter the caliber of opponent she matched up against. I think that a mech designer who is accustomed to success such as her will not easily be able to reconcile with the outcome. That is a shame." Vase sighed. "Do you think she is still open to joining our clan?" "I cannot say. She has reasons to join us and reasons to stay away from us. It all depends on what she values more. What is your guess? Tell me honestly." Juliet did not immediately issue a reply but paused for a few seconds in order to collect her thoughts. "I think the main issue is a matter of pride. You are an independent mech designer who built up your own organization, so you should know the value of being your own boss. The greater the ability, the more it is desirable to retain control over your work and circumstances. Beatrice gives the impression that she is a woman accustomed to controlling her own work and schedule. She should definitely be reluctant to let go of that and submit to your rules and accept your orders. I think she will be much more open to working in our design department if you grant her equal status. Vase immediately frowned. That is unacceptable. You know that. I may be willing to delegate a lot of stuff to trusted and capable subordinates, but the fact remains that they still answer to me. It is completely backwards if I have to cater to their needs as if I am their servant. There is a price for all of the tech, phase water and other goodies that my clan and I have painstakingly earned through our operations. Then maybe it is better if you give up on any idea of recruiting her. Juliet advised him. She is clearly not flexible enough to take a step back while you are too insistent on maintaining ultimate control over your clan. There is no viable middle ground between your respective positions. You are better off looking elsewhere. Maybe you are right. I can still foresee one more way I can convince Beatrice Hendricks to work in my design department. And that is, it is much easier for me to command journeymen if I am a senior. Vase answered with a smirk. The rank difference was the easiest and most reliable means to convert lots of mech designers into obedient minions. Vase only had to take a single look at the hundreds of apprentices that toiled away in his many design teams. Even though he and his clan did not provide the assistant mech designers with too much attention, the apprentice mech designers still worked hard in order to complete their tedious design tasks. It was not that difficult for Vase to hire a bunch of apprentices or journeymen, but what he sought was talent instead of foot draggers. Patriarch Larkinson, a cultured and dignified female voice sounded. Ah, Madam Clive, it is a pleasure to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you in person. Vase replied as soon as he turned around and recognized the voice. Jocasta Clive had somehow managed to find the time to change into a dark and multi-layered evening dress. It glittered under the soft light of the lounge and slightly flattered her figure while also making her look more classy than when she wore a suit during the tournament. I must admit that I did not think much of your mechs when they initially entered the arena. The member of the Clive Consortium spoke. I still am not entirely convinced that their combat value is sufficient enough. It is much more difficult to predict who will win in a match between your team and mine alone. That might have very well happened if there was an even sum of participating teams. That did not happen. This time, even if it did, I still have faith in my twin souls. They hadn't been able to showcase their greatest advantages properly during the free-for-all. The mechs of your team were already locked in a mutual death spiral with the mechs of Team Remus. The mention of this dark horse that managed to snatch their way to second place caused Jocasta Clive to twitch in irritation. It appeared that she had either received inadequate training with regards to controlling her expressions, or thought that she did not need to bother with hiding her true thoughts. Mr. Eric Remus is a good journeyman mech designer, but he is ultimately a transient visitor to our colonial state. He and his partner are not locals who have committed to facilitating the growth of Davut. I am at least content that you have been able to deny Team Remus the opportunity to win first place. Davutans must look out for each other, especially when we are already under attack by the nefarious forces of Karlach. Chapter 4881 Jocasta Clive. As Vase continued to chat with Jocasta Clive, he became increasingly more confused by what she actually knew about him and his contentious relationship with Davut. It did not sound as if she was anywhere close to the core decision-making structure of the Clive Consortium. However, Vase did not believe that Jocasta was as ignorant and naive as she sounded. He could always sense a subtle air of calculation and utilitarianism around her. She did not engage him in conversation for trivial reasons. She talked with him because it was a worthwhile activity in her opinion. Still, after talking with Jocasta a bit further about topics pertaining to the tournament as well as Davut as a whole, Vase figured that she was primarily a mech designer who did not spend much time on other matters. This should not be a surprise. Any mech designer that became too distracted by mundane matters would not be able to channel sufficient passion and interest in their work. It was highly unlikely for descendants from rich and powerful organizations to make it far in their mech design careers if they became too entangled in their family businesses. His wife Gloriana was the same. She had spent much of her time since she was young on learning how to design mechs. Even if she received lessons about the Woden dynasty, there was never any heavy expectation that she would take up any major responsibilities within her family organization. Her mother and her other relatives understood that she needed to pursue her passion without too many restraints in order to maximize her success. Once he realized this, he briefly turned his attention to himself. There was no doubt that Vase had already become heavily entangled in the clan that he had founded through his own efforts. He fueled its growth and continued to set a lot of policies and standards that had profound effects on the lives of a growing number of Larkinsons. While he definitely gained a lot of satisfaction with seeing his homegrown organization swell to greater heights, he also could not help but recognize that he had taken more time off his design schedule than he should. Had he truly gone too far and let all of his responsibilities drag down his work? Vase didn't entirely think so. The time he spent on managing and growing his clan was not entirely unrelated to his mech design work. A stronger and wealthier clan provided him with much greater support than one that was hollow and lacking in resources. Many journeymen who attended the afterparty enjoyed much less support compared to the likes of Vase. They lacked the funding, the manpower, the facilities and the connections to freely engage in research and design their mechs. It was not that easy to become a successful mech designer. Vase had successfully built up a prosperous organization around him that liberated him from all sorts of mundane concerns that restricted him in the past. That made him feel a lot better about himself. He was different from the travelers who came from afar and had no means of starting up an independent business in a highly competitive mech industry. He was also different from the likes of Jocasta Clive, who had access to a huge amount of resources but also became beholden to their family organizations. In any case, as Vase grew more familiar with Jocasta Clive, he no longer found her worthy of suspicion. "Where will you work in the future?" he curiously asked. "Has the Clive Consortium made any special arrangements?" Jocasta smiled. "I have numerous options that I can choose from. Given my prior work at numerous classified research facilities, I can continue my work on important and strategic projects, though I will not have much opportunity to work on my own mech designs. It is a great honor to work for the seniors and masters that have earned the trust and approval of our colonial state. They have taught me much, though evidently not enough, seeing that I have only been able to attain third place in this tournament." This was a sector in the mech industry that Vase was not familiar with. His past experiences in the Bright Republic were hardly representative to the much more impressive research facilities owned by a second-rate colonial state. "It sounds as if you do not think you want to persist in this kind of work," Vase observed. "I would much rather follow your example and start my own business, but," Jocasta trailed off her words. There was no need for the two of them to talk about the many challenges of going independent. "What can you do, then?" "I have received an invitation from Master Elroy to become a teaching assistant and junior researcher at the Davut University of Technology." Jocasta Clive regained her proud smile again. "My work and my ranking has caught the eye of the professors of this institution. I can climb the academic track if I wish, as long as I accept this invitation." Academic mech designers spent far more time on research and experimentation than on designing mechs for the market. They also had the opportunity to work with numerous affiliated mech companies to incorporate new technologies into next-gen mech designs. If Vase already hadn't achieved a lot of success in the commercial mech market, then he would have probably made for a good academic mech designer. He possessed the drive to push the boundaries of knowledge and investigate all kinds of interesting new ideas. However, academics who were bound by a mech design university also had to follow the rules and the arrangements of that very same institution. Vase could not stand other people dictating what he should work on. He found it even less acceptable for him to become dependent on sources of funding that were outside of his control. He looked carefully at Jocasta. "If the DUT extended an invitation to you, then you would probably make for a good academician. Is that truly what you seek in your life?" The female mech designer lowered her head for a bit. "In all honesty, I do not think I can reach my full potential if I work in a highly structured and regulated work environment of a top research institution. I would not be able to gain enough opportunities to engage in my personal projects. I will mainly be tasked with working on the projects of other, more accomplished mech designers. I can learn much from them, but there comes a point where you have spent enough years witnessing other mech designers design impressive mechs. You instead start to experience the growing desire to cut loose and focus on your own work while you still can. I am afraid that I have reached this tipping point." It took a moment for Vase to recall her information and understand her plight. Jocasta Clive was 51 years old. She was not particularly old compared to all of the geezers who were born during the closing years of the Age of Conquest and still managed to cling to life somehow. However, Jocasta still dedicated more than her entire years as a child and a student in many different assisting positions. If she continued to work in a similar capacity for 20 or 30 more years, it would be much harder for her to break her habits and flourish in a more independent capacity. I have heard that you treat your lead designers well, Jocasta suddenly said without any forewarning. She smiled at him as she sipped her glass of wine. Since you are a journeyman, you sympathize and understand the plight of your fellow peers much better than the seniors and the masters who are detached from us. I heard that you even allow your journeymen to propose and lead their own mech design projects, is that correct? That is correct, Juliet confirmed. She had been standing beside Vase all the time, though she felt no need to interject until now. Our patriarch trusts us to contribute to our clan in our own ways. That has worked out well enough for us so far, though I cannot say whether I can say the same a few decades later. Our clan is a family, Vase emphasized. As long as any mech designer rises from the ranks of our apprentices or as long as they have passed our strict entry tests, a journeyman is worthy of our trust. While we still have several monitoring mechanisms in place to make sure that our lead designers aren't squandering our resources in vain, they can do whatever they want as long as they remain productive. That is remarkably trusting of you, sir. How are you able to keep it all together? My clan is nothing like other organizations. Vase confidently smirked. You really won't be able to understand what that means unless you actually join us. If you become a loyal and committed Larkinson, you wouldn't have any thoughts about leeching from our clan. In any case, I will just kick out anyone who hasn't been doing anything useful without a valid reason. I see, Jocasta said with increasing interest in her voice. I assume you have gained a good understanding of my design abilities. Do you think I would be a useful addition to your design department? Quote. Is there anything amiss, Patriarch? Vase blinked a few times. You're from the Clive Consortium, right? Shouldn't you be looking for employment in Davut? I am a journeyman, the woman responded with a rueful smile. If you have a better understanding of our consortium, you will understand how little that truly means. The only Clives whose entire lives are arranged in advance are the direct descendants of our most prominent leadership figures. A relatively unremarkable descendant such as myself enjoys much greater permissions. Transferring to your Larkinson clan is not forbidden, especially if doing so is helpful to my career. The Clive Consortium would rather obtain a descendant that has become a master while working in another organization than to stay at home and remain stuck as a journeyman. That sounded pretty cold to Vase, but that was how large organizations operated in human space. Vase nonetheless frowned. I am afraid we cannot fulfill your request, madam. I respect your ability as a mech designer and value your expertise on kinetic weapons. However, I have already explained to numerous other mech designers that joining our clan is a permanent decision. We strongly insist that every recruit retire all of their existing oaths and loyalties. This is because joining our clan means becoming a member of our family. Do you understand? I think I do, Patriarch. Still, this is not an insurmountable problem. If I am able to gain permission from my elders to join your clan on a permanent basis, will you allow my entry? The Clive Consortium already has a history of sending away its descendants to the Mech Trade Association and other groups in the context of arranged marriages. Vase frowned in thought. That sounded similar to his relationship with Gloriana, so it was not an outlandish idea. He still felt deeply reluctant to recruit any individual called Clive, especially in a capacity as sensitive and important as a lead designer. Though he wanted to say no to her outright, he didn't think it was appropriate for him to do so. Jocasta sounded earnest enough and she wasn't to blame for the many missteps of Davut. I need to think about it, Vase said in a noncommittal tone. You also need to get in touch with your elders to figure out what you can do from your end. The woman looked pleased. Very well, we shall do that then. You should hear from me within the week. Once Jocasta Clive finally bid goodbye and went off to chat with other journeymen, Juliet slowly turned towards Vase. Are you being serious, sir? Are you seriously thinking about letting a Clive join our design department? Relax, Vase told her. She's just a mech designer. She's a Clive. Chapter 4882 Laney's tournament run. The Twin Weapons tournament had come to a conclusion, and so did the Founding Festival. The celebration was a smashing success. It not only wiped away the fear and pessimism that hung over the Colonial Federation of Davut ever since the founding ceremony got spoiled, but also instilled new hope into the hearts of its citizens. Many mech pilots, mech designers, warriors and other talents showcased their strength and ability during the last 7 days. Many new citizens and foreign travelers managed to stand out from the crowd and turn into heroes overnight. The Larkinson clan also managed to distinguish itself a few times. While its mech pilots hadn't been able to live up to certain people's overinflated expectations, a few of them still managed to attain higher rankings, though none of them managed to win any championships in any truly important tournaments. For example, Lainey Larkinson came away satisfied after she ended her difficult run in the Davut Star Tournament. Out of the hundreds of thousands of mech pilots that competed in the Davut Star Tournament, she managed to persist in the first couple of days as the insanely brutal qualifying rounds tested the skills and the versatility of every pilot. Nonetheless, the few thousands of pilots that managed to make it through all of these cruel tests managed to convince everyone that they truly deserved to fight on the main stages. Though Lainey failed to perform well during the free-for-alls and other chaotic rounds, it didn't really matter. She only needed to attain a passing score in order to advance through the tournament. It wasn't until the matches turned into more traditional one-on-one mech duels that Lainey truly had a chance to get in her element again. Due to the number of competitors that remained, she still had to fight dozens of different opponents in virtual mech duels before she could subsequently demonstrate her strength in reality. Those were the most glorious matches of her life. She fought opponents ranging from highly regarded military mech pilots to a trusted retainer hailing from the household troops of a visiting aristocrat. Each of these elite pilots who managed to rely on their skills to make it through the same brutal rounds all possessed their own individual advantages. Each of them were much different than the Larkinson mech pilots that she sparred on a regular basis. Defeating them became progressively more difficult, but Lainey always felt more and more fulfilled with each opponent she subdued by relying on her martial ability alone. What gratified her even more was the support of the millions of people who entered the Clive arena. Lainey, Lainey, Lainey. Larkinsons are the best. Go kick their butts, little girl. The further she advanced through the rounds, the more her relative youth and incredible skill stood out. She fought in a manner that spoke of skill, discipline, precision and above all else actual combat experience. Lainey was not some sort of professional athlete that lacked the determination to kill. She always fought all out and did not hesitate to perform killing moves. She also didn't flinch away whenever her opponents sought to deter her by pulling off their own killing moves. In any case, the Clive Arena incorporated the latest advancements in transphasic shielding technology. There was no way the relatively basic tournament mechs could ever punch through the ultra-resilient protective barriers generated by Starship-grade transphasic shield generators. It wasn't just her fighting skills that allowed her to overcome her opponents. She also trained hard with the tournament mech models with the help of the MSTS. This granted her a small but subtle advantage as she had managed to master her swordsman mech better than any other pilot taking part in this prestigious competition. Unfortunately, all dreams had to come to an end. Lainey did not know how many matches she had fought already. She only knew that she had made it quite far during the elimination rounds, where only a single defeat would spell the end of her participation. Her opponent happened to bear a familiar name. Lainey Larkinson versus Oliver Clive. Compared to a youthful face that looked as if she had just stepped out of the Mech Academy, Oliver Clive looked like a grizzled veteran mech pilot who had lived through at least 2 full-blown wars. His entire demeanor conveyed restrained aggression and it looked as if he treated every other mech pilot in the tournament with contempt. It wasn't until Lainey fought against the opposing mech pilot that she understood what she was truly dealing with. Oliver Clive was not an ordinary elite veteran mech pilot. He was a monster. Amidst the loud and continuous roars and cheers, a section of the Clive arena turned into a contested field as the swordsman mech piloted by Lainey immediately went on the back foot as it became pressured by the spearman mech piloted by the descendant hailing from the Clive consortium. Go get him, Lainey. I believe in you, Lainey. No stinking men should lay a hand on a fair lady. The crowd overwhelmingly supported the younger and prettier tournament participant, but their shouting had no effect on the thrilling match. It took everything Lainey had to fend off the fast and powerful spear thrusts of the opposing mech. As a man whose last name was Clive, Oliver's martial skills were stellar among second-class mech pilots. The decades he spent on performing his duties allowed him to hone his skills and develop a spear style that completely matched his own temperament. Even his augmentations were superior. His cranial implant could process so much data that Oliver could catch almost every detail that could play a role in the fight. If that was not enough, his understanding and mastery of the tournament spearman mech was also not inferior to that of Lainey. He even performed moves that suggested he knew even more. She had the illusion that Oliver understood all of the tournament mechs as if he had practiced with each of them for multiple months. This was not enough to cause Lainey to feel distressed. She might not be able to pilot her favorite living mechs, but she had never lost confidence in her skills. many of which she originally inherited from an expert candidate through an experimental process. Yet no matter how refined she could fight, she was ultimately a mech pilot in her 20s. She may have fought in numerous major battles, but these made up for a relatively small proportion of her life. Oliver Clive was much different. He had already spent over half of his life as a mech pilot. He took part in several campaigns. As a major organization rooted in the old galaxy, the Clive Consortium may not outright be at war with anyone, but it still got dragged in numerous different shadow conflicts and territorial disputes as many different rivals and competitors sought to inhibit its growth. Perhaps these secret wars were simply a matter of business to the people at the top, but the mech pilots who fought in the trenches regularly experienced brutality that represented the true darkness of human prosperity. As a veteran and a survivor of these conflicts, Oliver Clive brought a quality to the battlefield that Lainey could not possibly master due to her relative youth and inexperience. It was a quality that talent and prodigious skills simply couldn't replicate. Oliver's instincts had been honed through so many life and death battles that it had reached a beastly level. Whenever Lainey sought to feint her opponent and strike at the spearman mech up close, Oliver seemed to detect the scheme in advance and laid a trap that caused her to suffer. Instances like this happened over and over again, causing Lainey to feel increasingly more doubtful about her competence. Wasn't she supposed to be a champion? Shouldn't she have approached the limit of an ordinary mech pilot? Why was her intuition not as good as that of Oliver Clive? The more her attempts to strike at Oliver's mech failed, the more Lainey understood how much she was lacking compared to the likes of Oliver Clive. It couldn't be helped. The Larkinson clan may have grown strong in a remarkably short amount of time, but much of its basis in strength rested on the quality and design characteristics of their living mechs. As far as mech pilots were concerned, their training was excellent, but few of them had received so much tempering in wars. The recruiting standards of the clan was heavily biased towards younger mech pilots who demonstrated plenty of growth potential. The clan generally refused to hire old dogs because they were too stubborn and set in their ways to fully adapt to the ideals and customs of the Larkinsons. In other words, the Larkinson clan was lacking in beasts. Ultimately, the swordsman mech piloted by Lainey received far too many puncturing holes while the spearman mech piloted by Oliver Clive only received a few shallow slash marks in return. Lainey Larkinson has been defeated. Oliver Clive shall advance to the next round. No, our beautiful goddess has fallen. Larkinsons aren't supposed to lose. While many different fans and spectators lamented her loss, Lainey ultimately became satisfied with all of the experiences she had gained from fighting so many different strong opponents. She ultimately ended her run in the Davut Star tournament by attaining 164th place. This might not sound impressive in a smaller competition, but it was absolutely respectable given how many opponents she had to beat in order to make it this far. Pretty much everyone who attained a higher ranking was simply better than her. None of the competing mech pilots were below 35 years old, and many of them had at least 2 decades of active service under their belt. Lainey could not accept the notion that she got beaten due to her skills, but she was okay with losing due to lacking in experience and other intangible factors. Melkor greeted her once she left the boisterous Clive arena with a silver star-shaped trophy in her hands. "You did well, girl." The Avatar commander smiled as he patted her weary shoulder. "It doesn't matter if you end up in the top 200 or top 2000. Your true gains are much greater than that. Do you understand?" Lainey nodded her head. "I do. I never realized how many different kinds of strong mech pilots existed. I started to take my superior skills for granted and ignored how others were able to develop their combat strength. Our clan is still too young." Commander Melkor sighed. "While I have tried my best to nurture the avatars of myth into an elite mech force, it will take a lifetime for my men to reach the desired standards. You cannot buy this kind of progress with money or technology. Only time and effort can make the difference. Even you have to abide by this rule." The restlessness and impatience in Lainey's heart had subsided a bit after hearing his words. His ideas happened to align with her own notions. "Maybe I still need to hone myself further," Lainey guessed. "I have been working so hard to advance to the rank of expert candidate that I never really stopped and asked myself whether I am in the best state to do so. While I don't want to spend more time than is necessary as an ordinary mech pilot, if I can't beat the likes of Oliver Clive at my current level, I do not feel I deserve what comes next. There are more variables at play than that. Don't forget that Oliver Clive's augmentation package is simply better in every way. He's a designer baby who received one gift after another during his childhood. The Clive Consortium must have pumped tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of MTA credits in his growth trajectory, and that is just a conservative estimate. You on the other hand received much fewer benefits but managed to grow so strong at half of his age. There is no reason for you to feel inferior at all, Lainey. Though she understood her reasoning, all of them sounded like empty excuses to Lainey. The fact of the matter was that she was still not strong enough. Maybe I need to look into getting better augmentations. Chapter 4883. A simple investigation. Although Lainey Larkinson only reached 164th place in the Davut Star Tournament, the Larkinson clan was already pleased with the performance of other champions. There was no suspense about Kedis. She unquestionably became the undisputed champion of the Ultimate Warrior Tournament. Other Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders also attained high rankings, but there was no one who dazzled the audience more than the only Swordmaster in their midst. To be honest, Kedis was disappointed by the caliber of opponents she fought against. She held a certain expectation of meeting other extraordinary warriors. Human space was enormous. A lot of different heritages had formed over the millennia, and it was not outlandish to think that there were more unusual fighting methods than traditional swordsmanship. Unfortunately for Kedis, no warrior had come up to her and tried to pummel her with fists of steel or axes that could cut through the fabric of space. As long as she held a sword, even if it was just a practice blade that was deliberately blunted in order to prevent fatal injuries, there was no human warrior that could stand against her might. It had only been a week since she had wielded the legendary Heavensward and slaughtered over 1,000 Pescan soldiers. How could these ordinary mortal champions possibly stand a chance against her transcendent might? Kedis even tried to make the fights more thrilling for herself by completely suppressing the enhancements bestowed by Sharpie, but even then her transhuman physique and limit-breaking swordsmanship were too much for others to bear. This completely robbed her of any satisfaction and sense of accomplishment for winning the tournament. Of course, she did not show her true feelings to anyone. She was conscientious enough to look pleased and enthusiastic for being able to vanquish over many powerful opponents, many of whom dedicated even more lives to becoming the ultimate martial warriors. She had done her part to bring glory to the Larkinson clan. Once the Larkinsons returned to the cat nest with their new trophies and prizes in their hands, the festive atmosphere brought by the founding festival slowly came to an end. The Davutans had already partied long enough. They needed to get back to reality and restart their old lives, though much had changed in the past 2 weeks. For one, the formal establishment of the Colonial Federation of Davut had tied together a vast amount of people who previously treated each other as separate groups. Even though a lot of trade and friendly exchanges had already taken place between the Davut system and the surrounding colonies, it was only now that the residents of both places truly came together as one people. A lot of Davutans needed time in order to adjust to this mental shift. The colonial administration also had to implement a lot of legal and bureaucratic changes in order to fully integrate the outlying colonies in the same power structure as the colony of Davut. Fortunately for the politicians and administrators involved, the governmental structure did not insist on pursuing too much centralization. A federation was made up of many smaller territorial units. All of the colonies and provinces under the sway of Davut largely retained their existing ownership and governance structures. None of the founders who invested a lot of money and resources into building their own planets had to completely change their methods of ruling their colonies. Perhaps Davut would slowly be able to lessen the differences between its main port system and every other star system within its borders, but that would probably take decades if not centuries. None of that had anything to do with the Larkinson clan. Now that Vase and many other clansmen had done what they could to show off their strength, they needed to get back to their duties. The Davut branch under the leadership of General Ark Larkinson and Branch Director Raymond Billingsley Larkinson continued to increase their cooperation with the remarkably accommodating institutions of the colonial government. The main branch of the Larkinson clan resumed its efforts to prepare for the resumption of the Trailblazer expedition. The clan invested a lot of effort into upgrading and refitting their starships. The clan was a lot wealthier and more endowed with resources than before. Even if there was a persistent shortage of orbital drydocks that could help with reinventing existing starships, the clan could still conduct a lot of basic internal work as well as EVA operations. The Larkinson Mech pilots went back to training and polishing their skills. Their tournament runs had broadened their horizons and helped many of them obtain crucial insights that could elevate their combat abilities to next level. Vase meanwhile had to address a bunch of different issues that had been piling up on his desk during the founding festival. For example, the MTA finally made contact with him after investigating the circumstances surrounding the Davut pocket space. Surprisingly enough, the association did not send a familiar to him this time. Vase expected to meet with the likes of Jovi Armelon or Master Viro Goldstein of the Survivalist faction. If the Survivalists didn't come, then the MTA should at least send a member of the transhumanist faction such as Master Terminio Dravidian. Instead, the Mechers only sent out a single investigator. The man, wearing the uniform of the MTA, might occupy a respectable rank, but he was not a mech designer or anyone tied to the true core power structures of his organization. Vase didn't take the investigator seriously and just treated the interrogation session as a chore. We know that you have landed in a cell as soon as you and the people around you were pulled into the abandoned pocket space. How did you manage to leave your cell and appear in the corridors when all teleportation devices had become ineffective? Vase rolled his eyes as he sat on the opposite side of the table. Trade secret, can you be more detailed? We are aware that you carry one of our emergency single-use teleportation devices on your person, but they are not rated to overcome barriers at the level of the transphasic walls of the alien prison. As I said, it's a trade secret. Vase affirmed, I have a right to remain silent and protect my secrets, especially if they are related to my mech design work. None of your mechs were pulled into the pocket space. The investigator stated, so, my answer will still reveal too much proprietary knowledge that will expose my methods. I do not think that the MTA has an inherent right to coerce other mech designers into coughing up their trade secrets. Who would want to work with your association if people like you have a habit of stealing the hard work of others? The investigator could not press any further after this. He did not possess the authority or the mandate to press harder. Perhaps the man would have been able to intimidate ordinary mech designers by using his exalted status as a member of the association, but Vase had long lost his awe and worship towards the MTA. The Mechers were unquestionably powerful, but they were hardly united and fully aligned with each other. The MTA was so huge, a lot of different political factions and interest groups divided all of the power and resources amongst themselves. Vase hadn't figured out whether the investigator belonged to any notable faction or group within the MTA, but it appeared that he was just an ordinary schmuck who had been told to do a simple job without any special instructions. His questions were annoying, though. Your subordinate Kedis wielded a remarkable glowing sword and unleashed power that is far in excess to that of a human. How was she able to defeat so many alien soldiers by herself? What methods or tech did you employ to coerce the surviving leader of the Peskin remnants to cease any further resistance? What are your intentions with keeping the survivors of the Peskin race alive and in captivity? We have detected definite signs that a phase whale remained captive within the innermost cell of the alien prison for an indeterminate amount of years until recently. Do you happen to have any information or clues where this former captive alien can be found? Suffice to say, Vase tried his best to answer as vaguely and ambiguously as possible. Even if he knew what had happened, there was no way he would provide accurate and detailed information to the MTA for no good reason. After Vase finally managed to live through an hours-long interrogation session, the investigator issued his final verdict after he submitted an electronic report. The Mech Trade Association appreciates what you have done to safeguard your fellow humans and foil the malicious plans of the indigenous alien population that managed to enter this ancient alien pocket space. However, we cannot extend you any claim towards the ownership of this pocket space and anything found inside. We have concluded negotiations with the Colonial Federation of Davut that fully recognizes their ownership of pocket space and the right to use it for their own purposes so long as we can supervise their activities. Okay, Vase simply answered. He never really had any hopes that his attempts to claim partial ownership of the pocket space would succeed. The planet and star system belonged to the government, so it was only natural that its claims were the strongest. The investigator smiled. We can give you the reward that you deserve. Given your contributions in this action, our association has decided to award you with 8 million MTA merits. We are also bestowing the journeyman mech designer known as Kedis Larkinson with 2 million MTA merits. Do you have any comments or objections? That was it. Vase somehow expected more. Perhaps he had been far too spoiled with the hundreds of millions of MTA merits that he obtained during his previous adventures. These days, a couple of million MTA merits was nothing to him. He wouldn't be able to exchange anything really good aside from interesting gadgets or access to knowledge related to more accessible high technologies. Oh well, I have no objections. Very well, Patriarch Larkinson. This concludes our debriefing. Have a good day. This entire session ended far too simply. Vase expected a lot more poking and prodding from the MTA, but he wouldn't look at a gift horse in the mouth. Maybe the Mechers are preoccupied with far greater matters. He muttered. It was no secret that the Big Two's warfleets continued to get stalled in the front lines of the conquest of the Red Ocean. While news of successful breakthroughs and territorial conquests continued to trickle down from time to time, the pace of expansion still remained awfully slow compared to the early years of the opening of the new frontier. In any case, Vase threw all of these matters aside and tried his best to finish his remaining administrative duties. Once I have dealt with all of this stuff, I am going to throw myself into my design work. He told his wife over dinner. I have harvested so much inspiration and ideas from the last couple of weeks that I cannot wait to adjust my existing projects and bring my visions to life. The Doulahan project and the Ghost project will definitely break a lot of ground. I can guarantee that you will be amazed with what you will see half a year later. Gloriana did not look enthused or interested for some reason. She kept circling her spoon in her soup bowl while pinning Vase with a stern expression. Vase, yes, honey. What is this I hear about recruiting a female mech designer that goes by the name, Jocasta Clive? Oh, that, I want to poach her from the Clive Consortium. I've interviewed her a bit and I think that she is a remarkably talented journeyman mech designer who is being completely stifled by her current superiors. Don't you think it is a good idea to pull her into our clan so that she can design tons of powerful mechs armed with penetrating kinetic weapons? His wife began to scowl after hearing his answer. Chapter 4884 Recruiting New Women, No Means No, VES. I veto the recruitment of Jocasta Clive. What, do you know what you're doing? You're throwing away an opportunity to recruit a talented and motivated journeyman. Jocasta is not an average mech designer, you know. She has enjoyed the best mech design education that the Clive Consortium can offer. She has managed to advance to journeyman many years ago and has made enough accumulations to start thinking about advancing to senior. If we bring her over to our clan and allow her to flourish, I think we can provide her with the conditions to realize her design philosophy and advance to master mech designer within a century. It's brilliant. No, I will not allow you to bring that woman into our clan, especially not a member of the Clive Consortium. Vase tried his best to convince his wife of the merits of recruiting Jocasta Clive. He truly believed that she was sincere enough towards starting anew in his clan, but Gloriana continued to remain stubborn about this issue. I am not the only mech designer who is skeptical about recruiting Jocasta Clive, Vase. Gloriana hissed as she vented her anger to an extent. Juliet has informed all our fellow journeymen about your ideas. Do you know how they responded to your notion? Ketty said, no way. The Voikin siblings shook their heads. The power pair said that our clan shouldn't host anyone named Clive. Miles Tovar thinks that it is a better idea to recruit a mediocre journeyman. Merrill O'Brien suggests that we should take our time and wait for less problematic candidates. The only lead designer among us who hasn't expressed disapproval towards Jocasta Clive is Cormont Hempcamp, but that is because he thinks he is too new to our clan to add his voice to this discussion. So, no one wants to work with Jocasta Clive. How can you all say that when you aren't even prepared to give her a chance? She's a Clive. Vase tried his best to maintain his composure and stand his ground. I know what she is. Thank you very much. I may have met her only once, but I can read her pretty well. Regardless of what she has said, I can truly feel that she shared our passion for mechs. She is much more of a mech designer than a servant of the Clive Consortium. So long as she manages to pass Goldie's test, I don't think we should have any concerns about her lingering attachment to where she came from. The Larkinsons will become her new family from that point onwards, and that can never be changed. No, I have tolerated your harebrained decisions far too much, but I will not allow you to bring a poisonous woman in our clan. No other journeyman wants to work with her, so cease your stupid thoughts and find more honest mech designers. That pretty much ended the discussion. Faced with the near-unanimous disapproval of every journeyman in his clan, Vase had to reject any further action towards Jocasta Clive. For one reason or another, Gloriana refused to allow him to meet with Jocasta in person, so he could only arrange his subordinates to figure out a way to gently suspend any actions towards recruiting her into the clan. Though Vase was unable to recruit Jocasta Clive, he still had hopes of reeling in Beatrice Hendricks. He was afraid that Gloriana would find fault with her for whatever reason, so he tried his best to evade any mention of Madame Hendricks. Vase first waited a few days to see whether Beatrice Hendricks would take the initiative to contact the Larkinson clan. When that did not happen, he tried to send her a message and invite her to another talk. The response he received was less than solid. Let me be plain with you, Patriarch Larkinson. Beatrice Hendricks's projection spoke to him. I am still ambivalent towards your offer. I will not lie to you and say that I have no interest in the rich conditions that you have offered, but your demands are too excessive in my opinion. I cannot embrace the idea of joining your clan on a permanent basis and surrendering many of the rights that ordinary partners are entitled to when they work together with their peers. You and your clan retain too much control than I am comfortable with. If a dispute ever happens between you and I, how will that be resolved? Will you impose your authority on me and force me to work on projects against my will? That will never happen, Vase protested. We expect all Larkinsons to do their duty, but how exactly they go about it is not as important. The lead designers of our design department enjoy a wide degree of autonomy. While I do admit to imposing additional controls when it is prudent, such as in the case of our neural interface specialist, I have no desire to boss you all around too much. Beatrice did not look convinced. Those are empty words, Patriarch Larkinson. It is unquestionable that you are both the founder of the Larkinson clan, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, and the head designer of the design department of the Living Mech Corporation. These identities bestow you with an unparalleled amount of authority, allowing you to do virtually anything you want. The soft power you hold among the people you have recruited and brought up is also great. This makes it so that it is too difficult to oppose or object to your decisions. Vase looked exasperated. Why did Beatrice Hendricks obsess over this issue so much? Couldn't she trust him to do what was right for his clan and his people? He never treated his clansmen particularly badly. He had always been generous towards them as far as he knew. Our clan may be young, but it can still grow and evolve. If you join our clan and work towards increasing your authority, you will have the power to change how we work over time. I may be in charge of everything, but that doesn't mean I have time to micromanage all of my subordinates. I respect mech designers such as you and fully expect that you will be able to take care of yourselves. If you do not believe my words, then I can offer you the contact information of my fellow journeyman mech designers. They should be able to provide you with a much better idea on their actual work conditions. A short pause ensued as Beatrice Hendricks thought deeply on his offer. This was an important moment in their talks. If Beatrice rejected this opportunity to collect more information about what it was like to work in the design department, then that meant that her interest in working for the Larkinson clan was almost zero. If Beatrice accepted the contact information, then she either intended to drag her feet or sincerely look into whether it was the right decision for her to join the clan. It took 10 more seconds before she issued her reply. You can do that. I may be interested in asking them questions. Please notify them beforehand so that they are open to satisfying my curiosity. Great. I will transfer the data over to you now. You can rest assured that they will open you with open arms. Our design department is able to work on many projects on a concurrent basis, but out of all of our lead designers, only one of them is a defensive specialist. There is little reason for us to reject an excellent journeyman mech designer who can design fantastic adaptive modular armor systems such as you. I can promise you that you will be able to experiment and implement your own ideas in many different mech design projects, whether they are solo or collaborative ones. They chatted a bit more before Beatrice Hendricks decided to end the call. Vase did not feel certain enough about whether he had managed to bring Beatrice any closer or further towards inducting her into his clan. He decided he needed a second opinion on this matter and decided to call Calabast. Her ability to read people was even better than his own, as she was a professional in this regard. Once he established a connection with his spymaster, he summarized this matter and transferred a recording of the comm call. I see what is going on. Calabast spoke after she quickly processed the data. She is too similar to you. Have you realized that, Vase? What do you mean? She is a talented and ambitious mech designer who detests the idea of answering to others. She desires to start her own company and build up her own empire so that she can fully make her own decisions. She is greedy for resources and other valuable aids that can help her progress her design philosophy and help her become a better mech designer. I believe that should sound familiar. Oh, I guess you're right. If Vase thought of Beatrice Hendricks as a mirror to himself, then he understood her reluctance to join the Larkinson clan much better. If he was faced with the same situation, then he probably would have been inclined to say no. There was no way he would want to tie his fate to another person, especially someone who was known to be a serial risk-taker and a volatile leader. Still, Beatrice Hendricks probably hadn't been betrayed or exposed to as many crises as Vase. Her record did not contain anything that sounded tragic or serious enough to merit enough paranoia. As such, Her objections towards answering to others should not be too great. So long as he took a page out of Unname's Clive's book and worked towards overwhelming Beatrice with bribes, he might have a chance of winning her over. That is unlikely to work. Calabast shook his head as she read his intentions from his changing expressions. Material benefits are attractive to her, but she does not want to sell her soul to you if that is what you ask. You need to put more effort into assuaging her concerns. You also need to work more towards increasing the attraction of the Larkinson clan. Explain to her what your clan stands for. Tell her the ideals that motivate us all. Make it clear to Beatrice Hendricks that the clan is not your personal kingdom, but rather a collection of like-minded dreamers who are working towards a better future for themselves and their descendants. Vase looked thoughtful. That sounds like something President Unname's Clive would do. I don't know if I can pitch that stuff to her. I would much rather rely on a straightforward exchange of interests to reel her into our clan. I already told you that you will fail if you turn this into a pure transaction. What you need to do is build up trust. The more benefits you offer to her, the more she becomes suspicious of your actual intentions. You cannot simply promise her the right to rule over an entire planet and expect her to believe you have her best interests at heart. She will instead be preoccupied with figuring out what ulterior motives you have. This is why I highly recommend you to change your recruitment strategy. Then what do I need to do, Calabast? Let me give you a handful of suggestions. She gave him a number of tips that enlightened him a lot. There were much better ways to win over a skeptical journeyman mech designer. Did you get all of that, Vase? I think I do. Vase nodded. I think you are right that I probably won't be able to persuade Beatrice unless I can demonstrate to her that our clan is special compared to all of the other possible organizations that she can join. Hopefully, she'll contact me and agree to meet with me in person after she has contacted our other journeymen. If we can't recruit her, it is unlikely for us to obtain the services of a good defensive specialist. Chapter 4885 Points of Failure. Recruiting new mech designers was the last major task that Vase wanted to complete before he fully threw himself onto his work. The design department already employed plenty of journeyman mech designers, but their specializations left obvious gaps that hindered the development of their mechs. For example, Vase still lacked a ranged weapon specialist by his side. One of the reasons why he wanted to invite Jocasta Clive to his clan was because he became greedy for her kinetic weapon expertise. The Larkinson clan's utilization of Gauss weapons and other ranged kinetic weapons had fallen behind due to its embrace of luminaire crystal technology. While Vase had a lot of confidence in the strength, efficiency and versatility of this branch of energy weapons, he knew better than to bet his entire clan on a single horse. Technological progress often occurred in jumps and spurts. The mech industry had a long history of changing trends due to the uneven advancements of different technological applications. For example, energy weapons and transphasic technology were in vogue at the moment. They were both stronger than other tech, so many of the leading and well-regarded mechs incorporated applications from one or both of them in order to keep up with the forefront of progress. Gauss weapons were still widely used for many reasons, but their overall strength and practicality hadn't significantly changed compared to the previous generation. The only Gauss weapons that were noticeably stronger and more worthwhile to use were transphasic Gauss weapons, but that was more because of the use of phase water more than anything. If the technological basis of Gauss weapons did not experience any significant improvements in the last 30 or 40 years, then how could they outperform energy weapons under the same conditions? Besides, Gauss weapons possessed a clear disadvantage compared to energy weapons in the current generation that caused a lot of mech designers to favor the latter rather than the former. The difference was not necessary based on performance, but had to do with cost. A transphasic laser rifle only needed to incorporate phase water in its body, while Gauss rifles needed to integrate this expensive substance in both its body and its physical ammunition in order to maximize their effectiveness. Even if Vase could get away with integrating a tiny drop of phase water in the tip of a Gauss round, a typical rifleman mech armed with a Gauss rifle could easily expend over 100 rounds in a single battle. If the Larkinson army deployed a couple of hundred of those rifleman mechs, his clan would probably throw away a kilogram's worth of phase water in a single battle. Although the results would definitely be astonishing, Vase did not think his clan could afford to sustain this level of consumption for long. It was much more economical to resort to transphasic energy weapons instead. The Nullifier Battalion was the first elite mech unit that fulfilled his goal of arming an elite mech unit with transphasic weapons. Each Nullifier mech was armed with a Godkiller heavy luminaire crystal rifle that integrated 5 grams of phase water. This might not sound like much, but this was already enough to neutralize much of the boost in damage resistance of transphasic defensive systems. Their penetration power was even more exaggerated against non-transphasic defenses. Better yet, as long as those ostentatious weapons did not get destroyed in battle, the Nullifier Battalion could use their Godkiller heavy rifles over and over again without needing to replenish their phase water content. In short, transphasic luminaire crystal weapons played an essential role in the Larkinson clan's current development strategy. They were the key to powering up the combat strength of the Larkinson army and enabling the expeditionary fleet to hunt down alien warships and strip them of their valuable salvage. That was not to say that transphasic Gauss weapons had become irrelevant due to this crucial difference. Transphasic ammunition was expensive, but the upside to that was that their penetration power was far superior to transphasic energy beams. The Larkinson clan had already encountered multiple different alien foes whose transphasic defenses proved to be too resilient to overcome. In situations like these, the Larkinson clan needed to stop worrying about minimizing cost and throw everything it had to defeat the foes that had the power to crush the expeditionary fleet. One of the most memorable battle moments in the past year was the instance where the Thunderer Mark II piloted by St. Gelmer Ossenring managed to utilize all 10 of its transphasic heavy Gauss cannons to overcome the transphasic barriers of an Orvan battleship. The destructive power of those heavy Gauss cannons was unparalleled, and their penetration power gained an immense boost after Vase had blessed it with the guidance of the Phase King. Vase often thought back on those times. He could already guess that unless he was able to design a much stronger and more sophisticated energy weapon, he wouldn't be able to equip his mechs with luminaire crystal cannons that could come close to those impressive heavy Gauss cannons in damage output. The only other way to obtain the weapons he wanted to turn his mechs into the ultimate warship killers was to ingest an appropriate enlightenment fruit and quickly develop a proficiency in transphasic Gauss weapons. Vase did not necessarily reject this approach, but it was not an appropriate strategy for him to take. He already minored in luminaire crystal technology, and he felt that was enough for his needs. His research interests were already broad enough. He was not the polymath who could engage in an unlimited amount of research directions. Adding one more minor would only burden him more and divert his time on what was truly important. What he needed instead was a couple of ranged weapon specialists by his side who could do a much better and more effective job at equipping his ranged mechs with the best transphasic armaments. He was already setting up Xanthar Larkinson to inherit his advancements on luminaire crystal technology. He hoped that his former student would be able to divest him from the burden of researching this alien tech so that he could spend his time on more relevant design work. I'm not sure how long it will take for him to become a journeyman, but I can wait. That still left him with a shortage of mech designers who could equip the mechs of the Larkinson clan with strong ranged kinetic weapons. He still regretted the decision to let go of a talented and well-educated journeyman mech designer like Jocasta Clive. She was probably the most impressive kinetic weapon specialist at the journeyman level that he could recruit in Davut. He had already instructed the clan's recruiters to prioritize the search of mech designers with similar specializations as Jocasta Clive. The likelihood of finding a mech designer as good as her was slim, but it should not be as difficult to find less qualified professionals with a related specialization. Vase just hoped they would still be good enough to meet his minimum standards. If they were not good enough, then he would rather pass them over and work without them for the time being. He did not want to poison the productive atmosphere of the design department by filling it up with lots of freeloaders and incompetent fools. Beatrice Hendricks should definitely not fall into that category. The results of mech design tournaments was hardly definitive proof of the competence of a mech designer. Nonetheless, for her to be able to overcome so many different of her peers and become the second-place winner of the Strange Lands tournament was a testament of her design abilities. The double-up she designed for the Twin Weapons tournament also put up an impressive fight during the second round. It was that odd but impressively resilient double-layered mech that impressed Vase so much. He had taken the time to study her record and her known mech designs a bit more. Although he understood little about the Galactic Heartland and its many divisions, he found out that Beatrice Hendricks grew up in a relatively stable and prosperous region of the Milky Way. The conditions of the region that she grew up in enabled Beatrice Hendricks to pursue more expensive and high-end specializations. The relative lack of large-scale conflicts shifted the development of mechs away from mass production and put more emphasis on high-end mechs that were necessary to fight in important mech duels and small skirmishes. Beatrice apparently inherited her specialization from Master Relis Yovarn, just as Vase expected at the time. What Vase found interesting was that Beatrice Hendricks's works had yet to diverge from that of her master. The works of Master Yovarn were similar to that of her direct disciple, but her applications were considerably stronger and more varied. As Vase waited for Beatrice Hendricks to request another meeting with him, he sought out Sarah Voikin in order to give her perspective on the design philosophy of her potential new colleague. Passive armor systems are the mainstream in human space. Sarah began as soon as she skimmed through Beatrice Hendricks's record. A basic metal plate might sound boring, but it is one of simplest and foolproof means of protecting a mech from harm. You only need to affix it into place and you are ready to go. Replacing or repairing the damaged plating also isn't difficult. These modular armor systems are much different in comparison. They need to be powered in order to move around, and they incorporate so much more circuits and electronics that they have far more points of failure. Do you understand what that means? Vase nodded. I think I do. If a mech has more points of failure, Murphy's Law can take a greater hold over it. Hacking, EMP attacks, hazardous environments or unconventional weaponry can all strip a mech of their modular armor plating. This doesn't happen often, though. I have hardly read any stories in the news that describe this occurrence. That is because almost no one bothers to prepare any special countermeasures against modular armor systems. Sarah retorted, if they become more ubiquitous, that will definitely change. If our clan adopts more mechs equipped with lots of modular armor, then you can be certain that many of our enemies such as the Fredamen will prepare targeted countermeasures that will prevent our mechs from taking advantage of this tech. Can you bear the thought of this happening to us one day? Vase shrugged. I won't deny that there is realistic chance that this might happen, but that does not dampen my interest in these armor systems. Our Maiden of Adversity model already incorporates a version of it, though the battle skirt system is akin to the work of a child compared to her much more elaborate and sophisticated applications of the same tech. That caused Sarah to frown. Are you thinking about encouraging me to work together with Beatrice Hendricks on the same projects? That negates one of the important reasons why you wanted to hire a defensive specialist in the first place. Besides, it shouldn't work as well as you think. I doubt that the other mech designer will be pleased with using her specialization as a secondary defensive system. She will want to design mechs where her modular armor systems make up the main defensive solution for her work. That sounded like Beatrice Hendricks. This was the difficulty of working with proud and egotistical mech designers. He sighed. I understand these difficulties, but I think we can overcome or mitigate these issues. It is more important to relieve you of your heavy workload and enable others to share your burdens. Will you welcome her entry into our clan if she accepts our offer? Sarah nodded, much to his relief. I will. I am not selfish to insist that I should be the only mech designer with a defensive specialization in our clan. We are bigger than that, and you are right about my heavy workload. Besides, I think it would help me a lot more if I can bounce ideas with a fellow compatriot who understands my work. That is great to hear. I feel more reassured about recruiting her after you have given your answer. Chapter 4886 Vase the show-off. Despite the many shortcomings and limitations of modular armor systems, Vase still felt it was a promising piece of tech. It was not as easy for enemies to disable modular armor systems. The mech designers who worked hard to elevate their effectiveness had made sure to minimize the chances that their life works would be rendered useless with the activation of a single countermeasure. So long as the mechs equipped with this kind of protection functioned as normal, they would definitely be able to defeat comparable machines. After all, mechs with modular armor could dynamically reinforce sections that were under heavy attack. They could also plug any gaps in their innermost protective layers to prevent them from collapsing. Furthermore, mechs like this also had the option of purging spent or unnecessary modular armor plates in order to obtain a substantial boost in mobility. When Vase thought about equipping dozens of different Larkinson mech models with modular armor systems, especially the highly intelligent and adaptive ones developed by Beatrice Hendricks, his desire to bring her to his fold became even greater. In order to increase his chances of winning her over, he felt it would be a good idea to give her a tour through the cat nest, and not just the public areas that were open to tourists. This was a rare privilege as the Larkinson clan hardly allowed any outsiders to step foot into the core areas of its local stronghold. At the time of the appointment, Vase dressed up in a slightly more formal version of his patriarch uniform and moved all the way out to the landing zone to await the arrival of his honored guest. While Vase knew that he was giving away a lot of bargaining power by putting so much effort into winning over Beatrice, he did not have much choice. He would rather give her extra concessions in order to reel her in than let her go. Her specialization could add a lot of value to his clan as it was especially suitable for more expensive and premium mechs that the Larkinsons favored. Welcome to the cat nest, Beatrice. Vase greeted the woman as she stepped out of her shuttle. I hope that you will be able to enjoy your visit and get a sense of what we are all about during your tour today. Meow Tilda, Lucky greeted as he flew over to the beautiful brown-haired woman. Beatrice Hendricks studied the gem cat with an intrigued expression. So this is your famous pet. I can't identify the alloys at all. Fascinating. Are they self-repairable? They are. Vase responded. How did you figure that out, Beatrice? I have encountered similar materials in the past. They possess a distinct combination of characteristics that are not that difficult to identify. Ah, I see. Let me bring you deeper into the cat nest. I guess we should start with the Ascension Gallery. Ah yes, I have heard that it is one of the most iconic tourist attractions of Davut 7. It is a place that you will have to visit in person to fully appreciate all of the ornaments. That is right, they moved to the Ascension Gallery. In order to make the visit as unobtrusive as possible, Vase had already commanded the staff to close it to visitors for the day. From the moment the pair of journeymen stepped inside the central hall while being accompanied by a group of honor guards, they all came under the influence of the most defining glow of the Larkinson clan. So this is the golden cat that is strongly associated with your clan? Beatrice said as she genuinely looked impressed. What is it, exactly? Is it just a symbolic personification of the Larkinsons, or is it a more literal god as many people including your people claim to be the truth? According to the background checks conducted by the Black Cats, Beatrice Hendricks grew up in a secularist environment, so Vase did not have to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Any nonsense about religion. The golden cat is a real existence. He stated plainly to her. I can tell you more, but that will touch upon the trade secrets of our clan. What I can share with you is that she is one of our greatest sources of strength. She is not a god, but she is definitely an extraordinary existence. Our people have a close working relationship with her. We support her while she helps us in turn. We take what we need from each other and benefit throughout the process. There is nothing divine about this transaction, though a lot of people who don't know any better mistake it as such. I can't really do anything about it. Reality is far greater than what most humans assume. There are many unknowns in the cosmos, and our clan just happens to master one of its more mysterious aspects. Beatrice frowned as she listened to his answer. His words conveyed a lot of information, but without any greater context, she failed to grasp his deeper meanings. I still do not understand what your golden cat represents. That is okay. Let me show you around the Ascension Gallery so that you can get a better understanding of what our clan has built over the years. Vase gave her a tour through both wings of the Ascension Gallery. He briefly provided explanations for every prominent mech or design spirit on display, making sure to never go into any specifics that were too controversial to share to the uninitiated. Though Beatrice expressed many doubts about the nature or the motives of the design spirits, Vase went out of his way to explain that they were all helpful so long as the Larkinsons helped them in turn. These design spirits of yours sound as if they are fully independent beings that are capable of making their own decisions. She shared one of her views. What is stopping them from ending their relationships with your clan in the future? How badly will your troops and your customers get affected by their mass withdrawal? He grimaced when he thought of this scenario. It won't be pleasant. However, I have already taken these kinds of scenarios into account. People will get pissed and people will miss the extra functionality that design spirits can add to our products, but it is hardly the end of the galaxy for us. Living mechs still possess a lot of intrinsic value even without the benefit of the glows provided by all of our design spirits. If necessary, I can obtain substitutes that can fulfill similar roles to the original design spirits as long as I have enough time. Therefore, the departure of a long-term business partner will not affect the health of our clan and mech business. The substitute design spirit would be like a baby compared to other spiritual entities. The glow of such a creation would not be as strong and useful as that of an older being, but there was little Vase could do about that. He did not hide the downsides of design spirits, but he made sure to explain to her the benefits of using them in their products. Design spirits can provide a lot of utility and sometimes power that cannot be obtained through more conventional means. The pacifier model is probably my most well-known example of that. They are being sold at a scale that is unimaginable for other journeymen because their tranquil glows are just too suitable for law enforcement and peacekeeping duties. Do you know how many MTA credits it costs to add a glow to one of our products? 0.1 MTA credits. No, That does not sound correct. Your third-class mech designs also feature glows. It costs 0 MTA credits to bestow our mechs with this feature. Vase smirked. Do you understand now why many of our products sell so well? Their value propositions are higher because they provide more benefits relative to the prices we charge for them. The only real cost is the need for me to get involved in the design process. I am sure you understand. I do. Thank you for explaining that. What you have shared is fascinating. I do not believe there is any organization that has done anything comparable with mechs. In fact, I doubt even the Mech Trade Association is able to replicate your unique works. As a mech designer, Beatrice Hendricks was much more capable of appreciating the benefits and value of his design applications. Vase did not need to tell her much in order to earn her appreciation. Of course, Vase had to share real information with her in order to make her understand. This could be rather dangerous as he was sharing more information than he wanted to expose to other parties. He was essentially betting that his earnest efforts to present his clan and his works to her would convince her to become a Larkinson. Once they ended their relatively short but insightful tour through the Ascension Gallery, Vase decided to bring her to the main manufacturing complex of the Davut branch. Let me bring you to the Hammerworks. The Hammerworks manufacturing complex took up a lot of real estate in the Cat Nest. It was the reason why the Larkinson clan bought this large plot of land in the first place. As Vase brought her inside the less sensitive production halls that were in the process of fabricating a large amount of commercial mechs, Beatrice quickly became impressed by the scale of production. How many production lines do you have? I don't really know, he shrugged. The Hammerworks is constantly expanding, so the numbers change every month. I can tell you that our workers here can easily mass produce more than 2,000 mechs a day. 2,000? That is an entire mech regiment. Vase did not really consider this to be a notable fact, but it held a completely different meaning for an independent journeyman mech designer who had no mech company or factory in her name. Let alone produce 100 mechs, she wasn't able to fabricate a single mech without renting a third-party workshop. As Beatrice studied the modern production lines that constantly produced a lot of parts and assembled them into brand new living mechs, she never lost her awe at the scale of industrial activity. Does your clan own this entire manufacturing complex, or did you erect it with the help of outside investors? Vase smirked. The Hammerworks is all ours. It officially belongs to the Living Mech Corporation. Just so you know, I directly own 72% of its shares, so I am its majority owner. The Larkinson clan holds 24% of its shares while two different master mech designers hold a 2% stake each. You can ignore the latter too. Master Carmen Olsen and Master Tokman Huron have never interfered with the running of my mech company as far as I know. The female mech designer looked gobsmacked. It was as if she couldn't believe that he had managed to grow the LMC to this point while effectively retaining 96% ownership over the mech company. He could quickly sense that her demeanor towards him had undergone a substantial shift. It turned out that Beatrice was much more easily impressed by material proof of his clan's wealth and prosperity. This is nothing, he told the dazed journeyman mech designer. I own a factory ship that holds our best production equipment. Since she is currently being refitted by the MTA, we have temporarily moved all of that stuff to our Genesis lab and our more secure production halls. One of our latest acquisitions happens to be the AP Vex first-class superfab. Did you know it cost me 5 million MTA merits to exchange it from the association? I've also upgraded my main design lab with other high-end instruments and equipment for a total cost 30 million MTA merits. This might sound like a lot to you, but to a prolific contributor to the MTA and humanity like myself, this is just a drizzle. I invested at least 10 times as many MTA merits on upgrading the Spirit of Bentheim into a quasi-first-class factory ship. Quote. This time, his words broke Beatrice Hendricks. Chapter 4887. A different lifestyle. It was rather funny. Vase valued his design spirits and his groundbreaking mech designs a lot more than his material possessions. This was because the former consisted of assets that could provide him with enduring wealth and recognition. They formed the basis of his success in the mech industry and allowed him to build a successful business empire and build a strong mech army no matter the circumstances. However, it was hard for a stranger who was not too familiar with the impact of living mechs to appreciate these assets. Success among journeyman mech designers translated into owning lots of production lines, employing a lot of workers and selling lots of mechs to customers. This was why the visit to the Hammerworks swayed Beatrice Hendricks's impression of the Larkinson clan a lot more than her previous visit to the Ascension Gallery. Though Vase initially remained ignorant of these considerations, now that he recognized what his fellow mech designer truly paid attention to, he brought her to a couple of other places that could make a clear visual impression to the defensive specialist. For example, he brought her down to a few underground mech hangar bays which currently held the inactive expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. The few masterwork expert mechs that Beatrice was lucky enough to see up close prompted her to genuinely express her admiration of his skills. "Your Everchanger and Minerva are both exquisitely designed and built," she sighed. "I cannot even begin to understand how you were able to craft them so well at the journeyman level. I understand much better now why you are being celebrated as the best journeyman of our generation in our current zone. Not even those prodigious first-class mech designers from the upper zones are able to replicate your feats in craftsmanship." Vase smiled with pride. "I appreciate your kind words. I won't lie to you. There are special circumstances and reasons that occasionally enabled us to fabricate our masterwork mechs when it is practically unheard of for journeymen to be able to do so. If you join our clan and do a good job in our design department, you will get pulled into our fabrication run sooner or later. You may have the privilege of finding out for yourself." Beatrice Hendricks looked as if she wanted to say that it wouldn't take long for her to be in the workshop when that happened, but she prudently kept her mouth shut in order to avoid weakening her bargaining power. "Can you tell me how easy it is to fabricate masterwork mechs at your current stage?" Vase shrugged. "That is difficult to say. It gets easier the more you make them. Each successful attempt is an invaluable learning experience to mech designers such as ourselves. This is why the first time is the most crucial instance. As long as you learn what it takes at least once, you will have the qualifications to recreate the circumstances by yourself again. We can help you with that. I am not the only journeyman with masterwork certificates in our clan. I helped others such as Keddies and my wife gather a bunch of them as well. They are not too far behind in their ability to create masterworks." The woman looked impressed. He could already tell that her enthusiasm has grown yet again. Hardly any mech designer could resist the allure of making their own masterwork mechs. "That is interesting to hear, Patriarch, but I did not receive a clear answer to my last question. As far as I know, you and your people haven't made any masterwork mechs as of late. The Mars should be your last successful attempt, and that was a collaborative project that you completed over 5 years ago. Did you lose your touch in the following years?" That was a rather rude question, but Vase did not mind her tone. "While I love all of my mech designs, I am more invested in some than many others. I have worked on many updates, revisions and variants in the time that I have spent in Davut. While this is all important work, it is hard for me to get excited for retreads of my existing products. Only new and innovative products can fire up my passion and encourage me to exceed my limits. I am far from reaching the stage where I can fabricate a masterwork mech as long as I put an earnest effort into it. Hopefully, I will be able to go through that again in the near future as I have a couple of really interesting design projects in the works." It surprised her that he wasn't as obsessed with chasing after masterwork mechs despite all of his earlier successes. She thought that he would try to reproduce as many of them as possible so that he could stand out even more as a journeyman. Though Vase thought about this many times, he felt that he would become too much like Gloriana if he constantly chased after a certain kind of perfection. That did not exactly align with his goals and his ambition. His design philosophy centered around mutual growth. His purpose was not to create the most perfect mech in its current form. It was to create a living product that could persistently grow and adapt to its mech pilot. He threw a deep look at Beatrice Hendricks. Her specialization reminded him of the Devil Tiger that he developed a long time ago. Having witnessed it evolve to a massive extent during his last visit to the Nixian Gap, he always wanted to design more mechs that could self-evolve their physical forms. The only way to really do so was to employ smart metal as the principal materials of his mechs, but that was not very economical or efficient, especially in the early stage. Though modular armor systems were substantially different from smart metal armor systems such as ASMAS, they did share a few commonalities that might enable him to take a few steps forwards. Of course, it was better for him to keep those ideas to himself. He first needed to make sure that Beatrice Hendricks actually joined his clan before he could think about possible collaboration ideas. "So this is the superfab that cost you 5 million MTA merits to procure," the woman said as she stared up at the incredibly high-tech production machine. "It seems overkill for a second-class journeyman mech designer. Why did you choose to spend so much for this AP Vex model? I think you should have been able to get by with utilizing a more economic superfab model that costs around 100,000 to 500,000 MTA merits, especially when you only make infrequent use of it. This superfab looks as if you have hardly used it ever since it arrived in your hands. Vase shook his head. It has to be a production machine as good as the AP Vex. Don't get me wrong. The alternatives that you have described can satisfy my needs for a few years or so, but that puts me in a position where I have to replace it with a higher-end model in order to work with stronger and more volatile first-class materials. Rather than go through all of this trouble, I decided to just skip ahead and buy a superfab that can last me at least a decade before I can replace it with a superior model. A decade? How are you able to earn so many merits? Ha ha ha, he grinned at her. There are plenty of opportunities to earn MTA merits as long as you understand what the MTA needs and have a few friends over there that can vouch for you. I just earned 8 million MTA merits a short time ago, did you know that? My clan and I had the strength and expertise to deal with a little problem that harmed Davut. I am sure you have heard about it in the news. Beatrice nodded. Not many mech designers can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about the MTA in such a familiar tone. You truly have a good relationship with the mechers. They value my original research as well as my pioneering activities in the deep frontier. Not everyone can succeed in those activities, but my clan and I happen to excel at both. I do not think there is a comparable pioneering organization in the neighborhood that can equal us in this aspect. This is also one of the principal reasons why we are able to grow so fast. I won't deceive you by saying that what we are doing is safe and sustainable. We frequently take risks that can scare away ordinary mech designers, but that is why they are ordinary in the first place. You are describing the reaction of normal mech designers. She responded. Vase sneered. And that is why there are so many journeymen out there with great potential, but never managed to realize it. Do you remember all of those older journeymen who we competed against in the Twin Weapons tournament? While I can understand that it takes a bit of time to build up steam for a portion of them, those who are over a century old are really wasting their time. I think you should be able to understand that if mech designers such as us want to get ahead, we need to step outside of our comfort zone and proactively seek progress. She nodded. Both of them were talented mech designers who pushed themselves harder than most of their peers. Their methods and approaches may be radically different, but they were still highly accomplished in their respective fields. They continued to chat as Vase led his guest away from his private workshop. They exchanged their views on a number of topics and gained a better understanding of each other's opinions and stances on different matters. Soon, the visit came to an end. Vase had led her all the way back to the landing zone where her shuttle had already warmed up its engine. I am truly awed by what you have shown me today, Beatrice said as she turned to address him. You and your clan are utterly unique among your kind. I can say that with a 100% guarantee. While you have shown me great promise and progress in many areas, you have also shown me that you live a dangerous life. The Red Ocean is filled with danger, Beatrice. Confronting that is the price of chasing after your dreams. That doesn't mean that this life is every mech designer who traveled to this dwarf galaxy, but I figure that since you took the trouble to get all the way out here, you might as well go all the way. Why enter the new frontier only to go back to a pattern of life that is more reminiscent of your routine in the old galaxy? If that is all you wanted to do, then you may as well turn around and go back to the Milky Way. Human society over there is much better suited for mech designers who seek to progress in a stable environment. She did not have much to say about that. Beatrice Hendricks was not familiar with the lifestyle of Vase and his fellow Larkinsons. She clearly hadn't made up her mind whether she wanted to embrace this kind of life as well. She was tempted, though. That was incredibly obvious to Vase. Few mech designers could remain indifferent to all of the amazing and expensive proof of progress that he had shown today. I need more time to conduct more research and weigh my choices properly, Beatrice Hendricks ultimately told him. I would not want to make a hasty decision regarding my entry into your clan due to all of the elevated risks and dangers that you have mentioned. That is understandable. Please take your time, but it would be helpful if you can give your definite answer within the week. I have already presented you with an elaborate preview of what it is like to live and work in our clan. If you still can't make up your mind after all of this, then perhaps you lack the decisiveness that we seek from a member of the Larkinson clan. Beatrice gave him one last look before she turned around and entered her shuttle. She gave him her answer 3 days later. I accept. Chapter 4888 Modular Ideas. The design department welcomed a new journeyman mech designer today. It hadn't been too long ago since Vase welcomed Cormont Hempcamp into the fold, but because his specialization was too obscure and niche, he did integrate into his new workplace without too many expectations on his shoulders. It was different for Beatrice Hendricks. Her qualifications were much more solid. Rather than bouncing around one employer after another, Beatrice was the sort of mech designer that many companies wished to hire. Her greatest advantage was that she was the direct disciple of Master Relis Yovarn. Even if no one knew anything about this particular master mech designer, individuals at this height never made any misjudgments about the selection of their most important students and inheritors. Any mech designer who received the teachings and legacy of a master mech designer always had a clear advantage over those who had been brought up in the wild. This was a simple truth, and though it might not sound fair, it was not as if those who never met a master had no chances to succeed as well. Still, it was undeniable that Beatrice Hendricks not only enjoyed a head start in her career, but made good use of her starting point. Her particular combination of talent, passion, education and tournament results showed that she was not only highly competent at her current stage, but that she also had a bright future ahead of her. She was only a little younger than the Larkinson Patriarch. As the journeymen of the design department gathered in the main lab of the Genesis Lab, Vase enthusiastically introduced the curly-haired woman standing beside him. Beatrice had conscientiously dressed herself in a clean and professional manner in order to convey that she was ready to start her work right away. Everyone else gathered one by one. Keddies arrived first and silently took her measure of the newcomer. Since Beatrice managed to pass Goldie's test, she had forged a brand new spiritual connection to the Larkinson network. This gave her an entirely new kind of awareness that caused her to identify every Larkinson as her kin and vice versa. This was such a shocking phenomenon that the mech designer couldn't even begin to explain its mechanisms. Though Vase had told her that she shouldn't bother wasting her time on trying to figure out what was going on, she still couldn't help but put a lot of thought into the matter. As it was, Beatrice could not only feel Katiz's approach, but also gained a strong sense of security from the Swordmaster. "Hey, I'm Keddies. You must have heard of me already." Beatrice snapped out of her temporary fascination. "Well met, Keddies. I have indeed heard many stories about you, particularly after I have been inducted into the clan. I must admit that many of the stories sound too fantastical to be true, but the records and the footage that I accessed yesterday are too convincing. I apologize. I am still adjusting to all of the paradigm-shattering information that I have obtained. The public has no idea how amazing the clan truly is. I feel fully vindicated for becoming a Larkinson, because I wouldn't have realized how much I was missing out upon if I made a different choice." There was always a sense of superiority among the Larkinsons. This became especially pronounced when they came into contact with normal human society. The Larkinson clan turned into a secret club of sorts where the initiated had managed to open their eyes and figure out the greater truths of the cosmos that most people never touched in their lives. Being able to enter this secret club and learning all of the truths that many different parties suppressed or kept to themselves was an enormous privilege to many individuals. They never wanted to go back to their previous lives where they ignorantly trudged through their lives like innocent sheep. This was an important reason why many new recruits, including Beatrice Hendricks, did not have too many regrets about joining the clan. She already understood a lot more why people who joined the clan weren't allowed to leave it. They couldn't be allowed to wander away after learning so much about the Larkinson clan and more. "You don't need to apologize for being unused to all of this," Keddies calmly said. "Everyone was new, once. You don't have to be afraid that we will hold unreasonable expectations towards you. We are already doing fine in our current projects, so we don't need you to do your best right away." Vase nodded. "We're not going to throw you in the deep end, Beatrice. We understand it takes a lot more time to become a Larkinson and work in our clan. We do things a lot differently than other organizations and we hold different expectations towards our clansmen. My wife has already arranged a schedule where you will spend time with different lead designers and other Larkinsons so that you will smoothly integrate in our clan and work environment. Every newcomer has to go through this process. It will be lengthy, but it should provide everything you need to become a proper Larkinson mech designer." "I have no objections to that," Beatrice replied. "I was already told that I would be in it for the long haul. How long will it take for me to seriously design a mech?" "It should take about half a year," Vase said after a few seconds of thought. "You can theoretically start a new design project right away, but I highly recommend you not to do so. Our requirements, technical standards and so on are all different and distinct. You need to understand all of that first before you know what sort of mechs that our clients or our armed forces are asking for. Our mech legions are all different and distinct from each other, so it is critically important that you learn what each of them are like before you try to pitch your mech to them. Your specialty is a little unusual, so you need to pay more attention to who actually needs a mech that is equipped with a modular armor system. Beatrice smiled. I already have a few ideas regarding that, sir. After briefly surveying the mechs that your clan is using, I see that the Bright Warrior line is the most appropriate starting point for my intervention. Its current iteration is already highly modular in that it can change its modules and its external equipment. I can easily revise the armor system of this platform from one that is based on fixed plating to more easily removable and changeable adaptive modular armor systems. He quickly caught on to her suggestion. You don't intend to design a single standardized adaptive modular armor system for the Bright Warrior line. You are thinking about designing multiple different systems that are all compatible with this particular mech model. Exactly. Beatrice grinned with enthusiasm. I can already visualize it. Every mech pilot can pick and choose different modular armor systems, each of which excel in different roles. A defensive loadout will feature thicker armor plating and reinforced circuitry. A light and mobile loadout will feature lightweight modular armor plating that is designed to add as little encumbrance as possible. I can also design more specialized modular armor systems in the future, such as a deluxe version that consists of transphasic armor plating. Vase could no longer remain indifferent when he heard her ideas. What she presented was so fitting for the Bright Warrior line that he wanted her to start with this ambitious project right away. How could he not feel this way? The Bright Warrior had lately been regarded as a beginner model that should only be piloted by newcomers. Not that many mech pilots wanted to stick with the highly compatible and universal Larkinson mech model when there were lots of stronger and more exciting alternatives available. While Vase had managed to change this trend to an extent by enabling much greater modularization, the relatively fixed armor configurations of the Bright Warrior line significantly restricted their flexibility. Beatrice Hendricks gave him hope that their clan would truly transform the Bright Warrior into the ultimate malleable mech in the Larkinson clan's lineup. This way, the Bright Warrior line would have value that was not any worse than the likes of the Transcendent Punisher and the Valkyrie Redeemer. Great, 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 Vase quickly repeated. I am truly grateful for being able to bring you into the fold. I do not dare to think about where our clan would be if we failed to recruit a modular armor specialist such as you. I can think of a few other mech models that could sorely use your help to elevate their combat effectiveness. Perhaps we should wait before we start work on the Bright Warrior Mark III project. A few other journeymen had arrived. They formally introduced themselves to Beatrice Hendricks and generally got along well with her. None of the lead designers had any idea of rejecting her, as they all needed the help of a competent defensive specialist in order to accelerate the progress of their own mech design projects. When Sarah Voikin entered the main lab alongside her brother, she stopped in front of Beatrice and shook hands. I cannot begin to describe how relieved I am to see you here. The female Voikin said in a relieved tone of voice. Don't get me wrong, I love all of the work I can do around here, but my time is so stretched that I feel guilty about all of the delays. Once you get up to speed, I look forward to offloading many of my responsibilities to you. We may even need to hire a third defense-oriented mech designer in a year or two as we keep starting more and more projects. Beatrice smirked. I am not afraid of too many projects. I am glad for them, especially if I am authorized to make my own design choices regarding their armor systems. The freedom that you have offered to me is massive. I shall always cherish this privilege. Vase was glad to see that Sarah Voikin and Beatrice Hendricks did not treat each other as hostile competitors. There was simply too much work for them to bother with any rivalries. After a short delay, the final journeyman of the Larkinson clan arrived at the workplace. Gloriana Woden had just sent her children off to their private tutoring sessions, hence why she was a little late. Beatrice conscientiously stared at the Pop Cult branded tote bag hanging on the other woman's shoulder. Any lady with a bit of awareness in fashion should easily be able to recognize this brand and the typical prices for its products. Though Beatrice Hendricks had never lost her sense of pride and maybe even superiority in her skills, she nonetheless came under a considerable amount of psychological suppression as the young mother came close. Gloriana stared critically at the fresh meat. The way she carried herself along with how much she took advantage of her status within the clan meant that she unquestionably mastered the identity of the mistress of the Larkinson clan. Her eyes briefly flicked from Beatrice to Vase and back again. They narrowed for a brief moment before relaxing after she had made a silent judgment on the newcomer. Gloriana nodded as if she was satisfied with the quality of a newly developed product. You will do. Abide by my rules and you shall find your place in our design department. Though Beatrice didn't like it, she bowed her head in acquiescence. I will endeavor to do so. I have no intentions of creating a new order here. At most, I may feel the need to make suggestions. I have worked under a master mech designer as well as numerous different professional design teams. Perhaps my advice can be of use to our clan. I will be the judge of that. Gloriana imperiously said, now that we are all in attendance, please introduce yourself and share your story with us all. We are all curious about what you can bring to the table. Chapter 4889 Reviewing Agenda. The addition of Beatrice Hendricks to the design department did not cause any major disruptions. The Larkinson clan was too big and the design department already included a bunch of busy mech designers. Every journeyman continued to devote their time on their studies, research and mech design projects. The only difference was that one of them had to play tour guide and nanny for Beatrice from time to time. Although Vase urgently wanted to turn Beatrice into a productive member of his clan, he knew he needed to restrain himself and bide his time until she fully embraced her identity as a Larkinson. Vase made sure to spend a few more days with her in order to ensure that her integration into the clan was on the right track. After that, he handed her over to Kedis, who had agreed to show Beatrice around the different mech legions and familiarize herself with their unique martial traditions. This finally left Vase free to devote his time on his mech design projects. As he entered the Genesis lab and sat down at his fixed workplace, he called up his agenda and briefly studied all of the important points that he needed to take into account. There are less than 5 months left before the MTA returns the spirit of Bentime in my possession. He poured over 300 million MTA merits into upgrading his factory ship and flagship. Although the price of doing so was exorbitant, so were the expected results. Vase expected nothing less than a capital ship that could resist alien warship attacks head-on and could form the basis of a genuine first-class fleet in the future. What Vase particularly looked forward to after regaining possession of the spirit of Bentime was her brand new hyperchamber. This expensive physical projection module would allow him and his family to truly connect to many more layers of human society than before, particularly the upper ones. Collaborations and teachings would become a lot easier with such an amazing piece of high technology at his disposal. Hopefully I'll be able to complete the Dullahan project and the Ghost project by this time. He wanted to resume the Trailblazer expedition on a stronger footing than before. Adding 2 powerful and highly innovative expert mechs to the Larkinson army would definitely boost his clan and fleet. Venerable Janzi would no longer have to wander around looking as if she was missing the second half of her life. Vase might oppose her political stances, but he did not hate her or anything. She was still family and always tried to do what was best for the clan. Vase frowned as he pulled up his design schedule for the coming months. If he wanted to prioritize the 2 aforementioned projects, he had little choice but to take time away from the Eye project, the Bloodripper project and the Blood Knight project. He did not mind delaying the Blood Knight project since it was more of an experiment more than anything. He initially conceived of it after inventing the empowered blood sharing system. While he still wanted to investigate the power of a blood pact, there was no need for him to hurry up with this particular research direction. The Eye project centered around a relatively simple marksman mech that he designed in collaboration with Cormont Hempcamp. Vase could easily offload more responsibilities to his design partner. He had already contributed a lot to the spiritual design of the Eye project and did not have to complete all of the more mundane design tasks. Let's do that, then. Vase decided. This project is already well on its way to completion. It just needs to undergo several rounds of testing and refinement. The only project that was almost just as important as the Dullahan project and the Ghost project was the Bloodripper project. It was another expert mech design project. This time it was centered around a light harasser mech. Vase basically considered it to be a high-end version of the Stingripper model often utilized by the flagrant vandals. Vase had never spent too much time on the Bloodripper project as it simply wasn't necessary. Gloriana and Juliet both took charge of the design as their specialties were much more relevant this time. He briefly recalled the work he had already done and knew that he did not have to do much in order to ensure his contributions remained adequate. He did not feel worried about handing over even more responsibilities to the pair of former Hexer mech designers. They obviously knew what they were doing, and the Bloodripper project clearly aligned with their visions. With that in mind, Vase adjusted his work schedule and made sure he deprioritized a lot of distractions in order to free up more time for the Doulahan project and the Ghost project. No matter what, it's time to finish these expert mech designs. I have kept them in limbo long enough. There are no mysteries for me to solve anymore. So long as I don't get distracted again, I should be able to finish both of them before it is time to resume my expedition. Vase deeply believed he could meet this deadline. It would have taken an ordinary journeyman mech designer at least a year or maybe two to complete so much work, but he was different from the rest. His previous tournament run had fully illustrated the differences. As Vase went back to his agenda, he also caught another important event. It shouldn't take more than a couple of months to complete the expansion of the Golden Skull Alliance. This was a huge occasion and one that deserved his utmost attention. Even if he had to leave the Genesis lab and suspend his design activities for a time, he would gladly do so because the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family played a vital role to his ambitions. Once their ace mechs preside over our expeditionary fleet, we should have the capital to go deeper into the frontier than ever before. His eyes turned into stars when he thought about all of the potential targets he wanted to hunt down. Phase whales and alien warships might spell certain death to many pioneers, but Vase and his fleet were different. Beating them numerous times had completely dispelled his fear and awe towards these indigenous enemies. They could be beaten as long as his clan grasped the right information and his troops made the appropriate preparations. The only fly in the ointment was that General Ark Larkinson refused to lend his strength to his expeditionary fleet. That robbed Vase of a powerful high-tier expert pilot and expert mech. He recalled that he still needed to have a good talk with his dearest uncle about a handful of future arrangements. Vase mentally added these items to his to-do list before he looked further into his agenda. I can't miss the conference organized by the survivalist faction. This was an extremely important event for many different reasons. Not only did he look forward to meeting up with Jovi and forge new connections with many important figures, he also wanted to collect as much inside information about the ongoing conquest of the Red Ocean as possible. As long as he did well enough during this crucial conference, Vase might have the opportunity to turn himself from a smaller pawn into a bigger pawn. Perhaps he could even promote himself to a knight or a bishop. That is still a long distance away from turning myself into a chess player, but I don't have the strength to do so anyway. Vase had a feeling that the people he met and befriended during this serious event could drastically change the trajectory of his life. After that, he did not have a good idea on what he should be doing next. He figured that he would have a much better idea on what he should be focusing upon after he absorbed a lot of new information during the survivalist conference. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Vase jerked as he recalled another important priority. He looked around and made sure to activate more security measures and activate a few jammers. Lucky wasn't around at the moment, but Vase was confident no one had been able to plant any bugs in his design lab. Once he made sure that he had a measure of privacy, he pulled out a special skull from the storage space provided by his system space. Ever since the Vault of Eternity allowed Vase to rent additional storage space, he had enthusiastically taken advantage of it to store a number of goods that he wanted to keep on his person at all times. The only annoying part was that he needed to pay a fixed fee of ascension points in order to cover the rent every year. That reminded him that he should not neglect the system. He needed to wait until the available missions refreshed so that he could complete the easier ones and earn himself a bunch more AP. He also wanted to explore the function of the time gate. He had been reluctant to use it in the past because he was already mentally preoccupied with so many other matters, but now that the all-important founding ceremony and founding festival had passed, he should be able to utilize this evolved system function without any significant burdens. Since the system stated that he could only utilize it once a year, he should make use of it sooner rather than later. Maybe I'll try it out in a week. Right now, he became more curious about the skull of the primordial human that he managed to excavate in Davuti's pocket space. The investigator dispatched by the MTA never mentioned anything about human remains during the interrogation session. Vase wasn't sure why the Mechers hadn't brought up this topic at all because he had not hid the skeleton in his hand when the human troopers started to fight against the Peskin remnants. Did nobody ever wonder why the leading figure among them was holding a weird glowing skull in his hands? There was no way the Mechers missed such a detail when they interrogated everyone else that had also been trapped in the ancient alien prison. Were the Mechers trying to do him a favor by deliberately ignoring the presence of the special skull, or were they waiting to send a more important figure to him in the future? I hope someone like the polymath doesn't drop by again. He sighed. He needed to get rid of the skull and the rest of the ancient skeleton. While he would love to examine it for years and figure out the mystery behind primordial humans, this was a hot potato that might cause him to land in trouble with the wrong sort of people. His mother needed it a lot more. While Vase already had a plan in mind on how he should smuggle it through the Greater Beander Gate and ship it all the way back to the Komodo Star Sector, it would probably take a long time for it to come into fruition. I should see if I can make any quick gains by studying it for a little while. He decided. There is no need to send it out right away. He at least wanted to figure out what kind of materials it was made of and whether he could formulate anything similar enough. The skull was an extraordinarily powerful tool for him to channel his spiritual manipulation abilities. Vase did not need to obtain a channeling medium that was just as good as this ancient human skull. He would already be content if he obtained an imitation product that was only a tenth as good. Let's see what you're made of, shall we? He smirked. It's a good thing that I upgraded my lab instruments to first-class standards. I don't believe they are unable to pry out your secrets. Life forms are temporal, but science is eternal. Chapter 4890 Mixing Ideas. Chapter 4890 Mixing Ideas. Just as he predicted, it was far harder for his scanning equipment to figure out the details of the primordial human remains than normal. The first-class lab machines and instruments shouldn't have been defeated so easily. They were so good that they could easily decipher the alloy formulas for all of the warship debris that the Larkinson clan had collected from the battlefield. Yet when they started to examine the bones that remained pristine despite existing for so long, they yielded remarkably little results. Sure, the scanners were able to use their basic sensors to gather obvious data such as the mass, density and dimensions of the bones. Yet when Vase wanted to learn what materials they consisted of and how their internal structure looked like, he obtained no information at all. None of the MTA-issued equipment could peer beyond the surface of all of the bones. The results actually didn't surprise him that much. Primordial humans wouldn't have been so highly regarded if they could be figured out so easily. Vase still had to go through the motions and exhaust every available test that he could perform. Since these bones are so damn hard, I should try out the more dangerous and destructive tests as well. He subjected them to all kinds of examinations that should ordinarily break many other kinds of materials. For example, he conducted impact tests where he slammed the bones with a giant metal spike. He threw them into an extremely hot furnace to see whether they would melt or crack. He submerged the bones in highly corrosive acids to see if any chemical reactions occurred. He even exposed them to high levels of radioactivity. Nothing he did seemed to harm them in any fashion. Their mass and dimensions remained exactly the same after he cleaned them up and measured them again. This is ridiculous. Not even the hardest first-class materials that he had gotten his hands on could match this level of resilience. The endurance tests he conducted were not average in the slightest. He had to pay hundreds of MTA credits in order to obtain the required materials to conduct a few of them, yet none of them produced any meaningful differences. Vase finally accepted the tentative conclusion that the primordial human skeleton was indestructible by his current means. While he suspected that an all-out attack from the Amaranto or the Mars might be able to cause the bones to show weakness, he did not dare to call over those powerful high-ranking mechs. He needed to keep the ancient human remains as secret as possible, and he did not actually want to pulverize all of the bones just to satisfy his curiosity. There is something weird going on here. He frowned. Are the bones so awfully dense and resistant towards damage due to their material composition alone, or are their defenses being boosted by other factors? When Blinky appeared from his head and dove deep into each and every bone, the companion spirit only encountered a lot of emptiness. This was not the emptiness of non-existence. The best way that Vase could characterize Blinky's explorations was that the star cat had entered enormous swimming pools that had been drained thousands of years ago. They were completely empty of water, but the space they used to occupy still conveyed a sense of empty space. When Blinky poured spiritual energy into these bones, their swimming pools became filled again, though only by a tiny measure. Adding other varieties of spiritual energy into the same bone caused it to automatically partition itself into multiple smaller swimming pools. This was an incredibly fascinating process to him. It happened completely automatically, so much so that Vase couldn't find any consciousness or programmed routine that caused this to happen. Try as he might, Vase could not detect any surviving spiritual remnants or spiritual constructs in each of the bones. He had already found this out when he initially discovered them inside the ancient alien prison, but now that he was able to conduct his examinations without a crisis hanging over his head, he was able to confirm his original observations. They have truly turned into empty slates, Vase said with a hint of wonder in his voice. The power of time is strong. Whatever spiritual qualities they had before have fully faded due to the erosion of so many years. Vase was unable to determine an accurate assessment of how old they were, but the primordial human bones had to be over 100,000 years old given the age of the ancient prison facility. He had a lot of questions concerning these remains, but his inability to gather more data heavily restricted the amount of answers that he could gain. He either needed much better lab equipment or he needed the help of a genuine expert like his mother. Since I can't figure out anything important, let me try and see if I can derive any other benefits from these bones. He had the strongest urge to grab a knife, cut out his leg bones and replace them with the ancient relic bones. Although this sounded absolutely crazy, he had the belief that his evolved body would be able to integrate the primordial human remains without any serious compatibility issues. It took a few minutes for him to calm his restless and eager heart. I can't completely guarantee that this is safe or reversible. If these ownerless bones imprint on me and turn into permanent fixtures of my body, I won't be able to remove them without consequences. Vase played around with the skull and other bones with the intention of studying what happened if he added multiple different varieties of spiritual energy in them. The way they separated from each other made it difficult for him to utilize multiple kinds of energy at the same time, but it was still possible if he concentrated his mind. I wonder, he had never really experimented with mixing different kinds of spiritual energies that conformed to different spiritual attributes. To him, it was as pointless as mixing different incompatible drinks with each other. For example, it was fine to drink coffee by itself, but if he mixed it with a fizzy soft drink, he would undoubtedly obtain a completely undrinkable abomination. However, this did not mean that every combination of spiritual attributes was detrimental. Coffee and milk went well together. He could mix a more universal substance such as alcohol with all kinds of drinks in order to produce viable new products. While he wasn't sure whether this analogy applied to this specific situation, he might as well try and see what would happen. Having a bone like this makes it a lot more convenient to conduct these kinds of experiments. He smiled as he held a skull that glowed in all of the colors of a rainbow. He tried to mix the spiritual energies donated by different design spirits, but quickly found out that they didn't get along well. Their spiritual imprints got in the way. Just because they had been given away did not mean they became ownerless. Maybe I should take care of that first. Once he conducted the tedious process of removing their spiritual imprints, he was able to mix the energies together a lot easier than before. This was not necessarily a good development. Vase had the feeling he was creating different versions of mud pools by mixing together a lot of random junk. This is not useful. I should be able to do more with this, but what am I missing? He tried to recall any instances in the past where he was able to witness pools of spiritual energies with different attributes that somehow got along with each other. He immediately thought of the spiritualities of many life forms. Every sentient life form developed at least a sliver of spirituality that encapsulated their very beings. As humans and intelligent aliens were usually complex by nature, their spiritualities also became mixed with different spiritual attributes as a result. The problem was that aside from the 2 or 3 dominant attributes, the rest did not seem to do anything useful. They polluted the rest of the pool. This might not necessarily be a bad development. Vase suddenly thought. He thought of extreme personalities such as Venerable Janzi and felt that she might have been able to develop a milder persona if she wasn't so obsessed with her ideals. Vase had long known that increasing the purity of one's spirit allowed it to grow a lot faster. It might also turn the individual in question into an extremist. This theory happened to align with his observations of many different expert pilots. The younger they were, the easier it was for them to develop extreme personalities after their advancement. This was because their life experiences weren't all that much yet. They still retained a touch of innocence and naivety that limited their spiritual pollution levels. Wait, this theory doesn't necessarily hold against the likes of Venerable Joshua. Joshua belonged to the same generation as his former girlfriend, but he was more laid back and approachable than her. Their lack of compatibility was partially the reason why they broke up their intimate relationship. Thinking about all of these different cases caused him to unconsciously mix and separate different types of spiritual energies together. While nothing produced any solid results, Vase continued to deliberate over his guesses and deductions until he abruptly stopped. Wait, energy alone does nothing if it is left to its own devices. Energy can only be harnessed properly if it is directed or channeled in a specific manner. He thought back to all of those expert pilots and attempted to figure out what they all had in common. Willpower. The extraordinary willpower of expert pilots enabled them to bend the laws of reality and harness many possible forces that they ordinarily shouldn't be able to control. His eyes shone as he started to feel as if he had stumbled upon a potentially useful design application. When he thought about what sort of mech design project he could apply his latest discovery to, he immediately thought of a single mech design. I might be able to improve the Dullahan project with this possible innovation. This was remarkable as he originally did not intend to mix the Dullahan project with many different forms of spiritual energy. It was supposed to herald the rebirth of the Shield of Samar. While he had implemented many changes into the design, much of them were derived from the previous incarnation of Janzi's expert mech. What he had in mind this time was a brand new addition to the expert knight mech that the original Shield of Samar lacked. He set the glowing skull aside and activated a design suite. He immediately started to manipulate the interface and designed an entirely new physical tower shield. The inner core of the shield consisted of unending alloy while the exterior was made out of first-class transphasic alloys. In order to make the shield a little more special, he colored it so that its exterior showed off a rainbow color gradient. The rainbow shield. This was not a tower shield that happened to look a little more colorful than before. If he could pull off his ideas, he might be able to turn it into a much more effective means of defense than before. By borrowing the power of different attributes and combining them together into specific sequences, the reborn expert knight mech might be able to defend against all kinds of attacks to a much more effective degree than ordinary defensive measures. This is the power of prime resonance. It had been a while since he last worked on anything relating to the phenomena he had invented a few years ago. Prime resonance might have started off as the discount version of true resonance, but Vase did not want to believe it was limited to this level. If he was able to refine the design of the rainbow shield, he may be able to create a new wonder. He just needed to flesh out its mechanisms and design characteristics in order to gain greater assurances that his latest idea was viable. Chapter 4891 Object 431 Chapter 4891 Object 431 Why did you call me over, Vase? Venerable Janzi asked as soon as she entered the private workshop. As far as I know, you are still many months away from completing the reborn expert mech that you have promised. If this is another one of your attempts to convince me to pilot a stopgap mech, then forget about it. The Shield of Samar is the only mech in my life. It's not that, Vase called as he continued to put the finishing touches on his latest experimental work. I need your help in testing a new defensive concept that I recently came up with. It is rather complicated and unconventional, but if it works the way I anticipate, I can add a powerful new defensive tool to your upcoming expert mech. Won't this cause its completion to be delayed? Vase paused his work and turned to face the newly arrived expert pilot. The progress of the Dullahan project is not entirely dependent on the workload. It is also affected by other factors such as my personal motivation and passion. You've been with me for a long time. I am sure you have learned how I operate. In short, the more enthusiastic I am about a design project, the more productive I become. My latest experiment here is the latest product of my passion. As long as it is viable, I will become so happy that I can get stuff done 50% faster than normal. Janzi continued to stare at him with puzzlement in her eyes. I can understand that people tend to work harder if they are happier, but I never heard of anyone boast they can complete a mech design in half the time. Vase snorted. You're a protector, not a creator, Janzi. You don't understand how creators such as myself work. Much of the work related to mech design consists of solving a million different design problems. If I can come up with all of the answers as soon as I have grasped the details of those problems, I won't need a year to complete a complex project. I can complete a high-quality mech design within a month. Reality is not so easy, however. It can take days if not weeks for me to solve the most difficult design problems. One of the most effective ways I can speed that up is to improve my mood and put myself in a better state of mind. You would be surprised how much more productive I become when I work at my peak. This was how his hammer of brilliance worked whenever he whacked it on a person's head. The false inspired state it was able to induce on mech designers and artisans supercharged his mind and massively reduced the difficulty of solving all of those design problems. The female expert pilot gave up on questioning the validity of Vess's claims and simply took him at his word. He may be a reckless bastard who made crazy decisions every now and then, but he unquestionably knew what he was doing when it came to mechs. He was a mech designer after all. So what is it that you need me to do? Venerable Xianxia turned her attention back to the matter at hand. Give me a few seconds to finish this up. It is a bit big and heavy, but it can't be helped. Once Vase had completed his last remaining task, he lifted up the item he had been working on and placed it upright onto the floor of the workshop. The tower shield produced a large thump when its bottom side collided onto a surface. Its appearance immediately caused Venerable Xianxia to freeze as she sensed that there was a connection between herself and the piece of equipment. Her heart throbbed as a few long-forgotten associations came to the forefront of her mind. You made it out of the materials of my Sammy. Only partially, Vase admitted. The exterior layers of this shield consist of salvaged first-class alloys. It is what I have placed inside that is important. I designed and created over a dozen discrete pieces of unending alloy and put them into the center of this tower shield in an array. I believe what you are sensing right now is an echo of the true resonance that you used to produce when you interfaced with your old expert mech. The shield of Samar may be gone, but its remains still contain a trace of its existence. He never really paid too much attention to this, but it became extremely obvious now that Vase had been studying the primordial human bones for a while now. The broken pieces of debris of the expert space knight had yet to be cleansed by the power of time. Xianxia stepped closer and reached out to touch the front surface of the power shield. It featured an odd metallic chromatic facing that made it look as if she was looking at a prop for a fantastical drama show. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Don't tell me you plan to make a bigger version of this ridiculous shield for my new expert mech. Hey, please hear me out before you pass any judgment. I swear it will be useful to you. Think about it, Xianxia. You lost your precious shield of Samar after you got beaten by the Scorpion Commando. The expert pilot immediately scowled. The mere mention of that hated Fredaman high-tier expert mech triggered her trauma. Are you telling me that it was my fault that I lost against that mech? Calm down, Xianxia. I am not passing judgment on your skills. I am sure you did your best and all. The circumstances weren't ideal back then, and one of the greatest shortcomings was that the defensive power of your shield of Samar wasn't adequate enough to resist the phase water-infused acid released by the Scorpion Commando. This is a problem relating to the configuration of your expert mech. While we cannot change the past, we can make sure that a tragedy like this will never happen in the future. This is why I am working hard to develop an experimental new physical shield for your upcoming expert mech that should be able to resist a lot more attacks. His explanation along with his earnest tone caused Venerable Xianxia to put away her irritation and consider his idea more seriously. If you have a fancy new idea for a tower shield for my mech, why don't you fabricate one that is scaled for a mech? It's really expensive, he told her. This is a piece of equipment that is tailor-made for you and only you. None of our other expert mechs are defensive in nature. They are completely unsuited to carry a tower shield, and even if they do, their pilots won't be able to interface with it properly. Forget about all of that. Right now, I need you to keep this scale reproduction around your person and spend a few hours every day trying to resonate with it and make it do all kinds of different stuff. I can't resonate with equipment without interfacing with an expert mech. Did you forget that already, Vase? I am not a swordmaster like Kedis who can resonate with any sword I hold in my hands. I'm not that stupid. I know what you can and cannot do. What you have just described is valid as long as we are talking about true resonance. My upcoming rainbow shield doesn't contain any resonating exotics. Instead, the unending alloy that I plan to integrate inside its structure will serve as prime materials that can enable you to generate prime resonance. The female expert pilot looked lost at this point. It had been a long time since she last did anything related to prime resonance. She also didn't know what she was supposed to do with it outside of piloting a mech. Vase sighed. Look, let me give you a little show. Watch carefully and expand your senses. He concentrated his mind and leveraged his considerably powerful spirituality to connect with the unending alloy blocks that he had integrated in the man-sized prototype tower shield. Its shimmering chromatic surface grew a little brighter as various different forms of spiritual energy began to activate. Xianxia could feel slight effects from the shield that reminded her of the glows of many different design spirits. From the solemn guardian to Titania, the experimental product contained the energies taken from numerous entities. While the light show was entertaining, the expert pilot didn't see the point in this. How was making the shield light up in different colors supposed to increase her defenses? I know what you are thinking. Vase said as he stopped trying to mess around with the shield. It looks as if this is a complete waste of time, but it isn't. The reason why I can't do anything special with it is because I am a mech designer. I theorize that Object 431 can produce a completely different effect when it is held and used by an expert pilot, and you in particular. I am an expert pilot, not a shieldmaster or whatever. Prime resonance doesn't necessarily require the medium of a neural interface in order to work. Trust me, I invented this phenomenon, so I am pretty confident about this. Just give it a try. He passed Object 431 feet over to the Larkinson expert pilot. Xianxia continued to remain skeptical as she looped her arm through the straps that Vase had added onto the rear facing. The shield was not small, and it was made out of solid alloys. It was difficult for Xianxia to lift it up, let alone carry it around all day. I can lighten the burden if it is too much for you. Vase proposed as she saw that Xianxia was struggling to handle the tower shield. I can make a few anti-grav modules and attach it onto your shield to reduce its effective weight. Please do so. I am afraid that the only other way I can carry it around is to wear a suit of powered combat armor. You can do that as well if you want. Xianxia grew impatient. Let's leave that for later. Can you tell me what I need to do in order to make effective use of this shield? Do you remember the light show I created earlier? Let's start with that. Try to connect to the energies that the different design spirits have donated. It took less time and effort for Xianxia to be able to replicate what Vase had done. Though her spiritual perception and sensitivity was nowhere close to him, she could still fall back to her piloting experience to pull off a similar feat. Now what? Leverage your willpower. Don't do so blindly. Try to channel it to produce a specific result. For example, visualize your mind grasping a clump of energy so that you can shape it into a flat surface. Then try to infuse it with your willpower and think really hard about wanting to protect your shield, yourself, and the clansmen behind you from damage. The choice of energies that you draw upon is extremely important. I suggest that you start with performing this visualization trick with the spiritual energy that you are most familiar with. You should have the greatest compatibility with the energy donated by xianxia. She tried to do what he instructed. It was not too difficult for her to follow the steps he described. She became surprised that she was able to do all of this without piloting a mech, but he was being accurate when he claimed that prime resonance operated by a different set of rules. Though the energy bestowed by xianxia felt a little flat and hollow to her force of will, her deep familiarity with the former exo-beast enabled her to manipulate it without too much hindrance. Soon enough, a near-transparent energy shield appeared above the tower shield's surface. It became more difficult to maintain it the more she spread it out into a flat surface. What now? She asked as she began to strain from the mental exertion. Stay still, Vase instructed before he promptly picked up a kinetic pistol from his work table and fired a single round onto the newly projected energy shield. What surprised the both of them was that the thin and seemingly weak energy shield actually bounced away the physical projectile without striking the actual surface of Object 431. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. I did it. It works. You didn't know it would work. I was confident in my theories, ha ha ha. That's not good enough. Chapter 4892 Unconventional Defense. Chapter 4892 Unconventional Defense. How? How what? How does this work? Venerable Xianxia never thought that holding a strangely colored tower shield would produce such a result. She was still shocked at how the thin energy barrier was able to block a shot from a pistol. Didn't you just listen to me earlier? Vase responded after he stopped laughing like a demented scientist. You took a bunch of energy from Object 431 and infused it with your willpower. That has allowed you to create a pseudo-spatial barrier that can roughly reproduce the spatial barriers that are characteristic to xianxia. This is impossible, Xianxia exclaimed. Isn't this supposed to be a power that only belongs to xianxia? I can tell that this energy came from her, but when I did what you suggested, I did not feel her presence from beginning to end. How am I able to make a spatial barrier like her when I did not resonate with her when I held this shield? In fact, how am I able to do without the amplification of an expert mech? Vase smirked as he calmly put the gun back to its safety mode and unloaded it before putting it down on the work table. You don't even know what you are capable of. How many years has it been since you became a demigod? While I don't really like this term because it has obvious religious connotations, I have to admit that the people who associated it with expert pilots are not on the wrong track. Forget about mechs for the time being. This is a power that is intrinsic to demigods. Your force of will is the prototypical form of a saint kingdom, which means it can induce the powers of the latter on a limited scale. While you can't do anything special with it outside of your mech, I have theorized that prime resonance can help you harness it in an effective manner. Do you understand what I am talking about? Janzi still looked flabbergasted. I'm a soldier, not a scientist. That caused Vase to grow annoyed. I can't be bothered to think up a simple analogy that can help you understand what happened. Just take my word for it that you can do this as long as you concentrate your mind. Your willpower is strong, Janzi. The differences between you and Ketis are not as great as you think. Willpower is a metaphysical force that can strengthen, reinforce and empower anything it comes in touch with. I theorize that you have already been able to do this, but normally the effects aren't strong enough for you to bother with this. My experimental shield basically lowers the threshold and provides you with a ready-made structure to apply your strength in this manner. Janzi still couldn't follow his explanation. This sounds similar to what Joshua can do with his Everchanger. Isn't his expert mech based around borrowing the power of different design spirits to pull off different, prime abilities? I thought that this was his exclusive power. Vase shook his head. You are partially correct, but didn't you manage to develop a prime ability as well when you piloted the Shield of Samar? I did, but that was when I was working together with Sammy and xianxia. She replied, this is different. I am on my own this time. That is not a problem, Janzi. You depend too much on the help of your battle partners that you never truly realized how strong you have become. You're a mid-tier expert pilot by now, right? Janzi nodded. I think I am, though I haven't measured it for many months. You have already grown a lot stronger since you initially broke through all of those years ago. Your willpower has become dozens of times stronger, and that is a massive difference even if it is not that exaggerated on the battlefield. What I am trying to tell you is that your willpower has already become strong enough to distort reality. You just need a little help and direction, and that is what tools like Object 431 are supposed to provide. She began to understand what he was trying to convey to her. The expert pilot looked at the heavy shield she strapped on her arm with greater respect than before. Does that mean I can become a shieldmaster, like you have described? Theoretically, yes, but in practice you operate in a different manner from a swordmaster. Vase replied, a real swordmaster can generate true resonance with a sword. This is a powerful force that operates by different rules. You cannot do anything comparable with your new shield. Its principles are based on prime resonance, and the requirements of generating it is to combine willpower with spiritual energy. Venerable Janzi began to frown. If expert pilots like myself can form these strange resonance barriers, then why has no one else done this before? Prime resonance is an exclusive invention of mine. There are many requirements to make it happen. You not only need to get your hands on prime materials which are extremely scarce, but you also need to fill them up with spiritual energy, which few people can harness. And that allows you to create shields that can strengthen their ability to resist damage without using any normal power sources. Only with a defensive expert pilot such as you. Vase responded with a smile. An offensive expert pilot such as Venerable Stark won't be able to do what you can do, but she can probably generate stronger attacks if I arm her with a special luminaire crystal gun. The tool needs to fit the user. Do you think I would have spent my time on creating a product as large and troublesome as a tower shield if you weren't a defensive expert pilot? I see. Let me continue with my explanation. What I have done this time is create a shield that contains different reagents that can produce different effects when you act upon it with your willpower. Since you are a protector by heart, the results that you can produce with the help of Object 431 will always come in the form of a protective barrier. The reason why it exists is that I think you can do even more with it than you have already shown. In what way? Janzi asked. Vase waved his hand at her new shield. Try and do what you did before, but with spiritual energy from a different source than xianxia. You should be familiar with the illustrious one. Try and find his energy from the prime batteries that I have integrated into Object 431. It will be a lot harder for you to grasp because you never had any intersection with the illustrious one's power in the past, but this is where your willpower plays a role. Use your strength to put this energy under your control. You are not cooperating with any living mechs or design spirits this time, so don't worry about anyone's feelings. You need to impose your will on your equipment. Though his words were ridiculous to her, Venerable Janzi seriously tried to follow his instructions. It was much harder for her to produce a result this time. She had never directly worked with the illustrious one and did not possess enough familiarity or compatibility with his spiritual energy. Without the guidance of the design spirit, Xianxia had to figure out how to harness his energy by herself from scratch. This was both difficult and frustrating. "I can't do it," she said as she became frustrated by her failed attempts. "It is as if I am trying to pick up a glass of water when my hand is coated with oil. I can vaguely feel the illustrious one's energy, but I can't really grab it like I did with Qilanzhou's energy." Vase did not look particularly surprised when he heard that. "Don't worry too much, Xianxia. There is a learning curve to harnessing every form of energy. This is why I created Object 431 instead of waiting until I completed the Dullahan project. The rainbow shield that I have envisioned for your next expert mech will carry a full-sized version of this scaled-down prototype. Once you begin to pilot your new expert pilot, you will still be unable to handle its new tower shield correctly because you don't know how to harness energy of different attributes. In order to test out the concept of the rainbow shield and give you time to practice and develop new techniques with it, I need you to figure out ways to make use of Object 431. The woman listened to Vase but tried to concentrate her efforts into harnessing the illustrious one's energy. She refused to let this hindrance get in her way. Her stubbornness eventually enabled her to grasp a part of the energy donated by the illustrious one. While her grip wasn't as solid as she wished, she was reluctantly able to form a dim and shaky energy barrier over Object 431's surface. "Is this what you wanted to see?" Vase grinned. "I knew you could do it, Xianxia. You are a demigod, and you have just taken your first proper step in leveraging your own strength by yourself. Let's see how effective your new barrier is, shall we? Since the illustrious one is based on light, it is only fitting to make use of an energy weapon." He turned back to his workbench and picked up a luminaire crystal pistol that he had prepared in advance. Before he could repeat his previous test, Xianxia lost her focus and caused the prime resonance barrier to disappear. "Stop. Don't shoot me, Vase. This isn't safe, you know. That barrier I just made felt so weak that a flashlight could have broken it. I don't want to end up in the infirmary because you were too impatient to conduct a proper test." Vase looked disappointed but put down his energy firearm. "Fine. I suppose we can postpone this test for a few weeks in order to give you time to familiarize yourself with your new experimental shield. I don't want you to test the defenses of these dubious barriers. Don't underestimate your power, Xianxia. That barrier just now did not look that strong, but it should be much more effective against energy attacks than you think." Venerable Xianxia narrowed her eyes in thought. "Is that one of the reasons why you came up with this rainbow shield of yours?" "Partially." Vase smirked. "You haven't even tried to form a prime resonance barrier by drawing upon the energies from multiple sources. That is an even more advanced application of this concept. You're probably not ready for it, so for now you should try to do what you have done until you have thoroughly familiarized yourself with the energies of multiple design spirits." That sounded like an enormous headache to Xianxia. "Why should I spend so much time and effort on this, Vase? Can't you just develop a normal physical shield for expert mech?" "I could, but then you would be missing out. Look, one of the rationales for the rainbow shield is that it should theoretically allow you to withstand the attacks of many different varieties of expert mechs and other enemy types. There are so many different dangers out there that one form of defense might not work as effectively as another form of defense. By giving you the capacity to leverage different energies to form custom prime resonance barriers according to the situation should allow you to defend all manner of unconventional threats. This has to do with the nature and the effects of different attributes." "You're afraid," she accused him. "You did not put all of this effort into creating a tool that can help my expert mech block ordinary attacks. You're afraid of fighting against these unknown threats and their powers. You need me to shield you from the attacks from these exotic enemies. Am I correct?" He did not bother to deny her accusation. "Not all of our enemies are normal." Chapter 4893 Highly Productive. Remember to practice with Object 431 every day. Vase said as Xianxia's visit to the workshop came to an end. "Don't just blindly repeat the same moves. Try to be more creative about it. The shield contains over a dozen different prime batteries, each of which are filled with different varieties of spiritual energy. It is like a musical instrument that you can play in order to produce a nice-sounding melody. Don't waste too much time on repetitively hitting the same notes, but try to vary and combine them into chords." It took a long time for Xianxia to accept her new homework. The shield that Vase had made for her might look silly and useless, but Vase claimed that using it would help her become more effective once she finally obtained her new expert mech. "You're asking for much, Vase," she said with a tired breath. It will take years if not a decade for me to master the use of this strange new shield. Vase grinned at that. Good. That will mean that the rainbow shield has nearly endless potential. You can slowly spend your time on drawing it out through relentless practice. What you will be doing goes beyond producing different defensive barriers. You are also exercising your willpower like a muscle. The more you do this, the stronger it will grow. I have a theory that proactively utilizing your extraordinary capabilities like this will help you expand your resonance strength and bring you a step closer to advancing to ace pilot. Venerable Janzi briefly felt excited at the thought, but she quickly calmed herself down. Vase had no proof to back up his assertions. She had never heard anything about this before. From what she learned, the most reliable methods for expert pilots to progress was to fight a lot of battles and work on their mentality. Still, she was willing to give his approach a try since she already agreed to exercise with Object 431. It should at least allow her to make use of the actual rainbow shield in a useful capacity once she finally received her reborn expert mech. How long will it take for you to complete the Dullahan project? You will get it before our flagship returns from the MTA's shipyard. Vase promised to her. It is one of the most advanced and complicated expert mech design projects I have worked on, but that is not detrimental to me. The more complicated it becomes, the deeper its pool of strength. Your new expert mech will not be as weak and limited as the old one. With all of the expensive materials, advanced technologies and unique features stuffed into your machine, I believe it shouldn't be a problem for you to comfortably defeat a high-tier expert mech that is comparable to the Scorpion Commando. It may even be possible to defeat two of them under the right circumstances. Venerable Janzi's eyes grew sharp at the mention of that hated machine. Are you being serious? We are living in the early years of the Facewater generation, you know. Vase smirked. Progress is always quick in the first decade of the introduction of a radical new technological paradigm. Transphasic armor systems, transphasic weapon systems and mini-drives are constantly improving by leaps and bounds with each passing year. We can do much more with phase water than when we created the last iteration of your Shield of Samar. Aside from that, don't underestimate the expensive materials that I am willing to invest in your machine. First-class alloys are no joke. Venerable Janzi couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to pilot an expert mech that Vase just described. Somehow, the absurd claim that the product of the Dullahan project might be able to defeat two expert mechs at the level of the Scorpion Commando or the Shockshell did not sound as impossible as before. Janzi might not be well versed in the technical side of mechs, but even she knew that this was an irrational notion. Yet the trueblood Larkinson couldn't help but believe in Ves's claims. This was his charm, she supposed. The damn bastard could always find a way to attract people with his dreams. I have waited long enough for you to finish your work. I will kill you if you don't give me my expert mech by the time your ship comes back. Janzi growled. Vase didn't take her threat seriously. He simply turned around and went back to conducting his next work assignment. You can go now. Don't forget to do your homework every day. I think I will pay you a visit in a few weeks and test your abilities with a few weapons. Once she left his workshop, Vase thought back on the prime resonance barriers that Janzi managed to project in a short amount of time. While the barriers were rather weak and pathetic, this would not stay this way forever. Venerable Janzi had only recently passed the threshold of a mid-tier expert pilot at this time. Once she became a high-tier expert pilot at the level of Venerable Davia Stark, she could probably produce a prime resonance barrier that was 5 times, 10 times or even 20 times stronger. At that point, Janzi would no longer express any doubts towards the rainbow shield and its working principles. That is not the limit. What if Janzi ascended to a saint one day? Her ability to harness her willpower would undergo a massive improvement. Not only would she gain an enormous boost of power, but she could finally exert real control over her strength. This was what made Saint Kingdoms so special. Theoretically, Janzi should already be able to form an extremely strong true resonance barrier, but only if her expert mech possessed the right resonating materials. Resonating exotics and alloys could produce fantastic effects when matched with compatible high-ranking pilots, but they also imposed harsh limits on the mechs in question. Different resonating exotics often interfered with each other when they were placed in close proximity. Some combinations produced an amplifying effect, but in most cases the opposite occurred. This was where prime resonance could play a useful role. Prime materials weren't subjected to the same interference effect, so Vase could develop a shield that contained many different prime batteries. Besides, who says that prime resonance can't be combined with true resonance? Vase already knew from previous instances that both forms of resonance could be combined to produce a stacking or amplification effect. This could make a huge difference in battle. If Venerable Janzi ever fought against an equal or a stronger opponent on the battlefield, she would not fall behind as long as she properly leveraged her expert Mech's prime resonance capabilities. Vase was nearly completely certain that there was no possibility that his forces would ever fight against opponents that harnessed the power of prime resonance. This was his exclusive invention and trade secret. No one should have the ability to reproduce all of the conditions that made it possible. That won't last forever, though. He frowned. Perhaps the MTA might not think much about this obscure design application, but once it became strong enough, that would definitely change. The Mechers would definitely want to make it more reproducible before turning it into a general technique that could be passed on to other mech designers. Fortunately, it would take a long time before the MTA took this step. Well, let's get back to work. Vase went back to his old routine. The preliminary success of his Rainbow Shield concept had elevated his mood and stoked his passion. Just as he predicted, he made a lot more progress on the Dullahan project than before. Even Gloriana, who occasionally dropped by in order to contribute in her own way, took note of his remarkably high productivity. Moreau Blinky floated in the air while cuddling next to another companion spirit. Mao, Alexandria lazily yawned as the red spiritual cat pressed closer against her purple companion. I didn't think that an odd tower shield would make you so effective. She commented. What is happening to you, Vase? I don't believe that a single invention can spur you on to this extent. He chuckled. He. I've seen and learned too much as of late. My accumulation has grown too much. I have become so filled with ideas that I want to realize them as soon as possible. Working faster will get me closer to exploring those fantastic new research directions. The fact that I am able to implement a few of them in our current project makes me work even faster. His wife looked at him with envy. She understood the circumstances that he described. Every mech designer wanted to experience the same state of mind. Unfortunately, her research was much more plodding and methodical. Her work approach was also a lot tighter and more disciplined than that of her husband. That meant that she was much less likely to enter into a productive frenzy. She looked back at the projection of the expert. Mech design in progress. The Dullahan project had undergone numerous revisions to its configuration after they returned to work after the conclusion of the founding festival. One of the benefits of the Larkinson clan's greater cooperation with the Colonial Federation of Davut was that the latter granted access to more high-end technologies. President Unames Clive and his administration still wanted to get on the good side of Vase and his clan. This meant that it was not unacceptable to treat the Larkinsons as insiders and give them access to some of the good stuff that the Clive Consortium and other important parties normally kept to themselves. Vase took advantage of this generosity to upgrade the technical specifications of all of the ongoing expert mech design projects. Gloriana was pleased with the boost in expected performance. The only downside was that they needed to spend more time to undo their previous work and start over, but Vase had become so productive that all of these changes hadn't produced any meaningful delays. Vase, yes, honey, if you want us to complete our expert mech design projects faster, you should make a decision about the proposal that I last made. I can work just as quickly as you if you cover the 60 million MTA merits that I need to replace my old cranial implant with a first-class version. Vase groaned. Not this again. I am not wrong, Vase. Let's wait until we have completed our current batch of expert mech design projects. Vase patiently replied, we are already doing well enough under the current circumstances. I seriously doubt that you will be able to recover quickly from the complicated replacement operation. What if the recovery period stretches on for months? There is no way the rest of us can complete our latest expert mechs without your input. We need your god body application and your optimization ability to turn them into the best works of our clan. You don't want to miss out on 3 excellent attempts to add more masterwork certificates to your name, right? That caused Gloriana to frown. She wanted her cranial implant as soon as possible, but she didn't want to disrupt her current plans either. Fine, I will wait. You better be ready to subsidize the acquisition of my next cranial implant. I am tired of falling behind. She was glad that Vase no longer quibbled over the need to replace her old implant with a superior model. That was a definite improvement in her opinion. She had already managed to get the Glory Seekers to agree to spend 60 million MTA merits to cover the rest of the cost of her future first-class implant, but maybe she could ask for more. If she was able to persuade the glory seekers to invest 120 million MTA merits, then she could shop around for an even better cranial implant. A product that was worth 180 million MTA merits would definitely boost her progress even more. She might even be able to surpass Vase with such an excellent augmentation. Chapter 4894 Paramilitary Mech Division 2 weeks went by after Vase came up with the Rainbow Shield concept and handed over Object 431 to Venerable Janzi to practice with. He and his wife spent a lot of time on bringing the Doulahan project and the Ghost project closer to completion. Everything proceeded smoothly. If not for the need to accompany their children after they were done with their daily tutoring sessions, the married couple could have made even more progress on their mech design projects. As Davut continued to settle down and transform into a proper state after the conclusion of the founding festival, an important event took place on a certain day that forced Vase and many Larkinsons to break from their routine. This was why they all boarded their shuttles and moved to a medium-sized town located a moderate distance away from Kotor City. The town was based around a large military base. The entire economy was centered around servicing and accommodating the military units that would be stationed in this location in the future. This was the site where the mech division that General Ark Larkinson led would formally be established. It would not be the permanent home of his mech division. The Colonial Federation of Davut had become a rather expansive star territory, but its main problem was that an excessive amount of military units were concentrated in the Davut system. The port system already enjoyed a sufficient amount of protection. What the newly founded colonial state needed the most was to increase its presence and military control over the vast tracts of space in the surrounding regions and provinces. Many corners of Davut were not that well developed. The colonies there were years behind as lack of population and investment severely inhibited their growth. The colonial government hoped that stationing more mech units over there and setting up regular patrols would vastly increase the security level of the region. Trade, immigration, industry and investment would subsequently flow into these underserved regions. In addition to that, Davut also needed to establish more strongholds throughout the provinces. This was vital to create a robust military infrastructure in preparation for the upcoming war. One way or another, General Ark Larkinson and his new mech division would become embroiled in the bloody and relentless competition between Davut and Karlak. Vase had no desire at all to get caught up in a petty war between two greedy colonial states. All of the fighting and killing was completely pointless in his opinion. Still, not everything was bad. War was great for mech designers. As long as their products were good enough, they would get sold in large numbers as many different groups desperately sought to strengthen their troops in order to tilt the numbers in their favor. Although the Living Mech Corporation did not really sell any real military-grade mechs at this time, its machines were still incredibly attractive to the large number of paramilitary units that had signed on to fight for Davut. Technically speaking, General Ark's new mech division was classified as a paramilitary unit. Much of its ownership and control were in the hands of outsiders. Its rules and regulations only partially followed the federal military's code. This wasn't meant to stay this way. If not for the fact that a war was brewing in the short term, Davut would rather take its time to raise proper military mech divisions and maintain tight control over them from beginning to end. Vase wasn't sure whether Ark's mech division slowly transitioned from the external group to the internal group of the federal military of Davut. There were huge differences between the two. The former maintained a small distance from the colonial state while the latter was completely integrated into its military apparatus. He shrugged. This was not really his business. It would be up to the Davut branch to decide how extensively it wanted to cooperate with the state. The founding ceremony for Ark's new mech division was not too grand. It was just a paramilitary mech division for a time being. The federal military already attracted a lot of outside parties and promised to give them a piece of the pie so long as they made military contributions. Within a section of the large base, hundreds of mechs had gathered into neat columns. The majority of them consisted of familiar living mechs such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Crystal Lord. Curiously enough, the new mech division did not include any mechs that were exclusive to the Larkinson clan or any group. The conspicuous absence of the Bright Warrior and the Transcendent Punisher caused General Ark's new unit to look awfully unbalanced. Over 10,000 servicemen had also arrived. Each of them formed into ranks and stood in front of a large podium. Many of the soldiers consisted of eager mech pilots, but there were also plenty of other professionals among them. General Ark and his staff had already put a lot of effort into recruiting mech officers, mech technicians, starship spacers, construction engineers, medical personnel and more. When Vase swept his gaze across these people, he could immediately recognize where they hailed from based on their connections to different kinship networks. Roughly a third of the personnel consisted of Larkinsons. Another third originated from the Cross clan. The remainder had likely been recruited from outside sources. The proportions looked so even that Vase was convinced that this was a deliberate arrangement. Wow, there is so much already. Andraste spoke as their group continued to move forward. Does all of this belong to Uncle Ark? Not exactly, Vase explained. Much of this belongs to the state. General Ark and his people have the right to shape the Mech division according to their ideas, but they can only do so with the authority bestowed by the higher-ups of the government. It's complicated. Since the colonial government funded and provided much of the infrastructure for the Mech division, it did not want General Ark to turn everything into his own private army. It was remarkable how much personnel General Ark had gathered under his banner. From the start, his Mech division had become more attractive than the alternatives due to a combination of factors. The popularity of the Larkinson clan, the hero worship of Patriarch Reginald Cross, the confidence in General Ark's leadership ability, the extensive use of living mechs and other reasons all made it so that this had become one of the hottest Mech divisions that Davut had founded as of late. Once Vase and his immediate family arrived at the front, they were seated in positions of honor along with other important people. The founding ceremony soon commenced. With the local star hanging over everyone's heads, a large number of soldiers wearing their newly issued uniforms witnessed the arrival of the champions of their Mech division. The Travan Exene, the Riot, the Sea-Man, the Blade Chaser Mark II. 4 different Larkinson expert mechs descended from the skies like angels descending from heaven. The soldiers all cheered at the arrival of these strong and impressive expert mechs. Aren't they supposed to be ours? Marvane asked. Nominally, that is the case. Vase replied. These mechs still belong to our clan, son. We are just loaning them to the federal military of Davut. Once our expert pilots have completed their service, they will take their expert mechs back to our clan. Of course, this was all theoretical. Whether these expert pilots and expert mechs would resign from the federal military once the war against Karlach had ended was unclear. Even if the expert pilots left the military, they could choose to go back to the main fleet or settle down in the Davut branch. Vase did not really care too much about this. The Larkinson clan already had a lot of expert pilots. New ones would emerge on a regular basis, so the Larkinson army never had to worry about running out of powerful champions. All of the Larkinson expert pilots that chose to serve in the federal military of Davut or stay in the Davut branch might not be at his disposal, but they were still clansmen in the ways that mattered. They could protect and promote the interests of the Larkinson clan in their own ways. As the 4 Larkinson expert mechs all touched down behind a large podium, another mech descended from the skies. A strong presence approached the large gathering. Everyone began to raise their fists and shout a single name. Mars. The powerful masterwork Ace mech dropped towards the ground at high speed, only to arrest its momentum and land with utmost precision in between the expert mechs. Patriarch Reginald Cross had arrived. The appearance of Reginald and his Ace mech briefly caused Vase to look upset. Damn glory hound, I could really use the firepower of the Mars in my expeditions. He muttered. We can still manage without the Ace hybrid mech. General Verl reassured the clan patriarch. The Adelaide 3rd Fleet and the Bouget family are close to joining the Golden Skull Alliance, so their Ace mechs will soon strengthen our expeditionary fleet. Both groups are entitled to hefty shares of any profit we make in the frontier, but this is a worthwhile trade-off as far as we are concerned. 2 Ace mechs sounded good, but 3 Ace mechs were even better. Vase would much rather keep the Mars as well because of its strong range damage output. Unfortunately, Reginald was too damn hard to control. The man was too much of a war addict to pass up the opportunity to throw himself into the thick of an upcoming conflict. Soon enough, the expert pilots all exited the cockpits and descended to the podium. Reginald remained within his Ace mech in order to ensure everyone's safety. As Vase was able to see the familiar faces of his expert pilots again, he noted that they had changed their uniforms into ones that looked similar to the uniforms worn by other servicemen. The colors of the mech divisions consisted of red and light blue. Their selection was not random as they were strongly associated with the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan respectively. The emblem of the mech division looked rather interesting. It consisted of a planet that was engulfed in flames. The imagery was surprisingly aggressive and not what he expected. From the moment General Ark Larkinson stepped forward and stood in front of his staff and officers, much of the crowd quieted down. Soldiers of Davut, I salute you all today, for you have answered the call. No matter where you come from or how much you have struggled in order to reach this planet, know that our colonial state has become your new home now. Davut has opened its doors and welcomed you all inside. It is only right to defend it from the aggressors that seek to tear it down. General Ark continued to address his soldiers through his words. He made sure not to overreach and try to usurp the control of the colonial government, which caused his words to become more subdued. Nonetheless, the soldiers all had a lot of faith in General Ark's leadership ability. The troops all clung his words as if they had a magnetic quality. Each of us have a trait in common. Ark continued his speech. From the beginning, I have established a rule that limits our recruitments to battle-tested soldiers and veterans. There are no rookies among us because we do not need them. Our Mech division shall pursue the elite route and take on the most challenging missions as a consequence. Our service is not for the faint of heart, but I believe that each of you will become the greatest possible soldiers in our state. It is for that reason that I have chosen a name for us all that befits our brotherhood. The Mars leveraged its Saint Kingdom and subjected everyone to Patriarch Reginald's strong yearning for combat. At the same time, fireworks blasted into the air while a large projection came to life that displayed the symbol and the name of the new Mech regiment. From this day onward, we shall operate as the 77th Warborn Mech Division. Chapter 4895 Newly Established, Warborn. From the moment that General Ark Larkinson announced the name of their new Mech Division, the troops under his command embraced it with great enthusiasm. The large proportion of Larkinsons and Crossers within the ranks practically ensured that the culture of the newly established Mech Division would have a strong enthusiasm for combat. Their extensive experiences in the battles of the Golden Skull Alliance had forged them into brave fighters who did not back down in the face of a tough challenge. Once the short ceremony came to an end, the party had begun. While the rank and file began to partake in drinks and bond with each other, the guests and the most important members of the Warborn Mech Division began to mingle with each other. Warborn, huh, Vase said as he met up with his uncle. What an interesting name. Did Patriarch Reginald Cross insist upon it or something? It doesn't seem like a name that you would choose. General Ark Larkinson smiled back as he faced his brother's son. Then what name do you think I should bestow upon my troops, Vase? Maybe one that is associated with honor or defense. You used to be known as an honorable protector of the Bright Republic back when we were still living in our home state. That was the case in the past, but our circumstances are different nowadays. Ark responded. The Bright Republic at the time was a state that was regularly besieged by the Vija Kingdom. The latter had always been the one to violate our borders and invade our territories. Our Mech Corps had no choice but to employ defensive strategies to resist the generational onslaught. We also had to rely heavily on values such as honor and duty to maintain our fighting spirit. Without strengthening our willingness to fight, the Bentime system would have fallen long ago. Now that I have told you this, do you think that Davut is in the same position? Vase briefly paused as he swirled the glass of champagne in his hand. I see what you mean. Davut and Karlach are much different. While there are rumors that the latter has raised a stronger military, there should definitely be opportunities for the former to launch offensives and counter-offensives. Defending a star system is always easier than attacking one. General Ark told the younger Larkinson. What the federal military needs the most are assault and breakthrough units that can overcome the initial defenses of a fortified location and create enough space for follow-up units to establish beachheads in enemy territory. I have chosen for my Warborn to assume this important role. That is quite daring of you. Won't your men suffer a lot of casualties by assuming this dangerous job? The attrition rates will be horrendous. I very much doubt that most clansmen in the Davut branch are willing to turn themselves into cannon fodder. Ark shook his head. As I have mentioned before, the Warborn Mech Division is not for the faint of heart. We only accept qualified volunteers. If there are Larkinsons who want to serve in the military but do not meet our standards, there are many other Mech regiments and Mech divisions that welcome their talents. This sounded different from what Vase expected. He did not know that General Ark would be willing to take such extremes and shape his Mech division into a bloody fighting unit. Why go this far? Vase seriously asked. I doubt that you are doing this because your higher-ups are forcing your new troops to assume this dangerous role. You are correct. My staff and I have discussed long and hard on how we wish to contribute to the war effort. We eventually chose to specialize in assault for multiple reasons. Many of our veterans from the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan are already accustomed to launching attacks. We have fought very little protracted defensive battles. We are not suited to fight battles of attrition, so it is better that we avoid them as much as possible. Vase firmly nodded. Battles of attrition could drag on for months and leave a huge amount of devastation behind. It took a different mindset for soldiers to take part in grueling campaigns where the ownership of a contested star system could swing back and forth several times. What else, Ark? Another important reason is because we are the few soldiers who can do this well. General Ark smiled in a grim fashion. The Warborn Mech Division is not a militia or a second-line unit. Our mech pilots are better. Our mechs are stronger. Our funding is higher. The federal military is willing to provide us with greater funding and infrastructural support. As an ancient myth has once taught, with great power comes great responsibility. Since our Warborn are elites, we are obliged to undertake the missions that only elites can fulfill. We have a clear understanding about this matter with the higher-ups of our colonial state. The upcoming war against Karlach was bound to be a survival test for Davut. The latter could not afford to fool around and squander its resources. It was undeniable that the federal military lavished the Warborn with funding, carrier vessels and other forms of support. A lot of other military mech units would become incredibly dissatisfied if General Ark's troops chose to sit in the rear and garrison a safe planet after all of this investment. I suppose Patriarch Reginald Cross had a large voice in deciding the combat orientation of the Warborn. Vase said in a mild voice. General Ark did not deny this guess. He is a fervent warrior. His men are much the same. I am gratified that he and his crossers are in full support of this direction. Together with my grasp of the Larkinsons under my command, I am in full control of the Warborn. Is that truly the case? Vase sounded skeptical. Your mech division answers to the federal military, you know. That is true, but its management of the external group is not as strict as you think. The mech units that fall under this category enjoy varying degrees of autonomy and choice depending on our specific contracts and agreements. There will not be a case where High Command will deliberately drive us to our deaths. Vase smirked. Davut can't afford to piss off the groups that have joined its side. If the higher-ups are stupid enough to do so, then more soldiers will join Karlach instead. I'm sure that the importance of our clan will play a large role in how High Command will treat your Warborn. The intermingling between politics and military affairs was a fact of life. General Ark Larkinson didn't like it, but he was not naive enough to assume he could avoid this phenomenon entirely. Even if we have the freedom to reduce our participation in the war, I do not intend to maximize our downtime. The expert pilot and general explained. The most important reason why I want our Warborn to take this route is because completing assault missions will allow us to earn the most war merits. Davut has formulated many rules with regards to assigning credit for many different war accomplishments. The more war merits we are able to earn, the more territories we can claim for our Davut branch. So that was General Ark's game. Vase knew that his uncle wouldn't risk the lives of so many clansmen without a good reason. He bet that the Cross clan was also eager to gain a lot of territory. I can understand why you would want to be more proactive in the upcoming war. The main branch of our clan has embraced this approach a lot earlier than you and your new mech division. What puzzles me is why you are willing to risk the lives of so many of our clansmen and the other people under your command. I don't know how many of the men that have chosen to follow you into combat will survive in the end. Is it truly worth it to sacrifice so many lives just to gain the right to control a few planets and star systems? General Ark responded with a stern smile. We cannot repeat the mistakes made by our ancestors who founded and established our original Larkinson family. They had the ambition but not the courage to do what was necessary. Our family members had the chance to become a part of the power structure of the Bright Republic, but instead turned into its unwitting tools. Now that we have learned our lesson, I intend to work harder and ensure that we can gain our own territories that we can convert into our permanent strongholds. The Davut branch may not be important to you, but it means everything to myself and many of our old family members. Vase couldn't pretend to approve this stance. The Colonial Federation of Davut is not any better than the Bright Republic, you know that. The only reason why Davut is treating us better is because we are more useful to the state. This will change as soon as we suffer an enormous setback. His uncle remained unmoved, however. You can say that about any state, Vase. I am not blind or ignorant. I have traveled to enough states to understand that the paradise we seek is a fantasy. The best we can hope for is to earn the right to govern our own planets so that we can do the best we can to build our own homeland. To many people, this is a better alternative than turning ourselves into permanent space nomads. At least our fleet is not subject to the whims of others. Vase retorted. This was an old and familiar argument. Vase and Ark had spoken about this topic plenty of times, so neither of them were willing to rehash it as there was no possibility that they would change their minds. The fact of the matter was that Vase could never understand and agree with his uncle's unreasonable obsession with serving in the military of an ordinary state. Why wasn't Ark able to recognize that the Larkinson clan was already transitioning into a state of sorts as well? It was as if Ark and many of the old-timers among the Larkinsons were completely ignorant of the spaceborne way of life. Oh well, the two leaders among the Larkinsons continued to chat with each other. General Ark soon voiced an important request for his newly established mech division. "Have you taken a look at our mechs?" he asked. "We have deliberately chosen to embrace your living mechs as much as possible. While we cannot avoid the use of mechs designed and sold by the Cross clan and other third parties, we are fully committed to using your works as our mainstay mech models. I am glad that you are willing to entrust the lives of your troops to my mechs." Vase responded with a smile. "There is just one issue, Vase." Ark leaned closer. "Our Warborn mech division can obtain your commercial mechs easily enough from the Davut branch, but that is not comprehensive enough for our needs. I would like to ask you to give us the authorization to procure the mechs that can help us even further. I am talking about the models that have never flowed outside of our clan, such as the Transcendent Punisher and the Second Sword. I am aware that I am asking for much, but we need your best works to minimize the casualties among the brave Larkinson soldiers that are fighting for a better future for our fellow clansmen." That caused Vase to frown. "That is not appropriate, Ark. There are good reasons why those Larkinson exclusive mech models are restricted to our clan. The more they are spread, the more our enemies can study their properties. That will make it much easier for our forces to suffer defeat in the long run. We already got ambushed by the likes of the Fredaman in the past. I can't rule out that a similar attack will happen in the future. Our exclusive mech models must not become transparent to all of our adversaries." Ark was not willing to settle for this answer. "We need your mechs, Vase. We will suffer many more casualties if we have to resort to lesser mech models. Please do this for our family's sake. Your father would want you to support our family in every way you can. You will be able to save the lives of many Larkinsons as long as you say yes." Quote. Chapter 4896 Servant of the State, No. Please reconsider your decision, nephew. The Warborn is a paramilitary mech division that is fighting on behalf of the Colonial Federation of Davut. Vase retorted after he gulped down his glass of champagne. "If I order you to bring your Warborn to the Megair Middle Zone and raid a planet that is claimed by the Friday colonies, are you permitted to do as I have asked?" General Ark shook his head after a brief moment. "You know that I cannot do that. The Warborn may be an irregular military mech division, but that does not mean I can abuse my authority to serve private interests." This was not a surprising answer to Vase. He huffed in response. "Then I don't see why I have to share all of my good stuff with you." Vase replied, "I am not opposed to allowing our Davut branch to make use of our clan exclusive mechs. This is because I know my works will be used for the betterment of our fellow Larkinsons rather than the Davutans. That is not the case with your Warborn." There was a strong tone of rejection in his voice. Vase needed little time to settle his mind on this issue. Ark may be his uncle, but that did not mean he could use this family connection as an excuse to break the rules. His uncle looked pained and hurt at this response. "Vase, please be more compassionate. I am not asking you to go out of your way and design custom-tailored mechs for our Warborn. You only need to make a single decision to give us access to your best-performing mechs. For example, our light mech regiment will make extensive use of your ferocious Piranha model, but we both know that this product has excellent synergy with your Stingripper model. I do not know why you are willing to sell the former to the public but keep the latter to yourself. There are historic reasons for this particular difference." Vase responded without emotion. "It is not your place to dictate the product strategy of the Living Mech Corporation. That is completely up to me and me alone. I have already stated the reasons why I am unwilling to release our clan exclusive mechs in your mech division's hands." "Can't you reconsider?" Ark asked. "Many of your works are already numerous years old. They have been used in numerous battles, some of which are completely public. I believe our enemies have already figured out the details of the Larkinson mech models that have been exposed in these engagements. That is not an excuse. It is one thing if the Warborn is a mech force that is wholly owned by our Davut branch. Since your unit effectively answers to the state, you should look in its direction for what you need. As far as I know, the Masters in the service of the Colonial Federation has designed plenty of strong military mechs for the federal military. There is nothing wrong with using them. They may even offer superior performance compared to my own works. Both the regular and irregular mech divisions of the federal military of Davut should have access to internal channels. At worst, they could requisition standardized military mechs that offer good performance right from the start. At best, the mech regiments and mech divisions may be able to place mech design commissions so that they could acquire signature mech models that complemented or defined their mech doctrine. That wasn't enough for ARC. I don't need to borrow too many of your clan-exclusive mech models, he said as he took a step back in this negotiation. We can significantly increase our chances of winning our future battle as long as we can make use of your Transcendent Punisher. We would also like to utilize the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Second Sword. Vase widened his eyes. No, absolutely not. Those are the three most sensitive and strategic standard mechs of our clan. The former gives us absolute superiority in ranged firefights. The latter two serve as the basis for our battle formations. There is no way that I am giving your Warborn access to the trump cards of our main fleet. Besides, those mech models can't be piloted by just any random soldier. They are highly specific to their respective mech legions. Our Warborn has recruited a respectable number of Ilvanans, Penitent Sisters and Sword Maidens. General Arc regained his footing. They have signed up to us because they want to temper themselves in frequent mech combat. They aren't abandoning you, Vase. They think they can grow faster and have a better chance at breaking through in a conventional war instead of those odd expeditions of yours. Once the war is over, they will return your fleet stronger than ever. That was true. Vase had investigated the motivations for the mech pilots who had flocked to General Arc's banner, and there were plenty of clansmen who only treated this as a high-risk training camp. The expeditionary fleet suffered from a persistent shortage in mech capacity. Everyone knew that the Larkinson clan employed an excess amount of mech pilots. It was not necessarily bad for the clan to send off much of its reservists to the Warborn in order to gain a lot of actual combat experience. I don't see how this matters. Vase stoically responded. These pilots you are referring to may be loyal to our clan, but as long as they have chosen to join the Warborn, they have pledged to serve Davut. I don't know about you, but I am absolutely opposed to allowing your colonial state to take advantage of our Transcendent Punishers and our battle formations. It is already generous enough for me to permit our expert pilots to fight alongside your troops. Don't go too far, Arc. The conversation between the two quickly died down. Arc severely underestimated how possessive Vase was towards his most effective mech models. The safety and the security of the expeditionary fleet was at stake. There was not much reason for Arc to stick around for much longer. He couldn't make any progress with Vase and he still needed to mingle with important guests. Shortly after Arc's departure, General Verl took the high-tier expert pilot's place. He asked you permission to use our mech models, right? Right, Vase responded. Did you foresee this in advance? I did, and I am not the only one. It is clear that General Arc wants to do his best to imitate our Larkinson army as closely as possible. We have developed a winning formula, after all. He cannot do so unless his Warborn has access to all of our mech models. He thinks highly of us. Vase remarked. Can you blame him, sir? Our strength surpasses most if not all of the elite military mech divisions of Davut. The Warborn can earn many more war merits if it has gained the ability to utilize battle formations on command. Vase snorted. Karlach will prioritize their total destruction if that happens. It is not necessarily good for the Warborn to perform too well on the battlefield. I agree. As General Verl moved on so that he could chat with other people, a familiar family member soon approached Vase. Melinda. Vase calmly greeted his cousin. I half expected you to wear the same red and blue uniform as the rest of the Warborn. You've become a strong supporter and confidant of Uncle Arc over the years. Melinda Larkinson had aged and matured a lot since the days when Vase just started out as a mech designer. Much of her youthful appearance and demeanor had made way for a more serious and matronly posture. I am not suited for war, she responded to Vase. Arc invited me to join his Warborn not as a mech pilot, but as his aide and assistant. I struggled over this decision, but I eventually decided to reject his offer even though I am not opposed to doing my duty. Why did you say no, Melinda? Her expression turned strained. I still don't like killing people or seeing my fellow friends and family fall in battle. I am also a mother. I cannot stand the thought of allowing my children to grow up without receiving my affection in the most crucial periods of their youth. I have decided to remain on this planet for that reason. That must be difficult. I don't think you have made the wrong decision. Vase sympathetically said, "What will you do instead?" Melinda smiled again. "I have actually received an offer to serve in the planetary guard of Kotor City. I am not certain what rank my superiors will bestow me. I need to do a lot of catching up before I am qualified to work in law enforcement again. I am probably not good enough to pilot a law enforcement mech, but I don't mind if I receive a desk job. It is less stressful and I will be able to spend more time with my kids and the rest of our family." That did not sound that bad. "I think this is a good choice, but you may not be able to stay close to your children depending on how the upcoming war progresses. Planetary Guard units may not be suited to fight in the front lines, but they are excellent at pacifying recently conquered planets. You may find yourself on the other side of the border before you know it." Vase warned. "I have been told that is a possibility, but everyone may need to contribute if it comes down to it." She sighed. The implication was that if Vase provided more support to the Warborn and Davut as a whole, the war would not implicate the Larkinsons as badly as she feared. Vase completely disregarded this implication. He had already decided how much he wanted to support the Davutans. Nothing had given him a reason to change his mind. The two cousins spoke a little more. Their personal relationship used to be close before they became a lot more strained due to physical separation as well as differences in philosophy. However, now that the Larkinson clan effectively absorbed the Larkinson family, they had become part of the same family organization once more. "Is there truly nothing you can do for Ark and his Warborn, Vase? Your mechs can make an enormous difference. Everyone knows that. You can pass as your old mechs that you plan to phase out of your lineup. I am sure that the Warborn will gladly extend their usage." Vase shook his head yet again. "That will not happen. I have other arrangements for the mechs that our clan plans to phase out. In no way will they ever fall into the hands of third parties, and yes, I consider the Warborn to be among them. If Ark really wants my work, then he should wait for me to complete the mech design commissions for Davut. The federal military will receive my latest works that are especially designed to fight in this war and likely make them available to all of its mech units." That was not really the extent of what Vase could do, but this was his limit. "Will you at least abide by your promise to design a new expert mech for Ark?" "That hasn't changed," Vase assured her. "You don't need to worry that I will change my mind on this matter. Ark is still my uncle, you know. There are both personal and professional reasons why I will fulfill this request. It will just take a few months before I am ready to embark on a new expert mech design project." Melinda looked relieved. "At least try your best with it, okay? Ark feels that he is being limited by his current expert mech for too long. I understand. If he can break through to ace pilot with the help of my work, then that will benefit our clan immensely. I have every reason to help with making this happen. I don't even mind if Ark continues to remain a stubborn fool and keeps serving the whims of Davut. Just the status of having an active ace pilot in our clan will help us a lot in future business transactions." Chapter 4897 Securing reliable help. The establishment of the Warborn Mech Division represented a closer entanglement between the Golden Skull Alliance and the Colonial Federation of Davut. The Larkinsons and the Crossers no longer limited their support for the state in the form of industry, commerce or technological exchanges. If that was all they did, then they could still avoid associations with the Davutans if this proved to be inconvenient. That was no longer the case anymore. Vase and his allies had formally crossed a line by offering their troops and mechs to the federal military in a time where war loomed closer with each passing day. The fact that the Larkinsons and the Crossers not only provided tens of thousands of soldiers, but also numerous expert pilots as well as its only ace pilot was a massive commitment. What President Unames Clive and the colonial government cared about the most was Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars. The addition of such a powerful and symbolic strategic asset substantially boosted the morale and the actual combat strength of the recently founded Colonial Federation. It served as an authentic vote of confidence and dispelled a lot of fear and uncertainty that had spread ever since the Karloks launched a surprise attack in the government district. Even though the tragedy that occurred that day led to many deaths and horrible memories, it only took a single month for all of the pessimistic attitudes to fade. The federal president, his administration and the backers behind him all worked extremely hard to placate key stakeholders. Davut became even more attractive of a trade destination than before now that the state granted increased autonomy, greater access and more explicit support to the strong or wealthy pioneering organizations that continued to arrive in the new frontier. Many different colonies and colonial states sought to bring these powerful talents and groups into their camps. Though Davut and Karlach both developed their own strategies to build up a stronger network of supporters, they were hardly the only game in the region. Many more nascent states had emerged that offered their own favorable terms. The larger, stronger and better funded ones offered more attractive terms. Davut and Karlach actually did not rank among the top of these growing colonial states. They could only settle in the middle of the ranking of second-rate states. Neither of them were able to attract too many pioneering organizations at the caliber of the Golden Skull Alliance. "How is Davut doing these days?" Vase asked Minister Sheddarin Pernis as he paid a visit to the older man's office in the Cat Nest. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had grown a lot busier after the founding of the Colonial Federation of Davut. The Larkinson clan might not be the strongest party in the local scene, but it was definitely a player that punched above its weight. "It is difficult to form an accurate assessment of Davut, Vase," the diplomat said. "The situation is changing quickly. Public data is scarce and we do not have access to the colonial government's metrics. We can only base our analysis on many indicators that are obvious on the surface. Right now I would say that Davut is doing as well as it can hope, but that is not enough to overpower Karlach." Vase expected as much. The two colonial states were too even in many regards. It was hard for either of them to overpower the other. "Alright, forget about Davut for the time being. How close are we to welcoming the Adelaides and the Bujays into the Golden Skull Alliance? We need their help in order to hunt down the opponents. We need to harvest the MTA merits and first-class materials. We need to comprehensively upgrade our combat assets. The sooner we reach quasi-first-class standards, the more we can guarantee our safety. We won't become invincible, but the combination of a roving fleet and a mech force that is practically undefeatable in the middle zones of the Red Ocean will buy us a lot of development time. I am aware of your layout, sir. My office and I are working as hard as we can to conclude the treaty negotiations as soon as possible, but we cannot work any faster. The Golden Skull Alliance is not as small and casual as before. A vast amount of people have become involved. The two ace pilots of the Adelaides and the Bujays also represent massive bargaining chips. We are essentially providing these two groups with their own kinship networks in order to secure a promise that Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calisandra Bujay will accompany and protect our expeditionary fleet. This may sound like a simple exchange, but the details are extremely crucial as we want the ace pilots to affirm these promises in their own words." Vase nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. High-ranking mech pilots always abided by their words. The moment they broke a single promise was the moment they threw away all of their chances of advancing any further. He only needed to remind himself of his grandfather Benjamin to know how much their vows and convictions dictated their lives for good or ill. Make sure they won't be able to get away from this demand. He told him, "Kinship networks are immensely valuable, but it doesn't really cost me anything to make them for different groups, so don't worry about whether we have to make great sacrifices. I am more worried about ruffling the feathers of the big two and inducing a backlash from the general public." "I agree," Minister Sheddarin replied. "The implications of your kinship networks are too massive and will definitely attract attention from the wrong parties. We have exaggerated the value and the difficulty of making your kinship networks to the Adelaides and the Bujays in order to strengthen our negotiating position. It has worked well for us. All we need to do now is to finalize the details and close the deal before our two future partners realize how badly we desire their ace mechs." After getting fooled and betrayed by numerous stubborn and boneheaded high-ranking mech pilots such as Uncle Ark and Patriarch Reginald, Vase had resolutely changed his handling concerning these powerful champions. He learned the hard way that he couldn't rely on soft methods to bring these brain-damaged idiots to heel. Expert pilots and ace pilots obsessed too much over their principles and convictions. Treating them like friends might allow Vase to influence their decisions, but these powerhouses wouldn't hesitate to turn their backs on their buddies if they chose to pursue a greater calling. Patriarch Reginald was the most obvious case of this phenomenon. Vase thought he had an understanding with Reginald. They talked often enough about the need to keep their respective clans safe and independent, and that roaming the new frontier was a great way to avoid entangling themselves in troublesome conflicts. Yet after all of that talk, what did Reginald do? Once the prospect of war between two substantial colonial states arose, the cross-patriarch completely disregarded the needs and priorities of his own clan and selfishly offered his services to Davut. What was so egregious about this was that his sole purpose for doing so was to indulge in his own lust for battle. The rest of his clan, such as Master Benedict Cortez and many of his relatives, had little choice but to accept his unilateral decision and make the necessary adjustments. This must not happen again. After talking a bit more with Minister Shedderin, Vase became reassured that the Adelaides and the Bujays wouldn't pull off a similar U-turn in the future. The only way the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay family can withdraw their ace pilots from the expeditionary fleet is by mutual consent. Shedderin explained. For example, if we ever split up our fleet or stay in a fixed location for numerous years, we can always agree to station these strategic assets elsewhere. It is also not possible for us to retain the services of the ace pilots if their respective pioneering organizations have decided to part with the Golden Skull Alliance. These were all understandable terms. One of the reasons why the negotiations took so long was because both sides needed to agree on what would happen if one of the alliance partners wanted to leave the Golden Skull Alliance. The ace pilots and ace mechs could easily be taken away, but what would happen to their kinship networks at that point? Ripping them out would cause massive trauma and loss. As such, if the Adelaides or the Bujays ever had any reason to leave on short notice, they were practically obliged to provide compensation. The exact magnitude of this compensation and the details regarding many other variables had to be spelled out in clear and concrete terms. It was better to settle these differences in advance rather than get caught unprepared when a low-probability event occurred several years later. Shedderin issued a warning to Vase. While the Adelaides and the Bujays have not pushed back against our demand with regards to their ace pilots, you need to take into account that neither of them are enthusiastic about staying permanently in our alliance. As far as both groups are concerned, the Golden Skull Alliance is a transit vehicle that they can enter for as long as they want until they have reached their respective destinations. I already know that. I don't mind too much if they leave as long as they do so in an orderly process. The Golden Skull Alliance is nice and all, but the main reason why I set it up in the first place is to benefit the Larkinson clan and make it stronger. If the Adelaides and the Bujays have helped us a lot in the following years and allowed our clan to develop a lot faster than before, then they have already contributed enough as far as I am concerned. We can always seek new partners in order to fill the void left behind by these two groups. We just have to sustain our massive success. That caused Minister Shedderin to look troubled. The older man leaned forward. I was meaning to talk to you about this subject, Vase. So far, we are lucky that we have managed to secure victories in the battles we have fought in the past. While we can rely on excellent preparation, superior intelligence gathering and powerful mechs to tilt our battles in our favor, it is inevitable for us to bite off more than we can chew in the coming years. We are not properly prepared for this eventuality. We will lose far more than you realize. Right now, we are able to derive enormous benefits from our myth of invincibility and success. Vase sighed. I know that, Shedderin. I am well versed in statistical analysis and probability theory. I know that we are investing too much in our luck. This is exactly one of the reasons why we need the strength of the Adelaides and the Bujays. Greater numbers and more ace mechs will reduce our vulnerability to enemies. I am also counting on another measure to accelerate our success and minimize the accidents that we might suffer over the course of our expeditions. Oh, that is new. You have yet to explain this measure of yours. It's not a new idea. Vase smirked. Do you recall how thousands of different pioneering fleets descended upon the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer, only for ours to succeed in tracking down Lord Pirian Yoral Tavik and earn the favor of a first-class clan? Minister Shedderin Pernus immediately understood what the clan patriarch had in mind. Are you suggesting? Vase smirked even wider as he mockingly pressed his palms together. We need to kick our growth and expansion into gear. Aimlessly wandering the deep frontier doesn't sound particularly productive to me. Since we have access to the services of a prophet, why not make use of this asset? We can track down all sorts of alien treasures and valuable resources with a bit of metaphysical help. This was the measure he needed to turn his Trailblazer expedition into a true success. Chapter 4898 Professor Raylan Kavanagh. The brisk progress and favorable negotiations with the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay family boosted Ves's optimism. This directly translated into better results during his regular design sessions. Whether he worked alone or in collaboration with his wife, his consistently good mood and enthusiasm at the coming changes constantly urged him to put in his best effort in his work. Though Vase and the others encountered many thorny problems over the course of the Doulahan project and the Ghost project, none of them hindered their progress for long. The most troublesome problems related to the use and integration of advanced technologies. For example, the Larkinson Mech designers had to look up a lot of information and consult the developers of the Sephrith AQ-1L, the advanced active stealth system developed by Optar Integrated Solutions. This transphasic quasi-first-class stealth system that was especially developed for high-end mechs was so insanely complex and convoluted that Vase felt as if he was out of his depth at times. He relied a lot on senior-level stealth and cloaking to carry him forward, but this system-granted skill became increasingly more inadequate as Vase had to address more specific and technical design problems. Gloriana couldn't offer much help as she was a complete novice when it came to stealth tech. Stealth systems are exclusively handled by state actors. She explained to Vase. This is confidential expertise that is usually taught to mech designers and equipment developers that have already proven their loyalty and commitment to a state. I truly don't know how you managed to absorb so much theory and scientific principles related to this field, but it is clear that you have not kept up with the times. Stealth technology was undergoing massive paradigm shifts with the introduction of phase water. The powerful substance offered more cost-effective means to bridge the gap between maximum stealth and maximum protection. It had often been the rule that stealth mechs were incredibly fragile in combat. Their exterior layers had to be optimized for concealment, not resisting attacks. It was almost impossible for stealth mechs to do well in both areas. The few exceptions that existed only managed to hit this impossible target by using insanely expensive materials to brute force this outcome. That was no longer necessary. A dash of phase water could make stealth-oriented plating 10 times as resistant towards damage than before. Of course, transphasic weapon systems could counteract much of this enhanced protection, but Vase had a good solution in mind. He wanted to maximize the phase water concentration of the Ghost system's stealth plating. This was not a simple request. Although the Larkinson clan paid Optar Integrated Solutions to provide customization services, what Vase was asking for was such a big deal that he needed to renegotiate his deal with the Rubarthan Development Company. Vase dressed up for the occasion. He wore the most luxurious version of his Patriarch uniform and made sure to read up on the details of Optar Integrated Solutions. Meow. Lucky yawned as he laid on the desk. I can't make myself look too shabby. The people in Davut already know how good I am, but the folks over at Optar still regard me as a talented but overambitious journeyman mech designer. Meow meow. My masterwork certificates can lend me a bit of credibility, but they aren't as effective as I expected. Too many people can't believe that I deserve to have them. They are under the mistaken impression that I have been freeloading off the work of Master Benedict Cortez. It was a frustrating ordeal. The MTA had an excellent reputation for record keeping. It would never falsify its certificates as that would threaten its legitimacy as a trade organization. Meow meow. Lucky thumped his tail. Hey, at least I am being productive. What have you been doing ever since we returned from that pocket space? All you do is wander around and let yourself be hugged and carried around by different people. It's been a long time since you last needed to use the litter box. Don't you think it is time to solve your constipation problem? Meow. Lucky became so offended by this inquiry that he turned his body around so that he faced away from Vase. Look, I don't mind if you take your time on digesting all of your previous gains, but you better produce something really good before I complete my current batch of expert mechs. They all need powerful boosts in order to give our clan a greater edge in combat. I am especially in need of a good stealth-oriented enhancement to maximize the infiltration capabilities of the Ghost project. Meow. Vase continued to badger Lucky with his demands until he finally received a notification. He quit arguing with his pet in order to prepare for this critical call. He stood up and activated a few commands. A physical projection came online that depicted a tall and handsome man who wore a high-tech lab coat and protective outfit. Vase and the projected man quickly shook hands with each other. Greetings. The Rubarthan scientist and engineer began. I am Professor Raylan Kavanaugh. You must be the cheeky young mech designer. You may know me as the chief developer of the Sephiroth series of transphasic active stealth systems. I have a busy schedule, but I have been persuaded to listen to your demands and proposals. Thank you for your time, Professor. Vase humbly replied. I would like to talk about the implementation of Sephiroth AQ-1L in my Ghost project. Do not misunderstand me, please. I am not dissatisfied with your product. It is highly advanced and I have great confidence that it will perform well in the field. I have already wrangled with it for many weeks and what I have learned so far has continually reinforced my opinion that I have made an excellent choice to work with your company. Professor Kavanaugh smiled after receiving this flattery. We aim to please here at Optar Integrated Solutions. However, you have not explained why you must speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to me in person. If you are satisfied with our work, then I see no Reason to change our transaction. The circumstances on my end have changed. Vase quickly summarized his point. In short, my clan is looking to field a stronger expert stealth mech. I can also work with more complex transphasic systems. What I want to ask from Optar is whether you can increase the phase water concentration of your Sephiroth AQ-1L transphasic active stealth system to the maximum possible limit. This way, my Ghost project will become even more effective in battle. I want to turn it into an expert stealth mech that can adequately participate in a pitched battle without worrying that it will become defenseless as soon as it loses its resonance shield. The Rubarthan engineer became upset when he heard this request. Do you know how disruptive it is to change your requirements in the middle of an active project? Of course you do. You are a mech designer. The Sephiroth AQ-1L already strikes an excellent balance between stealth, defense, energy consumption and cost. Our clan is willing to make additional sacrifices in order to increase the defensive properties of your active stealth system. Vase straightforwardly said, can you give me an estimate on how much phase water we can stuff in your Sephiroth product before it reaches its limit? That depends on many factors, mech designers. The Rubarthan immediately responded, the Sephiroth cannot accommodate too much phase water due to two main reasons. If your expert stealth mech incorporates other transphasic parts, then you need to pay close attention to the quantity and concentration of phase water in the design. Too much phase water in one place will exceed the safety limitations of your expert mech. We can calculate the exact tolerances for you as long as you share your mech design with our company. Vase quickly shook his head. That is not acceptable to us. The full details of our Ghost project must remain confidential. I am sure you understand. It was outrageous for an external contractor to issue a request to examine the design of an important stealth mech. Vase would have reacted a lot stronger if he wasn't talking to a Rubarthan and needed the cooperation of Optar Integrated Solutions. Fortunately for Vase, Professor Kavanaugh had a convenient solution at hand. Our Sephiroth line is split up into multiple different products that are targeted towards different client categories. The AQ-1L is already one of our most extravagant products for wealthy and resourceful second-class clients such as your clan. However, we have recently developed the AQ-3M, a limit-pushing variant that is more appropriate for high-tier expert mechs and ace mechs. It requires you to infuse as much as 8 kilograms of phase water into its stealth plating to make them resilient enough to resist many attacks. Ves's eyes lit up. The famous Abasi's armor of the Mars integrated as much as 11 kilograms of phase water. It provided excellent defensive power in exchange that was worth all of the expense. Can you tell me more about the AQ-3M and its differences from your older AQ-1L? I would be glad to do so, Patriarch. Professor Kavanaugh said with a bit more interest. Any client that was willing to pay much more phase water in order to obtain a better product was worth his attention. Optar Integrated Solutions may be a powerful Rubarthan development company to a second-class Rube like Vase, but it was an insignificant player in the Rubarthan market. Otherwise, Optar wouldn't have bothered to sell its wares to poorer and stingier second-class clients in the first place. While it is true that we have developed the AQ-3M as a direct improvement of our AQ-1L, that does not mean you can plug it in the place in your mech design. You will need to allocate your time to make substantial changes in the design of your expert stealth mech. The alterations are not too difficult or time-consuming as you will primarily have to reinforce the internal structure of your work. This was not a big deal to Vase. Does the AQ-3M have other requirements? Yes. Its energy consumption is even greater as it is more cumbersome to activate so much more phase water. However, this is a good change in our eyes. Energy is the currency of reality. The more your expert mech spends its energy, the greater its benefits. Vase had never heard anyone describe energy in those terms. It was quite clever actually. He might start using this phrase himself in the future. Our clan can handle these changes. At most, we will just have to upgrade the existing power reactor with a superior model. Will you provide us access to your AQ-3M and offer whatever assistance I need to integrate it into my expert stealth mech design? We can satisfy your needs as long as we can both agree on a revised business contract. Professor Kavanaugh replied as he spoke on behalf of Optar Integrated Solutions. Vase could handle this situation so long as this was the case. It took days for the Larkinson clan and Optar Integrated Solutions to amend their existing contract. After that, Professor Kavanaugh and his development team were always on call to solve numerous difficult problems that Vase after he adjusted the Ghost project to adapt to this major change. Optar couldn't provide as much help as Vase wished. The Larkinson clan could not afford to leak too many details about the Ghost project. This meant that Vase often had to be circumspect in his thoughts and words whenever he requested the help of Optar Integrated Solutions. In numerous cases, Vase couldn't even say anything because the problem strayed way too close to the more sensitive and important aspects of the Ghost project. Though Vase found it regretful that the switch to a higher-end version did not effectively increase its stealth capabilities, he found it more than worthwhile to increase his expert stealth mech's defenses. The Ghost project will become a force to be reckoned with in the field by the time this is finally done. Chapter 4899 First-Class Resonating Exotics. Despite the restrictions that Vase had to work with, he maintained a pleasant cooperation with Optar Integrated Solutions. The company and its engineers were highly professional and did not treat him with too much contempt despite his status as a second-class mech designer. Of course, it was impossible for Optar to exhibit awful customer service. The competition in the new Rubarth Empire was too great, and small companies that actively pissed off its customers would quickly get swept away by their rivals. Professor Raylan Kavanagh often looked annoyed whenever Vase faced a technical problem that couldn't be solved by ordinary engineers. Nonetheless, the chief developer of the Sephiroth series patiently assisted his client for the sake of how much the Larkinson clan was willing to pay for Optar's services. Since the Sephiroth AQ3M required up to 8 kilograms of phase water to make, the development company was entitled to receive just as much phase water as payment. There was a huge difference in profitability between the AQ1L and the AQ3M. Every development company wished to sell as much of their top-end transphasic products as possible because the profit margins were that much better. Vase fully understood that he was paying a disproportionate amount of money and resources in the development of the Ghost project. Whatever budget he drafted at the start of this expert mech design project had long become irrelevant ever since he treated it as a passion project. It was times like these where he patted himself on the back for all of his past decisions. If he hadn't gone through all of the effort into building his own clan, starting risky expeditions and designing highly marketable commercial mechs, he wouldn't have been rich enough to completely disregard the expense of this extravagant expert mech design project. Almost no low-tier expert pilot that had only broken through a relatively short time ago enjoyed such luxurious treatment. Venerable Zimro Belson was going to be a lucky man for being able to pilot a resilient machine whose performance was comparable to that of a high-tier expert mech. Although Vase constantly had to exercise his problem-solving skills whenever he worked to integrate the Sephiroth AQ3M into the expert mech design, everything else proceeded a lot more smoothly. Master Benedict Cortez occasionally dropped by in order to handle the selection and integration of the all-important resonating exotics. Vase hadn't really been involved in this process as he already had his hands full with wrangling the high-tech transphasic active stealth system. He entrusted this important matter to his wife and Master Benedict. Both of them had done this many times already. After examining and performing many tests on Venerable Zimro, the two mech designers finally selected a pair of resonating exotics to serve as the key materials for the Ghost project. We spent more time than we thought on trying to find the best combination of resonating exotics for the Ghost project. Gloriana explained to her husband. We first identified 4 different priorities that we would want to enhance for our expert stealth mech. What are the priorities? Stealth, defense, assassination and mobility. Each of these properties are worthwhile amplification candidates in our opinion. We have found suitable resonating exotics that relate to each of these areas. Once we have formed a comprehensive list, we explored the combinations of different resonating exotics to determine which ones provide us with the greatest performance boosts and the lowest possible interference. It was not easy for us to figure out the best ratios and combinations. I hope you appreciate our hard work. Vase leaned over and embraced her in a sideways hug. Thank you for helping with this matter. You have truly resolved a significant burden with our work. Can you share your results? I can. Master Benedict and I have eventually formulated several excellent combinations, but we think that one of them is the best. She waved her arm and activated a projection that displayed 2 different materials. She gestured at the strangely colored metal bar on the right. This is Emdar alloy, a recent product made by a metallurgy company based in the Red Ocean. It is a first-class resonating exotic that can only be made out of several different first-class exotics that can only be sourced in the upper zones. Producing it is also troublesome as it requires the developer of his alloy to start a difficult production process that results in a large proportion of unqualified output. The lesser alloys are sold as second-class products, which are much more reasonably priced. We would have chosen to use one of them if you hadn't completely exploded our design budget. You can thank me for that. Vase grinned. Gloriana lightly swatted his arm. Since you have reassured me that our clan can fully bear the expenses, I have decided to settle for Emdar alloy for several important reasons. The main one is that its function is crucial to the effective performance and the survivability of our Ghost project. Emdar alloy can significantly reduce the emissions of an expert mech. That caused Vase to widen his eyes. While her words did not sound exciting to a layman, Vase fully understood how important Emdar alloy could be. It was exactly the resonating alloy that the Ghost project needed in order to supercharge its stealth operations. The emissions of a mech basically exposed its existence and coordinates to an enemy. The stronger the emissions, the brighter the machine showed up on sensors. It was extremely difficult to dampen the emissions of a mech. One of the main reasons why stealth mechs were so fragile was because it took an enormous amount of capacity to contain and reduce their emissions. This problem became even stronger once the stealth mech became more powerful. The more energy they burned up, the more heat theft accumulated. Active stealth systems such as the Sephiroth AQ-3M did not just camouflage a mech so that it blended into the surroundings. They also included heat absorption systems that could contain a massive amount of waste heat. So long as they did not reach their limits, they could keep a stealth mech silent and undetected for hours or even days. However, it became a lot harder to keep a stealth mech if it became even more powerful. There was no need for Vase to rethink how immensely powerful the Ghost project would become. Expert mechs were powerhouses without exception, and Vase had made this particular project even more excessive due to his desire to elevate its performance as best he could. All of that power turned the Ghost project into a more effective expert mech on the battlefield. Vase envisioned it working together with other friendly mechs to ambush and assassinate critical enemy assets. However, obsessing too much over battlefield performance clearly reduced the runtime of its stealth systems. The Ghost project would undoubtedly generate a massive amount of thermal energy by engaging in all kinds of heavy exertions. This made the Ghost project a lot less capable of completing lengthy infiltration missions. Vase did not like this because he was thinking about employing this hidden blade against other parties outside of the battlefield. Emdar alloy neatly solved this problem, if only to a limited extent. In truth, there are many resonating exotics that can produce similar results, but Emdar alloy has several advantages aside from its high compatibility with Venerable Zimro Belson. Gloriana continued her explanation. What I appreciate the most is that its resonance interference is remarkably low. It is much easier for us to find optimal combinations because the effective performance of other resonating exotics does not deteriorate as much. That is also nice. Vase sounded impressed. Lower resonance interference meant that the Ghost project could not only mount another key material, but also integrate a greater quantity of general resonating exotics before reaching a limit. Finally, Emdar alloy is remarkably easy to resonate with, especially if the expert pilot in question is highly compatible with this material. Venerable Zimro will not have to exert much strain to reduce the emissions of his expert stealth mech to an adequate level. Of course, he can also exert much more effort into minimizing the detection rate of the Ghost project to the utmost. He will probably resort to this option in battle against hostile expert mechs. Vase raised his eyebrow at that. Do you think that Emdar alloy can help with enabling our Ghost project to approach a hostile expert mech undetected? You should know how good the intuition of demigods can be. They can detect threats to their lives even when they are asleep. I cannot say anything certain about that, Vase. Gloriana shrugged. This is the first expert stealth mech that we have worked on, and we do not have access to a lot of documentation. Master Benedict doesn't have much exposure to these types of machines either. He had to leverage his own network of contacts to provide us with the necessary information. Oh, to satisfy your curiosity, Emdar alloy does indeed help with improving the Ghost project's chances to assassinate a target expert mech. It does more than dampen an expert mech's emissions. It also dampens the more noticeable effects of true resonance. This vastly increases the fault tolerance of our work. All in all, Vase had to admit that Gloriana and Master Benedict had truly made a fantastic choice. The effects of Emdar alloy satisfied multiple priorities, from improving its assassination chances to extending its active stealth runtime. The only downside was that it was too damn expensive. Vase did not dare to look at the price tag for fear that he would reject the purchase of this specialty material. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan could exchange Emdar alloy for a couple of tons of salvaged first-class alloys or a few random pieces of valuable intact alien tech. Vase was even willing to trade away several kilograms of phase water if that was what it took. What did you choose as the second key material? He asked his wife. His wife pointed at the second projection, which depicted a piece of raw ore. Denicium maximum is a natural first-class resonating exotic that can directly amplify the lethality of the Ghost Project's attacks. His wife clearly disliked the name of this resonating exotic. She looked as if she was about to vomit when she uttered it on her lips. So what's so special about Denicium maximum? Vase asked with an amused expression. I don't want to talk about it too much. Suffice to say, it is an excellent material that can help with launching a single fatal or crippling attack. When an expert pilot resonates with it, the expert mech's weapon will become charged over time, and can only maintain this state for a short amount of time. Once the machine launches an attack, the charged weapon will strike with the force of multiple superimposed attacks. I think you can imagine how much damage this can do. The stronger the expert pilot, the faster he can charge a weapon and the more he can raise the upper limit of its charge. Vase looked impressed. The name of this resonating exotic might be silly, but its effects were absolutely incredible. If the Ghost Project could charge up its weapon so that it could unleash an attack that was 5 times, 10 times or 20 times stronger, then it might be able to assassinate an unsuspecting expert mech no matter if there was a resonance shield in the way. What's the downside of this material? It is a first-class exotic, so you can already deduce that it is expensive. Its resonance interference is high, so it can only truly be paired with a gentle material such as MDAR alloy. Furthermore, its resonance load is high, so you shouldn't expect Venerable Zimro to be able to charge the weapon of his expert mech more than a handful of times. This limitation will ease once his resonance strength improves over time, but do not expect any miracles at the start. Vase smiled. It is already good if the Ghost Project can successfully assassinate a single enemy expert mech. Chapter 4900 Scared of Ghosts. The Ghost Project came a lot closer to completion once Master Benedict Cortez integrated it with resonating exotics. The incomplete design truly took on the character of an expert mech at this point. Although the Larkinson clan had to pay an exceedingly high price to purchase and ship a batch of extremely valuable first-class exotics from the Zelmer Upper Zone, their effects were far too strong and useful to pass over. When the mech designers involved in this difficult but increasingly more promising expert stealth mech started to simulate the performance of the Ghost Project in all kinds of combat and infiltration scenarios, they reacted with both glee and fear. He. Vase grinned as he observed a rerun of a simulated mission where the Ghost Project sneaked close to the Palace of Shame before activating its Geist system. The ghostly fiends that emerged from the hidden expert mech completely turned the periphery of the alien asteroid base as well as many of the alien warships in the vicinity into purgatory. Even after the aliens learned that they had come under attack by a hidden but nefarious enemy, their warships and starfighters failed to detect the Ghost Project in their midst. The combination of Venerable Zimro Belson's intuition, the emission-dampening effect of MDAR alloy and the cutting-edge Sephiroth AQ-3M active stealth system, the inadequate sensor systems of the indigenous alien races had no way of detecting the Ghost Project. The only measure that could stop the Ghost Project from attacking sensitive areas in the more interior portions of the Palace of Shame was solid transphasic energy shields, but even that was not a guarantee of safety. This was because the fiends under the Ghost Project's control could theoretically bypass every obstacle, no matter whether they were energy shields or many meters of thick materials. Although Vase did not have a solid idea how far these fiends empowered by true resonance were able to move away from their source, he did not expect them to be able to move too far away. The Geist system was both their source of strength and the tether that kept them in control. If the spiritual specters were able to exceed their range limitations, then that meant that they had lost a lot of power but also became completely free and unrestrained. For now, Vase assumed that ghosts such as Mephisto the Firstborn could only move a few hundred meters away at most. Still granted the Ghost Project a lot of capacity for destruction, but it was not enough to infiltrate and sabotage large fortifications and capital ships so long as they kept up their energy shields. Even so, the expert stealth mech in its current form already represented a terror off the battlefield. Imagine what it can do to the Friday colonies. Gloriana gasped as she pulled up a graph that displayed how much damage it could do if it was left unchecked in a star system. As long as we pair it up with a stealth carrier, the Ghost Project can ruin entire planets over the course of a week, maybe several if there are a lot of settlements. So long as our opponents do not have powerful detection methods, a single expert stealth mech can do anything from assassinating key leaders, sabotaging expert mechs when they are dormant and destroying key infrastructural targets. The Fredaemon's ambitions in the new frontier could be brought to heel with the power of a single expert mech. That was an outrageous story and one that Vase did not look keen on realizing. Please do not go overboard and exaggerate the Ghost Project's impunity, Gloriana. Our Ghost Project remains highly effective as long as we use it sparingly. The more it is used, the more it exposes its capabilities to our enemies. Its mystery will be gone and our foes will prepare more adequate countermeasures in order to guard against another attack. This upcoming asset of ours is best served as a hidden blade rather than an obvious hammer. Master Benedict Cortez nodded his head. I agree with your husband. The deterrence factor is far more useful than its actual implementation. It is enough to expose its existence and give your enemies a hint of what it can do. That is enough to make your rivals and enemies fear your retaliation. His words rang true to Vase. Just because the Larkinson clan invested a huge amount of time, money and resources into designing and building a lot of mechs did not mean that they wanted to throw them into battle non-stop. The Larkinson clan grew quickly, because it was able to accumulate a lot of strength in times of rest and loot a lot of bountiful spoils in times of action. Vase did not believe that his clan would be able to do nearly as well if it committed heavily to one or the other. The same dynamic applied to the use of the Ghost Project. If he and his clan had to employ it against others on a non-stop basis, then something had gone terribly wrong. Even if I had a reason to take action against the Friday colonies, I wouldn't be foolish enough to do what you have described. Vase told Gloriana, our Ghost Project may theoretically be able to circumvent the vast majority of detection methods, but the Sephiroth AQ-3M is not infallible, you know. Optar Integrated Systems has warned me that there are first-class detection systems that can overpower its active stealth measures as long as they are fed with lots of energy. The Fredaemon can also call upon their ace pilots to hunt down our stealth asset. It would be game over once an ace mech found a trail and managed to sniff out the Ghost Project. All of the damage amplification bestowed by Denicium Maximum would not help at all at this point. There were ways to make the Ghost Project even deadlier than now, but there were two reasons why that was not a good choice. The Ghost Project was already extravagant enough to stretch the definition of a quasi-first-class expert mech. Once his clan started to apply qualitative improvements such as upgrading its power reactor, then the MTA would forcibly reclassify it as a first-class expert mech. Vase would no longer be able to use it in the middle zones without getting into a lot of trouble. Another reason why he and his fellow mech designers could not make any substantial improvements was because Venerable Zimro Belson could not effectively make use of the additions. As Vase and the others continually applied one improvement after another on the expert mech design, it increased the depth of the Ghost Project to an unreasonable degree. There was no way that Venerable Zimro would be able to effectively utilize more than 30% of its capabilities from the start. His lack of experience and more importantly his insufficient resonance strength heavily limited how much performance he could leverage out of his excessively strong expert mech. There were good reasons why low-tier expert pilots were paired with low-tier expert mechs at the start. It was the most economical approach. It enabled expert pilots to develop their powers and extraordinary techniques step by step without getting overwhelmed or lost. However, this was way too slow and inefficient for Vase. His clan pursued quality over quantity and couldn't afford to leave the potential of its talents untapped. Perhaps it may be unfair for the Larkinson clan to pile up so many expectations and responsibilities on a recently promoted expert pilot, but the Red Ocean was too dangerous to do anything less. Are you sure you are not overhyping the threat of the Geist system? Cormont Hempkamp said as he studied the data relating to its estimated performance parameters. I mean, they are unstoppable and all, but it is not as if they can deploy an entire army of ghosts. According to your estimates, each fiend won't actually be able to deal much damage when they are activated. That is correct, Vase nodded. The Geist system tries to add physical substance to immaterial life forms, but I don't think that the willpower of two different demigods is enough to turn them into powerhouses, at least not at the beginning. Object 335 is a static power source for all intents and purposes, so the only ways to strengthen the Geist system is by cultivating its spiritual fiends or stimulate the growth of Venerable Zimro's resonance strength. What about increasing the quantity of these so-called fiends? Master Benedict asked an important question. I think that the power of the Geist system will become dispersed to a degree. Vase frowned and answered, it is still better to deploy multiple weaker fiends than to concentrate power in a single one of them, but this is all based on theory and assumptions. We will have to fabricate the Ghost Project and test it out in reality to be sure. The simulation results were highly dubious and could not be relied upon. Vase had run the simulations anyway because he wanted to gain a more visual and concrete impression of what his expert stealth mech could do when let loose. No matter whether the simulations were close to the truth or wildly inaccurate, Vase saw little reason to become disappointed with his work. No matter what, even the more pessimistic estimates of the Ghost Project's performance already exceeded his minimum expectations. Do you know how much damage a proper first-class version of the Ghost Project can do? Miles Tovar finally spoke up and shared his concerns. The first raiders would probably kill to obtain the Geist system. This innovation of yours is too powerful and subversive. So long as the mech industry has yet to develop a proper counter against it, the most powerful first-class stealth mechs that are armed with the Geist system can throw our entire society into disarray. His fears caused the other mech designers to frown. Each of them were smart enough to envision this scenario. The only reason why they hadn't raised the topic was because they were too reluctant to turn the brakes on the Ghost Project. Nonetheless, they all needed to address this topic sooner or later. Vase looked at everyone in the eyes. The confidentiality of our Ghost Project should remain high, I think. I have not allowed any of our design teams to touch upon the truly important elements of the Ghost Project. I haven't even mentioned a single word of the Geist system or shown off the design of our expert stealth mech to our external consultants either. This may have slowed down our progress, but the confidentiality of our project should remain secure. I don't believe our Ghost Project is as hidden as you think it is. Master Benedict warned. There was no way to completely stop the snooping of the Mech Trade Association. A mech design as sensitive and innovative as the Ghost Project aroused the interest of the mechers like nothing else. We can't do anything about it. Vase simply shrugged. There is no way for us to keep up the confidentiality of the Ghost Project forever. The best we can hope for is that its secrets will not spread out too much during the time where we need to rely on its capabilities the most. Besides, I highly doubt that anyone can reproduce the Geist system due to its specific requirements. Don't forget that its core consists of Object 335. I highly doubt that the MTA will permit other groups to decapitate expert pilots en masse only to put their heads on life support before stuffing them inside a lot of expert mechs. Even if there were mech designers who were crazy to do that, they still wouldn't be able to reproduce the Geist system. They lack the ability to create spiritual fiends like Vase. Without the presence of these unfriendly ghosts, the incomplete Geist system was nothing but a glorified life support box. Chapter 4901 3-5. It was finally time. After a lot of rounds of negotiations, the lawyers on all sides finally came to a consensus on all of the terms of the alliance agreement. Naturally, the Golden Skull Alliance decided to turn the treaty signing into a large occasion to commemorate this historical event. Everyone gathered at a luxury hotel situated in the austere district of Kotor City. Though Vase wanted to host this event in the Ascension Gallery or another location in the Cat Nest, that would put a bit too much focus on the Larkinson clan. We cannot give the impression that we are trying to become the unilateral rulers of the Golden Skull Alliance. Minister Shedderin warned Vase, we may be able to get away with dictating the direction of our alliance when we are working with trusted comrades such as the Hexers and the Glory Seekers, but we cannot operate as carelessly as before. The Adelaides and Bujays do not trust us to this extent. They agreed to join us because they assume they will have a real voice in how the alliance is run. Ah, thank you for that reminder. I wouldn't have paid attention to this if you did not point it out. Vase modestly said. His foreign minister raised a crucial point. He had much more control over the original form of the Golden Skull Alliance because it was easy for him to leverage his influence among the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan. While he couldn't persuade them to do anything he asked for, he could easily get them to support his expeditions and travel to any destination he liked. That might not be as easy anymore now that two powerful groups had joined up. The Adelaides and the Bujays both had strong mech forces as well as their own ace mechs at their disposal. These factors alone meant that Vase needed to be a lot clever in his interactions with their representatives. I will be counting on you to keep us on their good side, Shedderin. Vase patted the old man's feeble shoulder. The minister and advisor radiated a lot of confidence. My men and I shall handle this responsibility to your satisfaction. I am well versed in diplomacy. With the full backing of you and your clan, I shall endeavor to lower the barriers between our clan and the two new alliance members. The first steps to developing true friends between the Larkinsons and the other two groups was to make them feel welcome during the treaty signing. After everyone important arrived at the hotel and started to sign an extensive series of contracts and official documents under the witness of an MTA representative, the just expanded alliance immediately threw a welcoming party. Lots of Larkinsons, glory seekers, crossers, Adelaides and Bujays began to mingle with each other in a grand reception hall. Wow, that's a pretty kitty, can I pet it, please? Sure, don't worry, Clixie is a nice lady. Her fur is so soft and smooth. Meow tilde. While his kids started to chat and play with the well-dressed children of the Bujay family, Vase met up with both General Hermain Forain and Matriarch Rezi Bujay. The two had grown quite familiar with each other during the months of negotiations. They were both new to the Golden Skull Alliance and automatically stuck together for solidarity for that reason. They made for an immediate visual contrast. General Forain looked every part of a mercenary leader, complete with a slightly irregular green and beige uniform that was designed to impress clients. Matriarch Rezi Bujay on the other hand wore a ceremonial ensemble that was part of the distinct culture of her family. It consisted of several layers of purple and orange garments that made it seem as if she was wearing several thin robes. Rezi also seemed keen on wearing a lot of jewelry. The abundance of rings, necklaces and other ornaments made her look wealthier and added a lot of gravitas to her stature. I have a question for you, Vase. Ask away, Herman. Why are we called the Golden Skull Alliance? I mean, I have asked the same question to the other members of your alliance, but they all gave me different answers. I have the impression that hardly anyone understands the meaning of the name and the reason why you have settled on it. I was told to go to you in order to obtain a satisfactory answer. I understand why you use the word golden, as it is strongly associated with the symbolism of your clan, but where does the skull come from? Why did you settle on such a macabre word, and what meaning does it convey? Vase needed a few seconds to think on how he should respond to this question. He couldn't very well answer that it was a subtle reference to the skull architect. We needed to develop a unique and distinctive identity that conveyed the right message to outsiders. He began. We could have called ourselves the Jolly Peace Organization, but that would have presented our friends and allies with a completely different impression. We needed to convey strength and the determination to bite back if enemies mess with us, so calling ourselves the Golden Skull Alliance helps with that. Just the image it conveys is enough to make people think twice. Is that all? It's been a long time, all right. Matriarch Rezi frowned in disapproval. Names have power, for both good and ill. Skulls do not have a positive association. It will not be difficult for enemies to slander us in the public sphere. It will also be harder for us to befriend and form business relationships with more timid or benevolent parties. I did not choose to raise this matter before we joined your alliance, but now that our new treaty has come into effect, I would like to propose a formal name change. That caught Vase and General Forain off guard. Neither of them expected for the Bujays to care so much about the name that they did not wait until a single day had passed before they already wanted to exercise their power. We shall not change our name. A different voice interjected. We have already built up the brand of the Golden Skull Alliance over the course of several years and many notable battlefield victories. We will generate a large amount of confusion and lose much of the name recognition and the formidable reputation that comes with it if we relabel ourselves. The female leader turned and greeted the well-dressed man with a welcoming smile. Ah, Master Benedict Cortez. I am honored to meet with you again. Every alliance partner had at least one unique advantage that set them apart from their peers. The Cross clan was the only group that had a master mech designer. While the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay family both had multiple channels available to them that could give them access to the services of friendly master mech designers, the latter did not directly work for the former. This caused both Rezi and Herman to grow envious at the Cross clan. Master Benedict not only worked for the Crossers on a full-time basis, but also channeled much of his earnings into the coffers of the Cross clan. I did not expect the name to mean that much to you, Master. Rezi spoke with a bit of puzzlement in her tone. Skulls and master mech designers did not seem to go together, but appearances could be deceiving. I may tell you the story behind the name one day. Benedict mildly smirked. For now, it shall remain a secret between Vase and myself. If the Bujays and the Adelaides hadn't already figured this out, the relationship between Vase and Benedict was remarkably good. Neither mech designer showed any awareness of the rank difference between the two. Vase did not look up to Benedict just because he was a vaunted master, while the former skull architect did not patronize his much younger colleague. The four leading figures talked a bit more about various practical subjects now that the Golden Skull Alliance grew from 3 to 5 members. Have you considered whether you wish to add any of my products to your mech rosters? Vase asked the leaders of the two newcomers. The Glory Seekers are really happy with my work, you know. I think that a couple of living mechs of mine can benefit your troops a lot. Our current downtime is the perfect window of opportunity for your troops to learn how to get along with my works. It will be a lot more difficult to reorganize your forces once we are on the move again." Both Herman and Rezi exchanged glances with each other. "We are not in a hurry to explore this subject." The matriarch of the Bujay family responded. "We appreciate your offer, but our family has long relied upon mechs that are designed by our own in-house mech designers as well as numerous friendly seniors and masters. We do not want to worsen our relationships with our long-term allies." Vase turned to the leader of the Adelaide Third Fleet. "What about you, Herman?" "We are in a similar position." The mercenary general responded. "Our parent company employs its own mech designers. Our company policy also compels us to rely on in-house mech models as much as possible. Our Third Fleet is not prohibited from purchasing more local mechs, but we have to justify the added expenses and changes in our operations." "Ah, I see. Well, if you are ever ready to adopt my mech models, give me a call, okay? Our production capabilities are quite strong. Once our clan regains the spirit of Bentime, we will even gain the ability to supply you with mechs in the field. Of course, it would be helpful if you can place your orders in advance. We don't bring an endless amount of raw materials in our expeditions. We are better off leaving the cargo space empty so that we can ship more loot back to safety." Everyone grinned at the mention of loot. Traveling to the deep frontier and plundering alien treasures had become the primary motivation to join the Golden Skull Alliance. "Speaking about loot, have any decisions been made about the future direction of the Trailblazer expedition?" Rezi Bujay inquired. "Not yet." Vase shook his head. "We have only made a broad decision to leave the Krakatoa Middle Zone and explore the Torald Middle Zone. My subordinates are in the process of scouting the neighboring zone and collecting as many clues as possible. I will have more substantial information available to you all once we are closer to our departure date. You are welcome to perform your own investigations. You may even propose alternative goals for us as long as you think there are better opportunities for us. That is your right as a member of our alliance. We pretty much treat each other as family." "That is good to hear." The expansion of the Golden Skull Alliance meant that the Larkinson clan had much less right to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel than before. Nonetheless, Vase thought it was worth it because the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay family strengthened the expeditionary fleet to a massive degree. Though Vase hadn't checked the numbers yet, he expected that his expeditionary fleet would probably swell to the point where it possessed the equivalent combat power of 3 mech divisions. This was more than enough combat power to raise small to medium-sized colonies. If all of them decided to take part in the upcoming war between Davut and Karlach, this singularly powerful fleet could easily act as an unstoppable raiding force. The idea tempted Vase for a second before he immediately pushed it out of his mind. Attacking human colonies was a waste of time. The true prosperity of a colonial state like Karlach was mainly concentrated in its port system and other highly defended star systems. There was hardly any worthwhile loot to be found in its lesser colonies.